Chapter 1. Saturday, May 18th, 1996. The weather was clear. At the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Headquarters, a stern young man clad in a dark gray suit, with short brown hair and deep crimson eyes, sat before his desk. He crossed his legs casually, holding a document in his right hand detailing the case of the murder of the general manager of Shi Bank, Yamazaki, while a cup of coffee rested on his left. By all accounts, this was a rather relaxed posture. However, the young man emanated a composure that enveloped the surroundings in an icy atmosphere. His name was Hakuba Matsuki, and it was evident from his name that he had a significant connection to Police Superintendent Hakuba. Indeed, he was the eldest son of Superintendent Hakuba and the brother of Hakuba Taka. Moreover, he was a time traveler, having traversed into the body of the newborn Hakuba Matsuki 28 years prior. As a time traveler, he had indeed watched the anime Detective Conan, yet he was unsure if the original work featured the character Hakuba Matsuki. Nevertheless, he existed now. Upon arriving in this world, he initially recognized that he had entered a remarkably esteemed family. Having only sporadically viewed the Conan series, he had little impression of Superintendent Hakuba. Thus, he was unaware that he had found himself in the world of Detective Conan. Following his father's arrangements and his own aspirations, he studied abroad and returned home to pursue a career in public service, ultimately passing the rigorous National Civil Service Class 1 examination and becoming a professional officer. After several months of internship, he was now assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division, specifically the 3rd section of the Special Investigations Unit, where he held the rank of inspector. Finally, upon encountering the familiar name and visage of Megure JZ, he realized he had indeed entered the realm of Detective Conan. At that moment, Hakuba Matsuki was leisurely yet earnestly reviewing the case report in his hands. Born into an illustrious family, he had received an aristocratic education from a young age, coupled with his father's stern demeanor and a naturally composed aura stemming from his time-traveling experience, rendering the air around him somewhat frigid. Perhaps due to these factors, the vicinity of Hakuba Matsuki's desk was typically in no man's land, with colleagues regarding him with both respect and trepidation. The respect was naturally due to his status as a professional officer, while the fear stemmed from the perception that this newly appointed inspector was difficult to approach. Hakuba Inspector, a spirited and vibrant voice, rang in Hakuba Matsuki's ears. He, or rather nearly all in the 3rd section office, turned to look. "What is it, Sat?" Hakuba Matsuki inquired, attempting to adopt a gentle tone, though to others it still sounded cold. Sato Miwako, however, paid no mind, for she was currently unable to do so. "Hakuba Inspector, we have received a report of a homicide at Dorabika Park. Please dispatch." Setting down the report and coffee, Hakuba Matsuki stood upright, his expression grave. "Let's proceed." At Dorabika Park, Hakuba Matsuki and Sato Miwako exited a red Mazda. The surrounding individuals, including detectives from the police headquarters, regarded the pair with admiration, particularly for Hakuba Matsuki. They truly admired how this newly appointed inspector could maintain his composure while entering and exiting Sat's vehicle. But was it truly so? "Hakuba Inspector, let us head straight over. Megure is already at the crime scene," Sato Miwako suggested. Hakuba Matsuki nodded in acknowledgement but remained silent. His ability to refrain from speaking was a testament to his resolute will. Together with a team of officers, they made their way into Dorabika Park. Before long, they encountered the cordoned-off area and the murmuring crowd of onlookers. "Make way, make way!" With Sato Miwako's calls and Hakuba Matsuki's chilling presence, the crowd quickly parted. Upon entering, Hakuba Matsuki first spotted his old acquaintance, Officer Megure. He also noticed a spirited youth and a girl with horns atop her head. After all these years, seeing that horn brought a profound sense of familiarity, confirming his presence in the Conan universe. "Little brother Hakuba," Officer Megure approached, joyfully patting Hakuba Matsuki on the shoulder. "You finally arrived. Let me brief you on the case." Officer Megure was particularly eager, having long admired the newly appointed inspector's reputation, not only due to his prestigious background and family lineage, but also because of Hakuba Matsuki's remarkable deductive skills and modest renown as a detective internationally. The fruits of his relationship with Megure JZ were finally being harvested within the police force. He would no longer need to seek out detectives. Hakuba Matsuki nodded. The deceased, Mr. Kishida, died from a severed neck while riding a roller coaster for unknown reasons. Upon our arrival, we immediately secured the scene, Officer Megure explained. Our preliminary suspicion points to the 7 individuals who were riding the roller coaster with the victim, namely Kudo, Shinichi, and Muri-ran. Officer Megure gestured towards Kudo, Shinichi, and Muri-ran. The 3 ladies, Akiko, Aiko, and Reiko, he indicated pointing at them, and these 2 gentlemen. He then gestured towards a slender man with long hair and a robust, muscular figure. Hakuba Matsuki's gaze followed Officer Megure's finger, lingering on the last 2 individuals for a moment. He thought to himself, these must be gin and vodka. The aura of cold-blooded killers was palpable even from a distance. Noticing Hakuba Matsuki's scrutiny, Jin felt all his muscles tense, a reflexive memory of his own. The gaze of the seasoned veteran sent chills down his spine, akin to a cold blade scraping against his bones. In an instant, Jin felt the urge to draw his gun, aim, and fire in one fluid motion. However, he swiftly suppressed his physiological reaction. After all, this murder case had nothing to do with him, and he scorned such trivial methods of killing. Hurry up, we don't have time for your little detective games, Jin said coldly. Upon hearing Jin's words, Officer Megure awkwardly turned to Hakuba Matsuki, saying, we just took Kudo Shinichi's suggestion, confirming this case as a homicide, which may have made this gentleman a bit impatient. Indeed, Hakuba Matsuki acknowledged. To consult a suspect at a crime, Sanino Wonder Kudo Shinichi was hailed as the savior of the Japanese police, given such levels of reliance. Hakuba Matsuki inwardly shook his head. Officer Megure, I believe all 7 individuals present are still suspects. Hakuba Matsuki subtly reminded Officer Megure to be mindful of his authority and dignity. However, Officer Megure felt as if he were facing his superior's superior, the Chief of Criminal Investigation, Odadjirai Tasher. Was this a warning cloaked in authority? Officer Megure nodded gravely. Understood. Hakuba Matsuki, somewhat resigned, issued his directive without hesitation. Have the forensics team examine the scene, leave no stone unturned. The 7 suspects commenced body searches, starting with these 3 young ladies. Sat, you take the lead. Yes. The officers present sprang into action. Before long, Sato Miwako's exclamation rang out. Hakuba Inspector, we found a bloody dagger in Aiko's bag. What? Officer Megure exclaimed first. Then the murderer is you, Miss Aiko. I don't know. That's not mine. I truly know nothing. I didn't kill Kishida, Aiko exclaimed in panic. Hakuba Matsuki could hardly suppress a facepalm. It seemed that Officer Megure and Uncle Muri had partnered for good reason. Not him, too. Both Hakuba Matsuki and Kudo Shinichi spoke simultaneously. Kudo Shinichi looked at Hakuba Matsuki in surprise, realizing that this new inspector appeared different from the other detectives. Hakuba Matsuki continued. Such a small dagger would clearly be insufficient to sever the neck of an adult male. This is obviously a ploy to frame her. Hakuba Matsuki emphasized his point with great clarity, aiming to convey that this feeble trick was hardly worth consideration. Indeed, Officer Megure suddenly understood. Then, little brother Hakuba, do you already know who the murderer is? Yes, Hakuba Matsuki nodded. He pointed forward with his hand. The murderer is you, Miss Xiaotong. At this juncture, some reasoning steps have been omitted, as this case is well known to all, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. After a series of deductions and evidence presented by Hakuba, coupled with the imposing aura of Inspector Hakuba, who seemed ready to execute anyone who denied their guilt, our culprit, Miss Xiaotong, collapsed in tears on the spot. Woo, it's all his fault. The case reached a satisfactory conclusion, and both Hakuba and Officer Megure began to wrap things up. Meanwhile, Jin and Vodka, who had been quietly observing the resolution of the case, discreetly departed. No one paid them any heed, except for Hakuba and Kudo Shinichi. Thus, Kudo Shinichi swiftly pursued them. As for Hakuba, he preferred to remain uninvolved. Indeed, as a police officer, an inspector, and the son of a police superintendent, he had no desire to meddle in such affairs. He understood that despite the limited presence of genuine alcohol in the animated world, the organization had thrived for many years, wielding an influence far beyond what Hakuba could challenge. Even his father, the police superintendent, was powerless in that regard. Though he had traversed 28 years into this world, his essence remained Chinese. He was unwilling to jeopardize his life over trivial matters. Moreover, with Kudo Shinichi transformed into Conan, the very fabric of the world had paused in his favor, leaving Hakuba little motivation to instigate change. Furthermore, he intended to rely on his scant, yet possibly existent, fragments of plot memory, providing him with even less reason to intervene. "Inspector Hakuba, would you like me to drive you back to the police station?" The voice of Sato Miwako reached his ears. Hakuba shook his head, casting aside those thoughts. He hadn't driven today, and hitching a ride was quite convenient, but the mere thought of Sato Miwako's driving skills made him hesitate. "No, he'll call for a car to return," he replied flatly. This calm demeanor seemed tinged with a hint of awkwardness, causing the icy aura surrounding him to thaw slightly. With that, he departed alone. Watching Hakuba's retreating figure, Sato Miwako smiled. "Inspector Hakuba doesn't seem so cold after all." At the entrance of the Dorabika amusement park, Hakuba waited for about 10 minutes before the butler arrived with the private car. After getting in, he quickly made his way home. Upon entering the house, Hakuba was greeted by the voice that always gave him a headache. "Asan, how was work today? Are you adapting to the new unit? I heard from Miss Michirai that you solved the homicide case today. Come let Grandma see if you're injured." Indeed, this was Hakuba's grandmother, Hakuba Chiyo, one of the closest people to him in this world. Her meticulous concern for him was a key reason he could integrate into this new life. Nevertheless, her incessant chatter was truly exasperating. "Work is going well. The homicide case was quite ordinary and fine," Hakuba responded. Hearing this, Hakuba Chiyo let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest in a gesture of reassurance. "As long as you're adapting and safe," she exclaimed, then called out, "Miss Michirai, prepare dinner." Miss Michirai was the housekeeper of the Hakuba family despite being referred to as Miss. She was actually an elderly woman in her 60s or 70s, having been with the Hakuba family since Hakuba's grandmother's generation. "Of course, madam," the housekeeper replied. Before long, the meal was ready, and they took their seats to dine. As for the police superintendent, he typically did not return for dinner. While they were eating, Hakuba's grandmother continued her barrage of questions. "Asong, you're in the 3rd Division of the Criminal Investigation Department, right?" "Yes," Hakuba replied. "I heard there's someone named Sato Miwako in your police station. What do you think of her?" His grandmother inquired, her curiosity piqued. "She's all right, a rather spirited female detective," Hakuba answered. He couldn't help but think that it seemed Sato's reputation as the flower of the police station was indeed widespread, reaching even his grandmother. "Asong, you know I'm not asking about that. You're already 28, even if you're not in a hurry to marry. You should at least find a girlfriend," his grandmother insisted. Hakuba nodded, acknowledging her point. "My only wish in this life is to see you married, Asong. If I could hold my great-grandchild, I would die content." His grandmother sighed deeply. Listening to her words, Hakuba found himself at a loss for how to respond, and could only continue to nod in silence. After a few more bites, his grandmother set down her utensils, bringing forth a stack of photographs, her face alight with enthusiasm as she pointed at them. "Asong, look, these are all suitable girls I've selected for you. Suzuki Ayako, 24 years old, the eldest daughter of the Suzuki Group, gentle and gracious. Ayako possesses the grace befitting the Suzuki family head. I have high hopes for her." Chiban Shajiang, age 22, is the most cherished granddaughter of the esteemed patriarch of the Chiban Group. The last time I encountered her, she appeared to be quite a bashful young lady, although there is a considerable age gap. It is not a matter of great concern. Cg Linghua, age 24, possesses a lively disposition. At the last banquet, Linghua left a favorable impression on my grandmother. Her sweet tongue and charming demeanor were delightful. The CG Group is also quite reputable, and Asong, you might want to consider it as well. Finally, after my grandmother had finished her lengthy monologue, my Ma Song placed his bowl down and coldly remarked, "I am full," before ascending the stairs to his office. Observing by Ma Song's departure, Butler Mitai chuckled and remarked to my grandmother, "Madam, you seem to have wearied young master song. I hope he is not upset." However, grandmother by Machio was unfazed, exclaiming, "Oh, no, certainly not. Even if he is annoyed, I must speak up. At his age, he hasn't even experienced a single romance. By this age, his father already had him." Upon returning upstairs, Bai Ma Song poured himself a cup of coffee and began reading Agatha Christie's The Roger Ackroyd Mystery. Born into a family of police officers, indulging in detective novels is one of his few interests. Regarding his grandmother's comments, Bai Ma Song felt quite helpless. He recognized that at 28, he was no longer young, and he did not harbor aversion towards marriage. Nevertheless, he yearned for a suitable partner, compounded by the fact that he had always advanced at a pace too swift for his peers to keep up, resulting in his lack of romantic experience. Moreover, his grandmother's matchmaking skills were rather adept. While Suzuki Ayako was acceptable, Seiji Lingwa was a different story. If his memory served him correctly, she was nothing short of a spoiled diva. Known for juggling multiple suitors, such a person was beyond his reach. Time flew by swiftly. On this day, Bai Ma Song continued his routine of sipping coffee, perusing reports, and engaging in tasks that blurred the line between work and idleness. Officer Mumu entered, announcing, "We have received a report of a body discovered in a high-end apartment. We must depart immediately." "Hey!" Everyone rose in unison, and Bai Ma Song set down his coffee, hastily exiting. Sato Miwako's desk was merely 3 workstations away from Bai Ma Song's. "Bai Ma, would you like to join us?" she inquired with a smile, patting his shoulder. Bai Ma Song, maintaining his composure, brushed her hand away and jingled a set of car keys from his pocket. "I'll go on my own." "Very well," Sato Miwako replied. The surrounding colleagues regarded Bai Ma Song with a mixture of caution and envy. How could he refuse Miwako? Bai Ma Song turned back to glance at the other officers, silently chuckling to himself. So this is Sato Miwako's defense. He made his way to the parking lot and climbed into his new Porsche 959, a supercar launched in the 1980s. Previously, he had relied on his family's vehicle, chauffeured by Butler Mitai. However, upon joining the investigative unit, he realized the necessity of being ready for immediate deployment, hence the decision to drive himself. This choice had nothing to do with Sato Miwako's driving skills. Soon, they arrived at an upscale apartment building. Bai Ma Song quickly spotted Mao Lilan, whom he had encountered previously, alongside the greasy uncle and the large-headed child. Presumably Malagay and Conan. It seemed that without his deliberate attention, Kudo Shinichi had indeed transformed into a Dagawa Conan. As for the other youthful girl and the older gentleman, they were likely and her manager, though Bai Ma Song could not recall the latter's name. Officer Mumu promptly organized the team to secure the scene. So, the one who reported this incident is Miss? Officer Mumu inquired. "Yes, officer," affirmed. "Then, when you returned here, this man had already been murdered, correct?" Officer Mumu continued. "Yes," replied. "Who were you with at that time?" Officer Mumu pressed out. "Of course, it was me, Malagay." Malagay immediately responded. Officer Mumu displayed a look of resignation, realizing it was Mao. "What brings you here this time?" he asked. "Oh, I was simply fulfilling a request from Miss." Malagay scratched his head sheepishly. Officer Mumu then turned his curiosity towards the others, asking, "Do any of you feel it's a bit warm in here?" "Indeed," Sato Miwako concurred. "Miss, did you forget to turn off the air conditioning?" No, I definitely turned it off before leaving," quickly protested. "Then that is quite strange," Officer Mumu remarked. At that moment, Bai Ma Song observed Conan, who was investigating the crime scene alongside the forensic team, as well as the trio seated idly at the entrance. "There is something of greater importance now," Bai Ma Song announced, tightening his grip as he seized Conan, who was still engrossed in his investigation. "Why is this child roaming freely at the crime scene?" Bai Ma Song directed his question at those around him. "Conan." Lilan rushed forward to retrieve him. "You little rascal," Malagay did not hold back, delivering a punch that sent Conan reeling, a visible lump forming on his head. "How could you, Uncle Mao?" Conan gritted his teeth in frustration. "This is a crime scene, and aside from the police, no one is permitted to wander freely. Detective Mao, you were once a police officer. You should know this." Bai Ma Song continued, his expression stern, and his icy tone made him appear quite intimidating. Yes. Malagay nodded emphatically, clearly taken aback. "I apologize on Conan's behalf." Lilan bowed in contrition. "All right," Bai Ma Song replied coolly, instructing her to have him copy the rules 10 times. "Understood. I will ensure he does," Lilan hastily agreed. Bai Ma Song chose to disregard Conan further. He simply wished to impart a lesson, encouraging him not to act so recklessly. Today, their paths had fortuitously crossed, allowing him to address it. Cough, let us proceed." Miss, might I inquire whether you recognize this individual? Officer Mumu coughed lightly, summarizing the situation while posing his question. We do not recognize this man. Hesitated, glancing at the deceased. Before she could finish, her manager, Yamagishi Eiichi, interjected, That is not true. We do not know him. Is that so? Bai Masong narrowed his eyes, coldly asserting, If you are concealing something, it will only heighten your own suspicions. What kind of talk is that? We simply do not, Mr. Yamagishi, interrupted loudly. Officer, we know this person. He was my boyfriend during high school, miss. Gasps echoed from both her manager, Yamagishi Eiichi, and Malage, miss. You must be cautious. This will only worry Yamagishi. Malage cautioned. I cannot conceal it any longer. Lowered her head, speaking in anguish. Meanwhile, Malage repeatedly muttered, I can't believe Miss had a boyfriend. Then, does this imply that after your breakup with the deceased, you harbored resentment and thus took his life? Officer Mumu queried in a grave tone. Impossible. Has been with me the whole time. She had no opportunity to commit murder. Yamagishi Eiichi rushed to clarify. Indeed, Officer Mumu, Miss is far too lovely to commit murder. I suspect it must be Yamagishi Eiichi who, knowing of S connection to the victim, killed him to hide the truth. Malage hastily defended. Officer Mumu was left bewildered, wondering what Mao meant by so lovely as a justification for murder. Mao, be quiet. Officer Mumu snapped at him. Meanwhile, what was Bai Ma-song doing? Takagi, please check the visitor logs for today at the apartment. Bai Ma-song instructed his subordinate, Takagi. Understood. Bai Ma, Takagi replied. Officer Takagi replied. Subsequently, Himitsu took it upon himself to inspect the entire room. For he was rather skeptical of the forensic team's capabilities. He had a vague recollection of this case. After all, it was a rather classic one from the outset. However, what perplexed him was how these officers could not differentiate between suicide and homicide. It is not that distinguishing between the two is inherently challenging. Rather, in this particular case, it should have been quite straightforward. Before long, Himitsu discovered a woman's earring beneath the sofa and a strand of hair in the deceased's hand. After delivering a stern warning to Conan, Aichi Yamagishi was hesitant to touch the body, thus the hair remained intact. He picked up the earring with gloved hands and presented it before Officer Megure. Officer Megure, I found an earring beneath the sofa. Himitsu stated, casting a sidelong glance at the surrounding forensic officers. The body examination was inadequate, the hair was invisible, and the earring was nowhere to be found. This group of seasoned forensic officers was truly lacking in proficiency. Himitsu could understand their predicament, as advancement in the forensic department was notoriously difficult, and dismissals were quite rare. Hence, whether they performed well or poorly, it was merely another day for them. Why should they make life harder for themselves? Yet, while he could empathize, he could not help but look down upon their ineptitude, and Himitsu resolved to seize an opportunity to reprimand them thoroughly. Upon hearing Himitsu's words and observing the earring, Yoko Kano exclaimed, This earring belongs to Miss Yuko Ikezawa. Indeed, Himitsu nodded. Sato, go fetch Miss Yuko Ikezawa. Understood, replied Miwako Sato. Shortly thereafter, Miwako returned with Yuko Ikezawa and TOW. As soon as Yuko entered, she nonchalantly picked up a lighter from the living room and lit a cigarette. She exhaled. Officers, what do you require of me? As she raised her gaze, it met Himitsu's frigid stare. Miss Ikezawa, we have summoned you because we possess evidence. Confess willingly, or face the consequences, Himitsu said coldly, fixing his gaze upon her. Yuko swallowed hard, feeling as though she had stepped into an icy abyss, convinced that if she did not speak, this officer would have no qualms about executing her on the spot. Having been in the entertainment industry for over a decade, she had witnessed her fair share of incidents. This stern officer reeked of privilege, and she understood that it would be prudent to cooperate fully. Wait, officer. I will speak. I merely took the keys without permission and visited here several times to search for dirt on Yoko Kano. When I arrived this time, this man suddenly lunged at me, spouting incoherent nonsense. I managed to break free and escape. I truly did nothing wrong, Yuko hurriedly explained. Himitsu nodded in acknowledgement of her statement. He then turned to Officer Megure and declared, Inspector, I now comprehend the sequence of events in this case. What? Exclaimed Officer Megure. Himitsu, are you implying you already know who the murderer is? Conan, standing nearby, was equally incredulous. This officer had already deduced the identity of the culprit. Yet, he still felt that something was amiss. He reassured himself that it was only natural for this officer to obtain evidence faster than he had and to draw conclusions accordingly. Himitsu, oblivious to Conan's unease, continued, to be precise, this is a case of suicide. What? The gathered crowd erupted in disbelief. Himitsu stepped forward, pointing at the knife embedded in the victim's back. Officer Megure, Do you not find this knife somewhat peculiar? Peculiar? Officer Megure questioned, perplexed. It was a clean kill, piercing the heart with a single, decisive thrust. Kagoro Mori, a former detective with considerable prowess, sensed an anomaly. The angle of the knife's insertion seemed rather strange. Indeed, Heimitsu nodded. Acknowledging Mori's observation, generally, when we stab with a knife, we categorize it as either a forehand or backhand thrust. As he spoke, Heimitsu illustrated with his hand. Typically, a forehand stab is executed from below upwards, while a backhand stab is from above downwards. However, the knife in the victim's body was inserted straight in, deviating from both methods. To achieve such an angle, one would need to grip the knife with both hands at the abdomen and insert in the quaint district of Mihua Town. At the Jaili CAF on Tsukimi Road, the esteemed detective by Ma Song entered through the CAF's grand entrance, a sleek black briefcase in hand. In this new world, while he had yet to cultivate many habits, he had indeed mastered the art of savoring coffee. During moments of leisure, or whilst perusing documents, he relished the indulgence of a warm cup. At his preferred CAF. During breaks, he would seek out a tranquil corner to leisurely delve into detective novels or case reports. Today, fortune favored him with a day off, prompting his visit. The choice of this particular CAF was not driven by any special reason. Rather, it was simply a refuge of relative quietude, devoid of the bustling crowds. Of course, this was not due to poor management, but rather the elevated prices that deterred many. Welcome, Mr. Bai Ma. Good afternoon. Are you on a break today? Greeted the waitress, Takahashi Yuki, upon spotting Bai Ma Song. Bai Ma Song nodded. Making his way to a window-side corner to settle down, Takahashi Yuki approached briskly with the menu in hand. Mr. Bai Ma, what would you like today? Without glancing at the menu, Bai Ma Song replied in a nonchalant tone. Just like always. Oh dear, always the same. I should have known you wouldn't even need the menu, Takahashi Yuki playfully lamented. Bai Ma Song remained impassive, though a hint of a smile danced at the corners of his lips. You still haven't learned my routine. Alas, once I leave the counter, I can't help but bring the menu with me. It's a habit I can't shake off. She pouted, clutching the menu to her chest. Very well, Mr. Bai Ma. Your dessert and coffee will be ready shortly. Please hold on. Bai Ma Song nodded in acknowledgement and turned his attention back to his novel. Mr. Bai Ma, your coffee and dessert are ready, Takahashi Yuki announced as she approached with the order. Just set it down here, Bai Ma Song instructed. After finishing a section of his book, Bai Ma Song lifted his gaze, reaching for the now slightly cooled coffee. As he looked out the window and rubbed his weary eyes, he unexpectedly spotted his colleagues. Was that Takagi Wataru and Sato Miwako? Were they on a date? No, that was unlikely. They shouldn't be together at this hour. Dressed in ordinary casual attire, with hats and headphones perched atop their heads, they appeared somewhat bulky at the waist. Could that be a firearm? Were they on a mission? It seemed that Sato Miwako sensed Bai Ma Song's gaze. As she turned to look his way, recognizing him seated inside the CAF, Takagi, look, it's Inspector Bai Ma over there. I'll go say hello, she remarked. Inspector Bai Ma. You should go, Takagi Wataru replied, his tone hinting at a measure of respect towards Bai Ma Song. To be precise, in the 3rd Investigative Division, aside from Sato Miwako, who was closest to him, the others regarded Bai Ma Song with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Sato Miwako entered the CAF, casually ordering a coffee before taking a seat opposite Bai Ma Song. Hi, Inspector Bai Ma. It seems you're enjoying your day off quite splendidly, she exclaimed. Bai Ma Song glanced at her, his expression neutral. It's all right, he replied coolly. Do you have a mission? Sato Miwako, catching the teasing undertone in his voice, responded through gritted teeth. Yes, we do. You know about the cabana incident, right? It was supposed to be handled by the 3rd Division. But since it involves armed suspects, they pulled a few of us from the 1st Division for support. She gestured to herself. See, I've been chosen. Bai Ma Song nodded, indicating he understood, then lowered his head to continue reading. If I discover anything, I'll let you know. All right, I'll take my leave then, Sato Miwako said, her spirits lifted by the senior officer's support. After finishing her coffee with a few hearty sips, she suddenly remembered, by the way, do you have my number? Indeed, Bai Ma Song replied. When he joined the 3rd Division, Officer Megure had provided him with everyone's contact information for convenience, which he had memorized. Great, then I'll truly take my leave now. Enjoy your drink. In a bookstore in Tokyo, Conan opened an Italian-Japanese dictionary, staring in astonishment at the entry before him. Aro, meaning gold or bullion. Does this mean the treasure map is genuine? Does it truly lead to treasure? And is there a connection between today's apprehension of Cabana and this treasure map? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Conan began to contemplate the patterns and meanings depicted on the treasure map. The first row depicted the Tokyo Tower and the moon. What could that signify? Was the second image a hat? And what of the triangle and the umbrella? The subsequent images were utterly perplexing. At that moment, Yumi pointed excitedly at the CAF across the street, exclaiming, "Look, could that be the place?" "Indeed, the sign looks exactly like the second image," Jinna replied eagerly. Conan quickly grabbed the treasure map. So, could these images be? He felt a revelation dawning upon him. "Hey, isn't that the police officer we saw the other day?" Yumi exclaimed once more. Where? Indeed it is," Jinta and Kazunari chimed in, glancing over, following Yumi's pointing finger. Conan indeed spotted the very by Ma-song who had bested him twice. "We can ask that police officer about the treasure map," Yumi suggested cheerfully. "However, you might be busy," Kazunari interjected, a hint of jealousy in his tone. "Exactly. We, the Young Detective League, can handle our own matters without seeking outside help," Jinna echoed. Yet Conan dashed towards the CAF, not seeking assistance from Bai Ma-song but rather wishing to engage him in a friendly rivalry once more. Kudo Shinichi was determined to prove he was not inferior to Bai Ma-song. "Hey, Conan, what are you doing?" Jinta was the first to notice Conan's actions. As the leader of the Young Detective League. "I command you to stop. Conan, wait for me," Ayumi called out as she sprinted toward the CAF. Jinta and Kazunari had no choice but to follow suit. Inside the CAF, Bai Ma-song regarded the youthful Conan, who had just rambled on about a multitude of things. He set aside his novel and took the treasure map that Conan presented. "So," Bai Ma-song queried, examining the map, "what are your thoughts?" Hearing the serious inquiry from his self-proclaimed rival, Conan felt a swell of pride. The tower in the image must represent the Tokyo Tower, and as for the moon, I initially didn't grasp its meaning. But it seems to refer to Tsukimi Road. The subsequent images likely depict businesses or signboards along Tsukimi Road, he articulated confidently. In fact, we only began to piece this together upon seeing the sign of JLICAF, which resembles the second image. Then we spotted you and decided to ask, Conan concluded. Bai Ma-song nodded thoughtfully, clutching the treasure map as he set down his coffee and exited the CAF. Gazing at the darkening sky and the illuminated billboards surrounding him, he surveyed the area, first spotting the glowing Tokyo Tower, followed swiftly by a neon sign shaped like AHAT in his peripheral vision. He noticed 3 suspicious men and, comparing them to his memory, confirmed they were indeed Cabana's accomplices. However, he chose to remain discreet, deciding to locate the treasure site first and notify Officer Megure before taking further action. "Conan," Bai Ma-song beckoned, summoning the Young Detective League over. "How did I do, Bai Ma brother?" "What do you think of my deduction?" Conan inquired. Brimming with confidence. It seemed as though one were boasting about their achievements in a friendly answer-sharing session with companions. "Not quite." Hakuba Matsuki shook his head. "Ro is Italian, and Cabana is also Italian. His ability to comprehend the characters of Tsukimi Road upon arriving in Japan is inconsequential. Thus, the moon cannot represent Tsukimi Road." Upon hearing this, Conan experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, how could an Italian be accustomed to using Japanese as a code? So, Conan ponderously raised his gaze to the sky, where the moon was gradually emerging. "Precisely," Hakuba Matsuki nodded. "This moon should be very straightforward. It symbolizes the night." The first line, depicting Tokyo Tower and the moon, serves as the premise, viewed from Tokyo Tower at night. The patterns represent the neon lights that illuminate Tokyo only in the evening. Hakuba Matsuki pointed to a neon light shaped like a hat. The design in the second line should correspond to this. At this moment, Conan comprehended as well. Thus, as long as they followed these patterns, they would inevitably discover the ultimate location of the treasure. Indeed, Hakuba Matsuki affirmed. "What are we waiting for? Let us hasten." Upon hearing this, Jinna burst with enthusiasm and was about to dash out. "Wait." Hakuba Matsuki exerted his arm, pulling Jinna back. He then addressed Conan, Kagoro, Yumi, and Jinta, instructing, "You all stay here. I will go investigate." After speaking, he retrieved his phone and made calls to Ran and Sato Miwako, asking Sato to watch over the trio and summon their guardians, intending to hand over the responsibility upon Ran's arrival. Why? Ayumi and Kagoro protested, clearly displeased that they were the ones who discovered it first. "Let go of me, let go of me," Jinna exclaimed, feeling nearly suffocated as he was held back during Hakuba's phone calls. "Conan, keep an eye on them," Hakuba Matsuki instructed Conan. "Oh, all right, Hakuba and I," Conan replied. After all, he was still a high school student, aware of the dangers, and feeling overwhelmingly defeated this time. He simply wished for some tranquility. Releasing Jinta, Hakuba Matsuki ushered the trio into a nearby CAF, addressing Takahashi Yukiri, Yukiri, please keep an eye on them. Someone will arrive to take over shortly. Certainly, Mr. Hakuba, you may proceed with your business. Takahashi Yukiri responded, with Takahashi's cooperation. Hakuba Matsuki swiftly arranged for the 4 young detectives. He then unfolded the treasure map and proceeded toward the first confirmed target, a hotel. Upon reaching the hotel's base, he soon spotted the third line of patterns. A neon light shaped like a triangle and umbrella design, which Hakuba Matsuki recalled was indicative of weather forecasts. Upon arriving at the meteorological station, Hakuba Matsuki did not rush to continue his search. Instead, he took out his phone and sent a message to Officer Megure. After receiving confirmation from Officer Megure, he continued his quest for the next pattern. After a thorough search, Hakuba Matsuki finally arrived at the building concealing the treasure. He looked up at the 15,000 maple leaf gold coins suspended above. No need to hide. Come out, Hakuba Matsuki stated, hands in pockets, his tone devoid of emotion. He had long contemplated resolving matters with these individuals. Yet as criminals who had crossed the line of robbery, their abilities should not be underestimated. In the original narrative, the reason the young detectives apprehended them was largely due to the latter's overconfidence. Such a group, while Hakuba Matsuki could easily manage, would find it quite simple to flee in a bustling district, especially since they were armed. If he were not careful and they managed to fire off a shot or two, his father might once again find himself bowing an apology the following day. However, the circumstances were different now. There were not as many people surrounding this building compared to the vicinity of Tokyo Tower. And he had previously called for Officer Megure to bring reinforcements, so the building should now be encircled. As Hakuba Matsuki spoke, his cold words echoed through the dark interior of the buildings. And 3 figures clad in black emerged. Among them was a man with black hair and a small mustache, another with blonde hair and a small mustache, and a short, blonde individual. The man with black hair smirked. Hey, kid, knowing we were following you, do you still dare to seek the treasure? If I don't seek it, how will I capture you? Hakuba Matsuki replied with a faint smile. Kid, it seems you naively believe you can use us to exchange for a bounty. The man with black hair scoffed. You're far too naive. Perhaps you're quite skilled, but can you contend with this? Before he could finish, the man with black hair began to draw something from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, the outline of a handgun became visible. Drawing the gun, he aimed it at Hakuba Matsuki, declaring, Where are the gold coins? I'll make your end swift. The other 2 Italians also adopted fierce expressions, one even gesturing across his throat toward Hakuba Matsuki. Hakuba Matsuki merely chuckled coldly, remaining silent. Stubborn fool, the man with black hair shouted angrily, his finger pulling the trigger repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Hakuba Matsuki. However, almost immediately, their bodies appeared to freeze in place, their eyes wide with disbelief, for they witnessed something they had never encountered before. Hakuba Matsuki's form flickered, evading all 3 bullets in a series of swift movements. No, it's impossible. You're a demon. The man with black hair began to babble nonsensically, overwhelmed with incredulity. Hakuba Matsuki would not afford them the luxury of time for contemplation in prison. That was his rightful course of action. In a flash, he appeared before them, delivering a kick that sent the short one crashing against the wall of the corridor. Then, with a single punch, he struck the blond man, leaving him feeling as though he might regurgitate his previous meal. Lastly, in the terrified gaze of the man with black hair, a powerful hand seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly. What did you just say? Hakuba Matsuki inquired, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. Yet, his eyes, once dark red, began to shift towards a blood-red hue. Although Hakuba Matsuki's words remained icy, the fiery gaze emanating from his blood-red eyes led the man with black hair to feel he was staring into the eyes of death itself. The man with black hair clawed desperately at Hakuba Matsuki's grip, straining to break free, but his efforts proved futile against the strength of that arm. Spare me, the man whimpered, exerting his utmost strength to plead for mercy. Yet Hakuba Matsuki remained unyielding, tightening his grip as he repeatedly slammed the man's head against the wall of the corridor. Spare me, bang. Hakuba stop. Just as Hakuba Matsuki continued to impose his will upon the black-haired man, Officer Megure's voice rang out. It turned out that Officer Megure had arrived with his 2 subordinates just moments after Hakuba Matsuki, but upon hearing the gunfire, he had decided that waiting was not an option. Hakuba is in danger. Follow me. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of 2 bodies lying motionless on the ground, and then he saw Hakuba Matsuki, who was holding a man's head and repeatedly smashing it against the wall. Officer Megure felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Hakuba was unharmed, but it appeared he had committed murder. His initial shock transformed into an urgent need to intervene. This young man, not only exceptionally capable but also the son of Police Commissioner Hakuba, could not afford to have any incidents occur under his watch. Hearing Officer Megure's call, Hakuba Matsuki gradually regained his composure, the blood-red hue in his eyes receding back to a dark red. Releasing the now unconscious man, he muttered, "Damn it, lost control again. Hakuba and I, are you all right? And what have you done to them?" Officer Megure rushed forward to check on Hakuba Matsuki's condition. Hakuba Matsuki shook his head. "I am fine. They're fine. Phew, that's a relief." Officer Megure sighed in relief that he glanced at the 3 bullets that had fallen around them, his tension easing. Hakunai. This was far too dangerous. Upon hearing the gunfire, I rushed up here immediately. Fortunately, their marksmanship left much to be desired. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the consequences. By Ma-song nodded slightly. He refrained from informing Officer Mugu that his skills were so exceptional he could evade bullets, as it was unnecessary. Of course, it was also true that this little mustached man's proficiency was quite lacking. Had it been a master like Jin, whether he could have escaped unscathed would be a matter of debate. "Officer Mugu, everything here is under control. I shall take my leave," By Ma-song said, appearing somewhat fatigued. "Very well, you may go. I shall handle things here. You were supposed to rest today. Do take the time to recuperate. And I will advocate on your behalf," Officer Mugu replied. After receiving Officer Mugu's consent, By Ma-song descended the stairs amidst the admiring gazes of numerous detectives. He retrieved his phone and dialed the butler. "Mitsuhashi. Hello, it's me. Please come pick me up. The address is..." He had driven himself there, but feeling somewhat perturbed, he was loath to take the wheel. Before long, Mitsuhashi's vehicle arrived, and By Ma-song got in, swiftly making his way home. As he pushed open the front door, the interior was brightly lit, and his grandmother, By Ma-chio, sat in the living room, holding a cup of hot tea while watching television. The news broadcast was covering the case of Fujiwara Akihiro's suicide, which By Ma-song had solved. Although initially Yoko Koihara's agent, Yamagishi Eiichi, had vehemently insisted on a media blackout due to the case's connection to her, those pesky paparazzi were not easily deterred, and the story ultimately made headlines. Naturally, By Ma-song was not mentioned. It was simply stated that a police officer had solved the case, without the extensive coverage that would have accompanied someone like Kudo Shinichi. This was understandable, as newspapers sought conflict, and police solving cases was rather mundane, failing to generate intrigue. Nevertheless, the details of the suicide method and the intricate web of relationships involved were accurately reported, much to By Ma-chio's engrossment. Upon seeing By Ma-song enter, By Ma-chio took a sip of her tea and casually inquired, "Ah-song, why have you returned so late? Were you out on a date with a young lady?" With a teasing smile, she added, "Is it that little star from the television? Did you capture her heart with your detective prowess? I must say, she seems rather pleasant, but do be cautious with girls from the entertainment industry." "Not at all," By Ma-song replied with a hint of resignation in his tone. He settled onto the sofa beside his grandmother, picking up the coffee that Mitsuhashi had just served. "Today, I encountered that Italian band of thieves and recovered 1,500 gold coins." While also apprehending them, By Ma-song took a measured sip of his coffee, his expression calm. His grandmother set down her tea, choosing not to inquire about his safety, for she was well aware of her grandson's abilities. She merely observed intently. "Have you lost control again today?" she asked, her expression serious as she scrutinized By Ma-song. "Indeed," he nodded subtly. This loss of control was an old issue for him, one that had persisted since childhood. From the moment he was born, he could speak at 1 month old and walk by 3 months, astonishing both his father and grandmother. His father believed the boy was a natural-born talent destined to follow in his footsteps. However, as By Ma-song grew, at the age of 2, he attempted to grasp the rabbit his grandmother had gifted him, inadvertently squeezing it to death. From that moment, his father and grandmother realized that his physique was far from ordinary. Throughout his life, he exhibited immense strength that continued to grow. By the age of 3, he could topple his father, an adult. At 7, he defeated a seasoned karate practitioner, and by 10, he could shatter a utility pole with a single punch. This terrifying growth and strength persisted until just over a year ago when it began to stabilize. Presently, while his strength had become consistent, he remained unaware of its limits. Accompanying this formidable power was an uncontrollable mindset, or rather, a psychological state. Initially, it was merely a struggle to manage his strength. However, once he began elementary school, he became accustomed to resolving conflicts with violence. Furthermore, during physical interactions with classmates, he would involuntarily feel an overwhelming surge of agitation. His pupils, typically a dark red, transformed into a blood-red hue when he became enraged. Despite being in the body of a 6 or 7-year-old, his psyche was that of an adult, fully aware that something was amiss with his body. Consequently, he sought counsel from his father, the police chief. Upon hearing his concerns, his father simply stated, possessing a sharp weapon incites a murderous intent. He fell silent, contemplating whether the power he had acquired so effortlessly had led him to lose his sense of reverence. Although he understood that the agitation stemming from within him might not necessarily relate to his psyche, it was undeniable that there were issues to address. His father, recognizing that he was aware of this, removed his cherry blossom badge and placed it on Bai Ma Song's chest, proclaiming, "Let the cherry blossoms suppress your inner demons. You can adopt them as your faith, be it justice, the people, or..." Bai Ma Song accepted the cherry blossom badge without uttering a word. While he did not identify with Japan as a nation, some ideals were universally applicable. From that moment on, he began to embody the ideal child, immersing himself in books, music, and karate training, continuing this path until the present day. Days swiftly passed. Bai Ma Song sat at his desk as usual, sipping coffee while reviewing reports, when he received a phone call. "Hello, is this Inspector Bai Ma? This is Conan. We have discovered a body. The address is..." "Understood," Bai Ma Song replied calmly. The number was one he had previously given to Conan, instructing him to call if he made any discoveries. The strategy proved effective. He informed Officer Megure and proceeded to coordinate the response team. Before long, Officer Megure arrived with Bai Ma Song, Sato Miwako, Takagi Wataru, and a team of forensic officers at the crime scene. After Officer Megure questioned Conan and the trio of young detectives to confirm the accuracy of their information, Takagi Wataru knocked on the door. "Excuse me, police. Please open the door." Before long, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a bathrobe. "What's going on? You're making a racket." Officer Megure presented his badge and stepped forward, his expression grave. "These children claim to have found a body in your residence." "A body?" the man asked, perplexed. The young detective league chimed in unison. "Indeed, we saw it quite clearly. The man was lying in the bathroom, covered in blood." "How is that possible?" "I was just using the bathroom, and that room at the end of the hallway is mine," the middle-aged man insisted. "Then allow us to investigate," Sato Miwako declared, pushing past the man and into the room. Officer Megure, Takagi Wataru, Conan, and the young detective league followed suit. Bai Ma Song, however, remained at the doorway, observing the unfolding events. He had no prior knowledge of this case, so it was natural that he did not remember it. However, the man's decisive action in opening the door suggested he had nothing to fear regarding the search. Thus, he opted to watch and wait. "What?" As Sato Miwako opened the bathroom door, all eyes turned toward the room, yet they found no body. The corpse had vanished. "How could this be?" the young detective league exclaimed, incredulous. They had not lied, yet the bathroom, once awash in blood, was now inexplicably clean. Most importantly, there was no sign of a body. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, the man spoke calmly. "You see, there is no body at all, is there? This is merely a prank by these children." Hearing the man's skepticism, Conan immediately stepped forward. "But we truly saw it. There was a bloodied corpse lying in this bathroom, while others might dismiss it as a child's prank. He was no mere child, he was Kudo Shinichi, and there was no way he could mistake a body." "Exactly, that's right. Guangyin Dao. I am certain that this man has concealed the truth," Yuan Ta exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" the middle-aged man bellowed. Upon witnessing this, Officer Mumu resolved to trust the young detective league. "It took us approximately 15 minutes to respond to the children's report and arrive here," Officer Mumu stated. "And to hide a body, merely 10 minutes would suffice." Miwako Sato interjected. "Ha, do as you please," the middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. "I shall retire to the second floor for a nap, if there is nothing urgent. Do not disturb me. My brother is about to return. You may inquire with him." With that, the man donned his bathrobe and began to ascend the stairs. "How infuriating. Officer Mumu, the body must still be within the house. That man is undoubtedly suspicious, and we must unearth the body." Miwako Sato shouted in indignation. "Very well, everyone, search thoroughly. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we shall locate the body," Officer Mumu commanded with solemn authority. "Wait a moment," Haku Matsubo interjected. "Officer Mumu, let the forensic team first use luminol reagent to inspect the bathroom." "Luminol reagent? What is that?" Officer Mumu inquired, perplexed. "Luminol reacts with blood to produce a fluorescent response. It is an excellent method for detecting concealed bloodstains." Conan promptly educated Officer Mumu. He beamed as he continued, "Indeed, if there is a fluorescent reaction, it surely indicates the presence of a body." Haku Matsubo observed Conan's display with quiet amusement. The boy had become quite self-satisfied. Indeed, everyone gazed at him with curiosity. "Today's youth are remarkably knowledgeable. I cannot help but feel old," Officer Mumu remarked. This knowledge was imparted by Uncle Maori. Conan quickly added with a playful demeanor. The others did not dwell on it, merely noting that the forensic team was lacking. The forensic team's DMA officer stated stiffly, "What, does the Metropolitan Police Department not even possess luminol?" Haku Matsubo asked coldly. "Well, not exactly, we just haven't used it before," DMA officer stammered, sensing the chill in Haku Matsubo's tone, and he dared not complain, speaking obediently. Haku Matsubo chuckled coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the DMA officer. His disdain palpable, Haku Matsubo was also at a loss. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's incompetence exceeded his expectations. Previously, he thought it was merely a matter of capability. But now it seemed the attitude was the real issue. "Follow me." Ignoring the inept forensic team, Haku Matsubo called everyone and proceeded upstairs. The group, though confused, was most inclined to trust Haku Matsubo's abilities, especially Officer Miwako Sato, and Conan, who promptly followed suit, with others trailing behind. "Be gentle," Haku Matsubo reminded everyone. The heaviest, Officer and Yuenta hurriedly slowed their pace. Haku Matsubo arrived at the doorway of the second-floor room, gathering strength in his legs before delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The door flew open with a forceful kick, revealing two individuals within, one clad in a bathrobe, eyes closed, reclining in a rocking chair, remote control in hand. The other, dressed in a brown suit, stood by the window, seemingly about to leap outside. Hearing the bang, the man by the window instinctively turned to the door and was met with the sight of Haku Matsubo and a large group. He gasped in horror and prepared to jump out the window. However, Haku Matsubo was swifter. In a flash, he positioned himself in front of the man, delivering a punch to his face that left him dazed, then seized the man's tie. Bang! The suited man was hurled toward Officer and the others. A smirk graced Haku Matsubo's lips. Your performance is woefully inadequate. From the moment they entered until this very scene, nearly everyone was left in astonishment. Officer hurriedly inquired, "Haku, what is the meaning of all this?" Conan, experiencing a sudden epiphany, rushed to the rocking chair beside the man. Upon examination, Conan adopted an expression of realization. His gaze toward Haku Matsubo was now filled with respect. He had arrived first. Yet it was Haku Matsubo who uncovered the flaw. This individual and the one in the rocking chair must be twins. Haku Matsubo pointed to the suited man on the floor and continued, "It appears he killed his brother and, upon realizing the police were nearing, attempted to play both roles. As he spoke, Haku Matsubo fixed his gaze on the man on the floor. "I do not know what you plan to do afterward, but your act is far too contrived." Haku Matsubo spoke the truth. Ever since he entered Conan's world, he had become invigorated, especially with cases involving Conan, where there was only one suspect. He recognized it as a solvable puzzle. He had no intention of delving into the suspect's tricks or techniques. Upon noticing the suspect's odd behavior, Haku Matsubo would simply pursue him directly. Faced with the inevitability of capture, the suited man crumbled, clutching his head in despair, and confessed, "His name is Tanaka Tomofumi, and the deceased is his brother, Tanaka Kazuyo." The situation unfolded as follows. The brother had been unemployed for a prolonged period and held leverage over the younger sibling, who was deeply dissatisfied. Consequently, he killed his brother, fearing discovery, and attempted to impersonate him, arranging the body to appear as if the brother had merely fallen asleep. Officer called for Tanaka Tomofumi's arrest, subsequently commending the young detective league for their efforts, thus concluding the case. 3 days passed since the Tanaka case. At this juncture, Haku Matsubo found himself once more at the scene of a homicide. He was somewhat perplexed, since joining the 1st Investigative Division. He had encountered more murders than during his tenure in other departments. Whether this was due to the 1st Division's circumstances or the emergence of Conan remained uncertain. However, what astonished Haku Matsubo this time was the absence of Conan. The current case transpired on a secluded highway. The road featured 2 tunnels, which did not connect, serving as separate paths for vehicles traveling north and south. Not far from the tunnels, the 2 roads converged. Haku Matsubo arrived at the scene, where Miyamoto Yumi from the Transportation Department briefed him on the situation. The deceased, named Nishikawa Kaoru, perished in the northbound tunnel, the cause of death determined to be a collision. Preliminary investigations indicated that he had been struck by a vehicle. His body was dragged northward within the tunnel, and the skid marks from the vehicle were evident from south to north. Therefore, we deduce this to be a case of a pedestrian fatality caused by a wrong-way driver who fled the scene. In response, we conducted inquiries and discovered that only 3 vehicles traversed this stretch of road at the relevant time. All 3 vehicles exited from the northern entrance. Upon hearing this, Haku Matsubo understood. In cases of hit and run, jurisdiction typically fell to the Transportation Department. However, Due to their uncertainty regarding the perpetrator, they sought assistance from the investigative division, which had recently resolved several cases. Indeed, Officer Mumu quickly confirmed Haku Matsubo's thoughts. The transportation department was unsure, thus they turned to the criminal division. And today it is our turn. Miyamoto Yumi nodded in agreement. There was also another reason. She and Miwako Sato were close friends. And during this time, she had often heard Miwako speak of a handsome newcomer in their division, renowned for his keen deductive abilities, which piqued her interest. Miyamoto Yumi continued, the owners of the three vehicles are Mr. Yamaguchi Kazuo, Mr. Ao Kikawa, and Ms. Kimura Reiko. Afterward, she pointed each out to Haku Matsubo. Haki Matsubo observed the trio, Yamaguchi Kazuo, a burly man, Kimura Reiko, a petite lady, and Ao Kikawa, who appeared to be a typical recluse. Have you conducted inquiries? Haku Matsubo inquired of Miyamoto Yumi. Yes, we interviewed them, but found nothing amiss, which is why we called you in, she replied. Haku Matsubo nodded and approached the three suspects. Were you all driving at the time of the incident? Baimasong inquired. Yes, Officer Point 3, how can you prove that you did not drive against the flow? Baimasong posed this question directly. Yamaguchi and the man exhibited a hint of impatience, exclaiming, how long will you keep this up? Officers, I have stated countless times that I was merely bored while driving and glanced at the large screen inside the tunnel, which was displaying the midday news. Yamaguchi's assertion stemmed from the fact that the tunnel was a one-way street. And the large screen was only visible to those driving in the correct direction. Those going against the flow would be unable to see it. Yamaguchi recalled that the news at that time pertained to residential sunlight rights. Speaking of which, a couple of years ago, an apartment building was constructed in front of our home, which affected our sunlight rights. Baimasong nodded, shifting his gaze to the next witness, Aoki Chuan. Aoki reflected. Stating that due to his focus on driving, he did not pay much attention to the large screen. He only remembered the host was dressed in a blue military uniform, but she seemed somewhat careless at the time. After listening, Baimasong continued to the next individual. Kimura Reiko pondered for a moment before saying, I recall that when I was watching, the large screen was showcasing the promotional material for a new work by the esteemed Kudwai Saku. It seemed to be part of the Dark Baron series, which I quite enjoy. After the trio had spoken, Baimasong requested that a recording from the television station during that period be retrieved. Then he bowed his head in contemplation. However, Yamaguchi, unable to wait any longer, shouted, Is this going to take forever? Officers, do you intend to detain ordinary citizens if you can't find the perpetrator? Kimura Reiko added. Exactly. My husband is waiting for me at home. It's already been an entire afternoon. When will this end? Aoki then analyzed. Officers, I believe the suspect may have escaped through a side path. All three of us have seen the large screen. So logically speaking, it is impossible for us to have driven against the flow. Thus, it appears none of us did. Upon hearing Aoki's words, both Yamaguchi and Kimura nodded in agreement. At that moment, Takagi brought forth the suspect's identity information. The other two had no connection to the deceased. However, Mr. Yamaguchi had been an old friend of the deceased, who had borrowed 200,000 yen from him 6 months ago and had yet to repay it. Takagi, examining the information, concluded, It is you, isn't it, Yamaguchi? You harbored resentment over the deceased's failure to repay the money, and taking advantage of this unpopulated moment, you ran him down. Miwako Sato immediately rushed forward, grabbing Yamaguchi by the collar, demanding, No, it wasn't me. Yamaguchi, a robust man, appeared flustered, his hands flailing as he sought to prove his innocence. I have had conflicts with Nishikawa, but I would never kill him. My presence here was purely accidental. Miwako was about to speak again when Baimasong interjected, Detective Sato. He felt that Miwako's demeanor was somewhat off today. Although she was typically full of energy, she was not one to indiscriminately accuse suspects like Murikoger. But Miwako protested, feeling unconvinced. She believed Yamaguchi was indeed quite suspicious and wished to solve the case swiftly. The killer is not him. Baimasong remarked calmly. In fact, one of you three did drive against the flow. That person is you, Aoki Chuan. Baimasong's words struck like a heavy hammer, reverberating in the hearts of all present. How could that be? Aoki hastily defended himself, his voice rigid and somewhat stuttered. I saw the large screen, which proves I did not drive against the flow. Aoki's words echoed the thoughts of the others, who were equally perplexed. However, Officer Megure and Miwako, having worked with Baimasong several times, recognized his exceptional abilities and refrained from hastily rebutting him. Upon hearing Aoki's counter, Baimasong continued, While you did mention the host's attire, you failed to specify the content at that time. That's not a valid reason. I merely didn't pay much attention to the screen. Aoki replied, The crux of the matter is not that. You stated that you thought the host was somewhat careless, did you not? Bai Masong inquired further. Well, yes, I suppose, Aoki conceded. What does that imply? Aoki countered. Bai Masong, undeterred by Aoki's retort, had a video brought forth, fast-forwarding to a specific segment, pointing at the screen as he spoke. According to the sequence in which you exited the tunnel, your orders should have been Mr. Yamaguchi, you, and Miss Kimura. Between the news on Sunlight Rights and the announcement of a new book, there was a military program. This is why you mentioned the host was in military attire. During that program, at one point, the host raised her hand, revealing her shoulder insignia. It is well known that shoulder insignias are worn on the left shoulder, and the host did not wear it incorrectly. Mr. Aoki, you did indeed see the large screen, but you viewed it in your car's rearview mirror. Therefore, from your perspective, the host's shoulder insignia was misaligned. That is why you perceived her as careless. Bai Masong's deduction flowed seamlessly. As he uttered, you saw it in your car's rearview mirror. Aoki's complexion gradually paled. Then provide evidence. Aoki stammered. As for evidence, simply compare the tire marks of your vehicle with those at the scene, and it will reveal they belong to the same car. Bai Masong interrupted Aoki, shattering his hopes. Aoki, upon hearing this, bent over and knelt on the ground, cradling his head and weeping. I truly was just careless. It's all his fault for suddenly rushing out. I didn't mean to do it. Sob, sob, sob. Observing Aoki's confession, Bai Masong turned his attention to Miyamoto Yumi. Miss Yumi, in this case, it is unnecessary to focus on determining if someone drove against the flow. It would suffice to inspect the tire marks, correct? Bai Masong inquired, implying that there was no need to involve them in this matter, as the traffic department could handle such inspections. Miyamoto Yumi appeared momentarily taken aback, as Bai Masong's words seemed to carry weight. Well, that does seem to be the case, she chuckled sheepishly, scratching her head. I appreciate your assistance today. I will treat you all to a meal sometime. No need, Bai Masong replied coolly. It was a significant matter, and I find it troublesome to dine with a lady. Officer Megure and Takagi also declined. However, Miwako remained silent, simply staring blankly at the site of the accident. Miyamoto Yumi, being Miwako's close friend, immediately sensed something was off. Miwako, Miwako, she called, waving her hand in front of Miwako's eyes. Huh? Miwako snapped back to reality. What's wrong, Miwako? Miyamoto inquired with concern. Nothing, Miwako shook her head. Well, it's already this late. Let the traffic department handle the rest. Everyone can go home. Officer Megure glanced at his watch, realizing the hour was late, and declared. Bai Masong nodded at Officer Megure, retrieved his car keys, and prepared to leave. At that moment, Miwako hesitated and called out to him. Officer Bai Masong. May I ask you a few questions? Miwako inquired, somewhat apprehensive. Of course, Bai Masong replied. Then let us grab a bite to eat. I know a fantastic ramen place. Miwako exclaimed with a smile. Lead the way. The two of them entered their respective cars and departed in succession. The crowd was left utterly astonished. What? Both Miyamoto Yumi and the others gazed at the departing vehicle, rendered speechless, their eyes darting towards Officer Megure and Takagi. Officer Megure and Takagi, too, wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to utter a word. The two vehicles arrived sequentially at the parking lot of Cupholder Commercial Street, and upon exiting, they securely locked their doors. Sato Miwako, accompanied by Hakuba S., strode forward and soon reached the entrance of a rather dilapidated establishment that seemed to clash with its surroundings. Hakuba S. looked up, his gaze sharpening. Delicious to the point of death? He queried, turning to Sato Miwako. But is there truly such a boast? Indeed, Sato Miwako nodded vigorously, her face brimming with nostalgia as she made a grand introduction. This place is truly exceptional. Hakuba S. offered no reply but entered the establishment directly, for the proof of its flavor lay in the tasting. Sato Miwako hurriedly followed suit, and upon entering, she called out. Boss, we have customers. The proprietor, Okura Kga, who was busy wiping the counter, looked up and, upon seeing them, broke into a smile. Miwako. It's been a while. Oh, and you've brought a gentleman today? He teased, clearly well acquainted with her. No, it's not like that. He's a colleague from the police department. We're just here to grab a bite after work. Sato Miwako hastily clarified. I see. Okura Kga replied with a hint of regret. He often saw Sato Miwako at the noodle shop and regarded her as a promising junior. At 28, she had yet to experience a romantic relationship, which genuinely concerned him. Boss, I've been singing your praises. So today you must pull out all the stops. Don't let my enthusiasm go to waste. Sato Miwako laughed. Absolutely. I assure you that my ramen will satisfy this gentleman. Okura Kga responded with a hearty laugh. Then let us start with 2 bowls of Inmadeo ramen, Sato Miwako declared. Coming right up. After exchanging pleasantries with the owner, Sato Miwako ushered Hakuba S to sit down. The ramen shop was rather quiet, with only Sato Miwako and Hakuba S present, lending an air of solitude. Noticing the empty seats beside them, Sato Miwako inquired, "Is Lawyer Hashi not here today?" A girl clad in an apron emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 bowls of ramen, and approached Sato Miwako while answering. "Dad has a case today and is working overtime, so he couldn't come for ramen." She was the daughter of Lawyer Hashi. Having grown up eating at the shop and willingly assisting as she matured, she placed the 2 bowls on the table. "Enjoy your meal, Miwako-nichan." "Thank you, Aiyo," Sato Miwako replied with a smile. "Hakuba Inspector, do try it. It is truly delicious," she eagerly encouraged. Hakuba S looked at the Inmadeo ramen before him. The bowl of ramen appeared immensely enticing, with all the expected garnishments, but most notably, it was completely covered with a generous heap of bamboo shoots, leaving no space visible. "Bamboo shoots, Inma?" Hakuba S pondered. "Precisely. The name Inmadeo ramen is derived from the homophone for bamboo shoots." Sato Miwako chuckled. "It's a little cold joke from Boss Okura." Hakuba S nodded in understanding. He picked up his chopsticks, lifted a piece of bamboo shoot, dipped it in the broth, and swallowed it in one go. In this country, the broth is the highlight of ramen, while the noodles are merely an accompaniment. After spending decades here, Hakuba S had grown accustomed to this style of dining. The first bite caused Hakuba S's eyes to widen. The bamboo shoots were remarkably crisp, and the broth was rich in flavor. After tasting a noodle, he discovered it was unlike any he had encountered before. It was not bland at all. On the contrary, it was quite fragrant, and impressively, while flavorful, the broth wasn't overly salty. With every bite, he devoured faster, shedding his usual aloof demeanor. Observing his disheveled state, Sato Miwako couldn't help but laugh. She, too, eagerly grabbed her chopsticks and began to eat with gusto. In this small ramen shop, the sound of their slurping filled the air, embodying the belief that the louder one eats, the more delicious the noodles appear. "I'm full. How delightful," Sato Miwako exclaimed contentedly. "Indeed, it is quite good," Hakuba S said, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, his tone calm. "Inspector Hakuba, do you find such a humble noodle shop to your liking?" Sato Miwako inquired, glancing at the somewhat shabby decor. "I can manage," Hakuba S replied. There was nothing he couldn't adapt to. He was not one to be spoiled. Although he hailed from a prestigious background, in a past life as an ordinary citizen, he had frequented all sorts of eateries. The notion of not being able to adjust simply did not apply to him. "Detective Sato, if you have any questions, now is the time to ask," Hakuba S prompted. "Well, I actually wanted to consult you, Inspector Hakuba, on how to solve cases," Sato Miwako said, clasping her hands together and summoning her courage to inquire. She understood that the case-solving techniques of someone from a family of police officers might be uniquely inherited. But she still wished to ask. This was because she truly, genuinely longed to become an exceptional police officer. Recent cases had left her feeling quite frustrated. She felt that despite her fervor, she continually fell into the traps set by suspects. The recently vanished corpse was one instance, and today's hit-and-run case was another. Even her own father had been of no assistance. Previously, she had regarded the deductive abilities of detectives as a form of talent. However, now, with a remarkable officer so close at hand, she couldn't resist seeking his guidance. Hakuba S set down the handkerchief he had just used, his gaze fixed on Sato Miwako. Remembering Sato Miwako's father, who had perished in a car accident, he seemed to grasp the source of her unease today. The trauma from the car accident case, coupled with memories of her father's untimely death, along with the 2 cases in which she felt helpless, must have caused her considerable distress, prompting her to seek his counsel. Is it not permissible? Sato Miwako shrank slightly under his gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is," Hakuba S affirmed. He had nothing to hide, having merely been pondering Sato Miwako's psychological state. It was the first time he had witnessed such vulnerability in Sato Miwako, who had appeared so delicate just moments ago. I cannot thank you enough, Inspector Hakuba," Sato Miwako beamed, bowing her head in gratitude. "Here, I don't possess any particular techniques for deduction. The ability to deduce is a gift that develops over time," Hakuba S stated plainly. Sato Miwako's face paled momentarily, a sinking feeling washing over her. Could it be that her abilities were mediocre, rendering her incapable of becoming a good police officer? But Hakuba S shifted his tone. "I do have some insights into solving cases." Sato Miwako's expression brightened. "The essence of solving a case is akin to tackling a problem. Whether it is us or those renowned detectives, we are all problem solvers. Hakuba explained. This notion held true. He and Conan were essentially top-tier scholars, capable of deciphering problems at a glance. Coupled with years of experience, their prowess had naturally developed. In contrast, someone like Jin was akin to a premier question setter. He might not have crafted many questions, but he produced plenty. Upon encountering a problem, he instinctively grasped the questioner's intent, thus effortlessly solving it. Every problem has a solution, Hakuba continued. And the cases we encounter can generally be categorized into two types, multiple choice questions and proof questions. Multiple choice and proof questions, Sato Miwako asked, puzzled. Let us begin with multiple choice questions. These involve an unknown culprit but multiple suspects to choose from, typically 3 options. For instance, today's hit-and-run case serves as an example. In such instances, we can apply the approach used in exams, substituting the options to test the answers. For today's case, the Transportation Department has asked us to distinguish among 3 suspects. In fact, it is essential to discern the testimonies they provide, to determine who is lying and who has inconsistencies in their accounts. Generally speaking, we must scrutinize carefully and analyze diligently. This is the proper approach to solving problems. However, we can also directly consider the options available. For instance, as I mentioned earlier, by comparing the tire tracks of the 3 suspects, we can arrive at a conclusion. In this manner, we can circumvent the need for intricate reasoning. When Bai Masong discusses the art of solving cases, he transforms into a veritable scholar, imparting problem-solving techniques to those less knowledgeable. Upon hearing Bai Masong, Sato Miwako listened intently, taking out her police notebook and pen to jot down notes. Observing her earnestness, Bai Masong paused his explanation, allowing her the time to complete her notes. As she continued writing, Sato Miwako noticed an unusual silence and looked up to find Bai Masong watching her. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly admitted, I'm afraid I won't remember everything. Have you finished writing? Bai Masong inquired. Yes, I've completed it, she replied. He then proceeded to discuss proof-based cases, explaining that while the identity of the murderer may be unknown, if there is only one suspect present at the scene, it is highly likely that they are the perpetrator, akin to the recent case involving a missing corpse. Our task, then, is to unravel the enigma they have constructed. For such types of problems, attempting to decipher the puzzle may prove cumbersome. However, we can choose not to engage with the riddle at all. Not engage with the riddle, Sato Miwako asked. Precisely. In a proof-based case, we generally have a suspect in mind, and any action they take in our presence raises suspicion. All we need to do is limit their actions, bypass their puzzle, or even prevent them from setting up a challenge altogether. And we can solve the case directly. I see, Sato Miwako exclaimed, realizing that Bai Masong's decision to follow Mr. Tanaka upstairs was indeed a way to restrict his actions and prevent him from formulating a riddle. Indeed, Bai Masong nodded, pleased by her understanding. Furthermore, he continued, for all types of cases, we can employ a singular, highly effective method, a search. A search, Sato Miwako echoed. The Locard exchange principle states that whenever a crime is committed, the perpetrator will leave traces of their presence at the scene. Therefore, after a suspect has devised a riddle, they will inevitably carry remnants of the crime scene on them, which can be uncovered through a search. Yes, I shall remember that, Sato Miwako affirmed, nodding vigorously before asking, is there anything else? There are also techniques for swiftly identifying suspects, Bai Masong replied. Taking a sip from a bottle of water he requested from the owner before continuing. First, we must categorize the suspects, eliminating those who commit crimes randomly or in a transient manner. Why is that? Sato Miwako queried. Bai Masong contemplated. Because in the realm of Conan, there are no transient or random criminals. While he thought this, he recognized that it would be inappropriate to voice such an opinion aloud. The two possibilities would require an immense expenditure of human and material resources. Instead, we should first investigate the suspects present at the scene. Moreover, suspects usually display confidence after presenting a riddle and are unlikely to flee the scene. Bai Masong stated earnestly. That makes sense. He further elaborated that among the suspects present, those with the least likelihood of having committed the crime and the most solid alibis often appear the most suspicious. Why is that? Sato Miwako inquired, perplexed. Shouldn't those with the least suspicion be the least likely culprits? This must be viewed in conjunction with the previous point, Bai Masong explained. Because confident suspects remain at the scene. Why are they confident? Because they believe their chances of having committed the crime are minimal, and their alibis are robust. This insight utilized the psychology of criminal behavior, a facet of criminal psychology. Ah, this is indeed the study of Conan. How impressive. Did you study this while abroad? Bai Masong? Sato Miwako remarked, her admiration evident. Yes, Bai Masong replied nonchalantly. Additionally, if a suspect is continually self-incriminating or attempting to implicate others, their guilt becomes amplified. Sato Miwako refrained from further questioning, choosing to patiently await the conclusion of Bai Masong's explanation. Such behavior indicates a desire to muddle the waters, making everyone appear suspicious. Furthermore, if they possess a solid alibi, they may seek to exonerate themselves. Bai Masong continued, illustrating another application of criminal psychology. This is also an application of the study of Conan. In essence, these are the key points. In future encounters with cases, you may apply these insights, and I will supplement your knowledge with any new discoveries. Do you have any further questions? No, none at all. Thank you so much, Bai Masong. No trouble at all, he responded, concluding their discussion. After Sato Miwako eagerly insisted on settling the bill, the two departed the ramen shop and made their way to the parking lot, during which Sato Miwako repeatedly expressed her gratitude. They then went their separate ways home. Before long, the next day arrived. Bai Masong sensed something was amiss. Upon arriving at work, many individuals regarded him with a certain emotion, a blend of envy and jealousy. Taking his seat, he retrieved a case report. Nearby, Officer Narazawa stood up and approached Bai Masong's desk. Bai Masong, he began gravely, we are all aware of your association with Detective Sato. Since Miwako has chosen you, I implore you to treat her well and assume your responsibilities as a man. Officer Narazawa placed a heavy hand on Bai Masong's shoulder, speaking earnestly. I beg of you. Officer Narazawa, age 48, held the rank of deputy inspector and was a seasoned detective with extensive frontline experience. He had previously worked alongside Sato Miwako in a team under Inspector Yse. As a longtime friend of Sato Heiji, he regarded Miwako with the affection of a father, having watched her grow up. He was also part of Miwako's protective circle. Bai Masong understood this context and recognized that Officer Narazawa had misconstrued the situation. You are mistaken, Detective Sato, and I do not share that kind of relationship, Bai Masong stated with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Narazawa furrowed his brows, preparing to react. Sato Miwako overheard their exchange and quickly stood up. Her face flushed as she clarified, Officer Narazawa, I merely sought Bai Masong's guidance on case-solving techniques yesterday. Nothing more transpired. Narazawa scrutinized the two with suspicion, poised to speak again when Officer Muro entered the room, announcing loudly, We've just received a report of a homicide. Bai Masong, Sato, Takagi, you are to accompany me immediately. Soon, Officer Muro led them to the crime scene. Upon encountering the familiar figure of Muri Kagoro, Officer Muro's lips twitched. You again, Muri. Muri Kagoro scratched his head, apologetically saying, Officer Muro, today Miss Yudo Eiko invited Ran to model, so I tagged along. Then please provide an overview of the situation at the scene, Officer Muro instructed. Muri Kagoro summarized the circumstances surrounding the incident. After listening, Bai Masong stepped forward to examine the lifeless body of Taniguchi Mika. A swift and decisive death, occurring instantly. Bai Masong assessed the scene and made his observations. Takagi received information from the security personnel present. Aside from the potential perpetrator and Miss Yudo Eiko, everyone else was gathered in the hall. Conan pondered the situation, considering that based on the scene's dynamics, Yudo Eiko was likely the culprit. But how did she commit the crime? Bai Masong shared this thought. Although he had no recollection of this particular episode, it was evidently another proof-based case. He turned to Sato Miwako, stating, Detective Sato, today is the moment for practical application. Sato Miwako nodded in agreement. Contemplating, first, we should eliminate the possibilities of transient or random attacks. Since only Miss Yudo Eiko is present as a suspect, this is indeed a proof-based case. After Miwako, Sato finished speaking. Everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? What proof was there? Conan thought to himself, how could they directly pinpoint a suspect? At that moment, Eiko Tsuya was sweating profusely. Kagoro Muri suddenly interjected, saying, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Miss Tsuya's elevator cannot reach the 8th floor. And even going down the stairs wouldn't provide enough time. She had no opportunity to commit the crime. Miwako Sato paused, realizing that he might indeed have a point, but she glanced at Shiratori and thought, but that's how the teacher taught us. Shiratori, sensing Miwako Sato's questioning gaze, calmly replied, Let me share something with you today. You must interpret Detective Muri's words in reverse. If he identifies someone as the murderer, that person is most likely innocent. If he claims someone has no suspicion, that person is the prime suspect. Upon hearing this, Kagoro Muri was so furious he felt like lashing out. Let's move on. Shiratori continued to Miwako Sato. All right, Miwako Sato nodded. Having already identified the suspect, the next step was to conduct a search, as it could resolve most issues. With that, Miwako Sato stood up and approached Eiko Tsuya. Ms. Tsuya, may I search you? Eiko Tsuya was devastated. She never imagined she would become a suspect. Wasn't she the least likely to be one? Observing Eiko Tsuya's expression, Miwako Sato realized something was amiss and emphasized once more. Ms. Tsuya, please allow us to search you. Unable to contain herself, Eiko Tsuya dropped her bag and fell to her knees, weeping uncontrollably. I confess. I am the one who killed Makako Taniguchi. In one breath, Eiko Tsuya divulged everything, including her method of committing the crime, her motives, and the bloody gloves concealed within her bag. There was nothing she could do. After months of meticulous planning, she had been caught inexplicably, and she simply could not accept it. Not only was she unable to come to terms with it, but Conan was equally perplexed. Why? Why had they solved the case without knowing anything? Wasn't solving a case about gathering clues, employing deductive reasoning, pinpointing the murderer, and finding evidence? Why had they skipped straight to the conclusion? Conan was nearly pulling his hair out in frustration, desperate to ask someone why this was happening. He knew Miwako Sato would never operate in such a manner, and her apparent consultation with Shiratori indicated that the root of the problem lay with the admirable Shiratori. Muri, since that's the case, we'll wrap things up here. Remember to come to the precinct in the next few days to provide a statement. Officer Megure said. All right. I'll make time to go in a few days. Kagoro Muri nodded repeatedly, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He had just claimed Eiko Tsuya was innocent, only for her to be immediately revealed as the murderer. With Officer Megure concluding the investigation, Shiratori naturally prepared to leave as well. As people began to disperse, Conan hurriedly ran to Shiratori, grabbing onto his pant leg. It was all he could reach, and asked, Brother Shiratori, how did you determine who the murderer was? Conan looked up at Shiratori with innocent eyes, observing Conan, who seemed to have fully embraced his childlike identity. Shiratori couldn't help but think of the spirited Shinichi Kudo from the past, and a smirk almost escaped his lips. However, he restrained himself and maintained a stoic expression. This is an application of criminal psychology. You're still too young. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Shiratori stated seriously while patting Conan on the head. Indeed, this is an application of Conan's reasoning. You truly wouldn't comprehend it, Shiratori remarked. Conan was eager to ask more questions, but at that moment, Rand picked him up. Honestly, Conan, you can't interfere with the police's work, she said, bowing to Shiratori. I sincerely apologize, Officer Shiratori. This child has a penchant for deduction, so it's quite all right, Shiratori replied, unfazed. Looking at Conan being carried, he suddenly felt a sense of mischief. Ms. Muri, in truth, a 7-year-old elementary school student is no longer a child. He may know a great deal. You should be mindful of how you treat him, Shiratori said with a serious expression, hinting at something. Upon hearing this, Conan's face shifted between hues of blue and white, while Rand turned crimson and quickly set him down. Kagoro Muri, upon hearing this, was infuriated and charged at Conan, delivering a punch to his head. You little brat. Thud. Ouch. Conan clutched his head, a large bump forming, nearly on the verge of tears. All right. Officer Megure quickly intervened. Muri, such matters of educating children can wait until we get home. Sure thing, Kagoro Muri said, patting Conan on the back. We'll discuss this later. Thus, amidst a peaceful atmosphere, this case came to a close. After a day's work, Shiratori drove home. Passing through the courtyard, he opened the door to find his grandmother, Chiyo Shiratori, still watching television. Upon seeing Shiratori enter, she called out, Ah, Mat-san, have you eaten? Good evening, Grandma. Yes, I have, Shiratori replied while hanging up his coat. Then come and keep me company while I watch TV, his grandmother urged. Patting the sofa beside her, Shiratori nodded and, after slipping on his slippers, walked over. As he approached the television, he focused and noticed that one of the 3 people sitting at the host's desk was none other than Kagoro Muri. The program playing was called All Japan Detective Agency, featuring a case that Muri had previously solved, the notorious murder case involving the Hatamoto Group, one of the most socially impactful cases he had tackled. The Hatamoto Group was a well-known corporation in the Tokyo area. The death of the group's patriarch had caused significant upheaval within the circles, speaking of which, Kagoro Muri had indeed faced a series of remarkable cases recently. From the supernatural happenings at an art museum to high-tech murders, and now the Hatamoto Group's internal conflicts. Which newspaper wouldn't report on him? Noticing Shiratori's intense focus on the television, his grandmother asked, Mas-san, do you know this slumbering Kagoro? I do, Shiratori replied. I just saw Mr. Muri at the crime scene today. He was once a detective. Oh, his grandmother said, her understanding dawning. She likely thought that Muri's fame was not mere coincidence. Then, she seemed to remember something and playfully patted Shiratori's thigh. "Mat-san, I'm glad you didn't take any interest in the photo I showed you back then. I just learned from the program today that girl, Natsukawa, has someone she likes. If you had set your sights on her, that would have been quite the predicament for me." Shiratori chuckled inwardly but maintained a stoic demeanor, saying nothing. Alas, his grandmother sighed, lamenting the demise of the illustrious patriarch of the Hatamoto family. The elder Hatamoto, a former apprentice of Hatamoto Kozo, had spent decades establishing the group and elevating the Hatamoto family. Though his nature was domineering, he had been a prominent figure of his time. Yet now, he had succumbed to his own tyranny. After this reflection, Shiratori and his grandmother continued watching the program. However, suddenly, chaos erupted on the set. Kagoro Mori stood up abruptly, exclaiming something loudly, at which point the director abruptly cut the feed. "What's going on? Was there some mishap with the broadcast?" His grandmother muttered in displeasure. Shiratori, however, wore a grave expression. He could not dismiss it as merely a broadcasting accident. He had just read Mori's lips and discerned the words. "It's over." Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Officer Megure's call came through. "Mat-san, where are you right now? A murder has occurred at the Miho television station. It's urgent. You must come immediately." "Understood. I'll be there right away," Shiratori replied. Moments later, Shiratori stepped out of his black Porsche 959, where Officer Megure was already waiting at the base of the Miho television station building. "Officer Megure," Shiratori nodded in greeting. "Mat-san, ordinarily, you would be off duty. But this time we have no choice." The television station was broadcasting live nationwide just now. Although there was no sound, those with keen hearts managed to disseminate the news, resulting in many across the nation becoming aware of it. Officer Megure ascended alongside by Ma-song, conversing as they walked. In truth, as a detective, one is always on call whenever a case arises. The notion of a vacation is virtually non-existent. However, by Ma-song was different. Being a quintessential second-generation official, he worked under his father's supervision, and Officer Megure was quite willing to grant him face. Thus, during his leisure time or on by Ma-song's days off, Officer Megure typically refrained from summoning him. But today was an exception. Chief Oda had personally issued an order to apprehend the perpetrator within 12 hours, immediately, and without delay. Officer Megure patted by Ma-song on the shoulder. "By Ma, it's all up to you. Let us first examine the crime scene." By Ma-song nodded solemnly. Before long, Officer Megure brought by Ma-song to the crime scene, which was the office of producer Suwa Michihiko. Sato Miwako and Takagi Wataru were already investigating the scene and taking statements from those nearby. Upon seeing by Ma-song arrive, Sato Miwako and Conan's eyes lit up. Conan thought to himself, "I must observe Officer by Ma's investigative techniques closely in this case." Sato Miwako, however, approached directly. "Officer by Ma, you have finally arrived. What is the situation at the scene?" By Ma-song inquired. The victim, Suwa Michihiko, was a producer for this television station. Age 37, he was shot dead with this handgun. The bullet passed through his head and then shattered the glass, Sato Miwako explained. "Additionally, we discovered a considerable number of bullets within this room." Takagi Wataru added. After hearing this, by Ma-song squinted his eyes in contemplation. At that moment, Muri Kaguru also spotted by Ma-song and quickly remarked, "Officer by Ma, it is evident that the assailant entered through the front door and fired multiple shots at Mr. Suwa, forcing him back against the glass before delivering a fatal shot." Officer Megure nodded in agreement. It appears that this is indeed the case. Upon hearing Muri Kaguru and Officer Megure's insights, Conan instinctively shook his head. "No," by Ma-song interjected, raising two fingers as he began to analyze. "There are two aspects that contradict Detective Muri's reasoning. First, why did the assailant manage to deliver a fatal shot yet still leave a substantial amount of evidence in the room?" Muri Kaguru scratched his head, unable to respond. Conan also internally concurred. This aligned with his own thoughts. But why was that? Secondly, by Ma-song paused, he stepped forward, donned a pair of white gloves, and lifted the victim Suwa Michihiko's head, pointing at the wound on his skull. This gunshot wound indicates that the shooting angle was quite high. "Nanny?" Officer Megure asked in confusion. The wound aligned with the glass, and while it was higher than normal, it was still plausible. No, by Ma-song shook his head. The human body structure is complex. It is not merely a straightforward line between 2 points. Based on my experience, combined with the wound and the glass hole, the angle of incidence is peculiar. By Ma-song had studied firearms abroad for many years and was proficient with handguns, rifles, and sniper rifles. This angle of entry would require someone to raise their hand high, keeping their arm still while aiming the wrist downward at the victim. pulling the trigger. After hearing by Ma-song's description, Officer Megure and everyone present were even more bewildered. Who in their right mind would kill someone using such a posture? However, Conan suddenly understood. This was the murder scheme of Matsuo Takashi. With this realization, Conan immediately dashed upstairs. By Ma-song, along with everyone else, failed to notice Conan's departure. By Ma-song continued, thus, it is clear that this bullet did not originate from the entrance, but rather was fired from above. What? Officer Megure and the others were taken aback. Ignoring their reactions, by Ma-song turned to Takagi Wataru and asked, who are the suspects in this case? Takagi Wataru, well-versed in identifying suspects, was the one by Ma-song directed his question to. It is rumored that the victim, Suwa Michihiko, had a conflict with Matsuo Takashi. Apart from him, no one else had a motive. Takagi Wataru promptly replied. So the only suspect is Matsuo Takashi? By Ma-song asked nonchalantly. Yes, currently it is. Takagi Wataru nodded. Upon receiving this answer, by Ma-song cast a discontented glance at Sato Miwako. Since there is only one person, Detective Sato, why not search him? By Ma-song said coldly. Sato Miwako lowered her head in a fluster, remaining silent. By Ma-song understood, the impact of this case was significant. And Sato Miwako might have reservations. Now, search him, by Ma-song commanded. Yes. Sato Miwako replied with determination, inwardly chastising herself for becoming so hesitant. This was not the Sato Miwako she knew. Matsuo Takashi. We kindly request to inspect your personal belongings. Sato Miwako's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Matsuo Takashi, who was sweating profusely. Ever since by Ma-song had spoken, he had felt increasingly uneasy. He never anticipated that his meticulously planned locked room mystery would be so easily unraveled. By the time by Ma-song ordered the search, he felt as though his fate was sealed. I, Matsuo Takashi stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. By the way, by Ma-song added coolly, let's search his phone first. After all, to have the victim's head protruding, only a phone could suffice. Bang! Matsuo Takashi's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain his composure. It was me who did it. It's all because that guy Suwa said. Huff. Seeing the suspect apprehended, Officer Megure sighed deeply. Without by Ma-song, this case could have dragged on indefinitely. At that moment, Conan returned. He thought to himself, this time, I found the real crime scene first. By Ma-song, I have won this round. However, as Conan pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of Matsuo Takashi already kneeling on the ground. Conan's face turned pale. Noticing Conan's entrance, Muri Kaguru realized he had been absent. He approached Conan and delivered a punch. You little rascal! How dare you run off? Bang! Ouch! Conan held his head, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. This time, Rand did not pick him up. He could only crouch on the floor, feeling despondent. By Ma-song, however, paid Conan no mind and addressed Officer Megure, saying, Officer Megure, the case has been resolved, and I must take my leave. All right, Officer Megure quickly replied. By Ma, you should go rest. Leave the follow-up work to Takagi. Takagi Wataru accepted the task silently, speechless. Time swiftly passed to the following day, because he had made by Ma-song work overtime the previous day. Officer Megure felt quite apologetic, thus allowing by Ma-song to take a day off today. The investigative department's third section was indeed a valuable asset and needed to be well cared for. Especially since by Ma-song was the son of a high-ranking official. Naturally, the others did not enjoy such favorable treatment. By Ma-song graciously accepted Officer Megure's kindness. However, his day off was rather uneventful. Thus, he found himself once again at the JLI-CAF. As usual, there were few patrons at the CAF today. By Ma-song made his way to a quiet corner, seated himself, and pulled out the case report along with a detective novel. Upon seeing the case report first, he realized that even though today was a day of rest, the report was akin to a detective novel for him. Welcome, Mr. By Ma. What would you like to drink? The server, Takahashi Yuki, approached and inquired. Just as By Ma-song was about to respond, she continued, All right, the same as last time, I know. Upon witnessing the scene, Hakuba smiled and nodded. At that moment, the CAF door swung open, and Maori Rand stepped inside. As she was there to meet someone, she first scanned the surroundings. It quickly became apparent to her that the person she was waiting for had yet to arrive. However, she soon spotted a familiar face sitting in a corner. Hakuba as she approached him, greeting him with a smile. Good day, Officer Hakuba. Are you on a mission today? Upon hearing someone call his name, Hakuba looked up and recognized Rand. Hello, Miss Maori. I'm off duty today, he replied. Are you perhaps on a date with your girlfriend? Rand inquired further. Not at all, Hakuba S responded, just as Hakuba S and Maori Ran were engaged in casual conversation. Conan entered the CAF. Today, Conan sensed something was amiss with his sister Ran. She had dressed elegantly and mentioned that she was to go on a date with Kudo Shinichi. Initially, Conan felt a surge of happiness, thinking, a date with me. But then he realized, wait, I'm right here. Who is Ran meeting? It seemed as though a wave of confusion washed over him. Hence, he hurriedly followed Ran to Jali ICF. Upon entering, Conan indeed spotted Ran, who was seated at a table with a handsome, aloof-looking man. This man, upon closer inspection, was none other than Hakuba as Conan's thoughts raced, wondering if he was not only losing in the realm of deduction, but also in matters of the heart. With this realization, Conan dashed over to Ran, his expression adorably curious. Sister Ran, you said you were going to meet brother Shinichi, but who is this? As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Hakuba S, whose face bore no expression. Honestly, Conan, why did you come here? Ran chided, and it's quite rude to say that to Officer Hakuba. Upon hearing Ran's reprimand, Conan felt as though his heart was breaking. Ran, she actually. We just happened to run into each other. Officer Hakuba is not the person I am waiting for, Ran clarified, offering Hakuba S an apologetic glance. My apologies, Officer Hakuba. Conan is quite close to Shinichi. So not a problem, Hakuba S replied nonchalantly. Conan's spirits lifted momentarily, but he was still determined to uncover who Ran was truly meeting. Thus, he feigned innocence, stating, Brother Shinichi is taking his sweet time. He hasn't arrived yet. Seeing Conan's comment, Ran assumed he was eager to see Kudo Shinichi, and thus replied candidly, to be honest, the person I came here to meet isn't Shinichi. Who is it then? Conan continued to press. Adopting a cute demeanor, Ran, her face aglow with happiness, said, she is someone very important to me. Is she more important than brother Shinichi? Conan inquired further. Oh dear, how can they even be compared? All right, Ran said, growing impatient. She lightly patted Conan's head. That's enough. Conan, why don't you head home? But I don't want to go home just yet, Conan protested, reclining in his chair at the CAF, acting mischievously. Ran, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Conan's antics, remained gentle and said, by the way, Conan, you like cake, right? Sister Ran will buy you some, but you must behave and go home afterward. Without waiting for Conan's response, she stood up, turning to Hakuba S. Officer Hakuba, could you please keep an eye on Conan? I'll be back shortly. She added to Conan, you must listen now. With that, Ran grabbed her bag and exited the CAF. Oh, Sister Ran, Conan lamented silently, feeling frustrated as he just wanted to see who Ran was meeting. Well, if I have to eat cake, then I suppose I can just wait until I see the person. Conan pondered what to do next. He turned to Hakuba S, realizing this was an opportunity to inquire further. He trotted over to Hakuba S, standing on tiptoe, stretching his neck to peer at the items on the table. He noticed a novel, a report, and a cup of coffee on the table. The novel was the latest installment of the Detective Zemon series, while the report was opened, revealing a title that read Analysis Report on the Television Station Murder Case. Conan's eyes lit up at the sight. This was just the opportunity he was looking for. He leaped up, pointing at the report. Officer Hakuba, is this the report on yesterday's case? Yes, Hakuba S replied, taking a sip of coffee without looking up, and Conan continued to ask. Enough, Hakuba S snapped, closing the report. This is not suitable reading material for children. He was correct. Case analysis reports should not be shared with outsiders. Moreover, he was subtly reminding Conan that his curiosity was not typical for a child. What child is so fascinated by death? However, considering the time he had spent in this world, he realized he had not interacted much with this local child, which was rather unusual. He recalled that today, Ran was supposed to meet her mother, and Conan had mistakenly thought he was being betrayed. This was indeed a bit absurd. Seeing that Hakuba S was ignoring him, Conan felt somewhat bored. Yet his curiosity about this person with superior deductive skills lingered. Adopting a quieter tone, he asked, Officer Hakuba, who do you think Sister Ran's date is? After posing the question, he scanned the CAF for potential candidates. At this lady, he pointed to a woman in a yellow outfit. Or perhaps this older gentleman. He gestured towards a man with a scruffy beard and glasses. Under normal circumstances, Hakuba S would have indulged Conan with some analysis. However, today was different. He had just spotted a woman in a deep blue suit. Her hair elegantly styled, exuding an aura of success and charisma. This woman was indeed Ran's true date, her mother, Muri, the undefeated queen of the legal world. Hakuba S addressed Conan seriously. Conan, while Miss Maori is familiar with you, it is not appropriate to pry into her private matters out of mere curiosity. Furthermore, Discussing strangers in public is quite impolite. Hakuba S's expression held a commanding presence. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, making Conan hesitant to speak further. I'm sorry, Officer Hakuba, Conan mumbled, lowering his gaze. I was wrong. Let it go for today, Hakuba S said coolly. But remember not to do it again. Yes, Conan replied obediently. You need not worry about Miss Maori. Her date should be with that lady over there. Hakuba S nodded towards Arimuri. Why is that? Conan instinctively asked. Conan, you seem anxious. Miss Maori said she not he. Hakuba S explained calmly. I in Japanese. The distinctions between he and she are pronounced differently. Making it clear, just as Conan was about to continue his questioning, Arimuri, sensing Hakuba S's gaze, turned to look. Hakuba S extended his arm in a gesture of greeting. Good day, Attorney Muri. Hello, Arimuri replied, shaking his hand. She then scrutinized Hakuba S, recognizing the report on his table, which led her to deduce his identity. I presume you are Officer Hakubiye. It is an honor to meet you. Ran has mentioned you numerous times. I appreciate your care for Ran and my husband. Not at all, Hakuba S replied, maintaining his composure. I have merely met Detective Muri and Miss Ran a few times and am grateful for their cooperation with the police department. You are too modest, Arimuri said with a smile, having overheard Hakuba S's admonishment of Conan earlier. She found this young man quite impressive, at least far more so than the elusive Kudo Shinichi. Upon hearing this, Conan could not help but feel a sense of dismay. It was now abundantly clear that the captivating woman before him was none other than the biological mother of Ran Muri. Eri Kasaki. Conan's frustration deepened as he pondered the significance of this revelation. After all, who else could hold such importance in Ran's life but a woman? Eri glanced at the case report on the table in front of Heiji Hattori, smiling as she remarked, Officer Hattori, still studying on your day off. Is it regarding yesterday's case? Indeed, Heiji replied. Although the suspect has confessed, the evidence remains somewhat lacking and requires further substantiation. Heiji nodded, gesturing towards the report. Ah, doesn't this case have a recorded phone call? Conan inquired, puzzled. That phone call does not provide any conclusive evidence, Eri interjected. Currently, there is no proof that Takashi Matsuo visited the 9th floor. Nor is there any evidence to indicate that he discharged a firearm. A mere phone call cannot substantiate anything. Precisely, Heiji concurred. The police department's investigations are not mere games of deduction. Without a complete chain of evidence, a conviction is unattainable. In fact, many cases handled by detectives encounter such issues. If it were not for the suspect's poor psychological state, we would find it exceedingly difficult to apprehend them. Though Conan felt somewhat disheartened. He had believed that uncovering the truth and possessing some evidentiary support would suffice for arresting a suspect. Yet, he remained unaware that the requirements for a court ruling were far more extensive than he had imagined. You are still young. You can gradually learn these things, Heiji said, ruffling Conan's hair in a comforting manner. He understood Conan's mindset, yet he spoke the truth. Conan was still a child. Even if we were to consider Shinichi Kudo, he was merely 17. His life was just beginning. Who is this child? Eri inquired, noting the closeness between Conan and Heiji. He is Conan. Heiji replied. Oh, Conan, Eri exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. I have heard about you from Rand. She crouched down to meet Conan's gaze, smiling and adopting a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. Did you come along today because you were worried about your sister Rand encountering any ill-intentioned individuals? Yes, Conan responded quietly, his cheeks flushing. By the way, where has Rand gone? Eri then asked Heiji. Miss Muri went to buy a cake for Conan. Heiji indicated towards the cake shop across the street. Just as the conversation unfolded, a sudden scream pierced the air from the restroom. The three turned their attention to the source of the sound. Realizing it emanated from the restroom, without hesitation, Heiji sprang to his feet and dashed towards the restroom. Conan, seeing this, attempted to follow suit, but Eri firmly grasped his collar. Not so fast, Conan, Eri admonished, with a sense of resignation. Conan complied and sat back down beside her. Meanwhile, Heiji pushed open the restroom door and discovered a young man with long hair seated on the floor, his expression one of sheer terror as he stared at a particular spot. Following his gaze, Heiji noticed a pool of blood seeping from beneath the restroom stall door. Heiji's expression sharpened, and he quickly approached. Donning the white gloves he always carried, he twisted the doorknob, only to find it locked. With determination, he braced himself against the doorframe and exerted force, managing to pry the door open. Inside the stall lay a woman in a yellow dress, sprawled in a pool of blood, a knife resting beside her. Heiji leaped down, maintaining a composed demeanor as he produced his police badge and firmly, yet calmly announced to those outside the restroom, "A body has been discovered in the restroom. Immediately seal off the CF. No one is to leave." Shortly after Heiji reported the incident, Officer Megure, accompanied by a cadre of officers, arrived at the CAF. Officer Megure, with a resigned expression, patted Heiji on the shoulder. "My dear Heiji, your luck is truly." "Officer Megure, let us focus on the case," Heiji interjected. "Understood." Officer Megure nodded, summoning Officer Sato. "Officer Sato, please provide an overview of the situation." "Certainly," Officer Sato replied. "The deceased is Miyabi Himiko, a 24-year-old female. The cause of death was a stab wound inflicted by a sharp instrument. The weapon appears to be the knife beside her. She was struck in the heart and died on the spot. There are also strangulation marks around her neck." "Understood," Heiji nodded, turning to Officer Takagi. "Officer Takagi, please compile a list of suspects." "Yes," Officer Takagi quickly responded. "The individuals who entered the restroom include the deceased, Miss Miyabi Himiko, University Master's student Hiroshi K, baseball coach Jason Tenyama, and Shirwakaji. Hiroshi K was the scruffy university student, Jason Tenyama a towering figure, and Shirwakaji was the long-haired man who had screamed. Due to Heiji's intervention, Eri had not entered the restroom, thereby eliminating her as a suspect. So, aside from the deceased, our suspects are these three gentlemen, correct?" Heiji inquired. "Indeed," Officer Takagi confirmed. With Officer Takagi's affirmation, Heiji turned to Officer Sato. "Officer Sato, employ the techniques I taught you." He was not pressuring Officer Sato. Rather, he desperately needed someone capable of taking action in his absence. Moreover, Officer Sato was indeed a woman of strong principles, and he hoped she would embody more than just those ideals. "Techniques?" Eri questioned, somewhat perplexed. "It seems to be a unique skill of Officer Heiji that enables one to directly identify the culprit," Conan replied. The notion of pinpointing the perpetrator seemed quite fantastical to Eri. Yet, seeing that no one around her expressed doubt, she chose to remain silent. After hearing Heiji's instructions, Officer Sato nodded earnestly. "All right." She then approached the three summoned individuals. "First, we can eliminate the possibility of a transient crime or random murder. Thus, we can dismiss any chance of exiting through the window," Officer Sato analyzed. "Indeed," Heiji agreed. "Therefore, the only way out from the restroom where the deceased was located is through the gap of the door frame. Consequently, it would be impossible for the towering Jason Tenyama to exit through such a narrow opening. Shirwakaji might manage, but Hiroshi K certainly could. Thus, it appeared that Jason Tenyama bore the least suspicion, followed by Shirwakaji, with Hiroshi K being the most likely suspect. Consequently, the most suspicious individual turned out to be Jason Tenyama. Officer Sato concluded her analysis with confidence. Indeed, Heiji expressed his approval, recognizing the accuracy of her deductions. However, the others were left bewildered. Jason Tenyama, in particular, was extremely displeased, erupting in outrage. "What is this nonsense? What kind of logic is this?" Heiji remained unfazed by Jason Tenyama's outburst, having encountered such indignant suspects numerous times. "Officer Sato, since we have determined the suspects, what are you waiting for? Search them." "Yes, Officer Heiji," Officer Sato affirmed. Stepping forward to address Jason Tenyama. "Mr. Tenyama, may we conduct a search?" Typically, at this juncture, a guilty suspect would already be pleading for forgiveness, weeping and confessing their wrongdoing. Yet today, Jason Tenyama was different. He remained composed, a mocking smile gracing his face. "Sure, why not? It is our duty to cooperate with the police." "Officer, please, do proceed." Officer Sato was taken aback by his response, questioning whether she had misjudged the situation. Was he not the culprit? Yet Officer Heiji had also agreed. She glanced at Heiji, silently seeking guidance on how to proceed. Heiji, observing Jason Tenyama's calm demeanor, wore a knowing smile. "Mr. Tenyama, I hope you will still be able to smile after this." With that, he turned to the forensic officer, Detective Togami. "Detective Togami, did you bring the luminol reagent today?" "Yes, I did," Detective Dingmi promptly replied. During the previous case involving Tianzhong Jiji, they had forgotten to bring luminol, and upon returning, they were met with a severe reprimand from their superior. Now, he carried it with him wherever he went, for he dared not forget it again. Since he had it on hand, it was time to apply it to this student from Daiyama, particularly here. Bai Masong pointed to the bandage on Daiyama Shirsan's finger and emphasized. Indeed, Detective Dingmi, not daring to be negligent, immediately approached with the luminol reagent and sprayed it onto the bandage on Daiyama Shirsan's finger. Sure enough, the bandage changed color, but what could this possibly indicate? Daiyama Shirsan, unaware of the luminol reagent, continued to stubbornly deny any implications. It doesn't indicate anything. It merely shows that there are bloodstains on your bandage, Bai Masong coldly remarked. Next, we'll take your bandage for a DNA comparison. And I believe we will find that it contains the blood of Miss Hino Yaya. WH what? Daiyama Shursen exclaimed in disbelief. This was disastrous. The meticulously constructed closed room he had devised had been inexplicably unraveled. How infuriating. Daiyama Shursen, who was naturally more inclined to action than thought, felt his violent instincts surge upon realizing his exposure and charged towards the door guarded by Masong. Everyone, step aside. Daiyama Shursen shouted. Standing at over 2 meters tall, Daiyama Shursen's imposing stature was starkly contrasted by Masong's height of just over 1 meter 80, causing those around them to worry for Masong's safety. However, only Officer Mumu understood that Masong possessed a level of combat prowess that was nothing short of monstrous. He had witnessed, firsthand, Masong incapacitating 3 armed assailants, and Daiyama Shursen was hardly a match for him. Just as Officer Mumu had anticipated, Masong effortlessly halted Daiyama Shursen's charge with a single outstretched hand. With another firm push, Daiyama Shursen's head was forcefully pressed to the floor. Daiyama Shursen cried out in agony. Bang! Masong kicked the down Daiyama Shursen, sending him tumbling in front of Officer Mumu and the others. Assaulting an officer adds another charge, Masong stated coldly. Sato, cuff him and take him away. Yes, Sato Miwako responded. Thus, the murder case at the CAF reached a conclusion. Observing the case's resolution, Maso Miwako, Sato's face was flushed, and her head was steaming with rage at that moment. She yearned to strike her insufferable best friend. So, tell me, do you have any feelings for Inspector Hakuba? Yumi Miyamoto asked with a sly smile. No. Miwako Sato replied softly. Really? None at all? Yumi pressed. Truly none, Miwako reaffirmed. Then I must act. Such a valuable resource cannot be overlooked. Miwako exclaimed, startled. Ha ha ha, look at you. Just as the group began their casual chatter, a piercing scream echoed from outside the door. What on earth is happening? They all wondered internally. Hakuba and Miwako, being detectives, reacted with remarkable swiftness. They stepped out of the private room in succession. What has occurred? Miwako urgently inquired of the manager. Tachiya, he's dead, the manager stammered, pointing toward another room. What? Miwako gasped. Following the direction of the finger, there lay a man with a wild, golden-haired perm, contorted in agony on the floor, surrounded by a throng of people. Hakuba scanned the crowd and indeed spotted the familiar figure of the large-headed doll. Additionally, there was Ran Muri, accompanied by a short-haired girl. Presumably Sonoko Suzuki. Hakuba's gaze met Conan's, who immediately shouted with excitement. Hakuba Nai! Hakuba Nai! Ran turned toward the sound and saw Hakuba. Officer Hakuba, are you here to sing karaoke too? Hakuba nodded, then with a grave expression asked. How's the situation? Mr. Kimura Tachiya is beyond saving, Conan interjected promptly. Upon hearing this, Hakuba took out his police badge and addressed the onlookers. Police investigation in progress. I ask for your cooperation, Miwako. Contact the KTV manager and secure the scene. Understood, Miwako affirmed with a decisive nod. Miss Muri, could you please call the police? Of course, Ran replied, pulling out her phone to make the call. After completing these tasks, Hakuba stood by, assisting in the scene's cordoning off. Although he was also a policeman, the formal investigation had yet to commence, thus he could only prepare for what lay ahead. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to murmur, and Sonoko's gaze shifted to Hakuba. My goodness. He is undeniably handsome, Sonoko thought to herself. Once Ran concluded her call to the police, Sonoko eagerly approached her, asking, Ran, who is this handsome guy? How do you know him? Why didn't you tell me about such a charming fellow? Sonoko, Ran responded, half amused and half exasperated. This is Inspector Hakuba, the one I mentioned to you before. Sonoko gasped, covering her mouth. Itsm. She then feigned a dramatic expression of heartbreak. To think I had overlooked such a striking gentleman. The two continued their conversation. Soon, Officer Megure arrived at the KTV with his team. He surveyed the surroundings and was surprised to see Hakuba once again. The corners of Megure's mouth twitched. Hakuba, my dear brother. It seems I encounter you at crime scenes more frequently these days. Upon hearing this, Hakuba felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was it not implying that he was the harbinger of death wherever he went? At that moment, Miwako stepped forward. Officer Megure, we brought Inspector Hakuba here for a karaoke night, intending to unwind. But who could have predicted? I see, Officer Megure said. Dawning understanding. It seems my newly acquainted brother is not a harbinger of doom after all. He then turned to Takagi, assigning him a task. Takagi, please begin questioning the suspects. Yes, sir, Takagi replied, promptly interrogating everyone present, including Ran and her companions, as well as Yumi and Naoko from the adjacent room. Naturally, these were routine inquiries, and they had little to no suspicion cast upon them. After speaking with Takagi, Officer Megure turned to Hakuba. Hakuba, has anyone attempted to leave the premises? Hakuba nodded no. Upon hearing the scream, Miwako and I rushed over to investigate and secured the scene. Officer Megure contemplated for a moment, stating, it appears the culprit is among those present. Indeed, Hakuba agreed. Before long, Takagi concluded his questioning and approached Megure and Hakuba, presenting his findings from the investigation. Apart from Ran, Sonoko, and Conan, 4 individuals had emerged as suspects. They were the manager, Sumi, who had brought the dishes, Mieko Shibasaki, who sang before Kimura Tachiya, Katsuki Yamada, who had handed a rice ball to Kimura, and the band manager, Mari Terahara, who had stepped out to make a phone call but harbored a grudge against Kimura. Hakuba nodded thoughtfully before turning to Miwako. Miwako, what do you deduce? After a moment of contemplation, Miwako responded. Based on Takagi's remarks, it is evident that Mieko Shibasaki could have applied poison to the microphone, while Katsuki Yamada could have poisoned the rice ball. The manager could have tainted the food as well. All 3 are suspicious, whereas Mari Terahara was on the phone and not present, thus her suspicion is the lowest. However, this ironically makes her the most likely culprit, Miwako concluded, drawing from their experience at the CAF. Officer Megure and his team had developed a resilience to such matters. Even Conan had grasped the principles behind Hakuba's investigative techniques. He mused that Hakuba had previously mentioned this was a matter of criminal psychology. Observing the current situation, it seemed that the perpetrator's confidence was inversely proportional to their likelihood of guilt. Thus, the individual least suspected was indeed the culprit. He, Conan, understood. He was convinced this was the secret to Hakuba's unique investigative prowess. And he too could achieve the same speed in solving cases. After hearing Miwako's reasoning, Hakuba silently commended her progress, thinking to himself that Miwako had finally honed her skills. What are we waiting for? Let's search, Hakuba commanded. Receiving Hakuba's approval, Miwako approached Mari Terahara. Miss Terahara, may we conduct a search? Mari sighed, a relieved smile breaking across her face. No need, she said, pulling a lighter from her pocket. This is Tachiya's lighter. Mari explained. A lighter? I see. A spark of realization flickered in Conan's mind. He comprehended the method behind the crime. This is evidence of Miss Terahara's modus operandi, Hakuba stated. Hakuba, my dear brother, have you discerned the method of the crime? Officer Megure inquired with excitement. In previous cases, Hakuba had relied on Miwako for assistance, which left him uninformed about the method of the crime, forcing him to interrogate suspects slowly and laboriously. It was exhausting. Just before his death, Kimura had performed his signature song, Crimson Venus. Each time he sang, he made a gesture of tossing his clothing, requiring him to grasp the fabric at the elbow. Miss Terahara, however, had poisoned the elbow area of her own clothing and then swapped outfits with Kimura. Thus, when she sang Crimson Venus and Kimura took the stage to perform, the murder would unfold seamlessly. Hakuba recounted the method of the crime with unwavering composure and precision. Upon hearing this, Conan felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. The appearance of Hakamatsu's song does not seem to have been a recent development. Does this not imply that he has once again faced defeat? The officer's assertion holds true. It is indeed as such. Mari Terahara chuckled helplessly and remarked, however, it is all his fault. I have always harbored feelings for Tatsuya. When he formed a band and invited me to be the manager, I believed he must have feelings for me as well. Gradually, Mari Terahara began to unveil her past. Thus, I joined the band. I underwent cosmetic surgery for him. But, as she spoke, Mari's emotions became increasingly agitated, her eyes reddening. But he changed. He constantly referred to me as an ugly monster. He was insulting me. Therefore, I truly cannot forgive him. As she uttered these words, Mari Terahara could no longer contain herself, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. It is not like that. Both Hakamatsu-san and manager Tsujiuchi said simultaneously. Mari Terahara lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes searching for them. Mr. Tatsuya likely wishes for you to recognize your own worth, Hakamatsu-san said gently. Mari Terahara paused, taken aback, and looked pleadingly at manager Tsujiuchi. It is true. Manager Tsujiuchi nodded. Tatsuya has always loved you. He has felt guilty about your decision to undergo surgery for him. Furthermore, this is a love song he wrote for you." As he spoke, manager Tsujiuchi produced a note. These lyrics will be part of his forthcoming song that he said he would wait for your return. Upon hearing this, Mari Terahara could no longer hold back. Her emotions shattered completely. Two individuals who loved each other ended up harming one another due to misunderstandings. The conclusion of this case is indeed lamentable. In the police car, Miwako Sato reminisced about a previous case. Her expression somber. Lovers who ultimately turn against one another, ending up killing their beloved due to misunderstanding. Such occurrences truly evoke a sense of regret within her sensitive heart. There is nothing to regret. Hakamatsu-song stated coldly from the side. The man is hypocritical, while the woman is selfish and insecure. When neither party can engage in rational communication, it is only a matter of time before problems arise. His words felt like a cold splash of water to Miwako Sato's mind. What? Miwako Sato felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. About to voice her grievances, Hakamatsu-song glanced out the window. "We have arrived." As they reached their destination, Miwako Sato instinctively looked towards Hakamatsu-song, the sunlight filtering through the trees and illuminating his profile, lending an unexpected warmth to the typically austere figure of Hakamatsu-song. This version of Inspector Hakamatsu is rather handsome. "Sato, we have arrived," he reminded her in a frigid tone, noticing she had yet to exit the vehicle. "Oh, coming right away," Miwako Sato hurriedly replied. The two stepped out of the car, gazing at the cluster of buildings nestled on the mountainside before them. The architectural complex, situated beside a waterfall, is a temple built into the mountainside. Below the temple, towering stilts constructed from the mountainside augment the structure's ethereal quality. The nearby waterfall, mingling with cherry blossoms scattered from the mountains above, cascades over the temple's walkway. During the season of blooming cherry blossoms, anyone who beholds this temple scenery would undoubtedly exclaim it to be a paradise. A celestial realm, the temple's entrance bore the inscription Sami Temple. Early that morning, as Hakamatsu-song had just arrived at the police headquarters, he received a report from Kaguro Muri, claiming a murder had occurred at Sami Temple. Due to the temple's remote location in the mountains, both Hakamatsu-song and Miwako Sato opted to travel by police vehicle to avoid damaging their own cars. Observing the temple, Officer Megure sighed heavily. Hakamatsu-song and Miwako Sato noticed his demeanor, though they could not quite grasp its significance. Only Megure's assistant, Wataru Takagi, seemed to have an inkling of the underlying circumstances. Upon entering Sami Temple, the Muri family awaited them. Surrounding them were 4 monks of varying heights and builds. "Muri, it was you who reported the case, correct? Where is the body?" Officer Megure inquired. "Officer Megure, the body is hanging in the temple's confinement room." Kaguro Muri replied. "Everyone, follow me." He then led the group toward the confinement room. The confinement room measured nearly 10 square meters but soared to a height of nearly 10 meters. Upon entering, the group was met with a shocking sight. In the confinement room hung an elderly man clad in black monastic robes, his eyes wide open in terror, suspended 7 to 8 meters above the ground from a beam. Upon witnessing this scene, Hakamatsu-song, Miwako Sato, and Wataru Takagi were taken aback, while Officer Megure felt an even deeper familiarity with the scenario. The enclosed space, the elevated ceiling, the broken wall, and the high suspended body all contributed to the unsettling atmosphere. Officer Megure could not help but close his eyes, unable to bear the sight. After a moment, he opened his eyes, placed a hand on Hakamatsu-song's shoulder, and solemnly stated, "Hakamatsu, I implore you to exert all your strength in solving this case." Hakamatsu-song nodded, and before he could respond, Officer Megure continued, 2 years ago, I dealt with a remarkably similar case in this very Sami Temple, the same confinement room, the same high suspended body. Back then, I believed it to be a murder case. However, after meticulously searching the entire temple, I could not find a single clue. Unable to uncover any leads and reluctant to waste police resources, I had no choice but to abandon the investigation, relegating it to a cold case left to gather dust. Yet now, it has resurfaced. Though 2 years have passed, I recall every detail vividly. Upon seeing this, I knew it was the same modus operandi. I suspect this is the work of the same murderer. Striking once more, just as each individual harbors their own cherished memories, every detective holds on to a case they cannot forget. Officer Megure, having encountered Yusaku Kudo early in his career, solved numerous cases in the past year. With the assistance of Shinichi Kudo, he has cracked every case presented to him. It could be said that Officer Megure's career as a detective has been smooth sailing. However, the case from 2 years ago, a completely sealed room. The inexplicable high suspended body, coupled with the clean and tidy crime scene, left an indelible impression on him. This impossible event has since become a nightmare and an obsession for Officer Megure over the past 2 years. Upon arriving at Sami Temple, he vowed to uncover the murderer. Yet he also realized that he could not accomplish this alone. After all, had he been capable of solving it, he would have done so 2 years prior. Thus, he could only place his hopes on his superior brother, Hakamatsu-san. Hakamatsu-san nodded solemnly as a detective. Though still young, he had experienced numerous cases. He deeply understood Officer Megure's frustrations and determination at times. It is precisely this unwavering dedication from detectives that allows long-stalled cases to reach resolution. Rest assured, I too shall solve this case, Hakamatsu-san stated calmly, yet resolutely. He had a recollection of this case. While the mention of Sami Temple initially did not ring a bell, upon seeing the body suspended high above, memories flooded back. This case ranks among the most intricate in the annals of Detective Conan. Officer Megure, let us first have them introduce the scene, Hakamatsu-san suggested. Yes. Officer Megure snapped back to reality, hastily saying, Mori, please explain the circumstances surrounding this case. Certainly, Kagoro Mori replied, clearing his throat as he recalled the events of that morning and organized his thoughts. This morning, the individual who hanged himself was the head monk of Sami Temple, Monk Tenyu. This morning, when Ran and I awoke to have breakfast, Monk Tenyu was absent, so Master Kuan Yin went to find him. After waiting for a while, we heard Master Kuan Yin scream. Following the sound, we discovered Monk Tenyu hanging lifelessly from the beam that I immediately instructed Ran to call the police, after listening to the words of Kagoro Mori. Hakuba Seki pondered for a moment before speaking. Very well, Sato, Takagi, take the forensic team and conduct a thorough search. No clue should be overlooked. Understood, replied Miwako Sato and Wataru Takagi in unison, having assigned tasks to Sato and Takagi. Hakuba Seki continued, Officer Megure, I would like to inquire about these masters. Officer Megure nodded, his eyes filled with warmth as he said, I entrust this to you, my dear Hakuba. With that, Hakuba approached Kagoro Mori. Detective Mori, as per our usual protocol, I must conduct a routine inquiry. What were the three of you doing last night? Last night, you say? Kagoro Mori recalled, we didn't do much, just slept in the guest room. However, there was one incident. What was it? Hakuba prompted. Kagoro Mori scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Last night, Ran played a little trick that startled us, and our screams kept several of the masters from having a good night's sleep. It was unintentional, Ran added. Her cheeks flushed as she stuck out her tongue playfully. Was there nothing else? Hakuba inquired. No. That's all, Kagoro Mori replied. Hakuba nodded and turned to seek out the 4 monks from Samido Temple. Observing Hakuba's departure after his questioning, Conan quietly contemplated. Hakuba must still be relying on his criminal psychology to solve the case. Therefore, if I can utilize his methods first, I might be able to crack the case before him. With this thought, Conan began to apply the formula. First, he eliminated the possibility of a transient criminal and focused on finding the perpetrator within the temple. Next, he identified several potential suspects. I've successfully narrowed it down to the 4 monks of Samido Temple. Then, he aimed to determine the least suspicious individual among the 4, who would likely be the most culpable. The least suspicious. Goodness, this case doesn't appear to be a human homicide at all. These 4 individuals seem incapable of committing such an act. Where is this least suspicious person? After much analysis, Conan found himself at a loss. Curse it, Hakuba is deceiving me. Meanwhile, Hakuba began to interrogate the 4 monks. Starting with the one who discovered the body, Master Kuan Yin. Master Kuan Yin, may I ask what you were doing last night? Did you hear any unusual sounds? Hakuba inquired. Last night, I was sleeping in my room. In the middle of the night, I heard Detective Muri's screams and went out to check. Afterward, I returned to sleep, Master Kuan Yin stated. Hakuba noted, continuing. This morning, you were the one who discovered the host's body. Correct? Yes, Master Kuan Yin confirmed. The body was hanging from the beam, and ordinarily, a person would not look up to notice it. How were you able to detect the host's body immediately? This is because, Master Kuan Yin hastily replied. 2 years ago, Brother Zhong Yin also died in that very spot, and we were the ones who discovered the body. It was only natural for Master Kuan Yin to think this way. Listening nearby, Master Moon Yin interjected, Indeed, that makes sense. Hakuba agreed with this reasoning that he then proceeded to question Master Moon Yin and Master Tun Yin in a similar manner. Both responded with similar statements, merely indicating they had not gone out to investigate. By the way, where's Master Xion Yin? Hakuba noticed one person was missing. Master Xion Yin seems to have gone out. We don't know where. And he hasn't mentioned it, Master Quan Yin replied. Hakuba squinted. Running around at this time is not something a normal person would do at that moment. Miwako Sato, having finished her examination of the scene, approached Hakuba to report. Officer Hakuba, we found no fingerprints on the rope, axe, or the host's clothing. Just like the case 2 years ago, the scene is remarkably clean. We haven't discovered anything. Miwako Sato appeared somewhat disheartened. Hakuba nodded in acknowledgement. Having anticipated such an outcome, Miwako Sato then voiced her frustration. This case doesn't seem to fit the techniques you taught, Officer Hakuba. If it doesn't fit, then don't use it, Hakuba replied calmly. Believing too blindly in techniques is not as good as having none at all. Techniques are merely tools. True ability is fundamental. I may have forgotten to mention that these techniques are simply some tricks I've summarized. They may be useful but cannot be universally applied to every case. You may use them appropriately, but ultimately, we must rely on the existing evidence. That we must not be overly superstitious, or we risk wrongful accusations. In fact, it is akin to the adage we learned in school. When faced with 3 short and 1 long, choose the shortest. When faced with 1 short and 3 long, choose the longest. It may have some utility, but it is not applicable to every problem. When you can solve every problem, you won't even need it. Then, Officer Hakuba, could you teach me the true strength of reasoning? Miwako Sato eagerly inquired. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it, for Hakuba was now looking at her with an expression that suggested, if I could teach you, I would have done so already. It's simply your own limitations. Heh. Miwako Sato lowered her head in embarrassment. Feeling a bit ashamed of her own foolishness, Hakuba paid no heed to her thoughts and continued. Come, accompany me down the mountain. Why are we going? Miwako Sato instinctively asked. What else could it be? Hakuba shot her a look of exasperation, coldly stating, to find evidence. Oh. Samido Temple is situated on a mountainside, with a vast expanse of grassland at its foot, adjacent to a lush forest. Officer Hakuba, have you already deduced the method of the crime? Miwako Sato inquired curiously. Hakuba affirmed. Wow, that's impressive, Miwako Sato exclaimed, her admiration evident as she eagerly pressed. Please tell me how you figured it out. Unbeknownst to her, as she conversed with Hakuba, she had gradually begun to reveal her youthful demeanor, her tone taking on a playful lilt, making her appear quite endearing. Of course, Hakuba was oblivious to these nuances. In response to Miwako Sato's question, he merely stated, let's find clues first. We can discuss the method of the crime later. Oh, all right, Miwako Sato agreed. What kind of clue are we looking for? A piece of wood with tape on it, Hakuba replied. With that, the two separated to search the grassy field. Officer Hakuba, I found it, Miwako Sato shouted excitedly. Hearing her, Hakuba turned to see Miwako approaching with a piece of wood stuck with tape, beaming with triumph. Officer Hakuba, look at this. Is it the one? She asked, her face alight with joy. Indeed, that's it. Hakuba examined the piece carefully and nodded. Let us head back. Miwako Sato's smile gradually faded. Well done, keep up the good work in the future, Hakuba added as a compliment. Hee, I did all right, didn't I? Her smile returned once more, after obtaining the crucial evidence of the wooden fragment. Hakuba and Miwako Sato made their way back to Samido Temple. Upon their return, just as they entered the temple gate, they encountered the previously missing Master Shionyen. Hakuba squinted his eyes and called out, Master Shionyen. Master Shionyen turned to look, noticing Hakuba and Miwako. He performed a Buddhist greeting and inquired, Officer Hakuba, do you need something? Where have you been? Come with us. We need to conduct a routine inquiry. Hakuba said, adopting an expression of scrutiny, his naturally stern face giving him an air of suspicion. This made Master Shionyen quite anxious. All right, Officer Hakuba, feel free to ask any questions, he hurriedly replied. Where were you last night? What were you doing? Did you hear any unusual sounds? Baimasong posed a series of 3 questions. Shonyen contemplated for a moment before responding. Last night, I spent the entire evening in my room studying scriptures. And amidst the silence, I heard Miss Maoli's piercing scream. What? Baimasong and Sato Miwako exchanged glances, both having discerned the gravity of the situation. However, they chose to remain silent. Bai Masong replied nonchalantly, "Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Master Shunyan, let us proceed thus." Shunyan sighed with relief and smiled, saying, "Not a bother at all." With that, he bid farewell to the two and departed. As he watched Shunyan walk away, Bai Masong turned to Sato Miwako and instructed, "Sato, ensure that someone keeps a close watch on Master Shunyan." "Understood," Sato Miwako replied earnestly. Subsequently, she made a phone call to inform Officer Megure about Shunyan's concerning statement, emphasizing the need for vigilance. "Now, let us revisit the walkway," Bai Masong stated, making his way toward the temple's walkway. Sato Miwako acknowledged and quickly followed suit. The walkway was situated at the pinnacle of the Shandi temple, closely abutting the topmost window of the confinement room, the only access point to the beams of the room. Thus, when the tragic incident occurred 2 years prior, Officer Megure and his team had considered this entry point, but it was ultimately dismissed due to the beam's narrowness. On the opposite side of the walkway flowed a waterfall descending from the mountaintop, mingled with cherry blossoms drifting down, cascading against the railings of the walkway. Bai Masong and Sato Miwako arrived at the walkway, where Sato Miwako inquired first, "Inspector Bai Masong, what brings us here?" Without responding, Bai Masong approached a wooden plank on the walkway. He pressed down firmly, lifting the plank with ease. Then he positioned one end against the railing and the other against the confinement room's window, causing the waterfall's flow to redirect into the room. "What is this?" Sato Miwako exclaimed in astonishment. Upon seeing the water cascade down, Bai Masong retracted the plank and turned to her, stating, "They say that perhaps only the legendary Kurokes could have executed this crime." With a gesture toward the plank, he added, "And this is what is referred to as the power of Kurokes. Officer Sato, please inform Officer Megure and summon everyone here. I have unraveled the case." Before long, everyone gathered in the confinement room, where Bai Masong awaited their arrival. As soon as they entered, Officer Megure, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Bai Masong, have you truly deciphered the method behind the crime?" "Indeed," Bai Masong nodded. "Then how did the perpetrator manage to suspend the abbot Tian Yong from the beams, 8 to 9 meters off the ground?" Officer Megure pressed further. Conan, too, was perplexed by the same question, having been momentarily dazed by what he perceived as Bai Masong's method of deduction, only to realize that the case had already been resolved. "With water," Bai Masong replied calmly. "With water?" Everyone echoed in confusion. Bai Masong pointed upwards, explaining that by channeling the waterfall's flow through the skylight above, the room could be filled with water, allowing a person to float. "How could that be possible?" Officer Megure exclaimed incredulously. "Wouldn't the body be soaked? We found no traces of water on the corpse. A rubber boat can be utilized," Bai Masong elaborated. "While inspecting the temple, I spotted a rubber boat. If the body were placed upon it, water would not come into contact with it. However, there is a considerable distance between the waterfall and the skylight. How can we direct the water inside?" Officer Megure raised another question. Listening to him, Bai Masong called out, "Sato, coming." In an instant, water surged forth, mesmerizing everyone present. "We can use a wooden plank, sealing the gaps with tape, then flipping it over to bridge the gap between the railing and the skylight, allowing the waterfall's flow to enter the confinement room." Bai Masong continued. He then walked to the wall and picked up a cherry blossom petal, showcasing it to everyone. "The waterfall will carry cherry blossoms from the mountaintop, and the blossoms within the room confirm that water once flowed in here. In other words, after strangling Abbot Tian Yong, the murderer moved him to this room, placed him in the rubber boat, sealed the entrance door with tape, and escaped through. Snapping back to reality, I gazed upon the lifeless form of the host, realizing that I could only resort to this method. With a deep sigh, Xiongnian spoke to Bai Masong, saying, "Officer, if only it had been you 2 years ago." Bai Masong, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. "Even if I had arrived 2 years prior, it would have made no difference. By the time you discovered the body, several days had already passed, and the evidence must have been completely obliterated by the host. Even if we knew the truth, we would be unable to secure a conviction. That's so?" "Ha ha." Xiongnian's laughter was laced with regret, as if their fate had been sealed from that very moment, unalterable. Time passed swiftly, and a few days later, at Bai Ma's residence, it was a tranquil evening, and Bai Masong lay in bed, leisurely engrossed in a detective novel. Since the incident at Shandi Temple, there had been no reports of homicides, which left Bai Masong in a rather good mood. He was reading Agatha Christie's The Roger Ackroyd Mystery, a seminal work in narrative deception, which remained one of Bai Masong's favorite detective tales to this day, just as he was absorbed in the story. The telephone on the bedside table rang. Bai Masong picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID.it was Conan. Hello, Bai Masong's cool voice came through the line, reaching Conan's ears. Bai Ma Go. I'm at the Mihua Library with Yuan Tai and the others. A murder has occurred here. Conan spoke hurriedly, trying to keep his voice low. Before Bai Masong could respond, Conan continued. The culprit is the librarian, and he is currently searching for us. Bai Ma Go. You must come quickly. Find a place to hide. Bai Masong replied at breakneck speed. After hanging up, he quickly dressed, opting for a black tracksuit for convenience. Mihua Library, could this be related to the drug trafficking case involving the librarian? Bai Masong pondered. Although he couldn't remember the details clearly, he took precautions and retrieved a handgun from a locked drawer. While he was bold and skilled, there were certain risks one should not underestimate. That it was always wise to be prepared. As for how he acquired it, despite Japan's stringent gun laws, as the son of the police commissioner, he had his avenues. Fully equipped, Bai Masong was ready to depart. That moment, his grandmother had already gone to bed, so he made a concerted effort to leave quietly. Exiting his home, Bai Masong slid into his Porsche 959 and drove towards the Mihua Library. Before long, he arrived at the library. Upon disembarking, he tucked the handgun into his waistband and called Officer Muro to inform him of the situation before striding inside. He refrained from calling Conan again to check on the circumstances, as he was concerned that the sound of the phone might inadvertently reveal their location. Although he often maintained a demeanor that kept others at bay, he had developed a certain familiarity with Conan and Muri Kagoro. After all, even a dog will seem endearing if it lingers around you daily. How much more so for a person? In recent days, he had indeed felt the fervor of Conan's unwavering pursuit of absolute justice and truth, a pursuit he neither possessed nor would ever possess. Yet he admired those who did. Setting aside all else, just the fact that Conan called him by Megure and was the first to reach out during a crisis made it impossible for him to betray the trust of these children. The Mihua Library stood 5 stories tall, and as Bai Masong reached the elevator, he discovered it was currently stationed on the 2nd floor. He hurriedly ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he immediately heard a sinister voice. No worries. As long as I can stop the elevator, they will be like mice in a bag. Ha ha ha. Just wait, little mice. I will catch you and kill you one by one. Without a doubt, it was the voice of the library's director, Sakagawa, who continued to mutter to himself. Following the sound, Bai Masong quickly approached from behind. Do. Is it just you? Bai Masong couldn't help but sneer. Who? Sakagawa turned in terror, instinctively taking 2 steps back and demanding loudly. Who are you? He had not heard a single footstep, as this figure appeared behind him like a specter. In a panic, Sakagawa swung the iron rod he held towards Bai Masong. With a resounding bang, the iron rod was firmly grasped by Bai Masong. What? Sakagawa exclaimed in disbelief. With a Bai Masong nodded slightly, he found today's affair to be remarkably effortless, although Sakagawa, the director, represented a quintessential childhood nightmare. His combat prowess was rather mediocre. Observing his current demeanor, it was highly probable that he was the type who engaged in drug trafficking while simultaneously succumbing to addiction, living off the very trade he perpetuated. His physical capabilities had long been depleted. In the face of a warrior like Bai Masong, it would not be an exaggeration to say that a child could easily take on an adult. Moreover, with Sakagawa armed with merely a metal rod and lacking even a firearm, he posed no significant threat to Bai Masong. Conan gazed at Bai Masong, who held the iron rod in one hand while stepping on the battered Sakagawa. Clad entirely in black, exuding the air of a gang leader, Bai Gij, Conan inquired, "What shall we do now?" "Wait," Bai Masong replied. "Huh?" The group chorused. "I have already contacted Officer Megure," Bai Masong elucidated. Before long, Officer Megure arrived with a substantial contingent. Upon receiving Bai Masong's message, Officer Megure was drenched in cold sweat. Several elementary school students were being pursued by a murderer in the Mihua Library. The Mihua Library, a landmark in Mihua Town, was already a significant sight. A murder committed by its director was a grave event. Furthermore, this incident involved 4 young students. If something truly went awry, it could escalate into a profoundly serious public safety crisis. Should the situation deteriorate, Officer Megure, along with his superior and their superiors, might have to bow an apology before all of Tokyo. Not to mention, Bai Masong had arrived at the scene ahead of time. Bai Masong was the eldest son of his superior's superior, someone poised to inherit political resources, while Officer Megure had complete faith in Bai Masong's capabilities. One could never be too cautious, should anything unfortunate befall Bai Masong. Officer Megure might find himself in dire straits as well. Consequently, Officer Megure sprang from his bed and rushed to the scene with unprecedented speed. As the vehicle came to a halt, Officer Megure flung open the door and sprinted towards the library, shouting, Bai Laudy, how are you faring? Listen up inside. You are surrounded, Officer Megure bellowed, and naturally, Bai Masong heard him, dragging Sakagawa along. He led the 4 children from the shadows of the library's first floor. Officer Megure, over here, Bai Laudy. Officer Megure hurried forward to grasp one of Bai Masong's hands. Are you unharmed? Have you captured the perpetrator? He inquired. Bai Masong, unflappable, withdrew his hand and pointed to the ground. This is the perpetrator. Director Tsukagawa. In addition to murdering Mr. Yamada, he is also implicated in drug trafficking. What? Officer Megure exclaimed, astonished that he had not anticipated that the director was involved in drug dealing as well. Bai Masong continued. The reason Sakagawa resorted to murder was that Mr. Yamada inadvertently discovered his drug trafficking operation. This information had been relayed to him by Conan. Drug trafficking, you say? Officer Megure pressed. Is there any evidence of his dealings? Bai Masong glanced at Conan, signaling him to speak. Officer Megure, Conan began. We found an empty bookshell on the shelf, which contained drugs. Officer Megure pondered for a moment. This complicates matters, he stated gravely. Let's detain him for now. I'll notify the Public Security Bureau for a handover tomorrow. If this is a murder case, we can complete the testimony and then gather evidence to resolve it. However, drug trafficking is a different beast entirely. It is undoubtedly an organized crime that we need to verify whether Sakagawa has any higher-ups or lower-level associates. These details must be investigated thoroughly. Drug-related cases fall under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau, and transferring the case is merely a small matter. The main concern is that the apprehension was conducted by our department. And we must continue to be involved, but the Public Security Bureau tends to be domineering, and various departments often prefer not to collaborate with them. Officer Megure expressed his concerns. Indeed, Bai Masong concurred. This is the best course of action for now. Our priority is to take the suspect into custody. Very well, I shall take him away, Officer Megure declared. After saying this, he patted Bai Masong on the shoulder and implored. Bai Laudy, please ensure to notify me immediately in the future if such situations arise. Do not take it upon yourself. Officer Megure's words were laden with genuine concern for his subordinate. Bai Masong nodded, indicating his understanding. However, Officer Megure could tell that while Bai Masong had heard him, he had not fully absorbed the message. With a sigh, he conceded. All right, you may head back. I will handle the aftermath here. Suddenly recalling that the case involved 4 elementary school students, he turned to face Conan and the other children with a stern expression. Do you 4 realize how perilous this situation was? You must never act so recklessly again. Yes, the children responded in unison. That is insufficient. We must reward merit and punish wrongdoing, Bai Masong stated nonchalantly. Your assistance in uncovering the body and the drugs is commendable. For your safety, we will visit your school tomorrow to commend you. Hooray! Ayumi, Kagoro, and Jinta cheered in unison. Yet Conan felt that the situation was far from simple. However, Bai Masong continued, you all stayed out late, trespassed into the library, and your parents must be quite worried. I have already notified your parents to come pick you up, and you will each need to copy the school rules 10 times. I will have someone called to check on this tomorrow. Why is it like this? The children moaned in distress, with even Conan involuntarily twitching his mouth. Conan, you too. You must adhere to the school rules. Bai Masong added that I will personally speak to Miss Muri and ensure she supervises you well. Yes. Thus, amid laughter and cheer, Bai Masong concluded the events of the evening, driving home. The next day arrived swiftly, and Bai Masong entered the 3rd Division office as usual. That he approached his desk, retrieved the reports he needed to review for the day, placed them on the table, and poured himself a cup of coffee to accompany his reading. As Bai Masong was engrossed in his work, a yawn escaped from Miwako Sato beside him. Turning his head, Bai Masong observed Sato covering her mouth with one hand, her eyes still heavy with sleep, while the other hand clutched a cup of coffee. A bit embarrassed upon noticing Bai Masong's gaze, Sato smiled and said, Good morning, Officer Bai. What happened? Did you not sleep well last night? Bai Masong nodded slightly and casually asked. Ah, not really. Sato waved her hand dismissively. Officer Bai, you apprehended a murderer last night, didn't you? Takagawa, the director? Bai Masong inquired. Yes, that's him, Sato replied, resting her chin on her hand, looking somewhat fatigued. Officer Megure brought him back and instructed us to conduct an overnight interrogation. So I was here all night. What was the outcome? Bai Masong asked, taking a sip of his coffee. Not much, Sato said, also sipping her coffee. Takagawa consistently denies any involvement in drug trafficking that he is, however, quite forthcoming about the murder. Bai Masong nodded. Such a result was to be expected, for whether in China or on this island nation, drug trafficking and smuggling were grave offenses, typically subject to the death penalty in this country. Even a standard murder conviction might not carry as severe a penalty as drug trafficking. This distinction is evident in the fact that murder cases are handled by the First Investigation Division, while drug trafficking cases are directly transferred to the Public Security Bureau. But Takagawa's guilt regarding the murder was inescapable. After all, several children had heard his words, the corpse had been discovered, and there was both testimonial and physical evidence. He had no choice but to confess. However, the matter of drug trafficking was not so straightforward. The books in the library could easily be feigned ignorance about, and the murder case could be attributed to a conflict with Mr. Utonda. In any case, Director Takagawa's current mindset was to minimize his culpability as much as possible. As for why Officer Moku was conducting overnight interrogations, Bai Masong could somewhat comprehend. After all, if this case were handed over to the public security authorities, the credit would likely belong to them. If they were to extract some information first, they might even secure a larger share of the accolades. Take me to see, Bai Masong declared, placing his coffee cup down as he addressed Sato Miwako. Hearing this, Sato Miwako smiled. Bai, we've been waiting for you to say that. With that, she stood up and led Bai Masong toward the interrogation room. Upon arriving, Sato Miwako pointed to Director Takagawa seated inside. There he is. She then made a gesture of encouragement to Bai Masong, exclaiming, It's all on you. Bai Masong acknowledged with a grunt, opened the door to the interrogation room, and stepped inside. Director Takagawa. We meet again. Takagawa appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing Bai Masong. So, this man is a police officer. He had been unconscious when Officer Moku and his team had arrived the previous day. Thus he was unaware. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, Takagawa remained silent. Noticing Takagawa's reticence, Bai Masong continued, Let us be straightforward. Who is your superior? His voice was cold, his gaze sharp as a blade, slicing through Takagawa's countenance, although Bai Masong's eyes glinted with menace. And despite having pummeled Takagawa into unconsciousness the previous night, Takagawa showed no fear now that he summoned the bravado he had cultivated over years as a drug dealer and grinned. Officer, I've already told you countless times last night. What superior? I know nothing. Drugs, Bai Masong emphasized, pointing firmly at the table. What drugs? Takagawa feigned indifference. That I truly have no idea about any drugs in the library. I would like to know who placed them there. As for killing Yutian, that was purely personal animosity. Officer, I plead guilty, but I swear I am not involved in drug trafficking. Takagawa spread his hands in a display of helplessness and sincerity, yet his drug-addled appearance rendered his claims utterly unconvincing. I will ask you once more, Bai Masong stated, his words deliberate. Who is your drug trafficking superior? Officer, I will answer you once again. I do not engage in drug trafficking, Takagawa retorted defiantly. Upon hearing Takagawa's repeated denial, Bai Masong had no desire to prolong the conversation. With a swift motion, he stood up and approached Takagawa, seizing his head. With a resounding thud, Takagawa's head was forcefully slammed against the interrogation table. Outside, Sato Miwako had initially intended to observe Bai Masong's interrogation techniques, but was astonished to witness her admired officer violently smashing the suspect's head onto the table. Startled, she rushed in, exclaiming, Bai Masong. Stop! Takagawa, seeing Bai Masong rise, assumed he had relinquished the interrogation. However, when Bai Masong approached him and gripped his head, it was too late. Tsukawa hesitated for a moment. They were from Jukiyama Island, specifically the village chief, Kuroiwa Shinji, and the capitalist of the island, Kawashima Hideo. Director Tsukawa, trembling with apprehension, revealed the names of his collaborators. Jukiyama Island? Bai Masong narrowed his eyes, secretly astonished. According to Tsukawa, the other party was a gang, an organized group engaged in drug manufacturing and trafficking. Thus, it was imperative to prepare for the involvement of the island's residents in drug trafficking as well. While Bai Masong contemplated further inquiries, a knock resounded on the iron door of the interrogation room. Knock, knock, knock. Sato, Bai, step outside. Officer Muro knocked on the iron door and announced. Upon hearing Officer Muro's words, Bai Masong and Sato Miwako stepped out, with Bai Masong also closing the interrogation room's iron door behind them. Once outside, they noticed 3 individuals standing before Officer Muro. All 3 were clad in olive green suits, with white shirts underneath and brown-red ties. The foremost figure was tall, with short black hair, a lean face, sparse eyebrows, and wearing dark oval-framed glasses, his expression stern. Seeing Bai Masong and his companions looking over, Officer Muro hurriedly introduced them. Bai Masong, Sato. These 2 are from the Public Security Bureau, Kaze Yuya and Usawa. Along with Murakami, that he then introduced the 3 from the Public Security Bureau. These 2 are our Division 3's Inspector Bai Masong and Detective Sato. After Officer Muro's introduction, Kaze Yuya extended his hand towards Bai Masong first. Inspector Bai, greetings. I am Kaze Yuya. Hello, Bai Masong replied succinctly, shaking Kaze Yuya's hand with a faint tone. After Kaze Yuya exchanged pleasantries with the others, he directly addressed the matter at hand, that we appreciate your cooperation in apprehending the criminals from Division 3. As for Inspector Bai, who captured the perpetrators last night, we shall apply for commendation from higher authorities that he gestured for his 2 subordinates to enter and take the suspect. Upon hearing Kaze Yuya's remarks, Bai Masong, Officer Muro, and Sato Miwako all appeared rather displeased. Kaze Yuya's expression of gratitude for their collaboration felt like a conclusion. Typically, at the onset of cooperation, one would express hopes for a pleasant collaboration and gratitude. But his words implied that they had taken over the case, acknowledging their prior efforts but indicating that they need not concern themselves further. The mention of a commendation for Bai Masong followed a similar sentiment. It was as if they were simply appeasing him. Additionally, Kaze Yuya's direct command to take the suspect was indeed domineering. That it was no wonder other departments often hesitated to collaborate with the Public Security Bureau. Detective Kaze, Bai Masong furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "It seems rather inappropriate to dismiss us after we apprehended the suspect." Kaze Yuya turned to see Bai Masong's cold gaze and responded with a serious demeanor. "Inspector Bai, this matter falls under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau." Bai Masong replied indifferently, "We have already extracted information." Kaze Yuya narrowed his eyes, about to retort, when his phone rang. Fast forward to a few days later. Early one morning, Bai Masong and Kaze Yuya, accompanied by a large contingent of police officers, boarded a vessel bound for Jukiyama Island. Inspector Bai, Kaze Yuya stood on the deck, addressing Bai Masong. "Please exercise caution during this trip." "You as well," Bai Masong replied coolly. Their exchange bore an undertone of mutual teasing, yet it genuinely reflected their concern for one another. Despite previous tensions, as the saying goes, brothers may quarrel but stand united against outside threats. Ultimately, their conflicts were internal matters, and neither Bai Masong nor Kaze Yuya stooped to unscrupulous tactics. Regarding why Bai Masong could accompany Kaze Yuya now, it was twofold. Firstly, they had uncovered some information, which warranted recognition for their contributions. Secondly, Kaze Yuya had received a call the previous day indicating that Bai Masong should be involved. The emphasis on Bai Masong's name suggested it was significant. Kaze Yuya understood immediately and remarked that Inspector Bai was exceptionally capable, and if they could achieve any breakthroughs, Division 3 would greatly benefit. Thus, today, Bai Masong found himself aboard the vessel to Jukiyama Island with a group of officers. Standing side by side, Bai Masong and Kaze Yuya gazed quietly at the undulating sea, relishing the ocean breeze that swept towards them. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Bai Masong's ears. "Honestly, I could have leisurely gone to admire the flowers. Why must I, the great detective Muri Kaguru, come to such a small island?" Bai Masong turned to see his old acquaintance, Muri Kaguru, accompanied by Ran and Conan. Muri Kaguru continued his complaints. "Seriously, why must they force someone to work?" Ran comforted him. "Dad, it's actually quite nice. We can relax on the small island of the Izu archipelago for a day or two. Isn't that right, Conan?" Conan nodded with a smile. At that moment, Conan spotted Bai Masong and waved excitedly, calling out, "Bai and I, over here, over here." Bai Masong nodded in acknowledgement. Ran and Muri Kaguru turned to look, and, upon recognizing Bai Masong, Muri Kaguru approached with a smile, greeting him. Ah, bye. Are you also visiting Jukiyama Island? Business, Bai Masong replied succinctly. Muri Kaguru glanced around at the group surrounding Bai Masong, sensing a familiarity about them. Oh, I see. Having once been an excellent detective himself, he instantly deduced that they were likely on a mission. To avoid complications, he opted to steer clear. Returning to his previous spot, Ran inquired, Dad, is Inspector Bai here on vacation? Should we invite him to join us? Muri Kaguru shook his head, saying, Ran, Inspector Bai has work to do. Let's keep to our own paths. Oh, all right, Ran replied. Conan also reluctantly abandoned his plan to discuss cases with Bai Masong. Meanwhile, after greeting Muri Kaguru, Kaze Yuya remarked, Is that the former detective from the Metropolitan Police? Clearly, he had heard of Muri Kaguru's legendary exploits. Yes, Bai Masong affirmed. Are you two quite familiar? Kaze Yuya inquired. Detective Muri is a frequent visitor at crime scenes. Bai Masong explained. I see. Kaze Yuya chuckled, adding, I hope nothing untoward is associated with Muri-senpai. The case calls for him, Bai Masong replied nonchalantly. Haha, Muri-senpai is quite humorous. Kaze Yuya laughed heartily. After some time, their banter concluded. Kaze Yuya leaned against the deck railing and asked Bai Masong, What are your plans for this operation? What to do? Bai Masong pondered. He understood this was Kaze Yuya's test of him. It wasn't that Kaze Yuya was stronger than Bai Masong, but rather that he belonged to the leading side. Kaze Yuya was not entirely familiar with Bai Masong's capabilities, making it crucial for him to gauge Bai Masong's competence. After all, they were embarking on a significant operation, and it could not afford to fail. Initially, Bai Masong had thought the case was merely a byproduct of Tsukuwa's involvement in other matters. However, upon reviewing the materials from the Public Security Bureau yesterday and seeing Conan on the deck today, he instantly recognized it as the Moonlight murder case. This case, whether it involved the cross-dressing Arai Narumi or the solo performance under the moonlight, had left a profound impression on Bai Masong years ago. The individuals providing drugs to Tsukuwa were Kuroiwa Shinji and Kawashima Hideo. In truth, there were two other individuals involved, Nishimoto Ken and the former village chief, Kamayama Isamu. 3 years ago, Ase Narumi, disguised as a woman, arrived at Tsukikage Island to investigate the truth behind his father's death. Consequently, Kamayama Isamu, driven by lust, committed acts of indecency against Ase Narumi, ultimately leading to his own demise. With Kamayama Isamu dead, Ase Narumi casually played a tune on his instrument, which startled Nishimoto Ken into madness. As a result, Kamayama Isamu perished. Nishimoto Ken went insane, leaving only Hirakawa Tatsuji and Kawashima Hideo to handle the sales. Although Nishimoto Ken had lost his sanity, the fact that Hirakawa and Kawashima did not harm him suggests he either still held some value or possessed leverage over them. Thus, it all began with Nishimoto Ken, remarked Shirama Matsuo softly. Indeed, Kazami Yuya nodded in agreement. Time flew swiftly, and soon the ship arrived at Tsukikage Island. Upon disembarking, Kazami Yuya instructed his subordinates to gather information on the island. He then turned to Shirama Matsuo, saying, Chief Shirama, let us seek out Nishimoto Ken. Shirama Matsuo nodded, opting not to let Kazami Yuya accompany the others, knowing that such investigative or apprehensive tasks were generally better suited for at least two individuals. He recalled a past case where having only one person collect evidence rendered it ineffective in court, despite its authenticity. This practice also served to prevent abuses of power that could lead to wrongful accusations. Kazami Yuya cautioned Shirama Matsuo, be mindful of civil enforcement. Clearly, Kazami alluded to Shirama Matsuo's previous altercation with Director Tsukigawa, where he had coerced a confession. Although Tsukigawa's case was indeed valid, it required careful handling. Shirama Matsuo merely acknowledged with a non-committal hum he had always favored adhering to regulations, yet he believed that when dealing with those entrenched in darkness, one must abide by the rules of the underworld. In that realm, a fist often served as the most effective rule. Observing Shirama Matsuo's demeanor, Kazami Yuya realized his words had not resonated, and he resignedly accepted the situation. Is this the place? Kazami Yuya inquired, pointing to a single-family residence. Indeed, Shirama Matsuo confirmed. After Kamayama Isamu's death 3 years prior, Nishimoto Ken had succumbed to madness, rarely venturing outside and procuring food only every few days, being a well-known figure and longtime resident of the island. Shirama Matsuo and his team easily learned of his residence from the island's inhabitants, With Shirama Matsuo's affirmation, Kazami Yuya approached and knocked on Nishimoto-kin's door. "Who is it?" Nishimoto-kin's voice called out in response to the knocking. "Mr. Nishimoto, your television bill is due. Please open the door," Kazami Yuya replied in a friendly tone. "Not now, not now. Let's talk later," Nishimoto-kin impatiently retorted as Kazami Yuya prepared to knock again. Shirama Matsuo intervened, in no need for such trouble. With that, Shirama Matsuo extended his fingers and forcefully crushed the doorknob, which shattered upon impact. Kazami Yuya was momentarily taken aback, having heard of Shirama Matsuo's seemingly austere demeanor, yet witnessing his extraordinary strength firsthand. After effortlessly breaking the doorknob, Shirama Matsuo raised a leg and kicked the door wide open. Upon entry, they found Nishimoto-kin in the living room, casually sipping beer. Startled by the loud crash, Nishimoto-kin barely had time to react before two figures stood at his doorstep. "Who are you?" he instinctively called out. Shirama Matsuo wasted no time, swiftly closing the distance and seizing Nishimoto-kin by the throat. Shirama, Kazami Yuya exclaimed, still processing the rapid turn of events. "Mind your strength." "Let him go." Shirama Matsuo, observing the panic in Nishimoto-kin's eyes and his stammering mouth, cautioned, "Do not speak or scream. Understand?" Yes. Nishimoto-kin fervently nodded, assuring he would remain silent. Once assured, Shirama Matsuo released his grip on Nishimoto-kin's throat. As soon as the pressure was lifted, Nishimoto-kin crumpled to the floor, gasping for breath, nearly suffocating. After several moments, he regained some composure and, with an ashen face, addressed Shirama Matsuo and Kazami Yuya. "Are you here on behalf of Hirakawa?" Shirama Matsuo shook his head. "Then it must be Kawashima Hideo?" Nishimoto-kin continued to speculate. "Neither," Kazami Yuya interjected. "We are police officers." "Police?" Nishimoto-kin exclaimed, bewildered if he had been confronted by assassins sent by Hirakawa Tatsuji or Kawashima Hideo. He might have felt a twinge of apprehension. However, the police, particularly those under the jurisdiction of Tokyo's Metropolitan Police Department, were notorious for their civilized enforcement. Presently, he feigned confusion and asked, "What have I done?" "Officers?" Clearly, he had forgotten the earlier intensity of Shirama Matsuo's grip. Shirama Matsuo, recognizing this, retorted, "Are you truly unaware of your actions?" I have no idea," Nishimoto-kin protested, adopting an innocent demeanor that "I haven't left my home in 2 years." "Officer, I assure you, I've done nothing," Kazami Yuya, observing Nishimoto-kin's pretense, smirked coldly. "Mr. Nishimoto, Tsukigawa Hidetoshi has been apprehended." Care to guess who he implicated? At the mention of Tsukigawa Hidetoshi's name, Nishimoto-kin's pupils instinctively contracted. However, recalling that he had not been directly involved with him. Coupled with his retreat from the scene over the past 3 years, he gradually regained his composure. "Officers, who is Tsukigawa Hidetoshi?" "I don't know him." Nishimoto-kin continued to protest. Shirama Matsuo, however, had little patience left and understood that without absolute pressure or incontrovertible evidence, these drug traffickers would not confess. Resolutely, he stepped forward, hands in pockets, casting a cold gaze upon the seated Nishimoto-kin. His unfeeling stare scrutinized Nishimoto-kin, evoking memories of the torment he had previously endured. "Officer, what do you intend to do? We must uphold civilized enforcement." Before Nishimoto-kin could finish, Shirama Matsuo seized his throat once more, effortlessly lifting him. But as Nishimoto-kin attempted to voice further protests, Shirama Matsuo delivered a swift, powerful punch to his abdomen. The strike was as quick as lightning, delivering a blow akin to that which had struck Tsukigawa. It conveyed a sense of impending doom to Nishimoto-kin. Panic set in. He was a man who valued his life and harbored a deep-seated fear. If he were truly fearless, why would he have remained confined to his home, avoiding the outside world for 3 years? Nishimoto-kin gasped as the punch landed, instinctively curling up and trembling uncontrollably. Shirama Matsuo released his grip on Nishimoto-kin's throat, casting him onto the ground, and coldly inquired, "Do you understand now?" "Why, yes." Nishimoto-kin groaned through the pain radiating from his abdomen. Managing a nod, "Very well," Shirama Matsuo said flatly. "Now speak." Nishimoto-kin, in agony, relayed, "Regarding Tsukigawa, I don't know much. In our drug trafficking operations, we each had our roles. I handled logistics, Kamayama managed sales, Kawashima dealt with overseas matters, and Hirakawa oversaw procurement and processing. After Kamayama's death, I lost the desire to continue. and they turned to Tsukigawa, but I know only this much. By Masong and Kazami Yuya listened intently, silently nodding in their hearts. By Masong directly posed the question. Speak. What leverage do you hold over Kawashima Hideo and Kuroiwa Tatsushi? Well, Nishimoto-kin hesitated, but seeing By Masong's fist beginning to tighten, his uncertainty dissipated. That I have the accounting books from our sales over the years. What? Kazami Yuya and By Masong's eyes lit up. They had initially thought it was some sort of recording, but it turned out to be the accounting books. That it should be noted that these books could serve as damning evidence against them all. Kazami Yuya and By Masong exchanged glances, and By Masong continued to ask coldly, "Where are the books? I'll take you to get them," Nishimoto-kin said after a moment of hesitation. By Masong nodded, signaling him to lead the way to retrieve the books. Meanwhile, Kazami Yuya made a phone call, instructing his men to send 2 individuals to keep watch over Nishimoto-kin. Nishimoto-kin led By Masong to his bedroom, fiddling with a safe, from which he retrieved an accounting book. "Officer, this is it," Nishimoto-kin said, daring not to play tricks, and recognizing that his whistleblowing might earn him a lighter sentence. Looking at the accounting book, Kazami Yuya inquired of By Masong, "Now that we have the evidence, what shall we do next?" "Simply push through," By Masong replied nonchalantly. By Masong did not perceive this case as particularly challenging, largely because, in the original narrative, Asakai Naramesa single-handedly killed 3 people. Even if he had utilized some resources, it also indicated that Kuroiwa Tatsushi and his companions lacked significant armed strength. That a group, without even basic armament, could easily be subdued, provided there was sufficient evidence for conviction. However, now that Nishimoto-kin had supplied the necessary evidence, the situation had simplified. One could straightforwardly apprehend both individuals along with their underlings. "Push through," Kazami Yuya echoed, feeling a sense of disbelief at By Masong's straightforwardness. Nevertheless, upon reflection, the direct approach did indeed seem both effective and convenient. After some contemplation, Kazami Yuya decided to proceed, as By Masong suggested. He then called his subordinates. "All units, stand by to surround Kawashima Hideo and Kuroiwa Tatsushi's residence, awaiting my and Officer By Masong's arrival." He then informed By Masong, "Officer By, once the team arrives to take over Nishimoto-kin, we will head to find Kawashima Hideo and the others." "Understood," By Masong nodded. Soon, 2 police officers arrived at Nishimoto-kin's residence to take over the surveillance. By Masong and Kazami Yuya then proceeded towards the other 2's residence. Halfway there, Kazami Yuya's phone rang. "Kazami, we have a serious situation." "What happened?" Kazami Yuya asked with a furrowed brow. "While monitoring Kawashima Hideo's residence, we heard several gunshots and faint cries for help emanating from within." "What?" Kazami Yuya exclaimed. By Masong also frowned, pondering whether Kawashima Hideo had been shot. Could it be that Asakai Naramesa had acted prematurely? Yet, that didn't seem plausible, as Asakai Naramesa had no gun. Firearm regulations in the island nation are exceedingly strict. It is incredibly difficult for an average person to acquire a weapon. Many officers have been promoted merely for seizing a handgun. However, if it wasn't Asakai Naramesa, who could it be? "You, send a few individuals to maintain surveillance. Do not move until Kazami and I arrive," By Masong instructed calmly. "Understood." The police officers on the other end, bewildered by the gunfire, felt reassured by Masong's directive. "Also, send a few to Kuroiwa Tatsushi's location to ensure everything is secure there," By Masong added. Kawashima Hideo and Kuroiwa Tatsushi are inextricably linked. With one possibly in peril, the other would likely be at risk too. After briefing the situation, By Masong and Kazami Yuya hurried to Kawashima Hideo's residence. Upon arrival, By Masong noticed 3 plainclothes officers stationed in different positions. Kazami Yuya beckoned them over. "What is the situation inside?" Kazami Yuya quickly inquired. Uncertain, one officer shook his head. "We've been stationed at the front entrance. No one has exited, but there has been no sound from inside either that I see." Kazami Yuya's brow furrowed tightly. It seemed the situation inside was dire. That it wasn't that they wished to keep several officers stationed at the front, but they had no other choice. They had gathered intelligence indicating that Kuroiwa Tatsushi and Kawashima Hideo were operating a small-scale operation with minimal armament. Thus, they had only brought around 10 officers, including Kazami Yuya and By Masong, totaling 12. Having dispatched 2 officers to watch over Nishimoto-kin, only 4 remained to monitor the entrances, which naturally left some gaps. By Masong decided not to dwell on it. They would first ascertain the situation inside. Kazami, lead the team. Let's take a look inside. All right, Kazami Yuya replied. Everyone, follow Officer Bai and me inside. The two officers nodded in agreement that as they entered Kawashima Hideo's residence. The first thing that struck by Ma-song was the overwhelming stench of blood. This house, once belonging to the wealthiest capitalist on Tsukikage Island, should have been opulent. Yet, at present, various items lay haphazardly strewn across the floor. Upon entering, the living room floor was soaked with blood, and a middle-aged woman and a young man lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Ma-song had thoroughly reviewed their profiles before arriving on Tsukikage Island and immediately recognized the two bodies on the floor as Kawashima Hideo's wife and son. Kazami Yuya also seemed to recognize them, bending down to check for signs of life, only to shake his head. They have no breath. Upon seeing this, Ma-song thought to himself, the situation appears grave. Previously, through their investigations over the past few days, they had believed Kawashima Hideo and his associates to be operating a small-scale operation on Tsukikage Island. However, it now seemed that this was likely not the case. Considering what Sakigawa had said earlier, Kuroiwa and Kawashima had previously imported goods from abroad before processing them themselves, that it appeared they had become entangled with a larger drug trafficking organization. Now that the organization was aware of Sakigawa Shuji's arrest, they had swiftly moved to eliminate Kawashima Hideo and Kuroiwa Tatsushi. Ma-song reflected on this. His gaze continued to scan the surroundings, searching for someone. Where is Kawashima Hideo? Ma-song inquired. Upon hearing Ma-song's question, Kazami Yuya also came to a realization. Indeed, all we see are the bodies of his wife and child. Where could he be? Just then, Kazami Yuya's phone rang again. Kazami, it's a critical situation, came a breathless voice from the other end. What transpired? Kazami Yuya quickly asked, feeling a foreboding sense in his chest. Kuroiwa Tatsushi and the others, they are all dead, the officer on the line stammered. What? Feng Jian Yuya's eyes widened in disbelief. Beside him, Ma-song's pupils also constricted. The police officers who could enter the Public Security Bureau were undoubtedly highly competent. Yet the Citizens' Hall on Moonshadow Island, where Heian Shinzi worked, was now under surveillance by 6 officers. Although the Citizens' Hall was far smaller than Chuan Dawingfu's residence, 6 officers could effectively monitor it. Nevertheless, Heian Shinzi was still dead. Upon receiving the news, Ma-song and Feng Jian Yuya hurried to the Citizens' Hall. Upon arrival, Ma-song noticed that the area around the hall was crowded with residents. Among the throng, he spotted Mori Kagoro and Conan, along with a long-haired woman, whose sweet smile stood out. The 6 police officers mingling in the crowd approached Ma-song and Feng Jian Yuya to report. Inspector Ma, Officer Feng Jian, the situation is as follows. We have been stationed outside the Citizens' Hall, as per your instructions. We have closely observed the comings and goings of individuals, but found nothing unusual until half an hour ago, when Mr. Mori Kagoro entered, presumably to find Heian Shinzi. He reported seeing a corpse shortly after entering and called the police. Hearing this, Ma-song felt the gravity of the situation intensify. Very well, Officer Feng Jian, let us proceed inside to investigate the scene, Ma-song said to Feng Jian Yuya. Understood, Feng Jian Yuya replied. Reaching a consensus, Ma-song pushed through the crowd, displayed his police badge, and spoke in a firm yet low voice, laced with a hint of severity. I am Inspector Ma-song from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's 1st Investigation Division. We need to secure the crime scene for investigation. That I ask for the cooperation of all residents present. Ma-song's words resonated. The surrounding villagers gradually dispersed. Mori detective, please stay for a moment. Ma-song added that. Yes, of course, Mori Kagoro responded. There was no need for Ma-song to elaborate. Mori Kagoro, having worked as a detective, understood that he should remain to assist the police with inquiries. Thus, only Mori Kagoro, along with Ran and Conan, remained near the Citizens' Hall, accompanied by the long-haired woman. Ma-song and Mori Kagoro were already familiar with each other. However, it was the first meeting between Feng Jian Yuya and Mori Kagoro. So Ma-song facilitated the introduction. Mori detective, this is Officer Feng Jian from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. Feng Jian Yuya extended his hand. Hello, Officer Feng Jian, Mori Kagoro promptly greeted, shaking his hand. Feng Jian Yuya smiled and said, Mori-senpai, I have heard much about you. It is all mere reputation. Mori Kagoro chuckled shyly, scratching his head, then pointed to the long-haired woman beside him. This is Miss Ase Narumi, a doctor at the Moonshadow Island Clinic. Upon hearing the name, Bai Ma-song thought to himself, indeed it is her. Hello, everyone. I am Ase Narumi. She politely bowed to Bai Ma-song and the others. Bai Ma-song nodded and turned to Mori Kagoro. Please describe what you observed. Certainly, Mori Kagoro's expression turned serious. I came to Moonshadow Island after receiving a letter predicting a crime would occur. We inquired with the island's residents and with Miss Ase Narumi. Guided by her, we intended to find Mayor Hyan. But before we could enter, we were met with a strong smell of blood. Upon opening the door, we discovered a body on the floor, and then we called the police. So you did not enter further? Bai Ma-song inquired. Mori Kagoro shook his head. Then it seems the inside remains unchanged, Bai Ma-song remarked. Inspector Bai Ma, Feng Jinyuya leaned in to say. Officer Megure reports that the waves outside are too strong. They estimate they will arrive by tomorrow morning. Bai Ma-song continued. Then let us proceed inside to take a look. Bai Ma-song and Feng Jinyuya led the group into the citizens' hall. Indeed, just as Mori Kagoro had described, they were met with a strong odor of blood before even entering. Once inside, they discovered the lifeless body of a man not far from the glass door. Bai Ma-song bent down, glanced at the man's face, and said, Hirata Akira, secretary to Hyan Shinzi. Feng Jinyuya nodded. Having reviewed the detailed dossier, he recognized the individual as well that he took over the conversation. Analyzing, Secretary Hirata Kazumi Yuyao explained that when the police came to monitor the area, Kawashima Hideo was already inside. They did not enter the premises, hence they were unaware when we came to surveil. We even sent someone in to search for Kuroiwa Shinji, who was still alive at that time. However, we had no reason to remain here for long, so we left. Kazami Yuya continued. So, is this a secret room? Conan could not help but exclaim. Conan, Ayumi reproached gently, reminding him not to disturb the officers while they were working. Kagoro Muri, with a serious expression, addressed Shiratori Matsuki, asking, Matsuki, do we need to step back from this matter? As a detective, he felt that if it were a case of cunning tricks, he could assist, but for this large-scale organized crime, it was better to leave it to the police. Indeed, Matsuki replied, noting the complexity of the case and suggesting that Detective Muri should refrain from involvement. Shall I take Ayumi and the others with me? Kagoro Muri proposed. Wait a moment, Matsuki interjected, looking at the silent Ase Narumi. Has Dr. Narumi been with you all along? Dr. Narumi? Kagoro Muri pondered for a moment. Yes, she has been with us the entire time. Are you suspecting Sister Narumi, Matsuki? Conan interjected again. Yes, Matsuki replied calmly. Why don't you tell us, Dr. Ase Narumi, or perhaps I should address you as Ase Narumi? What? In Matsuki, what is going on? Kazami Yuya quickly inquired. Seeing the confusion among the crowd, Matsuki explained, according to our investigation, many years ago, Asa Keiji took advantage of his career as a pianist to assist Kuroiwa Shinji and Kawashima Hideo in drug trafficking. 12 years ago, Asa Keiji sought to escape the drug trade, and that same year, he died, leaving only his son Narumi, who was in Tokyo, unharmed. 3 years ago, Dr. Ase Narumi arrived at Tsukikage Island, and that same year, the former village chief, Kamayama Isamu, died, along with Nishimoto Ken going mad. Could it be? Kazami Yuya uttered in disbelief. Is Ase Narumi actually Asa Narumi? However, Kagoro Muri and Ayumi were equally incredulous, and even Conan widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at the beauty before him, questioning how this person could resemble a man in any way. Upon hearing the name Asa Narumi, Ase Narumi could no longer restrain herself, gripping her skirt tightly. And when Matsuki uttered Asa Keiji, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Yes, yes, Narumi sobbed. I am Asa Keiji's son, Asa Narumi. Then, did you kill village chief Kamayama, and these people? Kagoro Muri pointed at Ase Narumi, or rather, Asa Narumi. No. Asa Narumi hastily waved her hands. 3 years ago, I disguised myself as a woman to come to Tsukikage Island. Village chief Kamayama took a fancy to me and attempted to do something. But I startled him, causing him to have a heart attack, and in a moment of impulse, I played my father's piece, Moonlight. As for today's events, I have been with Detective Muri and the others the entire time. How could I have had the opportunity to commit the crime? Who knows what kind of trickery you used? Kagoro Muri still regarded Asa Narumi with suspicion. By the way, was that letter I received from you? Yes, Asa Narumi nodded. What was your intention in sending a letter to Detective Muri? Kazami Yuya inquired. Well, Asa Narumi hesitated, lowering her head, that I wanted someone to come and stop me. Matsuki observed. It seems you wanted to stop yourself. Yes, that is correct. Asa Narumi summoned her courage, saying, I actually intended to kill them all today, but I also knew it was wrong. I hope someone could prevent me. Her voice shook with the weight of her hatred for her enemies and the societal morals that had long tormented her heart. Then, could it be true? Kazami Yuya speculated. Are you possessed by Mori-senpai? No, it's not like that, Asa Narumi defended. Though I had a plan to kill them, I hadn't even begun the execution when they... It wouldn't be your doing, Matsuki interjected. Initially, I didn't think it was you. I was just confirming. He gestured towards Kuroiwa Shinji's corpse, stating, a gunshot to the head. Based on the force, it likely came from a sniper rifle. Kazami Yuya suddenly realized, I see. The injuries sustained by Hirata Akira and Kawashima Hideo clearly indicate a handgun, suggesting at least 2 assailants were involved, given that Narumi was with Mori-senpai at the time. It should not have been her. Exactly, Matsuki concurred with Kazami Yuya, then turned to Asa Narumi, asking, I just want to know if your father ever mentioned whether Kuroiwa and Kawashima had any backing? Well, Asa Narumi recalled, shaking her head in confusion. I don't know. My father never spoke to me about such matters that moment. Kagoro Muri interjected, Matsuki, now is not the time to investigate their backing. What's crucial is to ascertain how they managed to leave the scene. Yes, you are right, Mori-senpai, Kazami Yuya agreed. Matsuki nodded, stating, first, we must unravel this so-called secret room. He elaborated that secret rooms are often mere illusions created through various techniques. And many criminal tricks in Conan's world utilize them. However, as Matsuki reflected on the events leading up to this moment, he noted the killer's actions were remarkably decisive, swiftly moving between locations to commit multiple murders without a hint of haste. All the corpses present had been shot dead with a single bullet, except for Murakawa Shuichi, whose injuries suggested he had been punched several times before being shot, yet he too had only sustained 1 gunshot wound. Most importantly, none of these bodies showed any signs of concealment or deception. Would a perpetrator, who acted so brazenly without disguising their crimes, truly expend effort to construct a secret room? Matsuki pondered, already formulating a theory. He surveyed the office, searching for any anomalies. He noticed a glass on the desk. Kuroiwa Shinji, a large man weighing over 200 pounds, had collapsed heavily onto the desk, causing the bookshelves to topple and the decorative items to scatter. Yet, the glass remained upright. Matsuki approached the desk, placing his hand on the glass and gently twisting it. Crack. The empty wall facing the bookshelf began to slowly reveal itself as Matsuki turned his wrist. What is this? Kagoro Muri exclaimed in astonishment. It a secret passage, Kazami Yuya remarked. Equally shocked, the secret passage emerged from Matsuki's maneuver. Everyone present was left in awe. Perhaps only Conan harbored some suspicions. Yet the tense atmosphere prevented him from acting freely, trailing behind Matsuki's lead. Observing the unveiled passage, Matsuki calmly stated, it seems the method by which the perpetrator entered and exited is now evident. Yes, clearly, following this passage should lead us to clues about the criminals, Kazami Yuya concurred. Matsuki acknowledged this, but as he surveyed the surroundings, something felt familiar. He turned to Kagoro Muri, saying earnestly, Detective Muri, from here on, it will be up to me and Kazami to proceed. You should stay here with the others. Kagoro Muri was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Matsuki deemed the ensuing investigation too perilous. Especially considering he had a family to protect. Kazami Yuya added, indeed, Muri-senpai, you should stay above. We will handle things from here. Kagoro Muri hesitated. If it were only him, he would have no qualms. However, with Ayumi and Conan in tow, he could not place them in jeopardy. Very well, Kagoro Muri finally conceded, clenching his teeth. You must ensure your safety. Having spoken, they were to depart the civic hall alongside Xiaolan and Conan. Conan was momentarily taken aback. The perpetrator had yet to be apprehended. How could he, the modern-day Sherlock Holmes known as Shinichi Kudo, possibly retreat? In a rush, Conan jogged forward, straining to rise on tiptoe, grasping at the pant leg of Hakuba. Hakuba-kun, I wish to accompany you. Observing the adorable antics of Conan, Hakuba felt a sense of helplessness. If it were as he imagined, Conan was still somewhat lacking in readiness. Conan, Xiaolan swiftly approached, pulling him away. You must not create any trouble for the officers today. Conan could only watch forlornly as Hakuba, well aware that he likely would not be taken along, held onto a flicker of hope. Conan, It is dangerous today. I cannot take you with me, Hakuba stated plainly. However, I can share the results with you later, should there be any. All right. Understood, Conan reluctantly agreed. Subsequently, Hakuba and his companion Kazamiya parted ways with Kaguro Muri and the others. After their departure, Hakuba and Kazami entered the hidden passage. The passage was enveloped in concrete, with sporadic lights flickering on the walls. It was lengthy, and both Hakuba and Kazami could only proceed forward. Hakuba, how did this passage come to be? Kazami inquired. It is quite evident. Hakuba replied nonchalantly. This passage was prepared by Kuroiwa for his own escape. That makes sense, Kazami concurred. The entrance to the passage was located in Kuroiwa's office. With the switch upon his desk, clearly a means of retreat he had arranged for himself. However, it was likely that Kuroiwa held considerable trust in them, for the mastermind was also aware of this passage. This was evident from the incredulous expressions of Kuroiwa Reiko and Kawashima Hideo. The outcome was clear. What was meant to be a backdoor had become a shortcut for the murderer to eliminate Kuroiwa and his associates. The two continued walking, occasionally exchanging remarks about the case, until they soon reached the exit of the passage. The exit led to a room, modestly decorated yet spacious. Hakuba and Kazami emerged, surveying their surroundings, which appeared to be a study. Hakuba remained composed, yet internally heightened his physical readiness. His muscles gradually tensed, his left hand guarding his side, while his right rested near his holstered firearm. Observing Hakuba's demeanor, Kazami's nerves also tightened, and he drew his gun, chambering around and gripping it firmly. Hakuba subtly turned his head, signaling Kazami to split up and investigate. Kazami nodded and gestured his intention to ascend the stairs. Before long, they had thoroughly searched the room, arriving at a disheartening conclusion. It was devoid of any occupants. Kazami's expression darkened. It appeared this room was merely a temporary hideout. Hakuba silently agreed, the notion intensifying within him. Their methods had consistently been clean and efficient. Thus, Hakuba and Kazami exited the building. Upon stepping outside, Hakuba surveyed the vicinity and noted the advantageous geographical position of the place. It was in close proximity to the civic hall, Kawashima's residence, and the harbor. Looking back, he observed that while the room's decor was unremarkable, it stood a level higher than the surrounding buildings. Moreover, from the attic's window, a direct line of sight connected to the glass window behind Kuroiwa's office. Clearly, this was the location from which the sniper had taken aim at Kuroiwa. Now, the assailants had successfully gunned down Kuroiwa, Kawashima, and their children and confidants. Their mission should be deemed complete. Thus, their next destination would be. Hakuba gazed towards the harbor. Kazami, they may have already departed. What? Kazami responded, astonished. Surely not. Their mission has been accomplished. Lingering here would serve no purpose, Hakuba remarked. Then where shall we go now? Kazami pressed on. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to Hakuba's aloof leadership demeanor, Kazami had begun to instinctively regard him as the leader. We shall proceed to the harbor, Hakuba declared. The two promptly hailed a cab and set off towards the harbor. Upon alighting, they hurriedly inquired with the ticketing staff. Suspicious individuals? The attendant recalled, stating there seemed to be three. Which three? Please elaborate, Kazami urged. The attendant pondered. 2 men and 1 woman. One man is tall and slender with long silver hair, while the other is robust in stature. The woman has short red hair, and all 3 were clad in black, exuding an unsettling aura. Did they leave any names? Hakuba inquired. Let me check. The attendant, upon hearing Hakuba's question, retrieved a thick ledger. After a brief search, he pointed out the names of those who had departed half an hour prior on a ship. There was Ukasaburo, Kurosawa Jin, and Sakaguchi Kana. In April, the sea was relatively calm. Due to the clear weather, many opted to enjoy the fresh sea breeze on the deck of the vessel traveling from Tsukikage Island to Tokyo. The atmosphere was lively, with tourists chattering animatedly. However, a certain area of the deck felt notably desolate due to the presence of 3 individuals clad in black. The trio consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. One man had long silver hair, tall and imposing, while the other was stout and broad-shouldered, sporting glasses. The woman wore a low-cut black bodysuit, her chestnut red bob accentuating her features, with dark eyeshadow framing her eyes and a butterfly tattoo adorning her left eye. The 3 were none other than Jin, Vodka, and Chianti, who had just departed from Tsukikage Island. Jin, why are we in such a hurry to leave? I was hoping to admire my masterpiece a bit longer. Chianti complained, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. In response to her grievance. Jin shot her a cold glare, his tone frigid as he replied, "The mission has been completed. There is no need for lingering. You have no idea. The moment I shot Kuruwa, the red and white sprayed everywhere. Their expressions were simply perfect. Ha!" Chianti continued, growing increasingly animated, her butterfly tattoo seeming to flutter as she spoke. "Chianti." Jin's voice was icy as he admonished, "Mind your behavior." He felt considerable discontent with such a subordinate. While capable, her temperament was exceedingly unstable, hardly reliable. "Brother is right." Vodka chimed in. "Chianti, do watch yourself." "What? It was merely a routine task." Chianti retorted. "I saw that individual on Tsukikage Island," Jin stated. "Who?" Chianti asked. Jin did not respond directly, but turned to Vodka. Vodka pondered for a moment. Then realization dawned. "Brother, is it that police officer?" "The police?" Chianti laughed maniacally. "Should we fear the police?" Jin's displeasure resurfaced as he cast another chilling glare at Chianti. "Do not underestimate the police. I exchanged a glance with him once, and he exuded the presence of a ferocious beast, extremely dangerous. Moreover, I sensed a similar aura to ours emanating from him." "Similar?" Vodka inquired, astonished. "Brother, he is a police officer." "How could that be?" Jin shook his head and continued. "Regardless, our mission has been fulfilled. There is no need to entangle ourselves with him further." "Humph," Chianti scoffed. "Should we cross paths again, I shall test his strength." Jin stood on the deck, his emotionless gaze penetrating the expanse of the sea as he stared towards the harbor of Moonshadow Island. "There will come a time when your wishes are fulfilled." On the other side, on Moonshadow Island, Shiratori Matsuo and Kazami Yuya received information from the harbor ticket clerk. Yuzuka Saburo, Kurazawa Jin. Kazami Yuya murmured the names of the three individuals, racking his brain to recall if there were any habitual offenders associated with them, but found nothing. However, Shiratori Matsuo was certain of his suspicions and addressed Kazami Yuya, saying, "Kazami, this matter exceeds our capacity to handle. You should report it to the higher-ups." "What do you mean?" Kazami Yuya asked. Bewildered, "Shiratori, do you know something?" "Yes," Matsuo nodded, affirming that this massacre on Moonshadow Island was linked to that organization. Kazami Yuya exclaimed in shock, hastily inquiring, "Are you certain, Shiratori?" He barely had time to question how Matsuo was aware of the organization's involvement, attributing it solely to Matsuo's family background. What he truly wished to ascertain was whether this incident was connected to the organization. After all, anything linked to that organization warranted utmost attention. "I am certain," Shiratori Matsuo replied with conviction. Subsequently, Kazami Yuya made several phone calls to inform the upper echelons of the Public Security Bureau about the case, while Shiratori Matsuo briefed his father. The next day, Officer Muro came with the police team, albeit fashionably late. Upon his arrival, Matsuo and Kazami Yuya decided to hand over their duties and leave Moonshadow Island. Once again, the two arrived at the port of Moonshadow Island. This time to depart. Just as they were about to board the vessel, they spotted Kagoro Mori and his companions, who were also preparing to embark. "Mori-senpai, are you heading back as well?" Kazumi Yuya greeted with a smile. "Indeed," Kagoro Mori replied with a look of contemplation. "I initially came in pursuit of that letter, but with its mystery resolved and a recent murder case on Moonshadow Island, it is hardly a suitable destination for tourism. I suppose it's best to return to Tokyo." As Kagoro mentioned the letter, his companion, Dr. Aride Seishin, scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, Dr. Aride had also arrived, wishing to leave the sorrowful Moonshadow Island and take a breather in Tokyo. Nevertheless, he remained dressed in women's attire, claiming he had grown accustomed to it and saw no reason to revert. "So, Dr. Aride, will you return to Moonshadow Island in the future?" Ran inquired curiously. "Perhaps not," Aride replied with a smile. "I should be living in Tokyo from now on. I just don't know what job to pursue yet." Turning to Shiratori Matsuo, he expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Shiratori, I truly appreciate your efforts in bringing Nishimoto-kin to justice. My parents' spirits may finally find peace." Aride had learned of the events that transpired the previous day. His nemesis, Kamayama Isamu, was dead. Kawashima Hideo and Kuroiwa Tatsushi had been exterminated, and now Nishimoto-kin was apprehended. He could indeed let go of all animosity and truly begin to live for himself. "No need for thanks," Shiratori Matsuo replied nonchalantly. "His crimes warranted capture. It was only right. Regardless, I shall remember your kindness." "Matsuo," Aride asserted, Observing the earnestness in Arade's expression, an unexpected thought crossed Matsuo's mind. Dr. Aride, have you ever considered becoming a police officer or detective? Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, 3 days had elapsed since their return from Moonshadow Island. During this time, it seemed as though the drug case on Moonshadow Island had never occurred. Neither Matsuo nor the 1st Investigative Division, nor the Public Security Bureau, uttered a word about it. Shiratori Matsuo resumed his routine of sipping coffee, perusing reports, and occasionally engaging in conversation with the female officers. One day, while reviewing the report on the Yamamizuki murder case, the landline phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello," Matsuo answered. "It's me." A calm, yet serious voice responded. "Father, good afternoon," Matsuo replied respectfully. "Dade Matsuo. Good afternoon. I have a task for you." "What is it?" Matsuo inquired. "You will soon receive a report regarding the diplomat Tsujimura Isamu. I need your assistance in confirming his death." Tsujimura Isamu. The name resonated with Matsuo, stirring a sense of familiarity. "Understood," Matsuo replied succinctly. "I await your news," Matsuo's father said before ending the call. After placing the phone down, Matsuo pondered while awaiting the report. Tsujimura Isamu was a name he recognized, and he surmised there were 2 possible sources for this recognition. Either his father had mentioned him, or he featured in the original narrative. Perhaps both were true. Matsuo understood that his father's request to confirm Isamu's death likely implied an investigation into the circumstances surrounding it, rather than a mere determination of whether he was alive or dead. Such an inquiry suggested that the cause of death would significantly impact various matters, likely involving a struggle for power or similar motives. In essence, Matsuo was tasked with determining whether Tsujimura Isamu had fallen victim to a vendetta or had been eliminated due to transgressing interests. Just as Matsuo contemplated this, the report arrived. "This is the 3rd Division. We have just received a report of a homicide at the residence of diplomat Tsujimura Isamu. Everyone, let's move out," Officer Muro shouted from the office. Shortly thereafter, as dusk descended, Matsuo and Officer Muro, along with their team, arrived at Tsujimura Isamu's residence. Upon arrival, Officer Muro instructed Takagi Wataru, "Takagi, take charge of securing everyone inside the residence. No one is to leave the scene." "Understood," Takagi affirmed. After issuing his orders, Officer Muro led Matsuo and Sato Miwako upstairs to the 2nd floor, the site of the diplomat Tsujimura Isamu's demise. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they entered the study, where several individuals were already gathered. Kagoro Muri and his family, a young man with dark skin, and a middle-aged woman. Observing the crowd in the study, Officer Muro expressed his disdain, saying, "How is it you again?" "Muri." "Aha." "Officer Muro, it seems the cases are calling upon me. The great detective," Kagoro Muri replied with a grin. "So, this case is another murder." Then, Officer Muro deduced based on past experiences. "Well," Kagoro mused, stroking his chin, "it's hard to say. Especially since there are no obvious external injuries on the deceased." The young man with dark skin, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, "Excuse me, sir. Could you please pay closer attention? There is a tiny puncture wound on the victim's neck. It's clearly a homicide." "Eh?" Officer Muro and Kagoro Muri exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing the young man's words, Matsuo donned white gloves and knelt down to examine the body. As he focused intently, he indeed discovered a minuscule puncture wound on Tsujimura Isamu's neck, along with slight purplish discoloration of the lips and fingertips. Matsuo pried open Tsujimura's eyelids for a closer inspection and noted the presence of petechiae on the conjunctiva. Considering the preceding clues, it became evident that the cause of death was asphyxiation. This was a poisoning. Both Matsuo and the young man exclaimed in unison. "What?" Officer Muro and Kagoro Muri gasped in surprise. Officer Muro quickly inquired, "Muri, are you certain?" "Indeed," Masong replied softly, offering little explanation for his reasoning, as the forensic class would soon provide clarity. Observing that someone had reached the same conclusion as himself, Masong and the young man exchanged inquisitive glances. At that moment, Officer Mumu seemed to recall the presence of this newcomer he had not yet encountered, and thus turned to ask Kagoro Muri, "Muri, who is this individual?" "His name is Heiji Hattori." Merely an arrogant young detective, Kagoro Muri waved his hand dismissively. "Heiji Hattori?" Officer Mumu exclaimed in astonishment, immediately recognizing the name. "You are the son of the current head of the Osaka Police Department." Heiji Hattori, who is still in high school. "He is the son of the head of the Osaka Police Department?" Kagoro Muri echoed, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Indeed, That is correct, Heiji Hattori nodded, a smile gracing his features. Upon hearing his affirmation, the onlookers cast astonished glances in his direction. Their reactions were understandable. After all, he was the heir of the head of the Osaka Police Department. Heiji's father, Heizo Hattori, held a position of considerable rank. To put it simply, Heizo Hattori was equivalent to a higher-ranking Chitongwei.as the head of the Osaka Police Department. Heizo Hattori was already of a higher status compared to many county-level chiefs. Classified as a police superintendent, according to national regulations, there are only 20 police superintendents across the country. Moreover, the police chief is elected from these 20 superintendents, with Heizo Hattori being among the most favored candidates. Chitongwei could even have local dogs from his hometown serve as police dogs, let alone Heizo Hattori. Such a distinguished young gentleman is not often encountered. However, Sato Miwako turned to gaze at Masong, who was intently examining the body, pondering to herself, this individual is actually the eldest son of the current police chief. What kind of sparks might ignite between these two scions of police families? Having recognized Heiji Hattori's identity, Officer Mumu redirected his focus to the case. He surveyed the room's arrangement while contemplating aloud. In this study, all the windows have been locked from the inside. It appears that the only means of entry from the outside would be through the door. Hence, the only individuals capable of committing the murder of Mr. Tsujimura must be those who possess the key. With that, Officer Mumu turned to Tsujimura Ikkyu, the victim's wife, and inquired, Madam Tsujimura, may I ask who possesses the keys to this study? Tsujimura Ikkyu rummaged through her bag and replied without hesitation, there are only 2 sets of keys for this study. One is in my possession. She paused momentarily, then continued, the other set is with my husband. Your husband? Officer Mumu repeated, shifting his gaze to the lifeless form of Tsujimura Ikkyu. Masong had been attentively listening to Tsujimura Ikkyu's words, and upon hearing this, he promptly reached into Tsujimura Ikkyu's pocket. After a brief search, Masong retrieved a key from the inner pocket of Tsujimura Ikkyu's trousers. He pulled it out. The key was shaped with a keyring at the back, and the front bore a dangling key, which, upon opening the keyring, revealed a piece of tape affixed inside. The sight of this key caused the onlookers to freeze momentarily. Heiji Hattori, along with Conan, who stood nearby with a runny nose, gradually adopted serious expressions. Officer Mumu even exclaimed, how is this possible? Only Kagoro Muri remained oblivious, wearing a look of indifference. Heiji Hattori could not restrain himself any longer and admonished, do you not understand? The study's lock was clearly secured, indicating that the killer must have locked the door with the key before departing after the crime. One key is in the possession of the lady who entered with us, while the other is in the double-layered pocket of the victim's trousers. This creates a perfect impossibility for the crime. Heiji Hattori's declaration struck the assembled crowd like a thunderclap, reverberating through the room. Heiji Hattori thought to himself, it appears that this recently renowned detective is not truly skilled. His ability to solve these cases likely owes much to the now missing high school detective, Shinichi Kudo. Thus, we have arrived at a contest between the 2 high school detectives of Kanto and Kansai. With a fire of competitiveness flickering in his eyes, Heiji Hattori silently exited the room. Hey, where are you going, detective? Kagoro Muri called after Heiji Hattori as he left To's search for clues. Heiji Hattori replied without looking back. Departing the study, do not mind him, Masong remarked, having finished his examination of the deceased's body. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the alibis of everyone present between 3:30 and 4 o'clock this afternoon. Curious, aren't you? Officer Mumu inquired. Masong casually explained, the purple markings on the body indicate that death occurred no more than an hour prior. Considering our arrival time, it was approximately half an hour before Detective Muri entered. I see. Officer Mumu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and promptly summoned Takagi Wataru. Takagi, gather everyone in the house and ask them about their alibis. Yes, Officer Mumu, Takagi responded. Before long, the butler Koike Fumio, Tsujimura Ikkyu's father, Tsujimura Toshimitsu, Tsujimura Ikkyu's son, Tsujimura Takayoshi, and Tsujimura's fiancée, Katsuragi Sachiko, arrived at the study. Officer Mumu and Masong took turns questioning them. The butler Koike Fumio was the first to respond. Between 3 and 4 o'clock today, I was chatting with neighbors nearby. I see. Then it seems you have no opportunity to commit the crime. Officer Mumu noted while taking notes. Masong, however, remained silent, merely listening intently. Now, Mr. Takayoshi and Ms. Sachiko, You arrived here only shortly before Madame Tsujimura returned. Correct? Officer Mumu turned to Tsujimura Takayoshi and Katsuragi Sachiko. Yes, you are correct, Officer, Tsujimura Takayoshi affirmed. When the butler came to the door to receive Madame Tsujimura, where were you? Officer Mumu continued his inquiry. We went to my father's study. But the door was already locked. We called for him, but he did not respond, so we quickly went downstairs, Tsujimura Takayoshi replied. After coming down, we immediately met my mother at the front door, Katsuragi Sachiko added. Officer Mumu nodded in understanding, then turned his attention to the final person, Tsujimura Toshimitsu. So, Mr. Toshimitsu, you arrived here after 2 o'clock? Indeed, Tsujimura Toshimitsu replied that I made the trip here, but Kuin was alone in the study. And you had left home first. I found it rather dull, so I just stayed in the living room next to the study, watching television. Officer Mumu listened, taking notes, and then turned to Tsujimura Ikkyu. When did you leave, Mrs. Ikkyu? I left before 1 o'clock, Tsujimura Ikkyu stated. After hearing everyone's responses, Officer Mumu reflected. Thus, it appears that at the time of the crime, Madame Tsujimura and Butler Koike have the least suspicion, as they both possess clear alibis. However, Mr. Toshimitsu, Tsujimura Takayoshi, and Katsuragi Sachiko do not have definitive alibis. Having spoken, Officer Mumu felt quite satisfied with his analysis and turned to inquire of Hakuba. Brother Hakuba, how do you find my analysis? Hakuba remained silent, neither affirming nor denying that he surveyed the surroundings. Tsujimura Isamu was an avid reader, with an extensive collection of books in his study. However, the stack of books on the table appeared to have been hastily removed from the shelf, creating a rather jarring impression. Additionally, there was another point of interest. Hakuba gazed at the large collection of records before him and finally spoke, directing his question to the butler, Koike Fumio. Does Tsujimura Isamu have a particular fondness for listening to CDs? Indeed, he does, Koike Fumio affirmed. The master has a great appreciation for classical music. However, upon inspecting the records placed next to the deceased's desk, he distinctly remembered them containing opera. What were the towering books meant to conceal? And what was the purpose of the opera records? Hakuba had no recollection of this case. He did recall Hattori Heiji, but in his memory, it was during an episode in Osaka that he first encountered Hattori. Although he could not recall the specifics of this case, the subtle clues present at the scene seemed to brush against the truth, albeit faintly. Sato, Hakuba suddenly called out, would you analyze these individuals? In Hakuba's reasoning, this case should align with his Kagoro skills. Yes, Sato Miwako promptly responded, at that moment. A spirited voice rang from outside the door. No need. Everyone turned their heads to see the high school detective Hattori Heiji returning after a brief absence. I have already discerned the method behind this locked room, Hattori proclaimed. What? Officer Mumu exclaimed. Hattori, you truly understand the locked room technique? As he spoke, Officer Mumu cast a discreet glance in Hakuba's direction, having encountered renowned detectives like Kudo Yusaku, Kudo Shinichi, and Muri Kagoro, as well as the exceptional Hakuba. Officer Mumu considered his brother Hakuba to be the most capable among them. Yet now, while Hakuba was still contemplating, Hattori had already unraveled the enigma. Hakuba glanced at the exuberant Hattori, curious to hear his explanation, thus returning a look to Officer Mumu, signaling him to observe closely. Meanwhile, Conan, afflicted by a cold and the effects of white liquor, yearned to step outside and resolve the case. However, the presence of Hakuba, who consistently outperformed him, allowed him to rest easy and focus on recuperation. Hearing Officer Mumu's inquiry, Hattori, brimming with confidence, responded, Officer Mumu, your physique closely resembles that of the deceased. Would you mind acting as the victim for a moment? Not a problem, Officer Mumu replied. Bang! Just as Hattori prepared to demonstrate, Conan could no longer endure and collapsed onto the floor. Conan immediately rushed to pick him up, exclaiming with concern, "It seems this little brother has a fever. Perhaps we should let him rest in my room for a while," Tsujimura Takayoshi kindly suggested. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Takayoshi. Ran expressed her gratitude. No problem. My room is on the first floor. Please take the little brother there. All right. Afterward, Ran led Conan downstairs to Tsujimura Takayoshi's room on the first floor. Ahem, Hattori, please continue with your demonstration. Officer Mumu resumed after Ran had taken Conan away. Certainly, Hattori replied, I could see the time of the incident. All the windows in this room were locked from the inside, and the only door was secured with a key. Thus, this room became a completely sealed locked room. Yet, despite its apparent impenetrability, there exists a small gap. A gap? Everyone questioned, puzzled. Indeed, it is the crack beneath that door. Hattori pointed at the door gap, smiling as he spoke. You can't possibly suggest that the murderer tossed the key through that gap into the victim's pocket? Kaguro questioned with a bewildered expression. Unfazed by the skepticism, Hattori calmly replied, You are correct. The murderer did indeed throw the key through the gap into the victim's pocket, with some tape and the fishing line I just found. It can be accomplished. With that, Hattori produced a length of fishing line from his pocket, approached Officer Mumu, and held out a needle, gesturing to prick him. The murderer first stabbed the victim with a needle soaked in deadly poison, killing him, then retrieved the victim's key from his pocket. Next, they attached one end of the fishing line to the needle and the other end to the keyring with tape for stability. Subsequently, they threaded the needle through the deceased's pant pocket, placing the body in the same position we initially observed. Upon concluding his explanation, Officer Mumu was positioned to replicate Tsunura Isamu's pose at the time of death. Hattori then grasped one end of the fishing line with the needle and the other end with the keyring, extending them outward toward the door. Now, we simply need to hold both ends of the fishing line and exit through the door, allowing the line to be pulled through the gap. Then, we can lock the door with the key and tug on the fishing line to retrieve the key. As he spoke, Hattori tugged on one end of the fishing line, and the key was slowly drawn beneath the door crack, traversing the study's carpet, ascending to Tsunura Isamu's desk, and finally Ma-song listened intently to Hibu Ping-si's argument, remaining silent while subtly nodding towards his pocket, indicating for him to proceed. Naturally, Hibu Ping-si did not hesitate, promptly striding towards Officer Mugu, hastily reaching into his pocket. What? How could this be? Both Officer Mugu and Hibu Ping-si exclaimed in unison. They witnessed the keys tumble out of Officer Mugu's pocket, failing to enter the double-layered pocket. Hibu Ping-si was thoroughly perplexed. Could this merely be a coincidence? Ma-song shook his head. This is the first mistake you've made in this case. You failed to notice that the deceased was seated. Seated? What do you mean? Hibu Ping-si inquired humbly. Officer Mugu was quite stout, and the deceased was even more so. When seated, their pockets would be severely folded, and the keys, prior to entering the double-layered pocket, would inevitably become disconnected due to the folding. However, might there not be an unexpected circumstance that allows it to enter? Hibu Ping-si continued to question. Not at all. Take a closer look at the orientation of the keys and the keychain, Ma-song advised. Orientation? Hibu Ping-si glanced over, meticulously recalling the details. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. You must have realized as well, when we discovered the keys, they were intertwined with the keychain. Yet, your method could not possibly have folded them together. Ma-song discerned Hibu Ping-si's thoughts and unveiled the enigma. Moreover, you've committed another error, Ma-song added. What? Hibu Ping-si queried, now devoid of confidence, merely wishing to uncover any further lapses in his reasoning. The poison needle, Ma-song stated. The poison needle? Hibu Ping-si echoed. Have you considered how you would have inserted the poison needle? Remember, we found it beside the desk. Yes, true, the keys went in, but how could something akin to a needle and thread be tossed in? Hibu Ping-si pondered, perspiration beading on his forehead, realizing that his deductions appeared childishly simplistic in the presence of this officer, coupled with Ma-song's frosty, serious demeanor, tinged with a hint of mentorship and admonition. Hibu Ping-si felt as though he were facing his own father, a high-ranking police official. Observing Hibu Ping-si grasping his own missteps, Ma-song decided to dispense with the suspense. Speaking plainly, these two issues suffice to demonstrate that your reasoning is flawed. Then how did the keys get in? Hibu Ping-si earnestly asked. The keys never left, Ma-song replied. Then, what about the suspect? Hibu Ping-si pressed once more. This time, his query was unnecessary to complete. Everyone present understood what he was implying. How did the suspect exit? The suspect did not need to exit at all. Ma-song clarified, dispelling the crowd's confusion. The towering books and the opera playing when you entered the room. What purpose do they serve? Ma-song guided gently. What purpose? Hibu Ping-si inquired eagerly. The piled books were to conceal, while the opera was to mask. Ma-song continued. But what exactly are we concealing? What are we masking? Ma-song's words prompted an impatient outburst from Kaguro. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ma-song remained silent, instead observing Hibu Ping-si. Upon hearing Bai Ma Song's remarks, Hibu Pingxi felt as though he had grasped something profound. A flash of inspiration igniting in his mind. That I understand. Hibu Pingxi exclaimed excitedly. The murderer intended to obscure the deceased's visage, muffling any cries that might escape. However, who was the murderer guarding against? Muri Kagoro still did not comprehend, pressing further. Guarding against you, Bai Ma Song stated coolly from the side. Guarding against me? Muri Kagoro pointed at himself, utterly confounded. To be precise, against all those who entered with you. Isn't that right, Tsujimura Ke? Bai Ma Song declared directly, initially intending to provide some training for Sato Miwako, but interrupted by Hibu Pingxi's apparent agitation. Bai Ma Song felt irked, now witnessing Hibu Pingxi's newfound composure and resolution. Bai Ma Song chose not to prolong the matter. What? Bai Ma Song's words landed like a stone cast into a lake, sending ripples of astonishment through the gathered crowd. The lady had killed her husband. This was simply implausible. The butler, Koike Fumio, was the first to voice his skepticism. There's nothing impossible about it, Bai Ma Song replied calmly. The keys from the double-layered pocket sufficiently indicated that they had never left the deceased's pocket. Therefore, Tsujimura Ke, who also possessed the keys, stands as the primary suspect. You first incapacitated Tsujimura Isamu, posed him in this manner, then awaited the arrival of Detective Muri and his companions to establish this study as a locked room, thereby crafting your ruse. Once inside, all you needed to do was feign awakening him, while in reality administering a poison needle, which acted swiftly, leaving Tsujimura Isamu no time to react before succumbing to your treachery. This led others to believe he had been dead for some time. To prevent Tsujimura Isamu from displaying any signs of pain, you stacked books upon the table, and to mask any potential screams, you played the opera in the study. To frame another and ensnare the police in your plot, you likely placed fishing lines throughout the residence. These are the entirety of your nefarious methods. What about the evidence? Tsujimura Ke, though deeply anxious, managed to maintain composure and inquired, Isn't the evidence right there on you? Bai Ma Song said coldly. Surely, you intended to discreetly administer the poison needle, utilizing that operable keychain, correct? Tsujimura Ke fell silent. Ha. Bai Ma Song scoffed. Sato, search her. Yes, Sato Miwako responded. Phew. Tsujimura Ke could no longer hold her composure, exhaling a long sigh, revealing a bittersweet smile of resignation. No need. You are correct. I did indeed murder Tsujimura Isamu. Madam, the butler, Koike Fumio, still could not believe it. 20 years ago, my former husband, Yamashiro, was wrongfully accused by Tsujimura Isamu. Tsujimura Ke began to recount her motive for murder. 2 decades prior, Tsujimura Isamu, captivated by Tsujimura Ke's beauty, conspired with his father, Tsujimura Toshimitsu, to falsely imprison her husband, Yamashiro Kin, leading to his demise. Katsuragi Sachiko is, in fact, the daughter of Tsujimura Ke and her former husband. Upon seeing Katsuragi Sachiko, Tsujimura Isamu, unable to contain himself, divulged everything to Tsujimura Ke. Consequently, Tsujimura Ke harbored resentment and devised this murderous scheme. After absorbing Tsujimura Ke's account, Bai Ma Song mentally nodded in agreement. Excellent. It appears this case was solely orchestrated by Tsujimura Isamu, with no ties to any conflicts of interest. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of a cunning individual manipulating events from behind the scenes, enticing her to commit murder. However, that would require further investigation by his father and does not concern Bai Ma Song. As Tsujimura Ke concluded her confession, Officer Mugu proceeded to place handcuffs upon her, preparing to escort her back to the police station, with Bai Ma Song accompanying him. Just as Bai Ma Song was about to depart, Hibu Pingxi suddenly called out to him. Officer Bai Ma. Hibu Pingxi's expression was a complex blend of frustration, gratitude, and competitiveness. Thank you for your guidance today. No need for thanks, Bai Ma Song replied nonchalantly, pointing out, your abilities are commendable. Yet today you seemed rather impatient. Indeed, Hibu Pingxi admitted, nodding earnestly. Having a competitive spirit is admirable, but reasoning is not a stage for competition. You must always maintain a calm heart. Bai Ma Song spoke with seriousness, yet with a touch of concern. Sato, you too. I have previously mentioned that solving a case is akin to solving a problem. However, today I must convey to you that solving a case entails more than merely answering questions. A case is, indeed, a case. We must perpetually extend unwavering respect towards both the living and the deceased. The words of Hakuba Sensei resonated like a clarion call, echoing in the ears of the two individuals. Hattori Heiji, feeling a wave of shame, lowered his head. Did I understand? Inspector Hakuba, he replied. After Hakuba-sensei finished speaking, he noticed that they seemed to have taken his words to heart, which brought him a sense of joy. Today, on a whim, he decided to offer them some guidance, primarily because he wished to cultivate the abilities within the police force. He would inevitably ascend to a high position in the future, and he did not want his subordinates to be mere supporters, standing by as he solved cases. The thought of such a scenario was truly terrifying. Inspector Hakuba, when you come to Osaka in the future, do let me know. I shall ensure you are well entertained, Hattori Heiji exclaimed. Let us discuss future matters later, Hakuba-sensei replied nonchalantly. Hee, just promise me you'll tell me when you're here, Hattori Heiji said, scratching his head with a cheerful smile. Hakuba-sensei nodded at that moment. Sonoko hurried over, appearing quite anxious. Inspector Hakuba, have you seen Conan? She inquired. Conan? Which little rascal are you referring to? Hattori Heiji asked casually. Yes, Hattori-kun. Have you seen him? Sonoko pressed urgently. No, I haven't seen him. Hattori Heiji shook his head. Hakuba-sensei pondered. Conan seems to be in an unusual state today. However, considering he is the protagonist, there should be no significant issues. From Conan's perspective, due to a fever and having been forced to consume some strong alcohol by Hattori Heiji, he was taken to the room of Tsujimura Takayoshi by Sonoko for recovery. Once inside the room, Sonoko stepped out to find a doctor for Conan, leaving him alone. Normally, Conan would be exceedingly thrilled to encounter a case and would rush headlong into it. Yet today was different. Firstly, it was due to Hakuba-sensei's formidable abilities. Conan, who was actually Kudo Shinichi, believed Hakuba to be superior to himself, and with him present, Conan felt assured about the case. Furthermore, he needed proper rest, so he obediently remained in the room without making any moves. However, the more he rested, the more intense his headache became, and he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, as if his very bones were melting and merging together. Conan could not contain a cry of distress. He felt he had reached a boiling point, reminiscent of the time he ingested that toxin. Conan truly could not endure any longer. He suddenly threw off the covers and desperately attempted to tear off his clothing, feeling as though he was expanding beyond his limits. Wait a moment. Expanding? Could it be? Conan's mind raced as he methodically removed his clothes, leaving only his underwear. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was indeed incrementally growing larger. It was a sensation encompassing his entire being. Ouch! Conan let out a pained sound as his body ceased its growth. He swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and, navigating to Dr. Agasa's contact, dialed his number. In that moment of transformation, his first instinct was to solve a case. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that Hakuba-sensei had likely already resolved it. His identity as Kudo Shinichi was not suitable for public exposure. Thus, Conan promptly dismissed that thought. Hello, Shinichi. What is happening? Came the gentle voice of an elderly man from the other end of the line. Hello, doctor. There's been a little situation. Please hurry to the residence of the diplomat Tsujimura Isano. Located at. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Agasa's yellow beetle arrived. Conan directed him to the spot beside the wall facing his room. Upon arrival, Dr. Agasa was taken aback to see the grown Kudo Shinichi. Conan, seeing the car, took a deep breath, wrapped his small clothes around himself, opened the window, and abruptly dashed outside. Tick-tock. The hour hand of the watch pointed to 5 as Hakuba-sensei gathered his briefcase and secured his belongings. Preparing to leave work, he proceeded to the elevator, arriving at the parking lot of the police headquarters, where he retrieved his car keys, ready to unlock the door. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Hakuba-sensei took out his phone, glanced at the message, and displayed a look of resignation. His fingers moved slightly as he selected a response, swiftly tapping 2 buttons before hitting send, opening the car door. He started his black Porsche 959, pressing the accelerator as he drove onto the road. Hakuba-sensei's destination was Igoda High School. The black Porsche weaved through traffic, eventually coming to a halt before the gates of Igoda High School after a firm application of the brakes. Good day, sir. Who are you looking for? The gatekeeper inquired. Noticing Hakuba-sensei's cool demeanor and the sleek Porsche, he instinctively adopted a respectful tone. That I'm looking for Hakuba Tru from Class 2B. I am his brother, Hakuba-sensei replied. Very well, please wait a moment, the gatekeeper said. Returning to his post, he dialed the landline. Hello, teacher, at the school gate. No need to call, classes have ended. I will wait for him to come out. Hakuba-sensei interrupted, his tone somewhat chilly. The gatekeeper put down the phone, somewhat disgruntled, and said, "All right, please wait. Call me if you need anything." Hakuba-sensei merely nodded in acknowledgement, ignoring him as he took out a detective novel from his briefcase and began reading in the driver's seat. After a day full of reports at work, it was time to unwind with a good mystery. After reading for about 10 minutes, Hakuba-sensei seemed to sense something or perhaps heard a sound. He lifted his head to look out the car window and he noticed a group of students emerging from the school gates, gathering in clusters. Through the throng, Hakuba-sensei accurately spotted his younger brother. Among the crowd, a student clad in Igoda High School's uniform, with chestnut wavy hair and brown eyes, exuding a hint of aristocratic pride, was none other than Hakuba-tru. Accompanying him were 3 other students, a boy with short black hair who appeared nonchalant, and 2 girls, one with long black hair, lively and cheerful, and the other with wine-red hair, exuding an air of aloofness. The 3 of them, the black-haired girl was Nakamori Ayoko, the red-haired girl was Koizumi Akako, and the boy was Kuroba Kaido, were all classmates of Hakuba-tru. Hakuba-tru took a few steps, reached into his pocket, and produced a pocket watch. Glancing at it, he chuckled softly. 5:53, 24 p.m. We have exited the campus, concluding a day of study that I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. His speech was slow, with a lofty tone, giving off an air of superiority that in simpler terms, he came off as somewhat pretentious. Then see you tomorrow, Hakuba-kun. Nakamori Ayoko replied with a smile. I look forward to our next meeting, Koizumi Akako added, also smiling. Kuroba Kaido merely nodded in acknowledgement, feeling quite dissatisfied with Hakuba-tru's manner of speaking. Hakuba-tru nodded back at them, smiling, just as he was about to speak. Bang! Ouch! Hakuba-tru clutched his head in pain. His previous noble demeanor completely vanished. He turned around to see who had ambushed him. Upon turning, he was met with the sight of someone he could not provoke. Brother, Hakuba-tru stammered. Nanny, brother? The 3 students beside Hakuba-tru turned to see a man dressed in a black suit. His expression stern, with short coffee-colored hair and dark red pupils, standing before Hakuba-tru, towering over him by about half a head. This man was none other than Hakuba-tru's brother. In the hearts of the 3 individuals, a silent contemplation ensued. The person they beheld was none other than Ma Song, who had seen his younger brother, initially intending to wait for him. He could not suppress the urge to disembark upon witnessing his brother's ostentatious display. With a cold snort, Ma Song reflected on his years in England. While he had not mastered much, he had certainly acquired a fair share of their pretentiousness and affectation. "Gee, brother," Ma said, a hint of shyness evident as he scratched his head. The earlier air of superiority now dissipated. After imparting a few words of admonition to Ma Song turned, casting a glance as he introduced himself. I am Ma Song, the elder brother of Ma. "Ah, Mr. Ma, greetings. I am Nakagawa Aiko, a classmate of Ma. Nakagawa Aiko greeted Ma Song with a smile. Meanwhile, Kuroba Kaido, exhibiting a measure of wariness, introduced himself. "I am Kuroba Kaido, a classmate of Ma." Lastly, Koizumi Hongzi appeared visibly anxious, her complexion tense, stating, "I am Koizumi Hongzi, a classmate of Ma." After the mutual introductions, Ma Song exchanged a few pleasantries before taking Ma by the hand and departing. "Brother, what brings you to seek me today?" Ma inquired. "You have been back in the country for nearly 2 weeks without visiting home. Our grandmother misses you and sent me to fetch you." Ma Song replied nonchalantly. Ma responded with a hint of helplessness. "I am currently investigating certain matters. Don't mention this to grandmother." Ma Song, however, was unfazed by Ma protests. Focusing solely on driving him home, Ma found himself at a loss for words. In this lifetime, he feared 2 individuals the most, his elder brother Ma Song, and their grandmother By the way. "How is your inquiry into that spider proceeding?" Ma Song casually inquired. "Fairly well. He hasn't been up to much recently," Ma replied. "I have come to realize that the phantom thief Kaido kid seems far more intriguing." Upon hearing this, Ma Song furrowed his brow. "Ma, mind your attitude. I shall reiterate. Your purpose in studying abroad was not to adopt their aristocratic airs." All right, brother, I understand." Ma responded in acquiescence. Ma Song recognized that Ma nature was not inherently bad, but he believed it necessary to frequently correct the youthful exuberance. "Now, tell me about that phantom thief Kaido kid." "Sure thing, Brother, by Maten beamed. Kaido Kid is a jewel thief who debuted 18 years ago and has been largely inactive in recent years. However, he made a sudden return a few months ago, executing several heists in quick succession. Just days ago, the Suzuki Consortium received a letter of announcement from Kaido Kid, targeting the family's heirloom, the Black Pearl Dark Star. A letter of announcement, by Ma-song queried. Kaido Kid always provides a notice, indicating the time, location, and target of his impending heist. By Ma-tan explained, I just happened to obtain a copy from President Suzuki. Show it to me, by Ma-song said. His demeanor cool yet tinged with curiosity. Oh, here it is. By Ma-tan retrieved his phone from his bag, opened the image, and handed it to By Ma-song. By Ma-song took the phone and read the message, on April Fool's Day. When the moon separates the two, under the name of the Dark Star, invited to the waves, I shall arrive at 1:42 p.m., March 31, at the Miho Museum. At the same time, at the Miho Museum. Kudo Shinichi was vexedly ruffling his hair, contemplating the words on the letter. Mr. Mori. A warm, rich voice broke the silence. Mori Kagoro ran, and Shinichi turned to see a robust middle-aged man in a brown suit, accompanied by Suzuki Sonoko. This man was none other than the head of the Suzuki Consortium, Suzuki Shiro. Mori Kagoro promptly stepped forward to greet Suzuki Shiro. Oh, Mr. Suzuki, it's a pleasure to see you. Ah, welcome. I am immensely grateful that you accepted my daughter's impolite request to join us here. Suzuki Shiro replied with a hearty laugh. Not at all, not at all, Mori Kagoro said, somewhat bashfully. For tonight, we shall rely on your expertise, Mr. Mori. Suzuki Shiro continued with a smile. Of course, just a petty thief. Mori Kagoro dismissed with a wave of his hand. Humph, how brazen, interjected a nearby police officer, unable to contain his discontent. If only capturing Kaido Kid were truly that simple. Mori Kagoro felt a flush of embarrassment at having his boast overheard. Noticing the awkwardness in the air, Suzuki Shiro quickly intervened. Haha, Inspector Chaki Shintaro, have preparations commenced for today? Alas, it cannot be helped. Inspector Chaki Shintaro sighed, yet spoke with renewed determination. To deal with a world-class thief like Kaido Kid, we must exercise the utmost caution. No detail can be overlooked. May I inquire if the police have deciphered the code within Kid's invitation? Suzuki Shiro promptly asked. Inspector Chaki Shintaro smiled confidently. While we are uncertain of what the moon separates the two signifies, the phrase invited to the waves likely refers to the Tamanatsu River nearby. The only place with waves around here is the Tamanatsu River adjacent to the Miho Museum. Ha! Mori Kagoro burst into loud laughter upon hearing this. Mori, do you have any objections? Inspector Chaki Shintaro demanded, clearly displeased. Inspector Chaki Shintaro was familiar with Mori Kagoro, having collaborated with him during his time in the investigation department. Inspector Chaki, I hold a differing perspective on this matter, Mori Kagoro asserted confidently. Please, share your thoughts, Inspector Chaki Shintaro invited. Speaking of the ocean evokes thoughts of the wild, and Star suggests a connection to Yoko Oki, who is set to perform at the Miho Civic Center starting tomorrow. Furthermore, her final song is confirmed to be Moonlight Girl, which undoubtedly corresponds to the phrase when the moon separates the two in the invitation. Therefore, the riddle is quite apparent. Kaido Kid will surely descend from the Miho Civic Center to commit a theft at the Miho Museum tomorrow. As Mori Kagoro spoke, he could not help but burst into laughter, his tongue extending in delight. Fool, how could that possibly be? Shinichi thought to himself, struggling to fathom Kaido Kid's interest in a pop idol's concert. However, Shinichi's thoughts did not reflect those of everyone present. Inspector Chaki Shintaro pondered, his expression contemplative. That seems rather plausible. Suzuki Shiro chimed in with a hearty laugh. Detective Mori truly lives up to his reputation. Mori Kagoro, already feeling smug, found his laughter reaching an even higher pitch at their praise. No, it is not as you think. Just as Mori Kagoro was enjoying his moment of mirth, an elegant voice resonated from the entrance. Turning to look, the crowd witnessed two gentlemen entering the room. Both possessed chestnut hair. One wore a stern expression that exuded an air of aloofness, while the other appeared haughty and elegant, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. These two were none other than Bai Ma Song and his brother Bai Ma Tan. The previous day, Bai Ma Song had glanced at the letter of announcement brought by Bai Ma Tan and, finding it uninteresting, had returned it to him. Yet, Bai Ma Tan, filled with curiosity, incessantly pursued his brother with questions. Brother, what do you think the answer to the riddle is? Dear brother, shall we go take a look tomorrow? Last night, Hakuba contemplated deeply throughout the night and finally arrived at the solution to the riddle. Thus, motivated by a desire to verify his answer, Hakuba decided to visit the Mihua Museum today. Bringing along his elder brother, Suzuki Shiro greeted the visitors with a warm smile. It's Asu and Eitan. What brings you to the Mihua Museum today? Hakuba Asu and Hakuba Ten both bowed respectfully, greeting Suzuki Shiro in return. Upon seeing Hakuba Asu, Conan also appeared quite delighted and approached him. Big brother Hakuba. Hakuba Asu gently patted Conan's head, choosing not to respond. He had originally intended to spend the day resting at home, reading novels, sipping coffee, and enjoying some snacks. How delightful that would have been. However, his younger brother insisted on dragging him along, despite his expressed disinterest in puzzles and the elusive Kid the Phantom Thief. Consequently, Hakuba Asu felt quite vexed and was in no mood for conversation. Noticing Hakuba Asu's apparent displeasure, Conan sensed the usual chilly aura around him had turned even more frigid. He thought it best not to disturb him regarding the riddle they had planned to discuss. Come, Asu, Eitan, allow me to introduce you. This is Police Chief Chaki Shintaro from the Metropolitan Police Department, and this gentleman here is the renowned detective Kaguro Mori. Suzuki Shiro cheerfully introduced the Hakuba brothers. Good day, Chief Chaki. Good day, Mr. Mori. Hakuba Tan smiled politely, extending his right hand in greeting. Familiar with both men, Hakuba Asu merely nodded in acknowledgement. Hello. Kaguro Mori eagerly reached out to shake hands, pondering to himself. This child is quite close to Hakuba Asu and shares the same surname. He must be the second son of Police Superintendent Hakuba. Chief Chaki Shintaro, known for his stern demeanor, managed a slight smile as he greeted Hakuba-tan. Hello, Hakuba-kun. After their greetings, Chaki Shintaro quickly inquired. Hakuba-kun, does your earlier remark imply that you also have thoughts regarding this invitation? Indeed, Hakuba-tan affirmed with confidence. I believe my insights are not mere thoughts, but the answer itself. Do share, Chaki Shintaro encouraged. Hakuba-tan elaborated. The dark night stars can be interpreted as Black Star, abbreviated as BS, which could evoke associations with BS radio. The phrase when the moon separates refers to the moment the moon intervenes between an artificial satellite and the sun. Relating this to what was previously mentioned, we ought to consider BS radio as the focal point, with the time frame being between midnight and 4 o'clock. Connecting this to BS radio, the waves invited to the waves naturally suggest radio waves, which should originate from the transmission direction of BS radio. The signal from BS radio radiates at a southwest angle of 45 degrees, with an elevation angle of 42.3 degrees. From the perspective of Mihua Museum, this location corresponds to the rooftop of the Kudo Hotel. Hakuba-tan spoke with unwavering confidence, his demeanor suggesting he was certain of victory this time. Although Kaguro Mori felt sidelined, he remained composed and attentively listened to Hakuba-tan's words, eventually breaking into applause. Suzuki Shiro also expressed his delight. Excellent. Eitan, your reasoning is truly remarkable. Indeed, Hakuba-kun's deduction far surpasses Mori's. Chaki Shintaro concurred. Exactly. What sort of nonsensical reasoning was that from Uncle Mori? Conan silently echoed in his thoughts. It must be noted that the Hakuba family's deductive abilities are indeed extraordinary, seemingly linked to their lineage. Splendid. Chaki Shintaro exclaimed with excitement. In that case, everyone take your positions and prepare promptly. Tonight, we shall undoubtedly capture Kid the Phantom Thief at 6:38 p.m. within the Kudo Hotel. Hakuba-tan, eager to apprehend Kid the Phantom Thief that night, had persuaded Hakuba Asu to accompany him to the venue, contemplating dining while awaiting the thief's arrival. Familiar with Hakuba Asu, Kaguro Mori also brought his family along, sharing a table with them. Before long, the dishes began to arrive in succession. Kaguro Mori raised a glass of beer, teasing Hakuba Asu. Asu, I never expected someone of your disposition to join in such festivities. Hakuba Asu scoffed lightly, replying coolly. I was dragged here by my younger brother. Oh, come now, brother, don't mind it. Hakuba-tan chimed in with a light chuckle. Tonight, I am determined to capture Kid the Phantom Thief. Observing Hakuba-tan's bravado, Conan curiously inquired. Brother Hakuba, have you faced Kid the Phantom Thief before? Yes, Hakuba-tan nodded, recalling previous encounters that had revealed some intriguing details, albeit without capturing him. You won't catch him tonight either. Hakuba Asu remarked nonchalantly from the side. Why not? Both Conan and Hakuba-tan questioned in unison. They had successfully deciphered the invitation and were well prepared. Surely there was hope. Hakuba Asu sliced a piece of steak and took a bite, revealing that he would not take action tonight. What? The crowd looked at him incredulously. Yes, Hakuba Asu replied calmly. But brother, why do you say that? You heard my reasoning. The invitation from Kid the Phantom Thief should be interpreted as such. Hakuba-tan pressed for clarification. Indeed, I also believe the reasoning of this young man holds merit, Kogoro Muri interjected. Conan remained silent, listening intently, though he too was curious. Hakuba-su, unperturbed, first took a napkin to carefully wipe his lips before slowly articulating. Tan, your abilities are commendable, but remember to consider the broader picture and do not allow your pride to cloud your judgment. You may think you have solved the problem, yet there are still elements you have overlooked. As Hakuba-tan absorbed his elder brother's admonition, he nodded repeatedly, unable to resist. After all, an older brother is like a father, and this particular brother bore a striking resemblance to their father. Noticing that Hakuba-tan was preoccupied with the invitation and that everyone was awaiting his next words, Hakuba-su decided not to continue his lecture. He prompted, "What do you think the beginning of the invitation states?" The beginning. Hakuba-tan furrowed his brow, recalling the details. Conan too began to ponder, while Kogoro Muri casually remarked, "Isn't it just April Fool? Happy April Fool's Day." So, this is. Suddenly, Hakuba-tan and Conan realized something simultaneously and looked up at Hakuba-su. Seeing that everyone seemed to grasp the situation, Hakuba-su confirmed with a knowing glance and explained, "Could the Phantom Thief made it clear from the start that this is merely an April Fool's joke. So, this matter is simply a prank," Ran exclaimed incredulously from the side, before Hakuba-su could respond. Hakuba-tan mused, "Not necessarily. It could also be a warm-up for Kid the Phantom Thief. The true action may unfold shortly after." Hakuba-su affirmed lightly, "That is indeed a possibility." "Hey, Asu," Kogoro Muri interjected irritably. "Since you know this is a joke, why not inform Chief Chaki?" It was understandable that Kogoro Muri felt displeased, as much effort had gone into the preparations, only to discover it was a mere prank. Undoubtedly wasting considerable time and resources. You knew and chose not to speak. That's tantamount to assisting Kid the Phantom Thief and squandering police resources. However, Hakuba-su offered an explanation. Chief Chaki is resolute in his pursuit of Kid the Phantom Thief. He has worked diligently for years and will not let any opportunity slip by. This time, although merely a prank for April Fool's Day, the act of theft will not truly be executed. However, the elusive Kaido Kuroba shall indeed make an appearance, presenting an opportunity for his apprehension. Indeed, upon hearing Hakuba's words, Hakuba Saguru reignited his determination, even if he does not take action himself. "I must seize him this time." On April 19th, aboard the Sally Beth, clad in a black suit, Hakuba Ayoko casually sipped red wine, one hand in his pocket while raising his glass. Beside him, Hakuba Saguru, dressed in white, incessantly murmured into his elder brother's ear, "If the Phantom Thief is a masterful artist, then the detective is merely a nitpicker trailing behind, at best a mere critic. The detestable Kaido Kuroba, how dare he say such a thing?" Hakuba Saguru fumed. He had attempted to capture him the previous night, but, as usual, the thief had eluded him. As expected, you failed to catch him. Hakuba Ayoko remarked nonchalantly. "Brother, I will definitely capture him next time," Hakuba Saguru declared resolutely. "Merely wishing is futile. You must learn to reflect on your experiences." Hakuba Ayoko lectured his younger brother. "I know, brother," Hakuba Saguru replied helplessly. Hakuba Ayoko had always played the role of a fatherly elder brother, causing Hakuba Saguru to frequently endure his brother's admonitions. Primarily, the tales of Hakuba Ayoko's exploits had been passed down through Hakuba Saguru's experiences. Thus, he could only listen to his brother's teachings. Today marks the 60th anniversary of the Suzuki Corporation, and I sincerely thank all of you for your long-standing support. This evening, let us forget about that notorious thief and indulge in the festivities. Shiro Suzuki stood on stage, beaming as he delivered his opening remarks. Once Shiro Suzuki concluded his speech, the banquet commenced swiftly. The Suzuki Corporation is a premier organization in the world of Conan, and those present are truly the upper echelon of society. The circle of the elite is quite small, and everyone is generally acquainted with one another, resulting in a flurry of pleasantries and exchanges. "Inspector Hakuba, what a surprise to see you here," a middle-aged man in a brown suit, around 40 years of age, approached Hakuba Ayoko. "Mr. Shuji," Hakuba Ayoko nodded slightly in greeting. The newcomer was Shuji Hachiman of the Hachiman family, who preferred to avoid internal conflicts within the organization and currently operated a restaurant. The Hachiman family and the Hakuba family had maintained a long-standing relationship. The Shuji Hachiman appropriately greeted Hakuba Ayoko. He then smiled at Hakuba Saguru. Saguru has returned to the country. Will you be leaving again?" Hakuba Saguru returned the polite smile, indicating he had no immediate plans to depart. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shuji Hachiman took his leave. At that moment, a young man in a light blue suit, with a white shirt and a beige tie, approached. He had a narrow face, wide eyebrows, and a hairstyle reminiscent of coral. Inspector Hakuba, long time no see, the young man smiled. Officer Shiratori, it has indeed been a while, Hakuba Aoko replied with a forced smile. This was the eldest son of the Shiratori family. Shiratori Ninsaburo, who was not only the heir to the Shiratori family but also an officer in the Metropolitan Police's career division. In the original storyline, Hakuba Aoko recognized him but had not seen him for some time. Shiratori Ninsaburo raised his glass and smiled at Hakuba Aoko. Inspector Hakuba, I will be transferring to Division 3 next week. I look forward to your guidance. Hakuba Aoko nodded slightly, raising his glass in return. Let us learn from one another. Shiratori Ninsaburo's visit was primarily to establish rapport with his future colleagues and superiors. After exchanging pleasantries, he was soon whisked away by his sister. After Shiratori Ninsaburo's departure, Hakuba Aoko noticed Kagero Mori and Tomoko Suzuki approaching, accompanied by a police officer who bore a resemblance to Kagero Mori but had a tousled hairstyle. Upon seeing the main characters arrive, Hakuba Aoko remained unperturbed as he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, took the black pearl, and adorned himself with it. The black pearl was a temporary creation by Tomoko Suzuki to deceive Kaido Kuroba, its design closely resembling that of the Night Star. Although it was a replica, the Suzuki Corporation's prestige precluded them from resorting to cheap imitations, thus this pearl possessed some value. Upon spotting the Hakuba brothers, Tomoko Suzuki beamed. Aoko, Suguru, welcome aboard the Sally Beth. Simply relax and enjoy yourselves today. Hakuba Aoko slightly bowed to Tomoko Suzuki, respectfully inquiring, where is uncle? Oh. Shiro was deceived by Kaido Kuroba and is still at home. Tomoko Suzuki replied, her tone tinged with reproach, before introducing the officer beside her. This is Inspector Ginzo Nakamori from the 2nd Investigation Division of the Metropolitan Police. He is one of those trusted by our Suzuki family, able to safeguard the Night Star. Good to meet you, Inspector Nakamori, Hakuba Aoko said. No need for such formality, Inspector Hakuba. I hope we can all cooperate effectively this time, Nakamori replied hastily. Of course, just then, Officer Shintaro Chaki stepped onto the stage. Microphone in hand. I am Officer Chaki from the Metropolitan Police. I believe everyone has heard of my name and knows our purpose. It seems that the notorious thief has infiltrated the ship, and I trust you are all aware that he is a master of disguise. He can mimic both voice and appearance with remarkable precision. At this moment, he may very well be masquerading as someone present among us. Originally, we should have conducted individual searches, but to avoid dampening the festive spirit, we suggest that everyone pair up and establish a secret code known only to the two of you. Upon hearing Officer Chaki's words, Kagero Mori suddenly grasped the situation. I see. This way, that fellow won't be able to shift from one guise to another. Hakuba Suguru silently nodded. This plan was indeed clever, as the police had finally exhibited some ingenuity. Brother, let us establish a code as well. Certainly, Hakuba Aoko replied. The two then devised a code related to the Hakuba family as their assurance. Subsequently, Tomoko Suzuki invited magician Ichai Sanada to impersonate Kaido Kuroba for a performance. With Officer Chaki's code and the magical act orchestrated by Tomoko Suzuki, the guests' fears and anxieties regarding Kaido Kuroba had largely dissipated. As the banquet progressed, the voyage of the Sally Beth neared its conclusion. At the entrance, an officer rushed in, addressing the vigilant Nakamori. Inspector Nakamori, there are less than 30 minutes until the Sally Beth docks. Understood. Immediately deploy personnel to secure the entrances of this venue. It is imperative that no one leaves, Nakamori declared with determination. Yes, the guard replied, rushing out. At this moment, everyone was thinking, Kaido Kuroba, you must reveal your flaw now. Hakuba Aoko remained alert as he scanned the surroundings. Although he claimed to have no interest in Kaido Kuroba, his disinterest was solely in the act of unraveling mysteries. To him, solving puzzles was rather subjective, entirely reliant on the creator's perspective, just as in the case of the Italian thief and Kaido Kuroba's current riddle. Both enigmas were based on the creator's subjective associations. To solve them required either an exceptionally broad knowledge base or an extraordinary intellect. Furthermore, Kaido Kuroba had clearly indicated that he would not appear last time, not only due to the advance notice but also because the Suzuki Corporation had not presented the genuine Night Star. Indeed, the last Night Star was a counterfeit. The true Black Pearl, after 60 years, could not possibly retain such resplendent brilliance. Even an outsider like Hakuba Aoko could discern this. How could Kaido Kuroba remain oblivious? Thus, the last time, Hakuba didn't intend to take action at all. However, this time is different. This time, Kaido Kuroba, the infamous Phantom Thief, will undoubtedly make his move. Coupled with this enclosed space, he is eager to encounter the renowned thief. At that moment, Yoko exclaimed in surprise, "Kazuha, where has your pearl gone?" "What? No way," Kazuha replied, but upon glancing down, she realized the pearl was indeed missing. Discovering that the pearl had vanished, Kazuha began to scan her surroundings in search of it, and soon spotted a pearl lying on the ground not far away. "Excuse me, could someone kindly help me pick up the pearl?" Kazuha said. A middle-aged man across from her, upon hearing this, gallantly bent down to retrieve the pearl that had rolled in front of him. Bang! Just as he was about to grasp the pearl, it suddenly exploded, releasing a pink gas all around. The middle-aged man instinctively shouted, inciting chaos among the crowd. "What is happening?" Inspector Ginzo Nakamori shouted loudly upon hearing the commotion. The middle-aged man cried in terror, "The pearl has exploded." "What?" The crowd, previously unaware of the situation, was now engulfed in fear. After all, the pearls were right on their chests. If they exploded, the consequences would be dire. "Be careful." In the midst of the panic, more pearls appeared on the ground, and as they came into view of the guests, they too exploded just like the previous one. "This is ridiculous. I refuse to wear pearls that might explode." A scream arose from the crowd, with some already discarding the pearls they wore. "Calm down. Everyone, please remain calm," Shintaro Chaki shouted frantically, desperately trying to maintain order. However, the panicked crowd paid little heed, fixated on fleeing as quickly as possible. The guests, all of noble status, valued their lives above all else. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of danger, to them, that was infinitely significant. Kaido Kuroba had expertly exploited this psychological vulnerability. The guests rushed towards the exit, and amidst the chaos, Tomoko Suzuki was knocked down. "Mom, are you all right, ma'am?" Both Sonoko and Kazuha exclaimed. Kazuha hurriedly stepped forward to assist Tomoko to her feet. "I'm fine. Thank you, Kazuha," Tomoko replied with a smile as she stood up. At that moment, Hakuba suddenly appeared beside them, grasping Kazuha's hand firmly. "Hakuba, what are you doing?" Kazuha asked, forcing a smile while looking puzzled. Even Tomoko and the others, including Conan and Hakuba, wore expressions of confusion, uncertain as to why Hakuba had suddenly seized Kazuha's hand. "Hey, Hakuba, what is the meaning of this?" Kagoro Muri asked, visibly displeased. Hakuba ignored the inquiries and addressed Tomoko. "Ma'am, please look at your chest. My." Tomoko glanced down, and upon seeing this, exclaimed, "Ah, the Dark Knight Star is gone." The crowd was equally astonished, and they began to connect the dots, with the Dark Knight Star missing and Hakuba holding Kazuha's hand. This could only imply, "Hakuba, what are you implying?" Kazuha stammered. "Stop pretending, Kaido Kuroba," Hakuba declared coldly, upon hearing Hakuba's direct accusation. Kazuha's demeanor transformed from innocent girl to one exuding a hint of devilish charm. In an instant, Kaido Kuroba performed some trick, effortlessly slipping his arm out of Hakuba's grasp. Surrounded by smoke, Kaido transformed from a graceful young lady into a dashing thief clad in white. "Hakuba, your reputation precedes you. But this Dark Knight Star shall be taken by me," Kaido Kuroba said, bowing elegantly to the crowd before vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Just as Hakuba contemplated pursuing him, he discovered that his wrists had been shackled with handcuffs. Kaido Kuroba, Kaido Kuroba." As soon as Kaido made his appearance, Inspector Nakamori, who had been searching for Kaido for 18 years, shouted as he chased after him. "Damn it, is he really going to escape again?" Kagoro Muri grumbled, looking quite displeased. Similarly, Conan shared the sentiment, having been outwitted by Kaido during their last encounter, leaving him quite annoyed. "Are you all right, brother?" Hakuba asked Hakuba. "I am fine," Hakuba replied nonchalantly. He glanced down at the handcuffs in bewilderment. Kaido Kuroba possessed no exceptional martial skills when he had initially apprehended him. Hakuba had sensed that his physical capabilities were merely those of an average person. But now the question arose, how had Kaido managed to escape his grasp and cuff him? Hakuba decided not to dwell on the matter. Narrowing his eyes, he exerted a slight force. Crack. The handcuffs broke free. "Don't worry, he won't escape." Bang. With a sudden push, Hakuba shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing in the direction Kaido had fled. Wow, so fast, the crowd thought. Both Conan and Sonoko simultaneously wondered who was stronger, Hakuba or Kazuha. Of course, if the well-versed Kagoro were to answer, he would undoubtedly proclaim Hakuba the stronger one. Chase after him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pursue. Nakamori and Chaki shouted in unison, urging everyone to run as if each were the champion of a 100-meter dash. Wishing they could sprout wings, Hakuba surged ahead, accelerating while pushing past the police officers obstructing him, drawing ever closer to Kaido Kuroba. Kaido, also known as Kaido Kuroba, though still retaining an advantage, was inwardly lamenting his predicament. He had recognized from their initial encounter that Hakuba, the brother of the detective, was not to be trifled with. Today confirmed his suspicions. The moment he made his move, he was immediately recognized. Such keen insight was rare. Originally, he had planned to seize the Dark Knight Star amidst the chaos, blend into the crowd, change his appearance, and execute his escape. Now, however, he found himself being relentlessly pursued down the street. Damn it, I need to find a way to stop them, Kaido thought as he pulled out a uniquely designed pistol from his pocket. With 6 shots, 6 playing cards flew from the gun. 3 of these were aimed at Hakuba, while the other 3 were directed at the police. As Kaido had anticipated, the officers, seasoned in the art of apprehending thieves, were well aware of the dangers of the card gun and dared not confront them head-on. However, Hakuba was different. Faced with the incoming cards, Hakuba deftly swayed his hands, catching all 3. Witnessing this, Kaido was left utterly astounded. The cards fired from his gun were no ordinary projectiles, yet Hakuba caught them effortlessly. This is bad. The one pursuing me is not human. Kaido was on the verge of a breakdown, no longer daring to glance back. Instead, sprinting forward with all his might. As Kaido raced ahead, Hakuba led a throng of officers in pursuit, and soon they reached the deck. Huff, huff, Inspector Nakamori panted, a fierce expression on his face, declaring, "Kaido Kuroba, you can't escape now. Surrender at once." Kaido Kuroba smirked mockingly, replying, "Inspector Nakamori, it's still too soon to say that." With that, he produced several smoke bombs from his hand and tossed them to the ground. Instantly, the deck was enveloped in swirling smoke. "Quick, fan it away," Nakamori shouted. Once the smoke dissipated, Nakamori looked ahead and found no trace of Kaido Kuroba. Looking up, he saw a white glider soaring through the sky. Damn it! He escaped again. Nakamori Ginzo, filled with fury, struck his palm with a fist. "Everyone, fall back and restore order." As Nakamori Ginzo witnessed Kid's escape, it became evident that the remaining police officers were left with the sole task of maintaining order. Within 3 to 5 minutes, the pursuing officers dispersed, and tranquility once again enveloped the deck. However, Hakuba Saizo remained. "Come up." Hakuba Saizo spoke in a calm tone. Alas, the phantom thief was rescued by the detectives. What a predicament. The gentleman known as Kid, maintaining his smile, ascended from the side of the deck. "Pray tell, Inspector, what sort of transaction do you propose?" It appeared that mere moments earlier, although Kid had released a smoke bomb, Hakuba Saizo seemed to disregard the haze entirely. Swiftly maneuvering to Kid's side, he whispered into Kid's ear, "Let us strike a bargain." Thus, Kid abandoned his previous plan of utilizing a white glider as bait to swim to safety. After all, given the choice, no one would willingly plunge into the sea. Hakuba Saizo calmly approached Kid and declared, "I desire your disguise technique." This, Kid hesitated. "Kaido Kuroba." At the sudden exclamation of his name by Hakuba Saizo, Kid, or rather, Kaido Kuroba momentarily struggled to maintain his poker face. Observing the faint tremor in Kid's gaze, Hakuba Saizo confirmed his resolve. "If you are unwilling to trade, very well, we shall meet tomorrow at the Blue Parrot." Hakuba Saizo's tone turned icy, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating on Kid. Wait. It's merely a disguise technique. There's no need for such severity." Kaido Kuroba, upon hearing the mention of the Blue Parrot, could no longer contain himself. That was his assistant, Tereichi Kozo's billiard bar. Seeing Hakuba Saizo's expression soften, Kaido Kuroba thought to himself that at least he had managed to stabilize the situation. But you must understand, the art of disguise is not something just anyone can master. It requires innate talent. Kaido Kuroba hastily explained, fearing Hakuba Saizo might retaliate if he failed to grasp the technique. "That is inconsequential. You need only teach me how to discern disguises," Hakuba Saizo replied flatly. "Very well, that is a simple task," Kaido Kuroba readily agreed. "Then it is settled. I shall visit you at the Blue Parrot after some time." With his objective accomplished, Hakuba Saizo turned to depart. Hey, Kaido Kuroba called out several times. "How did you discern my identity?" "A detective informed me, and I merely conducted a brief inquiry. There was nothing amiss," Hakuba Saizo replied nonchalantly, adding, "I was merely bluffing earlier." Bluffing me. Kaido Kuroba's mouth gaped in astonishment. Time flew by. A week had passed since their return from the Sally Bess. Hakuba Saizo and Kaido Kuroba proceeded with their agreement. When Hakuba Saizo visited Kaido Kuroba at the Blue Parrot, those familiar with them expressed considerable surprise, as no one could fathom why an inspector from the police department would associate with a high school student. However, White Makoto sensed that Hakuba Saizo had seemingly confirmed Kaido Kuroba's identity and that they might have engaged in a transaction. Ultimately, Kaido Kuroba took on the role of mentor, teaching Hakuba Saizo the art of disguise. Yet, it appeared that Hakuba Saizo lacked the talent for it, while he became quite proficient at discerning disguises. On this day, the same office, the same coffee, the same report duo. The telephone on Hakuba Saizo's desk rang once more. "Hello," Hakuba Saizo answered. "Hello, it's me." A gentle yet dignified voice emerged, belonging to the police commissioner. "Hakuba-ke, father, good morning." Hakuba Saizo bowed slightly. "Asa, good morning. The police department is about to collaborate with the Osaka police headquarters on a case, and it has been decided to send you," Hakuba-ke stated. "Understood," Hakuba Saizo replied. "Details of the case will be conveyed shortly. I hear you have a good rapport with Minister Hattori's son. When you go to Osaka, make sure to pay Minister Hattori a visit." Hakuba-ke continued. "All right, I understand, father," Hakuba Saizo responded calmly. After Hakuba Saizo's reply, Hakuba-ke ended the call. Hakuba Saizo had grown accustomed to such exchanges and felt no particular sentiment regarding it. However, the situation increasingly resembled an excuse for a business trip, merely to pay respects to Hattori Heiji. Was Hattori Heiji about to be promoted? Hattori Heiji had previously mentioned that as the head of the Osaka police headquarters, his rank was that of a police superintendent, one of only 20 nationwide. If he were to ascend further, it would likely be to the rank of police commissioner. Thus, it seemed that Hakuba Saizo's father would also be promoted. Yet, to where could his father advance? The highest rank in the police force was that of police commissioner. Beyond that, one could only. "Brother Hakuba," Officer Megure called out to Hakuba Saizo. "This time, we shall collaborate with the Osaka police headquarters. And we have decided to send forth this rising star of the police force." The case in question involved the serial murders committed by Shogun Kiichiro, who had traveled from Tokyo to Osaka, claiming 3 victims along the way, an exceedingly vicious murderer. Hakuba Saizo narrowed his eyes. "Shogun Kiichiro, look over there. That is Tennoji-zu. And over there is Osaka's gymnasium. Beneath us lies Osaka's Tsutenkaku. At the Tsutenkaku in Osaka." Hattori Heiji was enthusiastically introducing the local sights to those around him. "The view here is truly expansive," exclaimed Ran, beaming with joy. "I find it quite similar to Tokyo Tower," Mori Kagura remarked, appearing bored. "What nonsense," Hattori Heiji retorted. "Our Tsutenkaku cannot possibly be compared to Tokyo's Red Tower. This place is infused with the warmth of Osaka's hospitality. As for the warmth of hospitality, I cannot say, but I do wish to inquire why Matsuda is here as well." Mori Kagura pointed at Hakuba Saizo, who was clad in a black casual outfit, hands in pockets. "I am here in Osaka to participate in a joint investigation," Hakuba Saizo replied with indifference. "Let us not rush into the case. My father is aware that Matsuda is coming and has insisted that I treat you well," Hattori Heiji remarked. A yawn. Conan said with an expression of disinterest, "I think we should have a meal first." Though Conan wished to inquire about the case, he understood that such joint investigations were beyond his purview, and, thus, refrained from asking. Hattori Heiji was about to speak. Hey, Conan." Sensing Hattori Heiji was about to reveal his true name, flailed his arms to stop him. Conan," Hattori Heiji corrected himself several times before finally getting it right. "Conan, do not fret. Someone will come to escort us shortly." "Ah, they're here," just as Hattori Heiji finished speaking. A young man clad in a brown suit hurried over. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. I am Itada Yusasuke from the Osaka Higashijiri police station. I look forward to working with you." Itada Yusasuke greeted everyone with a smile. "Why is this officer here to receive us?" Ran inquired curiously. "Of course, because my father mentioned that Detective Mori and Inspector Hakuba were coming, and he insisted on treating you well. So he sent someone to pick you up," Hattori Heiji explained, then turned to Itada Yusasuke with a smile. "Officer Itada, is the car ready?" Itada Yusasuke laughed heartily. "Of course, Hattori, I have brought the best car from the station." "The best car?" Mori Kagura felt a sense of foreboding. "It can't be that car, can it?" Before anyone had the chance to ponder, Heiji Hattori swiftly pulled everyone down. However, Shogo Hakuba turned back with a hint of confusion, as he had just noticed someone casting a glance in their direction. It appeared to be a young girl. 10 minutes later, Kaguro Mori, along with Hakuba, found themselves seated in a police car, comprising a total of 4 individuals. Indeed, both Kaguro Mori and Conan couldn't help but sigh, their expressions revealing a profound sense of embarrassment. Kaguro Mori could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "Hattori, are you really taking us on a tour of Osaka in this manner?" "Ah, don't you like it? This is the latest model," Heiji Hattori replied with an innocent look. "Besides, now that we're in a police car, even during the busiest hours, we won't get stuck in traffic. The surrounding vehicles will instinctively yield to us. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, convinced of his own brilliance. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How about we turn on the siren? That way we can drive even faster. But this really makes us look like criminals being arrested. Which is quite embarrassing. Ran blushed as she explained. Come on, you shouldn't mind these things. After all, you haven't done anything wrong, Heiji nonchalantly remarked. Look, even Shogo doesn't mind. At the mention of Shogo, Kagoro Mori and the others turned to see Hakuba displaying an air of indifference, betraying no signs of discomfort. However, Kagoro Mori couldn't help but retort, but hasn't Shogo always been like this? Heiji Hattori stiffened. I suppose that's true. Indeed, it does feel somewhat like that, Hakuba remarked calmly. Haha. Heiji awkwardly chuckled, diverting the conversation. So what shall we eat next? How about ramen? Ran suggested with a smile. Sounds good. Sakata, lead the way, Heiji commanded. Ramen and takoyaki, Heiji guided them as they indulged in one dish after another. What? We're going to eat okonomiyaki. Heiji expressed some frustration. Okonomiyaki is a renowned delicacy of Osaka. How could we not try it while we're here? Kagoro Mori countered. But Heiji appeared troubled. Many roads in Osaka are one-way streets. I know a fantastic okonomiyaki place, but getting there now would require a detour. Oh, I see. Ren furrowed her brow as well. I know a great okonomiyaki place nearby. Let me take you there, suggested Yusuke Sakata, who was driving. Yes, Officer Sakata, please lead the way, Kagoro Mori replied eagerly. Before long, they arrived at the door of an okonomiyaki restaurant. Upon entering, Heiji announced he needed to call his parents to report their whereabouts, leaving Kagoro Mori and the others to place their orders. Before departing, Heiji also requested the owner to hold back a bowl of rice for him. Upon hearing this, Kagoro Mori and Conan were left in shock. Okonomiyaki is akin to a Japanese savory pancake, and Heiji's implication was that he intended to wrap rice in the pancake. Heiji's inability to comprehend their astonishment was evident. Meanwhile, Hakuba thought to himself that he had already experienced a paradigm shift when he once saw a Japanese person pairing gyoza with rice. Just as Heiji stepped outside, a girl clad in an orange long-sleeve top, brown skirt, and dark blue shirt approached directly and sat down at Heiji's seat. This is our friend's spot, Ran cautioned. The girl, however, was unfazed, continuing with her own agenda. Aren't you that Kudo? Both Conan and Ran's expressions shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Hakuba recognized her as the girl who had been tailing them, though it seemed she was under some sort of misunderstanding. Heiji often mentions you, she continued. Ran remained oblivious, but Conan's demeanor darkened. What nonsense. Heiji, why do you spill everything? Ran and the others are completely in the dark. I already know everything, the girl exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table and rising, as if about to reveal something scandalous. Conan frantically shook his hands. Don't say it. Don't say it. You're the bad woman that Heiji met in Tokyo, named Kudo, aren't you? The girl accused fiercely. And no, that's not it. Ran forced a smile, desperately trying to explain. Just as the tension escalated, Heiji reappeared. Hey, Ko, what are you doing here? After some exchanges, Ko's face flushed red, her earlier ferocity dissipating as she lowered her head in embarrassment. With that amusing debacle concluded, the group happily began to enjoy their okonomiyaki. It must be noted that this particular restaurant was indeed exceptional, as Yusuke Sakata had recommended. Before long, they finished their meal and decided to head to the next destination. Hey, why can't I join you? Ko chimed in. Seriously, you should have said something earlier. The car is already full, Heiji complained. As everyone stepped out, they noticed Yusuke Sakata standing beside the vehicle. Kagoro Mori sheepishly remarked. Officer Sakata, sorry to have kept you waiting. No worries. No worries, Yusuke responded nonchalantly. Actually, Officer Sakata, you could join us. We all ate together, Kagoro continued. Haha, that's not necessary. My role is to host you all, Yusuke chuckled, just as everyone was about to board the vehicle. The surrounding crowd gazed up in terror. Heiji and his companions followed their gaze skyward. Get out of the way, Hakuba shouted as he discerned the unfolding situation. Bang! Just as Hakuba's warning left his lips, a heavy figure crashed down upon the police car that Heiji had summoned. This is Heiji murmured. He looked up and saw a shadowy figure atop the building from which the man had fallen. He exchanged glances with Conan, confirming that they both had noticed the same thing. Without hesitation, they dashed towards the building, and before departing, Heiji reminded Yusuke, Officer Sakata, call the precinct immediately. Got it, Yusuke replied, promptly pulling out his phone to report to the Osaka police. While Heiji and Conan rushed to the rooftop, Hakuba chose to first examine the body. Generally speaking, a corpse could yield a wealth of clues. Moreover, With Heiji and Conan on the upper floor, the chances of anyone escaping from them were exceedingly slim. So Hakuba felt no need for concern. Thus, Hakuba donned white gloves and began to inspect the corpse. At first glance, he already knew that Heiji and Conan had made a fruitless trip. The neck bore two distinct ligature marks, one deep and the other less pronounced. Additionally, the lack of significant blood loss from the wounds on the chest suggested that the victim had likely been strangled by the perpetrator, concealed afterward, and brought to this location to be stabbed. The body was then suspended with one end of the rope attached to a switch, allowing someone above to trigger it, causing the corpse to plummet, based on the information gleaned from the body. Hakuba quickly reached this conclusion. Soon after, Heiji and Conan descended with a seemingly earnest middle-aged man in tow. Unsurprisingly, Heiji, based on the owner's testimony, swiftly arrived at a conclusion similar to Hakuba's. So, why did he fall onto the patrol car? Megure inquired with a puzzled expression. Falling onto the patrol car might indeed be a mere coincidence, Hattori. Heiji remarked. It is also possible that it is a provocation. We cannot yet conclude whether it was a provocation. Hakuba Segura said calmly. He leaned down to examine the corpse of the victim, whose back was already quite battered from the fall. A dagger was lodged in the chest, penetrating through the wallet and piercing the heart. Hakuba, with his gloved hands, cautiously glanced through the wallet to prevent any disputes from arising in Osaka. The wallet appeared rather ordinary, revealing no unique features. Hakuba concluded that the implication was clear. The perpetrator likely committed the murder not due to the wallet. The act of the murderer, stabbing through the wallet and into the chest, mirrored a previous case perfectly. Hattori furrowed his brow and asked, "What previous case?" A hint of perplexity crossed Hakuba's face as he queried. Conan and Megure listened intently, eager to learn more. Prior to this, Osaka had witnessed two murder cases, both involving a dagger thrust through a wallet into the chest. Hattori explained. I see. Hakuba mused thoughtfully, recalling that this case seemed somewhat familiar. It was one of the few cases that lingered in his memory, though he had forgotten the specifics of the method employed. However, he vaguely recalled that the murderer was a police officer. If the assumption that the murderer is a police officer holds, following the established rules of Conan's world, the perpetrator would likely have been mentioned after the occurrence of the crime. Thus, it appeared that the culprit was a certain Sakata Yusuke. Yet, even with the knowledge of the murderer, the fact remained that he was an officer of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, and directly intervening in the serial murder case in Osaka was rather problematic. Moreover, it must be said that Sakata, as a police officer, was well versed in investigative methods and would likely leave no crucial clues behind. For instance, this corpse had been handled with utmost cleanliness. Therefore, to capture him, one would need to catch him in the act. At that moment, Hakuba's peripheral vision caught sight of a middle-aged woman, her demeanor flustered and face terrified, clearly unsettled. Hakuba thought to himself, this must be the next potential victim. Upon noticing the suspicious individual, Hattori and Conan also recognized her and promptly approached the middle-aged woman. Startled, she immediately turned and hurriedly entered her car, speeding away into the distance. Damn, she got away. Hattori exclaimed. No worries, I've noted her license plate number, Conan replied. Let us head back to the precinct and investigate this plate, Hattori suggested. Conan nodded in agreement. As the two engaged in a discussion about the case, they inadvertently overlooked a crucial question. Why, given Hakuba's prowess, had the woman managed to escape? Shortly after, under Hattori's suggestion, the group arrived at the Higashijiri police station of the Osaka Prefectural Police. Hattori began by introducing the details of the case to everyone. Upon hearing Hattori's words, Hakuba remarked nonchalantly, I'll take a step back. This, Hattori hesitated. The relationship between the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and Osaka has always been strained. Generally, in cases of serial murders, it is indeed necessary to maintain distance. Furthermore, according to the usual temperament of the Osaka Prefectural Police, detectives would not be allowed to participate in the case unless a Tokyo officer held a critical lead. No need. A voice from outside, resonating with authority, interrupted the conversation. Everyone turned to see two figures entering. The first, dark-skinned yet resolute in countenance, had eyes that often squinted but would flash with sharp intensity. Following him was another man, dressed in formal attire, appearing composed and steady. These two were none other than Hattori Heiji's father, Hattori Hanzo, the head of the Osaka Prefectural Police, and Yamauka Jinjuru, the head of the Criminal Division. Inspector Hakuba, you may remain here. Feel free to share any suggestions, Hattori Hanzo stated with a commanding presence. Seeing that Hattori Hanzo had spoken, Hakuba settled back into his seat. Yamauka, it's your turn, Hattori Hanzo instructed his companion. Yamauka Jinjuru took over the conversation, detailing that this case had already seen two previous incidents, one in Toyonaka City, involving a supermarket manager named Nagao Hidemitsu and another in Makakata City, where the victim was Nishikuchi Mayumi, owner of an izakaya. The recently occurred murder involved a taxi driver named Nozawa Kizudo. Currently, it appeared that none of the three victims shared any social connections or relations, and the locations of their deaths were seemingly unrelated. The only commonality was that all three had been stabbed through their wallets into their chests, and they had been strangled prior to the stabbing, leading to the hypothesis that the wallet held the key evidence. Yamaoka Jinjuru laid out the primary clues of the case in one breath. After listening, everyone began to contemplate. What was in the wallet? Hakuba inquired incisively. Yamaoka Jinjuru recalled, there should be cash, bank cards, identification, and a driver's license. After considering this, Hakuba replied, cash and bank cards are financially related, but since the cash was left behind, and given that the three suspects had no financial dealings, they are likely irrelevant. The identification and driver's license pertain to personal backgrounds. However, on the surface, the three appear unrelated. Thus, shall we investigate the driver's license first? Yamaoka Jinjuru raised an eyebrow, repeating the thought. Previously, the Osaka police had examined many aspects, but the inquiry into the driver's licenses only emerged recently due to Hattori Hanzo's suggestion. However, Hattori Hanzo was a seasoned veteran in the police force, with decades of experience in solving cases and exceptional logical reasoning skills, making him one of the finest in Osaka and even in the entire nation. Hakuba had managed to identify the clues and analyze the critical evidence swiftly, which was a testament to the capabilities of the police chief's son. I have already instructed Yamaoka to investigate the driver's licenses. We should receive results shortly, Hattori Hanzo stated. No sooner had he finished speaking than two individuals entered the room. The first person entered without uttering a word, presenting some documents and photographs to Hattori Hanzo before exiting. Hattori Hanzo took a cursory glance at the materials, and that single glance left him astonished. Yet, as the head of the Osaka police station, he had cultivated a poker face over his lengthy career. Although he found it unbelievable, he remained composed. He even exchanged a knowing glance with Yamaoka Jinjuru and Hakuba, urging them to maintain their composure. Why the need for discretion? Because the second individual entering was Sakata Yusuke. Upon entering, Sakata appeared oblivious to the trio's unusual demeanor, his face brimming with enthusiasm as he excitedly announced, Hattori, I've discovered the commonality among the three. Afterward, he noticed Hattori Hanzo and Yamaoka Jinjuru, greeting them warmly. Good day, Chief Hattori, Chief Yamaoka. Both men nodded in acknowledgement, signaling him to continue. At that moment, Hattori Heiji, no longer wary of Sakata Yusuke, eagerly asked, Officer Sakata, what have you found? Upon our investigation, we discovered this. Yusuke Bandian produced a videotape and remarked. As he spoke, he placed the tape into the adjacent slot, and soon enough, the video commenced playback. What is this? Kagoro Muri inquired, somewhat perplexed. Isn't this the news from 6 years ago about Congressman Tarji Sure being embroiled in corruption? Heiji Hattori replied. Indeed, I recall that his secretary, Nagao, took the fall and resigned, leading to the matter being swept under the rug. Kagoro Muri reminisced, as a thought struck him. I remember that Secretary's surname was Nagao. It's rare to say. Indeed, it was Nagao Hitamoto, Heiji Hattori affirmed, turning to Yusuke Bandian. However, even if Nagao Hitamoto served as Tarji Sure's secretary, what does that imply? Hattori inquired. Brother Hattori, what I want you to focus on is this driver. Yusuke Bandian stated, pointing at the individual driving in the video on the screen. The driver. Heiji Hattori followed the gesture and looked closely, only to exclaim, Isn't this the third victim, Kazuto Yano? Correct, it is Kazuto Yano. Bandian confirmed. Now it appears that two individuals are linked to Tarji Sure. Their connection may very well lie here. Hattori analyzed. Indeed, we share that belief. Many of the veterans from the Higashikiri police station have already gone to meet Congressman Tarji Sure. Yusuke Bandian added. Clap, clap. Excellent. Your analysis is commendable. Heiji Hattori praised, his face brimming with affirmation. Sakata, you have made a significant contribution this time. Next, take Heiji with you to Tarji Sure's side and ensure that you clarify the situation. Rest assured, even if Tarji Sure has always held disdain for the police, if he has indeed committed a crime this time, he will have to divulge the truth about the case. Hattori spoke with admiration and encouragement, nearly ready to commend both Heiji Hattori and Yusuke Bandian, proclaiming that the Osaka police take pride in them. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Minister Hattori, Brother Hattori, let us depart. Yusuke Bandian exhibited an invigorated demeanor, pulling Heiji Hattori along as they prepared to leave. Heiji Hattori was equally filled with enthusiasm, for Hattori rarely praised him. It was evident that he felt he had matured and grown in capability. Soon, Bandian was leading Heiji Hattori out. Though Heiji initially thought to bring Conan along, he was swiftly halted by the quick-witted Shiratori. The rationale was that children should not partake in such cases. Heiji felt a twinge of regret at not being able to explore alongside his friends, but ultimately had to accept it passively. Once Heiji had departed, Junjiro Yamauka, wearing an anxious expression, spoke up. "Hattori, is it really a good idea to send that kid Heiji?" Upon hearing Yamauka's words, Kagoro Mori and the others seemed puzzled, wondering why it would be unwise. Hattori initially responded to Yamauka, saying there was nothing wrong. "Heiji needs this experience. Let this serve as his training." Hearing this from Hattori, the group grew even more confused. It was merely an investigation into a congressman, and they were not the only ones involved. So what was the point of training? Hattori, aware of their bewilderment, produced the documents brought in by a police officer earlier and placed them in front of everyone. This contains the investigation records regarding their driving licenses, along with photographs taken during their driving school days. I, along with Yamauka and Chief Shiratori, have already reviewed these photos. You should take a look as well. Upon seeing the documents Hattori had presented, Conan was the first to lean in, closely followed by Kagoro Mori. Much like Hattori and the others, Mori and Conan displayed expressions of disbelief as they gazed at the photographs. I in this picture. Nagao Hitamoto, Kazuto Yano, Madoka Nishiguchi, and Star G sure are all present, Mori muttered. And that's not all, Conan instinctively continued, recalling the panicked woman who had fled the scene. She bears a striking resemblance to one of the individuals in this photograph. Is this a group photo from driving school? So, this is the true connection they share? Kagoro Mori suddenly grasped the situation, then turned his gaze to the man in the center of the photograph, exclaiming, "How does this man resemble Officer Sakata so closely?" Indeed, Hattori affirmed Mori's speculation, speaking with conviction, based solely on this photograph. "We possess ample reason to suspect that Yusuke Bandian is the perpetrator behind this series of murders. However, we lack concrete evidence," Shiratori remarked nonchalantly. Hattori bestowed a look of approval upon Shiratori, replying, "Bandian's hands are quite clean. He is familiar with police investigation methods, making it difficult to uncover evidence." Thus, Shiratori continued, "The only way to catch him red-handed is to apprehend him during his next crime." The attendees comprehended the implication. So, Minister Hattori intends for Heiji to act as bait. Kagoro Mori could not suppress his disbelief. Initially, Conan found it hard to accept as well, but recalling that his parents had engaged in similar tactics, he began to understand Hattori's reasoning. Conan's sole thought was relief that Shiratori had pulled him back. He, Adagawa Conan, was not afraid. He simply did not want to be made a fool of. "How could this be?" Keiho Yamauka exclaimed loudly. "Father, Heiji is still in the company of that murderer. He remains oblivious." "This is far too dangerous." Keiho, Junjiro Yamauka interrupted. "The man's father personally ordered his son to gain experience. It is not your place to comment on someone else's affairs. Besides, do you think that father would allow his child to come to harm? Furthermore, your little coat is exposed. You are not yet married and are shouting at your father, which is quite unbecoming." "Keiho, rest assured, I am sending Heiji as bait, not as a pawn." Hattori, noticing his future daughter-in-law's discontent, sought to reassure her. He then turned to Junjiro Yamauka, instructing, "Yamauka, deploy officers to follow closely. Ensure you maintain vigilance. If necessary, do not hesitate to use firearms. We must guarantee the safety of Heiji and Ms. Sumika Okazaki." Sumika Okazaki was the woman who had hastily fled earlier, and she too appeared in the photograph. "Understood," Junjiro Yamauka replied, promptly exiting the room to arrange police forces. After organizing the situation surrounding Yusuke Bandian, Hattori pointed to a specific figure in the photograph and glanced at Shiratori. "Chief Shiratori, what do you think of this matter?" Hattori inquired, narrowing his eyes. There's more to the incident." Conan sensed the unfolding mystery and perked up his ears. However, as he turned, he was pulled back by Kagoro Mori. Mori realized that this was likely the reason Shiratori had come from Tokyo to Osaka. This collaborative investigation was certainly not a trivial case, and he deemed it best to steer clear of it. "Minister Hattori, since this case is nearing resolution, I shall take Ran and the others and depart," Kagoro Mori stated. "Mr. Mori, please feel free to do so," Hattori replied courteously, not forgetting to add, "once the case is resolved. I sincerely hope you will visit our home. We wish to thank you for your care of Heiji during your time in Tokyo." Certainly. Mori Kagoro acquiesced, and after the pleasantries were exchanged, he set off with Sonoko, Conan, and Ran, departing from the Higashikiri police station. Upon witnessing their departure, Hakuba Segura fixated on the photograph pointed out by Hattori Heiji and coldly uttered, "Please dispatch someone to retrieve the movement trajectory of Bandata Yusuke over the past few days. This individual, I shall apprehend with my own hands." The figure depicted in the photograph that Hattori indicated was none other than the notorious fugitive, Shogun Kiichiro, wanted for the murder of 3 individuals. As evening descended, the light of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the forests surrounding Osaka Castle, painting the trees with hues of color. At the forest's edge, Hakuba led 3 officers into the depths of the woodland. Shogun Kiichiro had appeared in the group photograph from years past, thus it was evident that he was one of Bandata Yusuke's targets. Bandata Yusuke had brandished a weapon to obscure everyone's vision. Clearly intent on evading capture, even contemplating finding someone to frame for his crimes. Consequently, it was apparent that Shogun Kiichiro, bearing the weight of 3 lives lost, was his optimal choice. Moreover, Kiichiro had fled from Tokyo to Osaka, where he subsequently vanished without a trace, suggesting he might have been detained by Bandata Yusuke beforehand. Therefore, Hakuba commissioned an investigation into Bandata Yusuke's recent activities, which would likely reveal Kiichiro's place of confinement. "Chief Hakuba, is it wise for just the 3 of us to undertake this?" One officer voiced his concern. "A man who has killed 3 and evades justice must possess considerable skill." Numerous officers had attempted to apprehend him along the way, yet he had successfully evaded capture time and again. Little did they know, Shogun Kiichiro had once been part of an organization, groomed as an assassin. In the original narrative, Hybera AI had once remarked upon his agility and explosive power, likening him to a beast. Of course, Hakuba was unaware of this. He merely believed in his own strength. In his mind, Kiichiro, held captive by Bandata Yusuke, must have dwindled in power, possibly even inferior to Yusuke. Hakuba felt confident he could handle 100 individuals like Bandata Yusuke. "Oh, not worry," Hakuba replied nonchalantly. "Leave the confrontation to me. You are only responsible for bringing him back." "Understood." The officer hesitated momentarily before agreeing. The trio ventured into the forest, and after a brief search, they soon discovered a cabin. The small wooden structure loomed ominously in the darkness, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Unfazed by the unsettling environment, Hakuba kicked open the cabin door. Bang! As the door flew open, Hakuba's icy voice echoed ominously within. "Shogun Kiichiro, today you shall not escape." Kiichiro, in his place of confinement directly opposite the door, heard the chilling words and seemed to grasp something profound. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaunt visage resembling a mere skeleton, his unsettling eyes fixated on the intruder. Coincidentally, Hakuba was clad in a black suit today, or rather, he generally favored darker attire. The combination of his black clothing, frigid voice, and piercing gaze radiated an aura of lethal intent. Kiichiro recognized them all too well. They had come for him. "You should have anticipated this outcome from the moment you fled," Hakuba stated flatly. Indeed, Kiichiro acknowledged in his thoughts that this relentless pursuit of traitors was characteristic of the organization. Hakuba drew his firearm, aiming at the chains binding Kiichiro. With a resounding bang, the chains shattered, granting Kiichiro a portion of his freedom. Observing the crouched figure before him, Hakuba coldly remarked, "You may leave, but do not compel me to take action." How infuriating. What is this attitude? Kiichiro seethed, his gaunt features contorting with rage. In a hoarse voice, he retorted, "I will not surrender." Before he could finish, he forcefully struck at Hakuba with the handcuffed hands. Hakuba's gaze sharpened as he swiftly parried, grasping the chain connecting Kiichiro's cuffs, channeling strength into his grip. Hakuba yanked Kiichiro towards him, aiming to redirect the force of the strike. However, Kiichiro quickly adapted, transforming his attack into a maneuver to entangle Hakuba's right hand with the chain. Hakuba's expression shifted, not the one of dismay but intrigue. As he felt the chain tighten around his wrist, with his left hand poised like a tiger's claw, he lunged for Kiichiro's shoulder. The tiger's claw was meant to pierce, and if it landed, it would cause grievous injury. Kiichiro, aware of the imminent threat, knew he must not allow Hakuba to seize his shoulder. Thus, he used both hands to grip the chain entwined around Hakuba's right arm. Hastily striking at Hakuba's left, the speed of the counter was remarkable. Ordinarily, a person caught in such a bind would falter. Yet, at this juncture, Hakuba questioned how Kiichiro had been apprehended by Bandata Yusuke. Despite Kiichiro's current state, he was still far superior to Yusuke. Although Hakuba had not engaged Yusuke directly, his past encounters revealed that Yusuke's physical capabilities were merely average, but Kiichiro, even after several days of confinement, retained a level of physical prowess that exceeded that of ordinary individuals. In his prime, even someone of Ran or Sinoko's caliber might struggle against him. Contemplating this, Hakuba resolved not to toy with him any longer. Enough games, Hakuba's icy words echoed in Kiichiru's ears. In the face of Kiichiru's terror-stricken gaze, Hakuba concentrated his strength, and while his arm appeared unchanged, the chain binding his right hand gradually began to snap. Clang! The chain broke entirely, allowing Hakuba to effortlessly withdraw his hand. How is this possible? Kiichiru muttered in disbelief. Such power was unparalleled. Even during his time in the organization, he realized that, in the face of this might, even at his peak, he would be overwhelmed. In that moment, he relinquished all hope of resistance. Boom! Hakuba wasted no time, delivering a powerful punch to Kiichiru's chest. The force of the strike shattered the air with a thunderous roar. Bang! The blow struck Kiichiru squarely in the chest. He cried out, collapsing to the ground. Upon receiving the blow, he felt as though he were confronting death itself, or perhaps returning to the embrace of the sun god. Before losing consciousness entirely, unbeknownst to him, the ones who had come for him were the police. Take him away, Hakuba commanded indifferently. Yes. A voice of response echoed from outside the door. On the very night that Hakuba Sanasuke successfully apprehended Shoyuin Jilung. On the other side, Hattori Heiji and his companions had also accomplished the capture of Bandata Yusuke. That afternoon, as dusk approached, Bandata Yusuke had cunningly deceived Hattori Heiji using a ruse involving a telephone and a vehicle. However, just as he lured his intended victim, Okazaki Sumi, to a nearby restroom, he was apprehended on the spot by Police Chief Otaki Goru, an associate of Toyama Jinchuru, given the overwhelming evidence of his criminal activities. Bandata Yusuke readily confessed to the entirety of his violent deeds. Thus, the string of serial murders in Aniwa, along with the case of Shoyuin Jilung's murder, was declared solved. The following evening, Hakuba Sanasuke and Muri Kagura were invited to the Hattori residence, where everyone unanimously praised the exquisite fugu cuisine prepared by Hattori Heiji's mother, Hattori Shizuka. This visit to Osaka not only resolved the joint case but also fostered a deeper relationship with Hattori Heiji, leaving Hattori Heiji with a commendable impression, while they also enjoyed the sights of Osaka Prefecture. In summary, this journey to Osaka provided Hakuba Sanasuke with gratifying outcomes, both professionally and personally. Consequently, on the third evening, he boarded the Shinkansen to Tokyo, accompanied by several officers escorting Shoyuin Jilung. The Hattori family earnestly urged him to extend his stay, as Shoyuin Jilung had already been captured, and his culpability was irrefutably established. All that remained was to complete the necessary formalities back at the precinct. Nevertheless, Hakuba Sanasuke resolved to return early for a sense of ease, assuring himself that he could always visit Osaka again in the future. On the Shinkansen, as was customary, Hakuba Sanasuke retrieved a report to peruse, though this time, he lacked a cup of coffee. As for Shoyuin Jilung, escape was out of the question. He was seated directly across from Hakuba Sanasuke, handcuffed securely. If he were to evade capture under such circumstances, it would indeed require considerable skill. Thus, Hakuba Sanasuke absorbed himself in the report, passing the monotonous time aboard the train. At that moment, his mobile phone rang. Do. Hello. Hakuba Sanasuke answered. Inspector Hakuba, it's me, Sato, came a voice from the other end, imbued with a certain charisma, yet tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Sato, what's the matter? Hakuba Sanasuke inquired. Well? Sato Miwako hesitated, instinctively lowering her voice. Are you returning today? Yes. What's up? Hakuba Sanasuke replied. It seems I've got myself stuck with my own handcuffs. Could you possibly come to help me? Sato Miwako's voice trailed off, her embarrassment palpable as she bit her lip, creating an awkward atmosphere. Being handcuffed by one's own restraints would be quite humiliating for any officer. Although Sato Miwako often presented herself in a masculine manner, she was still undeniably a woman, and her bashfulness was unavoidable. In truth, even if one were handcuffed, a simple key would suffice to unlock them. However, if she did that, it would, in any case, Inspector Hakuba. I'll explain everything when you arrive. It's quite urgent right now, Sato Miwako exclaimed anxiously. Understood. Hakuba Sanasuke replied coolly. Where are you? At the Kudo Art Museum. We're in one of the restroom stalls, Sato Miwako managed to relay, suppressing her sense of shame. She couldn't help but wonder if Inspector Hakuba might misunderstand the situation or jump to conclusions. As it turned out, her worries were unfounded. All right, I'll arrive in about 10 minutes, Hakuba Sanasuke assured her, not probing further into her predicament. Okay, thank you. Before Sato Miwako could express her gratitude, Hakuba Sanasuke hung up. So soon. In truth, Sato Miwako had initially thought that as long as Takagi could complete his task by 10 o'clock the next day, she wouldn't mind waiting. However, in her predicament of being trapped in the restroom, her thoughts inevitably turned to Hakuba Sanasuke. Despite his seemingly cold demeanor, He was a captain who rarely denied his colleagues' requests, and she had always held a favorable view of him. Furthermore, their previous mentor-mentee dynamic made her instinctively think of him during this time. Perhaps this was trust, recalling Hakuba Sanosuke. She remembered that Officer Megure had mentioned earlier that he would be taking the Shinkansen back to Tokyo that very night. Thus, Sato Miwako's call was a natural consequence of her thoughts. The Kudo Art Museum, once a hallmark of the Kudo district, had, much like the Mikahana Art Museum, gradually fallen into obscurity in this fast-paced era. When Hakuba Sanosuke arrived, although the museum appeared well-maintained from the outside, upon entering, he found it alarmingly empty. Following the directions provided by Sato Miwako, he quickly approached the restroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came a somewhat weary male voice from within. Is that you, Inspector Hakuba? Sato Miwako quickly deduced, calling out from inside the restroom. It's me, Hakuba Sanosuke replied nonchalantly. Sato Miwako joyfully approached the door, swinging it open to reveal the familiar figure she had not seen for several days. Hakuba Sanosuke surveyed the restroom's interior, which revealed a rather comical predicament. Sato Miwako and an elderly man were each handcuffed by one wrist, with the chain connecting them ensnared by a restroom pipe. Thus, they found themselves trapped by the handcuffs and the plumbing. Your situation is rather amusing, Hakuba Sanosuke remarked with a stoic expression, inadvertently hurting Sato Miwako's feelings. What can I do? Sato Miwako covered her face, a wry smile escaping her lips. Could you please help us get out first? Very well, Hakuba Sanosuke replied. Wait, Officer Sato, does your colleague have the key? Didn't you mention that going back to the precinct for it would lead to discovery? The middle-aged man, handcuffed to Sato Miwako, inquired with a puzzled look. Well, doesn't he actually have the key? Sato Miwako hesitated, unsure how to explain Hakuba Sanosuke's extraordinary capabilities. While she contemplated her explanation, Hakuba Sanosuke had already initiated action that he approached the two, examining the handcuff chain and the pipe. Dismantling the pipe seemed excessive, and no one could ascertain whether there might be any unpleasant surprises, such as waste spewing forth. Therefore, it would be more efficient to remove the chain instead. Having recently gained some experience with the handcuffs used on Shoyu and Jilung in Osaka just days prior, he felt somewhat prepared for the task. Although this endeavor required no particular expertise for Hakuba Sanosuke, the bewildered middle-aged man watched with growing astonishment as Hakuba Sanosuke extended his right hand, grasping the chain of the handcuffs, and applied a slight pressure. Clang! The chain snapped. All right, you're free now, Hakuba Sanosuke stated flatly, revealing no hint of the feat he had just accomplished. One might have thought he merely crushed a piece of tofu. Finally, we're free. Sato Miwako exclaimed with relief and delight. Although she was unfazed by the situation, being alone with a man in a confined space still felt peculiar. Thank you so much, Inspector Hakuba. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. With a radiant smile, Sato Miwako gently patted Shiraha Matsuo's shoulder, making a heartfelt promise. Shiraha Matsuo, indifferent, waved his hand dismissively, implying that it was a trivial matter and that there was no need for a meal. Subsequently, a hint of curiosity flickered across his otherwise placid face, though he still asked in a nonchalant tone, So, can you elaborate on what transpired regarding this? Sato Miwako paused to gather her thoughts on how to articulate the matter. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man beside her executed a deep bow, kneeling and knocking his head to the ground in a flurry of servitude. It's all my fault. Officer Sato and the others, this is all because of me that such an incident occurred. His face pressed to the floor, his voice trembled as he pleaded for forgiveness. Perhaps half of his fear stemmed from guilt, while the other half arose from witnessing Shiraha Matsuo's extraordinary might. Truly terrified of being struck down by an irate Matsuo, after all, he had been planning to attend his daughter's wedding. Shiraha Matsuo chose to disregard him, turning his attention back to Sato Miwako. As the man's previous words were effectively meaningless. A response that missed the mark, poor rating. Sato Miwako first helped the man to his feet, stating, Mr. Tokita, please rise. You are not to blame for this. Yes, Tokita stammered. Trembling as he stood, Sato Miwako then organized her thoughts, and upon seeing Tokita upright, she turned to Kagi. Wataru was indeed elated, especially with the return of Heiji Masaki. Given his capabilities, he would have found it challenging to solve this case on his own. However, with Heiji Masaki back, the dynamics shifted dramatically. He was now recognized as the foremost rising star in the police force, overshadowing even the likes of Kudo Shinichi and Hattori Heiji. With him on the case, success seemed inevitable. Should they crack the case and prove Mr. Higashita's innocence, then Sato Miwako would also be saved. Yes, I just returned tonight, Heiji Masaki stated. Upon hearing this, Sato Miwako, who stood behind him, couldn't help but inquire. Takagi, how is the investigation progressing on your end? Seeing Sato Miwako freed from her predicament only heightened Takagi Wataru's joy. Officer Sato, you managed to unlock the handcuffs successfully, he exclaimed. That was all thanks to Inspector Hibara. Sato Miwako replied with a relieved pat on her chest, recounting how she had called Hibara Masaki, who fortuitously returned to Tokyo just in time to rescue her and accompany her in the investigation. Takagi Wataru also felt a surge of happiness for Sato Miwako. Indeed, it was fortunate that Hibara Masaki happened to be around, or things could have turned troublesome. Brother Hibara, Conan said with a charming smile. Waving at him, Hibara Masaki nodded in acknowledgement. Though he maintained a calm exterior, Hibara Masaki couldn't help but harbor some inner doubts. Mori Kaguru had returned a day earlier, and Conan was likely with him. Yet, it was only the second evening, and Conan had already encountered a murder case again. Such efficiency was truly remarkable. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. We just spoke to the owner of the izakaya downstairs and gathered some information regarding Mr. Higashida and Miss Muranishi. Subsequently, we arrived at the apartment. Takagi Wataru summarized their investigative progress. The gathered information indicated that Miss Muranishi favored beige, had an affinity for cacti, and was a fan of the Tokyo Soul team. Mr. Higashida was known to frequently indulge in alcohol, often to the point of losing consciousness. The night before the murder, he had been intoxicated and was escorted home by Mr. Kitagawa. Sato Miwako nodded in understanding, her attention shifting towards Mr. Higashida, who affirmed that the owner's statements were indeed accurate. By the way, Inspector Hibara, what did you mean earlier about the bedsheet color being incorrect? Sato Miwako suddenly recalled Hibara Masaki's earlier remark and posed the question. The bedsheets and curtains are gray. However, the majority of the other interior items, including tablecloths and essential utensils, are beige, Hibara Masaki explained. This suggests that Miss Muranishi's preference was indeed beige, but for some reason, the originally beige bedsheets and curtains were replaced with gray ones. Upon hearing Hibara Masaki's deduction, Conan nodded in agreement, recognizing him as a worthy companion whose reasoning matched his own, even without any direct information. Indeed, he surpassed him in analytical prowess. So, what does this imply? Sato Miwako still found herself puzzled and pressed for clarification. Mr. Higashida, Hibara Masaki shifted his focus, addressing Mr. Higashida directly. The items in your room must predominantly be gray. Correct? Mr. Higashida appeared utterly astonished, quickly asking, how do you know this, officer? The others were equally taken aback, while Conan seemed to connect the dots, rapidly reviewing all the clues and information he had encountered. With Mr. Higashida's confirmation, Hibara Masaki solidified his reasoning and proceeded to elucidate to everyone. Miss Muranishi's bedsheets were replaced to lead Mr. Higashida to believe he was in his own home. A collective realization struck the group, as if a thunderclap had exploded in their minds. After receiving this pivotal clue, Sato Miwako quickly grasped the implications and exclaimed, so, every alteration in the room was intended to mislead Mr. Higashida into mistaking it for his own home? Precisely, Hibara Masaki affirmed her insight. Miss Muranishi was a fan of the Tokyo Soul team, while Mr. Higashida has always held a disdain for them. Thus, the calendar featuring the Tokyo Soul team was crucial to be removed. The same logic applies to the cactus. Mr. Higashida would never purchase one. If he were to see a cactus, he would surely recognize the inconsistency, hence it too must be removed from the room. Furthermore, the furniture belonging to Miss Muranishi had been subtly rearranged to align with Mr. Higashida's furniture placement and lifestyle habits. Hibara Masaki meticulously pointed out the illogical aspects within Miss Muranishi's apartment, revealing that these inconsistencies adhered to a singular logic, to ensure Mr. Higashida would mistake the room for his own, or rather, not suspect it was not his room. As Hibara Masaki concluded his reasoning, a satisfied yet cold smile graced his lips. Indeed, this case mirrors the original storyline. While I may not recall the specifics, it is evident that this is yet another conundrum to be solved. The culprit is none other than the sole name mentioned, Kitagawa. After deducing Kitagawa as the perpetrator, Hibara Masaki gathered some evidence and led the group to Kitagawa's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Takagi Wataru, ever the reliable aide, promptly approached the door to knock. Who is it? Came Kitagawa's voice from within. Good day, we are police officers seeking to inquire about the incident from the day before yesterday, Takagi politely requested. Police, Kitagawa, upon realizing it was the police, quickly emerged to open the door. Haven't you already gathered information on this matter? He responded with a hint of irritation. In truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety. While it seemed his carefully orchestrated ruse had deceived the police, one could never be too cautious. What if the officers continued to press him with questions? He was acutely aware of the adage that too much talk could lead to mistakes, while Takagi intended to engage Kitagawa with a facade of cordiality. The young detective trio could no longer contain themselves. "Stop pretending, you are undoubtedly the culprit," Jenna boldly accused, pointing at Kitagawa. "Exactly. After committing murder, you went so far as to frame Mr. Higashida by exploiting the similarity of the rooms." Kazuha quickly chimed in. "How could you frame the poor Mr. Higashida like that?" Ayumi added, defending Mr. Higashida. Hearing the trio's accusations left Kitagawa bewildered. It seemed as if his plot had been unraveled by these youngsters. While his mind raced with thoughts of denial, he knew he couldn't admit to anything. Who knew if they were merely trying to trick him? Thus, Kitagawa adopted an outraged facade. "What nonsense are you little brats spouting?" he retorted, making a move to strike one of the young detectives. However, just as his hand shot out, Hibara Masaki seized it. Kitagawa, still fuming, glared at Hibara Masaki and protested, "Officer, I now have my doubts about whether you are truly a police officer. Why are you bringing these children here to slander me?" At this, Sato Miwako, standing behind Hibara Masaki, could no longer hold her tongue. "We are not slandering you. It is you who has framed the innocent Mr. Higashida." Hearing the police support her statement only intensified Kitagawa's anxiety, yet he feigned disdain as he scoffed. "Oh really? What exactly do you accuse me of?" "You murdered Miss Muranishi and exploited the similarities between her apartment and Mr. Higashida's. You subtly rearranged the interior of Miss Muranishi's room, then placed the heavily intoxicated Mr. Higashida in front of her apartment door, simply waiting for him to lock it behind him." Hibara Masaki articulated with a chilling smirk. "That's absurd." Upon hearing that his scheme had been unraveled, even the formidable North River felt a strain within, yet he mustered the strength to inquire, "Where is the evidence?" "Without evidence, you cannot. There are 2 points of evidence," Masong declared, raising 2 fingers with a calm demeanor. "Firstly, the time of death does not align. You first murdered Miss Murakami, then changed the bed linens and rearranged the room before heading to the izakaya to escort the intoxicated Mr. Higashida back to Miss Murakami's apartment. This sequence of events requires considerable time. Moreover, you claim to have assisted Mr. Higashida back to his residence, given his state of inebriation. If you had waited for him to regain consciousness before committing the murder, that would have taken even more time. The disparity in timing does not coincide with the time of Miss Murakami's death." After stating his first point, Masong glanced back at Sato and Takagi, his eyes clearly expressing discontent. Based on the differing times of death, Mr. Higashida should have already been excluded as a suspect. Why persist in entangling him with the locked room to secure a conviction? This. North River was drenched in sweat from Masong's assertions, unable to refute them. These were facts beyond his capacity to dispute. "Secondly, you have indeed left traces." Masong continued, "It appears your right thumb is injured. Coincidentally, there are faint bloodstains on a cactus in Miss Murakami's room. Care to guess whose blood that is?" Masong spoke with a cold smirk, though his heart seethed with dissatisfaction. This case was riddled with inconsistencies. The time discrepancies alone were troubling. Yet, the forensic team had failed to identify even the most basic evidence, the blood on the cactus. What good were they? As he pondered this, Masong's gaze sharpened. Growing icy, it seemed that during his absence, this group of seasoned individuals had once again begun to slack off. "I confess, it was me." Sensing the chilling intensity of Masong's gaze, North River dared not utter a lie any longer and promptly divulged his criminal actions. Upon hearing North River's admission, Higashida, who had harbored a glimmer of hope for his friend, could no longer contain himself. "North River, why would you do this?" "Why?" Higashida grasped North River's collar, his eyes filled with fury, demanding an explanation. "I'm sorry, Higashida. It's all Murakami's fault. She forced me into marriage," North River replied despondently, his words signaling the conclusion of this case. One evening, some days after Masong's return to Tokyo, at 10:30, a man had been drinking in an izakaya for 2 hours and was now somewhat inebriated. "Boss, bring me another bottle of shochu," he called out to the izakaya owner. "Coming right up." The owner replied promptly. Soon, the shochu arrived, accompanied by a few skewers of grilled chicken. The half-drunk man looked up in confusion at the izakaya owner. That customer mentioned he is an acquaintance of Koyamada-san and wishes to share a drink with him. The owner explained, gesturing towards a bearded man in sunglasses at another table. "Koyamada-san, let us drink together." The bearded man approached, inviting Koyamada. "Who are you?" Koyamada asked, puzzled, as he struggled to remember his supposed acquaintance. "It's me, Tanamori. Have you forgotten? We were in adjacent classes back in Guma Prefecture." Tanamori replied. "Oh, Tanamori. How could I forget? Come, let us drink," Koyamada exclaimed, his expression one of sudden realization. "Cheers." After some time of toasting, their drinks were depleted again. Koyamada-san, when you transferred from Gunma to Tokyo, it made all of us old friends envious. Tanamori said with a smile, his expression that of a countryside dweller admiring a city dweller. Ha ha ha, not at all. Even in Tokyo, I still face challenges and just scrape by. Koyamada chuckled, then began to vent his frustrations. He lamented about the numerous rules in Tokyo, the difficulty of dealing with supervisors, the exorbitant housing prices, and the prejudice against outsiders. Nevertheless, Koyamada was still managing a warehouse on his own. Tanamori enviously remarked, that must be quite lucrative. At this, Koyamada raised a hint of caution, waving his hand. No, there's nothing lucrative about it. Besides, I'm not managing the warehouse alone. He ordered another drink and continued. There are 3 of us rotating shifts, and we all contributed to the security codes. I see, Tanamori mused, but soon shifted the topic. And they resumed their drinking. Another night, at the top floor of the Daiei building in Mahana Town, in a cocktail bar, Jin sat in a secluded booth, sipping a glass of sherry while reviewing a list that had just arrived on his phone. The list contained dozens of names, all targets for elimination or soon to be eliminated. For reasons unknown, over the past 2 years, the organization had seen an increasing number of infiltrators and traitors. Previously, he could handle one target every 2 to 3 days and still have time to visit bars and watch horror films. Now, he had to deal with 2 or 3 targets daily to meet his deadlines. Sigh. The organization's workhorse is feeling exhausted. Big brother, Vodka rushed in, calling out to Jin. This was the organization's bar, which had always admitted only members or individuals who could be controlled. Thus, Vodka's loud outburst went unchallenged by Jin. What is it, Vodka? Jin inquired coldly, his gaze fixed on the sherry. Big brother, that architect wants to discuss something with us, Vodka reported, adding, it seems to be related to explosives. Oh, Jin pondered for a moment, then instructed Vodka. Let him in. Understood, big brother. Vodka replied and left, returning with a man clad in a leather coat, wearing sunglasses and holding a pipe. Jin, it's been a while. The architect smiled, removing the pipe from his mouth. Speak plainly. Jin cut through any pleasantries, as his time was precious. He needed a life every 240 to 300 minutes. Surely, the architect could not afford to waste it. You are as unamusing as ever. The architect chuckled, then proceeded to the crux of the matter. I recently received word that the Eastern Powder Depot will be receiving a new shipment of explosives. Would you be interested? The Eastern Powder Depot? Jin squinted, inquiring, you're not suggesting we rob the depot, are you? If that's your proposal, we will consider terminating all cooperation with you. The organization has no need for incompetence. No. The architect replied, taking a puff from his pipe. I am not a fool. The Eastern Powder Depot has only 3 security guards at night, and the rest are electronic locks that I seem to have access to the depot's code, when the time comes. Your people will handle the transport while I unlock the door for you. You keep the lion's share, and I'll take my cut. What do you say? The architect concluded, listening to the architect's words. Jin's narrowed eyes gradually widened. You're not deceiving us, are you? If we proceed in this manner, it appears that there is fundamentally no danger at all. After all, those within the organization are seasoned veterans, adept at navigating perilous situations. The tasks of transportation and theft are trivial matters. However, could you truly be so benevolent? Jin's fearsome gaze remained fixed on the architect, his lips curling into a bloodthirsty smile. Although his right hand still clutched the glass goblet, his left hand had already brushed against the edge of his Beretta M92F. I am not someone in need of money, nor do I have a significant demand for gunpowder. I simply require a small amount to eliminate some failed projects, and there is no necessity for competition between us. Faced with Jin's menacing threats, the architect exhibited no signs of panic, calmly declaring his sincere willingness to cooperate and asserting that he would make an excellent partner. Jin, however, did not respond to the architect's words but continued to stare him down. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Jin withdrew his left hand and extended it toward the architect. We agree to cooperate. Ha ha ha. I trust your esteemed organization will not be disappointed. The architect laughed heartily and reached out as well, shaking hands with Jin, observing the successful negotiation between the two parties. Vodka astutely signaled the bartender to prepare a drink for the architect. Although we have agreed to cooperate, you must acquire the password. Otherwise, we will terminate our arrangement at any moment, Jin reminded coldly. The architect chuckled softly, reassuring Jin, rest assured, I will certainly obtain the password, with a mysterious smile. He added, even if I cannot, there is still the detective, is there not? On a pleasant day, With the sun shining brightly, Kagoro Muri, accompanied by Ran and Conan, alighted from a taxi and approached the entrance of an exquisitely luxurious villa. Upon disembarking, Ran gazed at the meticulously arranged garden before her, a smile lighting up her face. She skipped joyfully to the small fountain in the center of the garden, turned around, and exclaimed to Conan and Kagoro, "Look, if one stands at the position of this fountain, the left and right sides are perfectly symmetrical." As she spoke, Ran glanced around and then back at the villa itself, astonished to discover that not only the garden but even the architecture within the villa exhibited the same symmetry. Upon hearing Ran's words, Kagoro feigned profundity, offering a slight smile, as if he understood completely, explaining that this type of architecture is known as symmetrical design. Professor Heiji Moritani had spent his high school years in England, and it was precisely for this reason that he held a deep admiration for British architectural styles. His dedication to and pursuit of classical symmetrical architecture is something beyond the comprehension and experience of ordinary individuals. Conan gazed at Kagoro in astonishment. Could this truly be the same Kagoro Muri, who had previously shown little interest in anything but smoking, drinking, and gambling? Could it be that Professor Moritani possesses such charisma and capability that it has prompted Kagoro Muri to make serious preparations? Just as Conan marveled internally, he suddenly noticed Kagoro producing a small notebook filled with notes from behind him. So he had a cheat sheet. Unbeknownst to Kagoro, who glanced at the notes and continued. Professor Moritani's original name was Heiji Moritani. Later, due to the concept of symmetry, he changed it to Heiji, which denotes left and right symmetry. Professor Moritani is so dedicated, Ran could not help but exclaim. Dedication, you say? It borders on obsession. Conan silently scoffed. Yet, despite such obsession, I find this grand foyer to be the most beautiful I have ever encountered. After her admiration, Ran began to praise the garden's entrance. Ha ha ha. To receive such compliments from you all is truly an honor. A voice called out from a distance. The three turned to see a man dressed in a green suit with a pink lining, a red and blue striped tie, and sporting a pair of upward curled mustaches approaching them with a beaming smile. Greetings, I am Heiji Moritani. I am Ran Muri, and this is my father, Kagoro Muri, along with our guest, Conan Adagawa. Upon seeing the host, Ran promptly greeted him politely. He, Miss Muri, Mr. Muri, and young Adagawa. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Heiji Moritani responded with a smile. I sincerely apologize. The renowned Shinichi Kudo was unable to attend, which is why we have come in his stead. Ran said apologetically. No need to worry. It is my honor to have the esteemed Kagoro Muri here. Moritani waved his hand dismissively. Hearing such flattery, Kagoro puffed out his chest, assuming an air of superiority. Ladies and gentlemen, the tea party will be held in the backyard. Please follow me. Moritani invited. The trio followed Moritani through the villa and into the backyard. As they walked, they observed their surroundings. Conan couldn't help but marvel internally. Truly, this is what a world-class architect's afternoon tea looks like. The attendees are either musicians, artists, renowned critics, or entrepreneurs. All members of high society. Here, please enjoy these delightful pastries at your leisure, Moritani said with a smile. Well, I shall not hold back, Kagoro declared with a grin. Ran picked up a small cookie, savoring its exquisite flavor. These pastries are absolutely delicious. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Muri. Moritani chuckled heartily. I personally crafted these treats. Wow, Professor Moritani can bake as well. A nearby actress complimented. Oh, it is nothing, Moritani humbly replied. I simply must be hands-on with everything. I cannot rest easy unless I do it myself. I see. Another food critic chimed in, suggesting that such beautiful structures must also arise from that same dedication. Naturally, if one does not possess an appreciation for beauty, I cannot endorse their creations, Moritani asserted, lamenting that many young architects today lack a sense of beauty. They must cultivate a stronger sense of responsibility towards their work. As Moritani spoke, he grew increasingly animated. The crowd, observing his somewhat radical demeanor, hesitated to engage him, waiting for him to calm down on his own. Eventually, Moritani realized that his fervent discourse was falling on deaf ears and shifted the topic. By the way, Mr. Muri, as an esteemed detective, may I pose a question to you? A question for me? Kagoro felt a slight headache but maintained a confident facade, saying, certainly. Very well, I have a card here bearing the names of 3 of my friends. The riddle consists of a term derived from the combination of their names. Moritani produced a stack of cards, shaking them in his hand. Additionally, anyone interested in attempting this riddle is welcome to try. Seeing this, many attendees, approximately 60 to 70%, picked up cards. Intrigued by the mystery, Conan also took a card. The card read, Koyamada Riki, blood type A, born in October Showa 31. Hobbies, Sorimitsu Sasuke. Blood type B, born in June Showa 32. Hobbies: Tsukuri Inai, blood type O, born in January Showa 33. Hobbies. Upon reading the three individuals' profiles, Conan exclaimed, "I understand." On a certain day in the month of X, at the Metropolitan Police Department, a meeting of the Criminal Affairs Division convened. The head of the division, Criminal Affairs Chief Odajiri Tashiru, occupied the seat of honor, with various section chiefs and administrative officers seated beneath him. Odajiri Tashiru produced a stack of photographs, scattering them across the table with a flick of his wrist. Tilting his head slightly, his gaze icy. This marked the third case of arson and explosion this month, and the commissioner of the White Horse had just made a call that morning, indicating the upper echelons were taking this matter very seriously. Yumichi, this is originally within your jurisdiction concerning the arsonists, and it remains under your supervision. However, you may request the mobilization of other departments within the Criminal Affairs Division as needed, Odajiri Tashiru stated, clearly indicating his intent to deploy the full force of the division to solve this case. Yes, replied Inspector Yumichi, standing up in acknowledgement. Megure, your violent crimes unit must also join the investigation. A homicide occurred at the Kurikawa residence, which falls under your purview, so for the sake of thoroughness, you too shall be involved, Odajiri continued, considering the possibility that this might resemble the ABC murders, where an explosion at Kurikawa's residence could lead to multiple houses being targeted to create confusion. Yes, Inspector Megure also stood to affirm. Very well, let us proceed. That morning, at the Mantankan Corporation, a highly renowned gaming company in the island nation, preparations were underway for a new product launch. Mantankan was celebrated for its exceptional quality and value in game production. Today marked the unveiling of a game based on the detective work of Muri Kagaru, prompting a special invitation to the detective himself. Naturally, with Muri Kagaru invited, his daughter Ran and her companion Conan accompanied him. True to their detective nature, wow, a game based on Uncle, Conan exclaimed in astonishment, puzzled as to why a detective known for his lethargy would warrant a game adaptation. Indeed, it's titled Muri Kagaru's Detective Mansion. Players will discover a corpse in an enigmatic mansion, receiving clues from Detective Muri to solve the mystery, Ran said with a bright smile, feeling a sense of pride as her father's exploits were transformed into a game. That sounds like it could be quite fun. Just as Ran finished speaking, a lively and spirited voice interjected with admiration. Turning towards the sound, Ran and Conan beheld a man and a woman. The man donned casual black attire, with chestnut hair and dark crimson eyes, exuding a cool demeanor. Beside him stood a woman in a formal suit with a bobbed haircut. They were none other than White Horse Matsuda and Sato Miwako. Wow, it's Officer Sato and Brother White Horse, Conan exclaimed in surprise. Ran, however, approached them with a mixture of intrigue and delight, inquiring, Matsuda, Officer Sato, are you two on a date? Not at all, Matsuda replied coolly before Sato could respond. Oh, Ran's expression fell. I actually had high hopes for the two of you. Today is simply because Officer Whitehorse helped me with an urgent matter recently, so I invited him to the game launch event, Sato explained. While that was what she said, her true thoughts remained known only to herself. Why would you invite Brother Whitehorse to a game launch? He doesn't seem like the gaming type, Conan remarked, genuinely perplexed at the thought of Matsuda coldly engaging with high-energy games. Well, Sato stammered, unable to articulate a reason. Internally, she berated Miyamoto Yumi for her advice, which had convinced her that every boy harbored a hidden passion for games, even if they didn't express it. Oh no. How should I respond if Officer Whitehorse isn't interested in games? Actually, I quite enjoy games, Matsuda admitted, revealing a neutral stance towards gaming. He neither disliked nor particularly favored it. He felt no obligation to maintain a stern expression today, especially since it was Sato's arrangement. Speaking of which, does Detective Muri truly look the part to be attending a launch event? Sato quickly diverted the topic, eyeing the lethargic Muri Kagaru. Everyone turned to see Detective Muri, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes. Leaning against a pillar, appearing utterly disheveled, Ran, abandoning her earlier pride, stormed over. Bang! She punched Muri Kagaru on the head and shouted, Dad, I told you this morning that there was a launch event today, and to avoid drinking. But you wouldn't listen. Ouch! Muri Kagaru clutched his head, wincing in pain. I didn't drink. I only had a sip or two, truly just a sip. The once renowned detective now appeared quite helpless, pleading with his daughter and attempting to justify himself. And you say, Ran initially intended to merely remind him, but Muri's feeble excuses only fueled her anger. After their comedic exchange, Muri Kagaru regained a semblance of his former lively self, the oily uncle. As everyone lined up for the event, observing the crowd of sharply dressed individuals, Sato couldn't help but remark, I didn't expect so many people to attend the Mantankan event today. Of course, Matsuda replied nonchalantly, "It's the annual product launch of Mantinken. Everyone noteworthy in the gaming industry is here. Detective Muri." Just as Matsuda and the others engaged in casual conversation, a voice called out from behind. Upon hearing his name, Muri Kagura turned to see a man in a brown suit, exuding a certain charm, approaching with a smile. "Who are you?" Muri Kagura questioned, puzzled as he did not recall meeting this man before. The man introduced himself with a grin. "I am Nakajima Hideaki. I am the producer behind the game Muri Detective's Mansion." "Ah, so you are Mr. Nakajima. I've heard much about you." Muri Kagura immediately adopted a warm demeanor, engaging Nakajima in conversation. "Not at all. It is thanks to Detective Muri that I could create such an outstanding gaming project." Nakajima replied, looking somewhat bashful. "Humph, Nakajima, how brazen you are." Just as Nakajima spoke, a voice from behind expressed disdain for him. "Utilizing Detective Muri's reasoning to create a game was an idea I carelessly shared with you. And before long, you presented the same proposal and organized a launch event." The speaker was Ueda Kuji, a fellow employee of Mantinken, who had long harbored resentment towards Nakajima. He continued unabated. "You truly excel at pilfering others' ideas, whether it be women or creativity. Isn't that right, Takeshita?" Turning to another employee, Takeshita Hiroki, Ueda sought confirmation. "Heh, that was all back in college. I've long forgotten," Takeshita replied, scratching his head innocently. "Fine, I'll take the blame for this incident." Ueda scoffed, but then a thought struck him, and he smirked. "But Nakajima, you seem to be in a bit of debt. Are you struggling under the weight of underground gambling?" Ueda, Nakashima Hidemasa gritted his teeth. Yet he refrained from making any reckless moves. Observing the apparent rivalry among the three individuals before him, Hashimatsu revealed a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth, with Conan present, along with the classic scenario of one offending a multitude. It seemed that today, Mr. Nakashima was destined for misfortune. "What are you laughing at?" Sato Miwako inquired curiously. "Nothing," Hashimatsu replied, sensing that someone was about to face a stroke of bad luck. After a brief wait of several minutes, it was finally Kaguro Muri's turn to retrieve his claim ticket. This ticket was issued prior to entering the venue, serving to safeguard luggage and various items. "Hello, here is your ticket for the items you have checked. Please keep it safe." "All right, thank you." Kaguro Muri received the ticket from the front desk, glancing at it to find it was number 96.at. This moment, Takeshita Hiroyuki glanced at his watch and exclaimed anxiously, "Oh no, it seems like we're running late." Upon hearing Takeshita's words, Ueda Koji also checked the time and exclaimed, "We should have entered early to prepare." With that, Ueda and Takeshita hurriedly navigated past Ran and her companions, making their way to the front desk, where they handed over their respective suitcases. "Could you please assist me by handling this first?" Takeshita implored urgently. "Mine too. Thank you very much," Ueda Koji echoed. "Hey, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Nakashima Hidemasa furrowed his brow and remarked, "You'd best hurry too, or else when the president gets angry, we won't be able to bear the consequences." Though Ueda Koji was not on good terms with Nakashima, he still offered a word of caution. Having said that, Ueda Koji was aware that their line cutting was not ideal, so while the front desk processed his suitcase, he turned to Ran and her companions, saying, "Miss Muri, ladies, and this young boy, I sincerely apologize for the rush. Once you all have entered, I'll treat you to a game, and if you desire any arcade games in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Ueda Koji expressed his apology with great sincerity. "Well," Ran hesitated, glancing conflicted at Hashimatsu. "I'm fine, but what about you all?" "I don't mind," Hashimatsu replied nonchalantly. "Neither do I." Seeing that Hashimatsu was unconcerned, Sato Miwako naturally had no objections. As for Conan, being a mere elementary school student, his feelings were not considered significant by anyone, especially since he had nothing to check in. "All right, thank you all. Once you enter, feel free to enjoy any games inside." Ueda Koji appeared quite generous, hurriedly expressing his gratitude before dashing into the venue with his ticket. Subsequently, Ran, Hashimatsu, and Sato Miwako completed their item check-in and entered the venue as well. Soon after, the highly anticipated product launch event and various game trials commenced at Mantion. As a high school student, Ran was naturally intrigued by the array of games. Coupled with her passion for karate, she sat down in front of a fighting game and began playing alongside Conan. Ueda Koji kept his promise, following them wherever they went, introducing the games, sharing insights about game concepts, and imparting game strategies to help them grasp the mechanics more easily. Each time they achieved victory, he promptly offered genuine praise, earning the admiration of Kaguro Muri and Hashimatsu alike for his amiable demeanor. This gesture undoubtedly smoothed their relations. "Bang, congratulations, you've scored 246 points at a punching power testing machine." A stout man struck with all his might, achieving a score of 246, and the machine displayed a dazzling graphic. Nearby, Takeshita Hiroyuki lamented, "What a pity. If only he had surpassed 250 points. The display would have been even more impressive." He then turned his gaze towards Nakashima Hidemasa, calling out, "Nakashima, why not give it a try?" Nakashima, intrigued, responded, "Sure." He removed his shirt, glanced around, and handed it to Takeshita Hiroyuki. "Takeshita, hold my shirt for me." "All right," Takeshita replied, extending his hand to accept it. "Oh, and be careful not to let my claim ticket drop." Nakashima seemed to recall something, offering a reminder. Got it," Takeshita stammered, nodding in agreement. After handing over his shirt, Nakashima stretched his limbs to warm up. Once he completed his preparatory exercises, he approached the punching machine. "Hiya," he shouted, delivering a powerful punch to the machine. Boom, the machine flashed a high score of 348 points, showcasing an even more elaborate display than the previous stout man's. "Impressive, Mr. Nakashima," Rand praised, then inquired, "Have you trained before, Mr. Nakashima?" "Indeed, during my university days, I practiced boxing. Even though I've graduated and been in the workforce for several years, I still occasionally review my skills to maintain my physical condition," Nakashima explained, feeling quite flattered by Rand's compliment. "Miss Rand, would you like to give it a try?" Noticing Rand's familiarity with combat, Nakashima extended the invitation. "Me? I think I'll pass," Rand considered before declining. After Rand's refusal, Sato Miwako gazed at the punching machine, then at Hashimatsu, curious about his potential score. "Hey, why don't you give it a shot?" Sato Miwako nudged Hashimatsu's arm, inquiring. "No, thank you," Hashimatsu declined coolly. "If I punch that machine, it might break. Ha ha ha. How could that be possible?" Nakashima laughed heartily at Hashimatsu's remark. "Our machine employs the latest technology and the finest materials in the world. Not even you could break it. Even if someone were to strike it with a hammer, it would withstand." Takeshita Hiroyuki added in agreement. Their company had indeed conducted tests on the machine's durability, and the results confirmed their claims. It could endure even hammer strikes. Initially, Sato Miwako felt a twinge of regret upon hearing Hashimatsu's refusal, but after listening to the Mantion staff, she turned her gaze back to Hashimatsu. This time, Hashimatsu agreed. "All right, I'll give it a T or Y. As he was already in casual attire, he avoided the hassle of changing. Approaching the machine, he declared, "I want to wear gloves. They'll hinder my performance." Hashimatsu maintained an expression of calm indifference, though he secretly believed that his punch might indeed break the machine. Yet, what if it didn't? He was eager to test and see just how strong he had become, with his muscles tensed. Strength surged from his legs to his core, and he propelled his upper body forward with sheer force. Bang, crack, the machine's force contact plate, from the moment it first made contact until the punch of Shiratori Matsuki began to exert its influence, continuously contracted inward, shrinking relentlessly until it could no longer return to its original form. The machine itself became a hollow shell, with various measuring instruments inside succumbing to damage, ultimately transforming into a heap of worthless scrap. This. Nakajima Hideaki was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Takahashi Hiroyuki had been boasting endlessly about the superiority of his equipment, yet now he too stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless, witnessing this scene. Shiratori Matsuki remained impassive, merely turning to the crowd and shrugging, as if to say, "See, I told you it would break. You shouldn't have doubted me." At that moment, Sato Miwako was also filled with dismay. It was she who had suggested Shiratori Matsuki give it a try. Would she now be held responsible for the damages? Meanwhile, Xiaolong gazed at Matsuki with admiration, thinking, "He truly is remarkable, far surpassing my own abilities. It seems I must strive even harder." Indeed, she resolved to keep pushing forward, vowing to impress the newcomer upon his return. At this juncture, Conan felt a chill run through him, an indescribable sense of foreboding. As time passed, Matsuki initially believed the matter had concluded. However, the president of the Mantion company unexpectedly approached him, asserting that the machine's malfunction stemmed from their own production flaws, thus absolving Matsuki of any responsibility for the damage. The president further insisted that the incident had marred Matsuki's enjoyment and urged him to disregard it, encouraging him to fully indulge in his leisure. As for compensation, that was an unnecessary discussion altogether. Despite the president's reassurances, Matsuki remained adamant about seeking reparations, recognizing that this benevolence might be an attempt to curry favor with him, given his father's stature. Yet, he refused to exploit such privileges indiscriminately, even if they were trivial matters. Subsequently, Matsuki expressed his satisfaction with the Mantion company, claiming to have had an enjoyable experience, and thus, the farcical episode of the machine's destruction came to a close. Thereafter, Matt's son and his companions resumed their individual pursuits. However, amidst this, Matt's son noticed several intriguing developments. The first was that Nakajima Hideaki seemed to have learned from Shaolin and the others that Matt's son was a police officer, and he appeared to be contemplating saying something as he pulled Matt's son toward the restroom. Yet, en route, Nakajima was unexpectedly knocked down by a towering figure clad in a black suit, wearing sunglasses and a black top hat, with a distinctive handlebar mustache. Following this encounter, Nakajima seemed to have forgotten whatever it was he intended to discuss with Matt's son. The second noteworthy incident involved Takahashi Hiroyuki, who had been lingering with Nakajima. Seemingly aware that Matt's son was a police officer. Unlike Nakajima, however, he appeared to be deliberately avoiding Matt's son, which struck Matt's son as rather suspicious. The third event unfolded when Matt's son returned from the restroom, only to have Conan rush over and discreetly inform him that Takahashi Hiroyuki seemed to have brushed against a man in black clothing. Although neither expressed it, the man in black certainly seemed dubious. Conan insisted on this, though it was unclear what made the man suspicious. Was it merely the color of his attire? After all, Matt's son himself wore black as well. In fact, Matt's son was far more concerned about Takahashi Hiroyuki. Shortly thereafter, Matt's son observed Takahashi heading to the counter alone, retrieving his briefcase from Mantion. Then, he opened it. Bang! An explosion ensued. I am Tequila, 41 years old, standing at 2.01 meters tall, hailing from Kansai. Once a bounty hunter, I soon found solitary existence unappealing and thus joined an organization, embracing a life of regularity, due to my exceptional skills and capabilities, coupled with a tenacious spirit. I swiftly attained full membership within the organization, earning a title. Today marks the commencement of yet another task. This assignment is rather straightforward. Procure a list from an individual who has been thoroughly intimidated by the organization. Naturally, it is not a matter of receiving without giving. The organization compensates, while he provides the list, a fair exchange. The reason he requires money is due to a debt of 150 million yen incurred at the organization's gambling den. Through manipulative gambling tactics, he faced significant losses, ultimately accruing high-interest loans, which led to relentless pressure for repayment, compelling him to yield what the organization desires. This method is a staple of the organization, effective against 80% of individuals. Of course, such trivial matters do not necessitate my involvement as a full-fledged member. The lower-ranking, nameless employees handle these affairs adequately. Today's task was assigned to me by Jin, likely due to my recent elimination of a minor gang, allowing me a reprieve with lighter work. Moreover, since my vehicle sustained damage during the last operation, Jin arranged for Kiani to drive me today. Setting aside everything else, her Dodge Viper is indeed impressive. Once this task is completed, I must acquire one for myself. Initially, I had no intention of allowing Kiani to accompany me. This assignment was simple enough for me to manage alone, and her presence would only dilute my share of the task's finances. However, everything changed upon encountering that individual, the man who shared our taste in attire and bore an aura akin to ours. Had it not been for Jin's familiarity with him, I would have assumed he was a fellow operative. That man is Shiramamat's son. This is a name Jin once mentioned, describing how beneath his calm exterior lies a bloodthirsty heart. Previously, I thought Jin had exaggerated, yet upon meeting him today, I found his reputation to be well-deserved. Those of us who tread the razor's edge can discern such things immediately. Err on the side of caution. Jin insisted I bring Kiani along. Otherwise, should Matsun catch wind of my presence, it could spell trouble. I have always been confident in my abilities, yet for reasons unknown, I acquiesced to Jin's suggestion. Thus, Kiani accompanied me. I was tasked with entering the Mantion company for a face-to-face exchange, while Kiani would provide reconnaissance and necessary firepower from the perimeter. Once inside the grand building of Mantion, I quickly spotted the individual I was to transact with. He bore a rather smug expression, exuding confidence and an air of charm, yet appearances can be deceiving. I vividly recall how he had confidently wagered at the casino only to lose everything, groveling before the organization's debt collectors. According to him, we would proceed directly with the exchange. However, such an approach would be detrimental to both parties, necessitating a more discreet method of transaction. He mentioned the use of claim tickets, explaining that Mantion offers a storage service where items are deposited and retrieved using these tickets. Therefore, as long as both parties deposit their respective items, at that moment, all that was required was to exchange the number tags to facilitate the transaction. Although I held his feeble demeanor in contempt, I must concede that it was indeed a clever method. Consequently, I trailed behind him, waiting for him to deposit the box containing the list. Once he had done so, I followed suit, depositing my box filled with money. After securing the boxes, the press conference for the Full Heaven Company commenced. I have always had little interest in electronic gadgets, so I refrained from entering the venue. Instead, keeping a vigilant eye on my transaction partner, monitoring for any erratic behavior, it became evident that he lacked courage. Upon the conclusion of the press conference, we commenced the official transaction. The exchange of number tags was straightforward. I merely needed to find an opportunity to bump into him, utilizing my exceptional technical skills for a subtle adjustment. Soon enough, I noticed him heading to the restroom, recognizing this as my chance. However, to my surprise, he seemed to possess some audacity as he brought along that fellow, by Ma Song. Although I harbored some reservations about by Ma Song, retreating was not an option, following the original plan. I approached and collided directly with my transaction partner, completing the exchange in an instant. Unfortunately, his physique seemed rather frail, and he toppled over with the impact. To dissuade him from any further actions. I cast a glance in his direction, confident that he would refrain from any rash moves. Having successfully swapped the number tags, I contemplated my departure. At that juncture, Kiani's voice crackled through my earpiece. "Hey, Tequila, something seems amiss." "What do you mean, Kiani? Clarify," I inquired, furrowing my brow. My experience as a seasoned individual urged me to heed the insights and warnings of snipers, for their vantage point extended beyond mine. It appeared that my transaction partner's number tag had been tampered with. "What?" I asked incredulously, realizing that if this were true, my efforts would have been in vain. "Kianti, are you certain?" "I am certain. I distinctly saw someone remove his number tag." Kiani replied with conviction. It seemed I would need to make another trip. "Who replaced our transaction partner's tag?" I questioned. It was that man in the blue attire. He seems quite unassuming. Kiani responded. I quickly located the man she described. Unassuming, on the surface, perhaps, but there appeared to be something not quite right beneath. I approached him, employing the same tactic as before, colliding with him to exchange number tags. Had Kiani informed me sooner, I could have saved a sum of money. But alas, never mind, the money belonged to the transaction partner. We uphold professional ethics. Clutching what should have been the correct number tag, I retrieved the briefcase from the counter. Having completed everything, it was time for me to exit the scene. Although I was uncertain of the unassuming man's motives for switching the number tags, it certainly did not bode well. It was best to leave promptly. Just as I prepared to depart, bang, an explosion erupted. It appeared that the unassuming man had attempted to open what he believed to be a list, only to be killed instantly by the blast. How tragic. Thankfully, Kiani was present. Otherwise, I might have been the one to open that box. However, I turned to survey the scene and noticed by Ma Song seemingly fixated on me, his piercing gaze indicating that he had zeroed in on my presence. The explosion had occurred so abruptly. Just moments before, Yushing Takashita had been engaging in jovial conversation, only to be obliterated by a bomb right before the eyes of the crowd. It was a gruesome sight, utterly beyond repair. Who was responsible? By Ma Song, Conan, and indeed everyone present pondered this question. Who had planted the explosives in Takashita's briefcase? Conan quickly recalled the black-clad man he had previously encountered. Tequila. He had witnessed Tequila collide with Takashita. And it was entirely plausible that Tequila had smuggled in a trigger bomb. In that collision, he had likely swapped his number tag with Takashita's. Consequently, Takashita had unwittingly taken possession of someone else's briefcase, leading to his untimely demise. This was the immediate conclusion Conan reached. However, Bai Ma Song held a different perspective. Upon witnessing the explosion, his thoughts naturally gravitated towards the number tag exchange technique. Reflecting on the details, he realized two critical points that led him to a conclusion distinct from Conan's. The first was that the briefcase Takashita had produced was exclusive to Full Heaven Company employees, which was precisely why Takashita had not suspected anything amiss. The second was that Tequila also possessed a briefcase unique to Full Heaven employees. The combination of these two observations was intriguing, since Tequila was not attired in the standard Full Heaven uniform. He could not be an employee. If he was not an employee, he should not have had access to an employee-exclusive briefcase. If he had exchanged his tag with Takashita, he should have been in possession of a Full Heaven briefcase while Takashita would have had a non-employee briefcase. Given that both were now in possession of Full Heaven briefcases, only two possibilities remained. The first was that Tequila had stolen the number tag from an unknown Full Heaven employee and given it to Takashita. The second was that Tequila had exchanged number tags with a known Full Heaven employee before subsequently swapping tags with Takashita. The first scenario was easily dismissed. If Tequila intended to kill Takashita, he would have to ensure that Takashita's briefcase contained a bomb. However, the randomness of the first scenario was clearly flawed. Thus, the second scenario emerged. Tequila had orchestrated a deal with someone, providing them with a bomb. And then, no, something felt amiss. Bai Ma Song sensed an inconsistency, as if something were awry. Never mind. Regardless of the situation, Tequila, this shadowy figure, was undoubtedly involved. It seemed that Conan had an astute eye for character. Could this black-clad individual be affiliated with the organization within the realm of Conan's world? Bai Ma Song naturally entertained such thoughts. If it were merely a matter of black clothing, it would not be significant. But if coupled with criminal intent, the likelihood increased substantially. For now, it was imperative to apprehend this fellow. Bai Ma Song gazed at Tequila, noticing that the latter was also observing him, or rather, scrutinizing the scene of the incident. That expression of detached admiration for life and death was all too familiar to Bai Ma Song. You there, halt. Bai Ma Song commanded coldly. Tequila, sensing the intensity of Bai Ma Song's gaze, instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Now, upon hearing Bai Ma Song demand that he stop, he found it unsurprising. What's the matter? Is the explosion preventing people from leaving? Tequila replied, feigning nonchalance in a thick Kansai accent. Upon seeing Bai Ma Song confront Tequila, Conan felt a wave of relief. It was crucial not to let this potential member of the organization slip away. In the event of a crime, everyone present is obligated to assist the police in their investigation. Bai Ma Song stated coolly, producing his police badge from his pocket and raising it for those around him to see. I have urgent matters to attend to, Tequila retorted, disregarding Bai Ma Song's authority. Continuing to speak in his Kansai dialect. Are you in a hurry to check what's in your box? Bai Ma Song replied icily, laced with sarcasm. You need not concern yourself with that, officer. Tequila shot back with an aggressive glare. Bai Ma Song, a man of formidable strength, had encountered all manner of formidable foes over the years. With a swift motion, he darted forward, his left and right hands assuming the form of eagle claws. His right hand aimed for Long Shalon's shoulder, while his left sought to grasp Long Shalon's right hand, which held a briefcase. To the astonishment of Long Shalon and the onlookers, Bai Ma Song acted with remarkable decisiveness. Striking without uttering a word, the ferocity of his assault was palpable as his right hand lunged towards Long Shalon's shoulder, and should he succeed in seizing it, coupled with a second burst of force, Bai Ma Song possessed the strength to severely incapacitate Long Shalon's arm. Meanwhile, his left hand reached toward Long Shalon's right wrist, a clear indication of his intent to neutralize the threat posed by the briefcase. Furthermore, Bai Ma Song's speed and aggressive stance left the gathered crowd, including the skilled fighters Mori Kagoro, Mori Ran, and Sato Miwako, feeling overshadowed by his prowess. Faced with Bai Ma Song's offensive, Long Shalon, though alerted, was still taken aback by the latter's strength. Yet, as a seasoned combat expert within the organization, standing over 2 meters tall and armed with ample battle experience, he had rarely encountered formidable opponents, despite his initial surprise. Decades of combat expertise allowed him to react swiftly. He first rotated his wrist, retracting the briefcase, and deftly maneuvered his right hand through the briefcase's handle, securing it firmly. Subsequently, with a sudden exertion of force, his fingers curled into a tiger claw shape. Aiming directly at Bai Ma Song's left hand, he intended to engage in a claw clash. The eagle claw technique excelled in grappling and joint manipulation, while the tiger claw was characterized by its sheer power and penetrating force. Therefore, Long Shalon believed he had a distinct advantage in this contest. Utilizing his height, he extended his left hand to seize Bai Ma Song's wrist joint, claiming the upper hand. In his mind, Long Shalon thought, "You may grasp my shoulder, but I can render your hand powerless." His rapid counteraction indeed caught Bai Ma Song's attention. It was evident that members of the Black Organization were no ordinary adversaries. Even the defector Xiao Yuanji had demonstrated formidable physical capabilities. As an official member of the organization, Long Shalon's prowess was unquestionable. Observing his quick reflexes and adaptability sparked a flicker of interest in Bai Ma Song. However, it was merely a hint of intrigue. Bai Ma Song was not boasting nor underestimating them. Since the age of 16 or 17, he had struggled to find worthy opponents. Years had passed, and his strength had only grown, leaving him uncertain of his limits. The prospect of facing a capable adversary was enough to pique his curiosity. Perhaps, the renowned Kyagaku Makoto from the world of Conan, whom he remembered, might provide a worthy challenge. At that moment, Bai Ma Song, undeterred by Long Shalon's response, maintained his approach with both hands still aimed at him. Initially, Long Shalon perceived Bai Ma Song's assault as formidable, acknowledging his exceptional combat ability. However, upon realizing that Bai Ma Song remained immobile in the face of his counter, he could not help but smirk inwardly. The youth was still too inexperienced. My techniques are designed to counter you. If you were to alter your approach and retaliate, perhaps we could exchange a few more blows. Now, however, The outcome was already determined. With the silent shout echoing in Long Xilan's mind, their hands collided. Bang! The clash began with their opposing claws. As stated previously, the eagle claw specializes in grappling, while the tiger claw focuses on piercing. The two styles were inherently different. Typically, engaging an eagle claw with a tiger claw was considered unwise. Moreover, with Long Xilan's towering stature and substantial hands, his tiger claw nearly enveloped by Ma Song's eagle claw, leaving the latter unable to secure a hold. Meanwhile, as Long Xilan reached for Bai Ma Song's wrist, one would expect both parties to recognize each other's strength, retreat, and conclude the round before commencing the next. However, Bai Ma Song did not adhere to this convention. He pressed forward, unflinchingly aiming for Long Xilan's shoulder. Seeing Bai Ma Song's audacity ignited Long Xilan's temper. He thought to himself, I merely wish to get by for the day. Skimming a little funding, aren't you all willing? Why must you pursue me relentlessly? Furthermore, Long Xilan, confident in his imposing stature and strength, decided not to change tactics, boldly extending his left hand to seize Bai Ma Song's wrist. Who fears whom? Long Xilan proclaimed inwardly, I am a seasoned operative of the organization. Yet soon, he would realize his trepidation. Though Long Xilan had ensnared Bai Ma Song's eagle claw with one hand and grasped Bai Ma Song's wrist with the other, he was astonished to discover how solid grappling techniques prioritize seizing the opponent's joints and weaknesses before applying further force to inflict greater damage. Thus, while holding Bai Ma Song's wrist was not inherently threatening, the potential for his secondary strike was. Aware of this, Long Xilan exerted pressure, only to find he could not muster any strength. His left hand, gripping Bai Ma Song's wrist, felt as if it could not twist Bai Ma Song's joint. Meanwhile, his right hand struggled to suppress Bai Ma Song's eagle claw. At that moment, Long Xilan realized something was amiss. He seemed to be losing the battle of strength. Bai Ma Song's lips curled into a chilling smile as he forcefully twisted his left hand, straining against Long Xilan's tiger claw with overwhelming power, then horizontally positioned his eagle claw to clamp down on either side of Long Xilan's large hand. With a surge of strength, the immense force coursed through Bai Ma Song's fingertips, rapidly inundating Long Xilan's palm. Long Xilan could not contain his CRY. Felt as if his hand was being painfully crushed by a vice, causing immense agony. On the other side, Bai Ma Song's right hand tensed, transforming his entire arm from shoulder to fingertips into a solid mass. Long Xilan's left hand, which sought to twist inward, found no purchase against this living steel. Now, the steel had moved. Bai Ma Song's arm seemed impervious to Long Xilan's efforts, swiftly locking onto his shoulder and nearly crushing it. Long Xilan was undeniably in excruciating pain, yet he could not accept such a humiliating defeat. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he forced his hands to remain connected with Bai Ma Song's, while his legs executed alternating kicks in an attempt to extricate himself. However, Bai Ma Song was not so easily swayed. He too raised his legs to block the incoming attacks. Thus, Long Xilan employed both hands and feet in a desperate struggle against Bai Ma Song, who countered each move with precision. Yet, Bai Ma Song consistently maintained the advantage in strength, preventing Long Xilan from breaking free. One must acknowledge Long Xilan's extensive combat experience. After exchanging several blows, he realized he was far from being Bai Ma Song's equal. Even in terms of raw strength, they were leagues apart. Moreover, Bai Ma Song's close-quarters combat experience was equally formidable. It was bewildering how such a young officer had accrued combat expertise comparable to that of a cold-blooded assassin. Ultimately, Long Xilan understood that relying solely on himself would likely lead to his downfall. But he had teammates. Suddenly, Long Xilan propelled himself into the air, both legs driving toward Bai Ma Song. It is worth noting that leaping during a fight is generally frowned upon, as there are no points of contact to exert force, rendering any maneuvers or techniques challenging to execute. In this instance, Long Xilan's bold move was indeed a double-edged sword. Bai Ma Song would have to defend himself, for the combined force of both legs was sufficient to overwhelm him. Thus, he released his grip from Tequila, but even though Bai Ma Song had retreated, Tequila would inevitably leap into the air next, granting Bai Ma Song ample time to pursue. Indeed, Bai Ma Song brought his hands back to his chest, successfully blocking the fierce kicks aimed at him. Next, he intended to advance and completely subdue Tequila. However, just as Bai Ma Song approached, he sensed a fleeting moment of murderous intent. A chill of danger washed over him. Years of experience amidst gunfire alerted Bai Ma Song to evade. He abruptly halted his advance towards Tequila, forcibly altering his trajectory and dodging to safety. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Bai Ma Song, embedding itself into the ground and leaving a deep indentation. The powerful force of the bullet sent tiny fragments of stone flying across the floor of the bar. The bullet's impact not only scattered stones but also heightened by Ma Song's vigilance. He had not anticipated that snipers would be involved in this operation, coming from a prestigious lineage of elite police officers. Ma Song understood the rigorous training snipers undergo. It requires not only innate talent but also the accumulation of experience through extensive practice with numerous bullets, honed further in real combat scenarios. An exceptional sniper possesses not merely the ability to eliminate targets but must also be adept in reconnaissance and various other skills. Thus, skilled snipers are always in high demand, regardless of their location. Ma Song pondered. It seems the distillery places great importance on this operation. However, unbeknownst to him, this was merely a standard configuration for the distillery's operations. Typically, missions involving formal members require at least 2 individuals to collaborate. Even during the earlier extortion attempt by gin and vodka, they had arranged for Chianti and Cohen to be on standby outside. The only instance of a solo mission belonged to Tequila, who had met his demise in an explosion. This time, Ma Song's presence compelled Tequila and his associates to heighten their alertness, leading Chianti to partner with Tequila. Consequently, this allowed Tequila to escape an untimely demise. Earlier, when Tequila first engaged Ma Song in combat, not only was he brimming with confidence, eager to gauge Ma Song's abilities, but Chianti was also curious to see if Ma Song truly possessed the prowess that everyone spoke of. Which is why she refrained from intervening initially. However, as soon as it became apparent that Tequila was struggling against Ma Song, and with both fighters being masters of combat, tangled in a swift exchange, she feared accidentally harming her ally and thus remained reluctant to fire her weapon. Chianti's strength lay primarily in marksmanship, while she could easily handle 1 or 2 ordinary opponents in close combat. Keeping pace with the movements of Ma Song and Tequila proved exceedingly challenging. This left her watching helplessly as Tequila was mercilessly beaten by Ma Song. Eventually, Tequila took a desperate gamble to create distance from Ma Song, thereby allowing Chianti the opportunity to fire, although she did not expect that shot to guarantee Ma Song's elimination. Given his demonstrated strength, it could at least compel him to restrain his pursuit, thus providing cover for Tequila's withdrawal. In fact, Chianti achieved her objective. Ma Song's evasive maneuvers and hesitations afforded Tequila the chance to rise swiftly and flee towards the exit of the bar. Observing Tequila's escape, Ma Song instinctively sought to pursue. However, just as he sprang into action, he felt that chilling aura of murderous intent once more. He dodged again, leveraging his acute awareness and superhuman agility to evade yet another bullet. Fuck, Chianti cursed inwardly. What manner of freak is this? To evade a sniper shot from over 200 yards away. Chianti, prided herself on her accuracy within 600 yards, yet here she was, stumbling. Tequila, hurry up. I can only hold him off for a moment. Chianti whispered urgently into her earpiece. Got it. Just give him 2 shots and come quickly. Tequila panted on the other end, although the skirmish had not lasted long. The variations in technique and the sheer force of their clash had left him, a man in his 40s, utterly exhausted. Oh, I need to tell you that, Chianti retorted with a huff. With that, she directed her aim towards Ma Song's position and fired off 2 shots before swiftly retracting her PSG-1 sniper rifle and dashing downstairs. Ma Song felt the pressure of the consecutive sniper shots but easily evaded them this time. Yet, despite the ease of his dodging, his mind was anything but relaxed. He understood the reason behind the ease of avoidance. It was likely the shooter intended to withdraw. The rationale for their retreat could only stem from a belief that he would not be able to catch up. This was not good news. His pride would not allow him to let his target slip away. Turning to Sato Miwako, he quickly instructed, Miwako, immediately call the police headquarters and have Officer Megure contact the Public Security Bureau. Inform them that the explosion here may be related to that organization. Without waiting for her response, Ma Song dashed outside. Sato Miwako, gritting her teeth, called out to Muri Kagoro, Mr. Muri, please call Officer Megure for me. I beg you. Then, enduring the discomfort of her high heels, she hurriedly followed Ma Song's lead. Inside the bar, the patrons were left in a state of panic due to the recent upheaval, the explosion, the deadly duel between the two, and the final sniper shots left the gaming industry moguls lamenting the precariousness of existence. Watching the two depart, they could only stand by helplessly. Of course, Muri Kagoro and his companions, having experienced numerous grand spectacles, retained some resilience. Conan even contemplated pursuing Ma Song and the others, as the enmity between them was palpably clear. Had it not been for the stark disparity in combat power between him and Tequila, he would have kicked a soccer ball at them by now. It was entirely reasonable to wish to follow. Nevertheless, Sonoko would not allow Conan to chase after them so recklessly. She quickly intervened, sternly admonishing him about the danger. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, Muri Kagoro remained composed, recalling Sato Miwako's last request, and immediately dialed Officer Megure's number, drawing on years of reporting experience. He relayed the events occurring at the gaming company to Officer Megure, including by Ma-song's instructions. Officer Megure assured him that the police would respond promptly and report the situation up the chain. Meanwhile, Ma-song rushed outside, where he spotted Tequila getting into a 1996 Dodge Viper SRT 10 GTS, accompanied by a woman with short red hair. After entering the driver's seat, they sped away. As Ma-song reached for his black Porsche 959. He realized he had not driven today. Since Sato Miwako had invited him out, and she had chosen the location, he hadn't brought his own car. They had arrived in Sato Miwako's red Mazda RX 7 FD3S. Just as he stood there, stunned, Sato Miwako finally caught up to him. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung open the car door and called out, "Inspector Bai, get in." Ma-song said nothing, swiftly taking the passenger seat as they pursued the Dodge Viper ahead. Although the situation was urgent, Ma-song maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed Sato Miwako. "All right," Sato Miwako affirmed with a nod and pressed the accelerator to the floor. "Speed up. Why are you following?" Ma-song inquired. If I don't come over, Ma Jingbu, you won't be able to catch them." Sato Miwako chuckled and replied, "They are quite dangerous." Ma-song's expression darkened. This implied that if you come along, you too would be in peril. "Wouldn't it be better to stay put? My father once told me, the word justice should not be uttered lightly. It must be cherished within one's heart. I cannot simply stand by and watch criminals escape. That is beyond my capability," Sato Miwako stated solemnly, recalling how her father, Sato Masayoshi, had perished in a car accident while pursuing criminals when she was very young. However, she firmly believed that her father had never regretted his choices, and she was determined to carry on his spirit. Of course, she also considered that if Ma-song were to give up, he would feel deeply unsatisfied. In that case, stay close to me. I will handle the rest," Ma-song asserted. In the corner of Sato Miwako's eye, his lips seemed to curl into a faint smile, though it was hard to tell. Ma-song continued to instruct from the car. "There should be two individuals involved. I observed a man and a woman. The man is the one I just fought with at Mantiantang, and the woman is likely the sniper who intercepted me. They both appear to be armed. The man didn't use his weapon because we were too close, and he would have been easily countered. The woman's sniper rifle, judging by the bullet caliber, is 7.62 mm, and from my previous, of course, I intend to intercept them. We must lure them in. If we catch sight of them and refrain from firing a single shot, would that not arouse undue suspicion?" Kiani proclaimed. "Moreover, if I could eliminate them here, wouldn't that spare us a considerable amount of explosives?" "Oh ho ho." As Kiani spoke, she couldn't help but break into an unhinged laugh. In any other circumstance, given the performance of Hakuba in the heavens above, she would not have dared to boast. Yet now, on the highway, their mobility was severely limited, compounded by the presence of the car, which would explode upon impact, and the fact that she wielded a sniper rifle. These advantages could indeed turn the tide. Through the scope, she slowly aimed at Hakuba's head. "Ahaha, Hakuba, let me witness the spectacle of your head exploding." Bang! The shot rang out, but it was not Kiani's sniper rifle that fired. It was Hakuba's handgun. He had been fixated on the road ahead, and as soon as Kiani brandished her PSG-1, he swiftly drew his pistol and fired at her. Kiani, seasoned as she was, barely managed to evade the shot. Fortunately, Tequila reacted quickly, steering the car swiftly to the side, thus saving Kiani from a grim fate. Damn, how is Hakuba so proficient even with a handgun? Kiani cursed inwardly. Indeed, in that fleeting moment, he seized the opportunity, showcasing marksmanship that rivaled Jin's. Tequila concurred. It must be noted that Tequila had maintained a distance of at least one car length between their vehicle and Hakuba's, to prevent him from targeting the fuel tank. Although it was unlikely Hakuba would attempt to eliminate a stronghold in such a manner, caution was essential. When Kiani prepared to fire, Tequila would maneuver the car to eliminate any obstructions between their vehicle and Hakuba's. Despite all this, the reality of the situation was stark. Kiani, a highly skilled sniper, was unable to pull the trigger while Hakuba had already unleashed a bullet. This starkly illustrated the disparity between them. "Shall we try again?" Tequila inquired. "Yes." Kiani gritted her teeth defiantly. She refused to concede. With renewed resolve, Kiani aimed once more as the car advanced. Bang! The gun fired, yet once again, she failed to take a shot. "Well done, Inspector Hakuba. I didn't expect your marksmanship to be so exceptional, managing to suppress a sniper rifle with a handgun," Sato Miwako exclaimed, clapping the steering wheel in delight. In response to Sato's praise, Hakuba merely shook his head. Although Kiani had not fired, he remained far from complacent. The issue lay with the ammunition. Kiani's failure to fire on 2 occasions, while seemingly a sign of suppression, effectively left them with 2 fewer rounds. If one of Hakuba's shots found its mark, injuring or incapacitating an opponent, it would be a significant victory. Otherwise, despite appearances, they were still in a position of dominance. Yet, should they run out of bullets, they would be at the mercy of their adversaries. Hakuba understood this predicament, and he knew that Kiani and Tequila were equally aware of it. Tequila, let me have another go, Kiani said through clenched teeth. Full of indignation, Tequila hesitated before responding. No, Kiani, you've already missed your chance twice. Even I, with my mediocre marksmanship, can see you are outmatched. Tequila, he is nearly out of bullets, Kiani attempted to argue. But Tequila interrupted her sharply. It is too dangerous to go out again. He is trying to suppress you and track us. What if he decides to change tactics? Tequila's words struck a chord with Kiani, and this time she refrained from countering. Tequila continued, if he shifts his focus with a skill, he could easily blow up our fuel tank. We'd be finished. Indeed, they would perish. Kiani finally composed herself. Previously, she had been rattled by her 2 missed shots. It was worth noting that she was a sniper cultivated by the organization for years, accustomed to high-end virtual equipment and extensive combat training, while she could not claim to have never been defeated. Her only real setback had been against Akai Shuichi. Now, facing Hakuba, she couldn't even fire a shot. Was there anything more frustrating for a sniper? Yet, no matter how disheartened she felt, she had to endure. If she let her emotions take over and Tequila maneuvered the car again, Hakuba could very well blow up the fuel tank, leading to their demise, even if their adversary might wish to take them alive. They were assassins from the distillery, seasoned in the dark underbelly of society, that could not afford to place their hopes in the intentions of their foes. Moreover, Jin had merely instructed them to lure him in. There was no need to take such grave risks. Seeing Kiani regain her composure, Tequila decided to deepen the impact by mentioning Jin again. Sure enough, upon hearing Jin's name, Kiani reluctantly nodded. All right, just keep driving. Revealing a slight opening, and I'll take 2 shots with my handgun, Kiani insisted, still requesting 2 shots to avoid raising suspicion. After all, if they did not fire a single shot, it would be evident they were laying in wait. Although rushing into a municipal building might appear suspicious, the sheer number of people at the Mihua Municipal Building could give Hakuba the impression that they were attempting to blend in and escape unnoticed. Kiani leaned out of the passenger window, firing twice, yet she failed to even graze the edge of Hakuba's red Mazda R7 FD3S. Ha! Their marksmanship seems rather lacking. Sato Miwako scoffed at the abysmal shots. Don't be complacent. It could be a test. Hakuba, observing the shots, did not share in the mirth. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. Something is amiss. The woman in the passenger seat possesses commendable marksmanship, though Sato drives skillfully and positions the car adeptly. If they truly intended to shoot at us, they would have hit the rearview mirror or similar targets. There is no way they would miss entirely. Inspector Hakuba, why do you think they aren't coming out to switch guns like before? Sato Miwako asked, perplexed. They are afraid, Hakuba replied coolly. What do you mean? Sato pressed for clarification, revealing the gulf in perception and experience between herself, Hakuba, and the organization. Their earlier shots had clearly indicated that his marksmanship was substantial. While their objective was to dismantle at least one of their strongholds, they were unaware of that fact. Even if they suspected it, they would still fear Hakuba turning his weapon on their fuel tank, leading to their inevitable demise. Hakuba elucidated, all the while keeping a vigilant watch on the Dodge Viper ahead. If their adversaries were to suddenly fire, he needed to be prepared. For the next 10 minutes, Kiani intermittently emerged to fire 2 wildly inaccurate shots, or merely grazed the rearview mirror with 1 shot, utterly insignificant. Initially, Sato contemplated dodging, but eventually, she grew weary of even that. Inspector Hakuba, it seems they are about to turn. Sato Miwako announced, directing Hakuba's attention. That direction appears to be the Mihua Municipal Building. Indeed, Hakuba nodded. Let us follow them. Understood. Sato Miwako replied. The Crimson Mazda followed the Dodge Viper ahead, smoothly gliding into the parking lot of the Mihua City Hall. Observing the car across the way gradually decelerating, Bai Ma Song once again retrieved his phone from the back seat. Officer Mumu, you must have heard. They have entered Mihua City Hall. I heard it. I heard it. Bai Ma. Just stay in the car. Do not move. Our forces have already arrived outside Mihua City Hall and will soon encircle it from within. Officer Mumu hurriedly responded. Yet, as before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ma Song. I will have Sato wait in the car. I will follow them upstairs first. With that, Bai Ma Song opened the car door and swiftly exited. After a moment's thought, he turned back to Sato Miwako, cautioning her. Sato, They may have a stronghold here, or might be attempting to blend in with the crowd at the city hall to evade capture. There could also be an ambush set up inside the building. Therefore, you must ensure everyone remains exceptionally vigilant. Upon hearing Bai Ma Song's words, Sato Miwako could not help but retort, "And what about you? You instruct us to be cautious, yet you are the one pursuing them." "I must chase after them," Bai Ma Song replied calmly. Without waiting for Sato Miwako to respond, he followed in the footsteps of Long Zhelan and G&D. If he were truly afraid of danger, he would not have pursued them from the start. Now that he had come this far, to halt his pursuit would be akin to watching them escape without resistance. Although the path ahead might be fraught with traps and ambushes, he also had his opportunities. Moreover, he believed in his own capabilities. Unless they were to drop a missile that would obliterate Mihua City Hall, he was confident he could emerge unscathed. Bai Ma Song closely trailed Long Zhelan and G&D into the city hall. The building boasted 11 floors, designed asymmetrically with a sharply pointed dome on one side, while the other side was slightly lower. This very peculiarity rendered Mihua City Hall a target for destruction by Sengu Tier. The lower levels housed a shopping mall, above which were various restaurants, and higher still, a cinema. The topmost floors contained office spaces. Long Zhelan and G&D, departing from the parking lot, opted not to take the elevator due to the crowd and the necessity to wait. Instead, choosing to ascend to the first floor via the stairs, Bai Ma Song kept a steady pace behind them. Noticing Bai Ma Song still in pursuit, G&D and Long Zhelan exchanged a few shots at him. Observing the stairwell devoid of bystanders, Bai Ma Song felt reassured and returned fire with 2 shots of his own. The stairway, a mere few steps in length, allowed the trio to arrive at the first floor in an instant. The ground floor, populated by the shopping mall, was noticeably busier, with many people gathered in front of a store, either trying on clothes or waiting for others. Long Zhelan and G&D paid little heed to the crowd, their sole focus on reaching the rooftop as swiftly as possible, planning to have vodka take them away by helicopter. As they navigated through the throng, they felt a sense of elation, pushing deeper into the masses. Make way! Make way! Standing over 2 meters tall, Long Zhelan was perfectly suited to lead the charge. One hand clutching a briefcase, he used the other to shove and maneuver through the surrounding pedestrians. "Hey, what are you doing? Ouch, you've hurt me." Due to Long Zhelan's towering stature, his pushes were also quite elevated. Shorter individuals were effectively shoved aside as if he were pressing down on their heads. Naturally, his actions garnered considerable discontent from those being pushed aside. However, upon turning to see such a hulking figure clad in black, unmistakably a member of the syndicate, most were left with a mixture of indignation and resignation. With Long Zhelan forging the way, G&D found his path significantly eased. However, while they raced ahead, Bai Ma Song's situation was markedly different, although he was in pursuit of the criminals. He remained a police officer. Long Zhelan could shove people aside as if they were mere objects, but Bai Ma Song lacked such luxury. He could only tug at the crowd while calling out, "Make way!" Watching as Long Zhelan and G&D distanced themselves from him, Bai Ma Song realized he could not allow this to continue. Thus, he began to seek a shortcut. The mall was designed around a central atrium, forming a circular corridor with an open space in the middle. Consequently, Bai Ma Song leaped onto the railing of the corridor and swiftly sprinted along it. His light-footed movements were ghostly, causing onlookers to gasp in awe. Some even shouted, "Chinese Kung Fu!" Ignoring the commotion around him, Bai Ma Song deftly executed a maneuver, overtaking the duo on the railing in a matter of moments. Thud! Bai Ma Song landed nimbly before Long Zhelan and G&D. Damn it! Long Zhelan and G&D cursed internally, utterly unprepared for Bai Ma Song's unexpected display of agility. His acrobatic prowess seemed more suited to a film set, despite their internal complaints. Long Zhelan wasted no time, firing 2 shots at Bai Ma Song. Bang! Bang! Seeing Long Zhelan open fire, G&D also turned and unleashed a barrage. Bai Ma Song, having closed the distance between them, was forced to dodge at the sight of their gunfire. Returning fire was out of the question. Earlier, even pushing through the crowd had been a challenge, let alone firing a weapon. A careless shot could easily injure an innocent bystander, leading to his police chief father publicly apologizing to the nation. Though he could not fire back, it was also against Bai Ma Song's nature to merely watch as they escaped. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted several coat hangers, including a sturdy-looking steel prop. He seized the prop, leaving a remark of "I'll return this later," before continuing his pursuit, observing Bai Ma Song still tailing them. Long Zhelan and G&D fired several more shots in his direction. Bang! This time, Bai Ma Song showcased yet another remarkable skill, wielding the steel prop like a long spear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His wrist spun wildly, the prop becoming a mere blur. Clang, clang, clang. Several bullets struck the prop, Yet it was as if they were mere mosquitoes hitting a fan blade. Quickly deflected away. Moreover, by Ma Song's control over the force was astonishing. While the bullets ricocheted with considerable strength, they all landed harmlessly on the ground, avoiding any bystanders. Damn it, Tequila. What have you stirred up this time? G&D, fearless and unyielding, could finally contain his frustration no longer. How was I to know he was this formidable? Long Jalan lamented, feeling he had sufficiently overestimated by Ma Song. Yet, this individual seemed to transcend the bounds of normalcy. Were it not for the fact that they were in Japan, he might have suspected he had wandered onto a Hollywood set, and that the figure before him was none other than Captain America. Jin, is the architect's bomb ready yet? G&D, having vented at Long Jalan, directed his ire toward the earpiece. The architect wishes to personally engage with this officer. You may proceed to the top floor. Vodka is already waiting there. Jin's tone remained as cool and detached as ever, as if the chase Long Jalan and G&D faced was of little consequence. Your words are all well and good, but if you don't deliver a bomb soon, we may very well be skewered by that prop. G&D unleashed a torrent of complaints into the earpiece. Yet on the other end, Jin had already cut the communication. It was the same refrain. If Jin had arranged such an impeccable escape route for G&D and Long Jalan, and they still couldn't escape, it would merely be seen as a cost-saving measure for the organization. Jin, G&D continued to shout into the earpiece, but receiving no response only fueled his fury, leading him to scream. As she faced off against Chianti, Tequila had already fired several shots at Hakuba. Bang! Chianti, stop calling. Jin has already hung up, Tequila reminded her, and while we may not be able to shake him off, he is temporarily unable to approach us. As long as this continues, we will surely manage to escape. Humph, Tequila, do you think I am unaware? I am merely dissatisfied with Jin's indifferent demeanor, Chianti huffed, adding a few more shots towards Hakuba. Bang! Upon witnessing Chianti's gunfire, Hakuba continued to rotate the propeller in his hand, deflecting the bullets with a swift motion. For the next few minutes, it was a barrage of gunfire from Tequila and Chianti, while Hakuba either dodged or blocked. In essence, though the clash was thunderous, neither side sustained significant damage. The trio had escalated their confrontation from the first floor to the 7th, just as Tequila and Chianti were sprinting towards the 8th floor. Their earpieces crackled with a cold voice. Tequila, Chianti, the 8th floor houses a cinema. Explosives have been placed around the pillars by the architect. Jin delivered this succinct message before abruptly severing the connection. Despite the brevity of his words, Tequila and Chianti grasped Jin's intent. He was instructing them to manually detonate the explosives. Elated yet maintaining their composure, Tequila and Chianti continued to fire at Hakuba while making their escape. Hakuba pursued them from the 1st to the 7th floor, but it was no easy feat. Although his poker face betrayed no emotion, his mind was rife with frustration. How could this group of distillery employees emerge for a mission as if their weapons and ammunition were inexhaustible? Since the start at Manton 10, Chianti's sniper rifle and bullets, coupled with the chase in the mall, they had no idea how many magazines they had expended. Yet, Hakuba had no choice but to follow. In truth, he was not bound to use conventional weapons. He simply hadn't anticipated a mission, and as such, he had not brought many magazines, perhaps none at all. Presently, his handgun was left with a single bullet. A precaution for unforeseen circumstances. Soon, Hakuba caught up to Tequila and Chianti on the 8th floor, but at that moment, Tequila halted. Inspector Hakuba, it seems we become acquainted through this conflict. Why not call it a day? Tequila spoke with a thick Kansai accent, attempting to sound genuinely conciliatory. However, the only response he received was Hakuba's icy demeanor and the gradual rotation of his propeller, ignoring the toast and opting for punishment. Tequila, why are you wasting time with him? Chianti exclaimed, her expression contorted as she pointed her handgun at a nearby pillar. Tequila, Chianti. Is that the man's code name? It seems the organization employs alcoholic beverages as aliases. Gin. Vodka. Tequila. Hakuba mused, realizing he had only just grasped these basic concepts. His memories of the famous detective Conan now completely faded. Remembering gin was already commendable. The frequently appearing Chianti left no impression on him either. But as Hakuba's thoughts flitted by, he sensed something amiss. That woman was pointing at the pillar. No, that is, oh no, it's a bomb. Hakuba's pupils dilated in alarm, but it was too late. Chianti dashed toward the window on the 8th floor, and the two leapt out together. Outside the window, an armed Apache helicopter had appeared, one of the distillery's prized assets in Tokyo. Inside the cockpit sat the versatile Vodka. At that moment, Vodka opened the helicopter's door, revealing a man wearing a black baseball cap and circular tinted goggles. Korn, another sniper from the organization who often collaborated with Chianti. Korn tossed a grappling hook out of the door, calling towards the window. Kiani, Tequila. The moment Kiani and Tequila jumped from the window, they grasped the grappling hook and began their ascent to the helicopter. Yet, before Kiani leaped, she subtly moved her finger to pull the trigger. Bang! Boom! The bullet flew forth, igniting the explosives, and the pillar before Hakuba collapsed in an instant. Meanwhile, atop the Apache, Korn readied his M24 SWS sniper rifle, targeting the explosives on other pillars of the 8th floor. Bang! 3 gunshots rang out, striking the locations of 3 explosive packs, causing 3 pillars to crumble. Although these 3 pillars did not encompass all on the 8th floor, they were crucial load-bearing columns near Hakuba. As the pillars fell, devastation surrounded Hakuba, massive slabs of stone crashing down with the shrieks of terrified onlookers echoing around him. Hakuba deftly dodged the descending debris, relying on his experience to seek a secure location to take refuge. At that moment, his phone rang. Hakuba, how are you? What's happening inside the mall? The anxious voice of Officer Megure came through the line, his urgency palpable. Officer Megure had just gathered nearby reinforcements and was preparing to intervene when he heard the deafening roar. He even spotted the armed Apache. What on earth is an Apache doing here? That is the main helicopter of the U.S. Army. Could it be that the U.S. is planning an assault on our island? I'm fine. Hakuba replied calmly, skillfully evading the falling stones while speaking in a measured tone. The explosion at the Mahana City Hall has caused the 8th floor and above to begin collapsing. What? A bomb? Officer Megure exclaimed. Just then, someone seized Officer Megure's phone, shouting towards the line, Inspector Hakuba, does this incident relate to that organization? The speaker was Kazami Yuya from the Public Security Bureau. After hearing Hakuba's words, Officer Megure reported up the chain. Consequently, the Public Security Bureau had been alerted and immediately dispatched personnel upon suspecting the organization's involvement. The explosion at Mahana City Hall was orchestrated by them, and Manton 10 was implicated as well. However, there were still some ambiguities regarding Manton 10. It would be prudent to interrogate those employees again, Hakuba stated, growing increasingly uneasy as he pondered the Manton 10 situation. Sensing something was off. Understood, Kazami Yuya responded. Just as Kazami finished speaking, Officer Sato Miwako snatched the phone from Officer Megure. Inspector Hakuba, you must hold on. We are organizing a rescue team to reach you. Officer Sato shouted. The explosion, being trapped alone, conjured unsettling memories for her. She regretted not accompanying Hakuba up there. Although she could do little, she despised the thought of watching her friends and colleagues charge forward, risking their lives while feeling utterly helpless. Rest assured, Officer Sato, the explosion did not directly impact me. I can manage with the debris that has collapsed. Hakuba replied calmly, just as he had stated earlier. As long as the distillery did not drop a missile to obliterate Mahana City Hall entirely, you would be fine. Though he seemed trapped on the 8th floor, he was not in immediate danger. Hakuba, please prioritize your safety. It's best to hide in a structurally sound area. We will split into 2 teams, one to evacuate civilians, the other to execute a rescue operation. After Officer Sato had spoken, Matsumoto Saishu, who had been silent for some time, took the phone from her, addressing Hakuba. In light of the situation, he felt helpless and burdened. Since the onset of Manton 10, Hakuba had been opposed to the pursuit. However, any police officer witnessing a suspect fleeing would find it impossible to simply stand by. They could only comprehend the situation. Now, with Shiratori trapped, he must first evacuate the crowd present, as he cannot immediately dispatch a large number of personnel for rescue. At this moment, he can only pray that Shiratori is unharmed. Otherwise, he and Megure will face the wrath from above. In the following minutes, Shiratori quietly awaited the rescue team dispatched by Matsumoto Kiyoshi and his colleagues. Yet, while he was evading and searching for a secure footing, he suddenly heard the ringing of a telephone. Ding, ding, ding. Turning his head, he noticed a small mobile phone lying on the ground. Its screen lit and ringing, seemingly waiting for someone to answer. Initially, Shiratori thought it belonged to a tourist, accidentally dropped in the chaos. However, he noticed a piece of paper stuck to the phone, inscribed with the words to Inspector Shiratori. His eyes narrowed, and he retrieved a pair of white gloves from his pocket, donning them before cautiously approaching the phone. He then took out his own phone and dialed Officer Megure's number, though he had Matsumoto Kiyoshi's number. Megure's was more convenient. Hello, Shiratori, how are you? Megure asked urgently, having seen Shiratori's call, thinking something was amiss. There's a mobile phone here, Shiratori replied nonchalantly, gently fiddling with the phone on the ground, conducting a simple test to ascertain it was not a trigger-type bomb, before carefully powering it on. Once activated, the phone only displayed basic functions for calls and emails, with an empty inbox. However, in the contact list, there was a single number. After pondering briefly, Shiratori dialed it. Hello? Shiratori, don't move. We've arrived on the 8th floor and will soon be able to remove the debris, Megure exclaimed upon hearing the mysterious object, initially startled, then hurriedly speaking. I've opened it. Shiratori responded. Beep beep beep. The call connected. In a voice that was neither distinctly male nor female, or rather, one altered by a voice changer, emerged from the other end. May I speak with Inspector Shiratori? That's me. Shiratori replied coldly. There's no need for anger. Inspector Shiratori, this explosion case was all orchestrated by me, the voice on the other end said leisurely. Upon hearing this, Megure, listening on Shiratori's side, was taken aback, not expecting the perpetrator they had long sought to reveal themselves. But I assure you, it is not directed at you. This was entirely unforeseen and beyond my control. I must apologize to Inspector Shiratori, the voice continued, sounding more like an elegant gentleman than a criminal. Just get to the point, Shiratori interjected icily, cutting to the chase. Please do not be hasty, Inspector Shiratori. Here's the thing. I offer you two choices. Point one is to help me find Kudo Shinichi, so we can have a proper discussion, the bomb maker said, still maintaining a jovial tone, yet his obsession with Kudo was palpable. But I choose the second option, Shiratori responded blandly. Very well, the second option is this. I have prepared two tests for Kudo Shinichi. Now, you, Inspector Shiratori, shall undertake them. The bomber laughed upon Shiratori's refusal. What are the two tests? Shiratori inquired directly. First, I have placed some bombs along the Tokyo circular line. In 10 minutes. I will activate them. If the trains passing above travel at a speed lower than 60 kilometers per hour or if the sun sets, they will explode, the bomber stated with a light chuckle. Upon hearing the bomber's so-called first test, Megure could hardly restrain his curses. He had thought the explosion at the Mihua Municipal Building was outrageous, only to discover there was more along the circular line. It was still afternoon, and countless Tokyo residents were on those trains. Shiratori's expression hardened. What a cruel bomber to use the lives of tens of thousands of citizens as leverage. However, the warning sounded somewhat familiar. Oh, and one more hint. The bomb is located at X. The bomber added with a teasing tone. Dear Inspector Shiratori, do take your time to find it. This is also intended for Kudo Shinichi, so please resolve it for him. If you manage to figure it out, call me. Otherwise, I believe you understand the consequences. From the bomber's words, it was clear he harbored a deep grudge against Kudo Shinichi. Reminding them of his name even at this critical juncture. He was essentially stating to the police that if anything went awry, they should blame Kudo Shinichi. As the bomber prepared to hang up, Megure felt a surge of urgency, contemplating searching for Kudo Shinichi, but he also recognized that Shiratori was no less capable, perhaps even superior. They could only wait. At that moment, Shiratori suddenly stated, no need. I already know where the bomb is. Oh, the bomber's tone shifted, revealing a hint of surprise. Tell me, where is my bomb? Hearing the bomber's hint of impatience, Shiratori smirked, as if mocking the supposed artistry of the bomber's creation. You mentioned that it would explode after sunset, indicating you cannot control the detonation time, meaning this bomb is not timer-based. Coupled with the train speed, I quickly deduced a possibility. It is a light-sensitive bomb. It requires illumination to avoid detonation. In other words, once it is plunged into darkness, it will be triggered. The train speed is essentially the maximum duration for which the bomb can remain devoid of light. At last, combining his deductions, he concluded that the bomb was indeed situated between the railway tracks. Ma-song calmly articulated the entirety of his reasoning process, and the conclusion he reached was one that even the bomber found convincing. A profound silence fell over both ends of the call. Officer Mumu remained silent out of sheer joy for his brother's impressive capabilities, while the bomber was taken aback by Ma-song's unexpected brilliance. Relieved that he had initially chosen not to engage Ma-song to defuse the situation, suddenly, a round of applause echoed from the other end of the line, followed by the bomber's voice. Well done, Inspector Ma. You have indeed passed this test of deductive reasoning. However, I have another question for you. Go ahead, Ma-song replied. The bomber hesitated for a moment, just as the sound of a drill puncturing the stone slabs and walls nearby pierced the air, followed by the continuous thudding of several individuals breaking apart the rubble. Officer Mumu's voice rang out from the other side of the debris. Ma, we are here. We've come to rescue you. Sato Miwako also shouted from behind the stone slabs, her voice laced with anxiety and urgency. That's right, Inspector Ma. Since you've already defused the bomb on the circular line, there's no need to listen to him any further. It seemed that the bomber had heard Ma-song's side of the conversation as well. He chuckled and said, Inspector Ma, are you truly going to cease your efforts? I must remind you. What I can control is not limited to just the bomb on the circular line. There are indeed more bombs hidden within this Mihua municipal building. The bomber's words sent a chill down the spines of Bai Ma Song and those present. No one had anticipated that the already exploded Mihua municipal building still harbored more explosives. Damn it. What on earth is the bomb disposal unit doing? Chief Matsumoto Kiyoshi exclaimed, his face contorted with anger. If what the bomber says is true, then our entire team of officers is in grave danger. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Ma Song spoke into the phone. What do you want to say? Go ahead and speak, Bai Ma Song urged, addressing his mobile device. Ha. Inspector Bai Ma is truly a patriot. The bomber laughed heartily. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. There is another bomb located closer to the cinema on this floor. Set with a timer for detonation, but it can also be triggered manually by me. However, for your convenience in disarming it, I have provided 2 wires that can be cut, just like in the movies. Cut the wrong one, and it will explode. Cut the right one, and the bomb will be neutralized. Inspector Bai Ma, do you have the confidence to accept this challenge? The events unfolding were precisely as the bomber described. He was not targeting Bai Ma Song personally, nor had they ever met prior. His actions were solely driven by the machinations of the black organization, as he awaited Kudo Shinichi to trigger his artworks that night. Yet, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Kudo Shinichi. Thus, he sought a scandal, the death of a police officer. If a member of the police force were to perish due to cutting the wrong wire, he could leak the information to the media, attributing the officer's demise to Kudo Shinichi's actions. In doing so, Kudo Shinichi would suffer a tarnished reputation, thereby fulfilling the bomber's objective. Of course, this was not a certainty. It was merely a 50-50 chance, but with little to lose, why not take the chance? I accept. Bai Ma Song responded without a moment's hesitation, a faint smirk gracing his lips. At that moment, a loud crash resounded from the nearby stone slabs. The barrier was breached. Along with the sound of the stone breaking, an anxious and somewhat sharp female voice echoed through. No. Sato Miwako surged forward, having heard the conversation between Bai Ma Song and the bomber. Upon hearing Bai Ma Song's agreement, she seemed to recall some troubling memories, her emotions surging. As soon as the stone was removed, she rushed in, halting the dialogue. Inspector Bai Ma. Sato Miwako approached, grasping Bai Ma Song's hand tightly. Her eyes glistening with tears. You have already put yourself at great risk for us. You really don't need to continue this. Sato Miwako's agitation escalated as she tried to wrest the phone from Bai Ma Song's grasp. But her strength was insufficient. Lowering her head, she cried out, "Let me do it. Please. You only want someone to help you realize your art, right? It doesn't matter who it is. Just let me do it." Her unexpected outburst left everyone present in shock. When they heard Miwako volunteer to cut the wires, many officers were taken aback. How could this be allowed? No way. How could they let Miwako undertake such a perilous task? Even the seasoned Deputy Chief Narazawa Haru stepped forward, saying, "Miwako, I understand your burden. Let me handle this. I have only 2 years until retirement. After all these years of coasting at the police department, it is time for me to contribute." With tear-filled eyes, Sato Miwako gazed at everyone, unsure of what to say. The camaraderie within the police department was indeed moving. "I have no objections. You merely need to choose one among us." The bomber spoke with evident amusement. As emotions ran high, Bai Ma Song's cold expression doused the fervor like a bucket of ice water. "Stop bickering. It will be me," Bai Ma Song stated flatly into the phone. "Inspector Bai Ma." Sato Miwako's face was fraught with urgency, her expression tinged with fear, her voice gradually losing its fervor yet filled with earnestness, laced with a hint of pleading. "Please, let me do this. I have always been lucky." Bai Ma Song, however, paid her no mind, clutching the phone as he began to walk towards the cinema. Bai Ma Song. Sato Miwako could no longer contain herself. All her emotions erupted forth. Tears streaming down her face as she hoarsely shouted at him, "Why are you all so selfish?" Bai Ma Song finally turned back, approaching Sato Miwako, and with a swift motion, struck her on the back of the neck. She collapsed into his arms, unconscious. "Take this foolish woman away," Bai Ma Song commanded coldly, pushing her towards Narazawa Haru. "Inspector Bai, you are still young. Such matters should be left to us elder statesmen." Narazawa Haru expressed with a mix of emotions, a pained smile gracing his face. Bai Ma Song shot him a frigid glare, as if to say, "Do you wish to be knocked out as well?" At this point, everyone understood that no amount of persuasion would change Bai Ma Song's mind, especially since no one could physically overpower him. Chief Matsumoto Kiyoshi thus stated solemnly, "This matter will be entrusted to Inspector Bai Ma. Mumu, take everyone and leave this place." "Understood." Officer Mumu replied resolutely. Seeing that the arguing had ceased, Bai Ma Song turned and continued his stride towards the cinema. Upon reaching the cinema, Bai Ma Song retrieved his phone once more and spoke into it. I have arrived. Where is the bomb? Oh, Inspector Bai Ma, you have ultimately decided to take charge. The bomber's voice was jovial from the other end. Those old and infirm individuals do not deserve to partake in your artistry. Bai Ma Song replied with an expression of calmness. Indeed. Ha ha. Inspector Bai Ma has a way with words. The bomber chuckled. As for the bomb, you shall find it just past the next pillar. Bai Ma Song pressed onward, and indeed, upon passing the next pillar, he beheld the bomb. It was concealed within a trash can, wrapped in a black plastic bag. In general, one might not pay much attention. But with the keen observation of Bai Ma Song, it was indeed noticed. Bai Ma Song opened the plastic bag and discovered a bomb, adorned with a red and a blue wire, along with a small pair of pliers nestled within. How do you find it, Inspector Bai? The bomber chuckled. I've gone to the trouble of preparing a pair of pliers to ensure the test proceeds smoothly. Quite thoughtful, Bai Ma Song replied in a calm tone. So, all I need to do is choose one of these wires to cut. Precisely, please proceed, Inspector Bai, the bomber urged, adding, by the way, Inspector Bai, keep that phone on at all times. If I sense anything amiss, I want to hesitate to detonate. I would never resort to such a despicable act, Bai Ma Song stated. Ha ha, indeed, Inspector Bai, your courage is commendable. After this, I truly wish to befriend you, the bomber laughed heartily, sincerity lacing his words. There will be an opportunity, Bai Ma Song replied. While the bomber fell silent, Bai Ma Song did not rush to sever the wires. In fact, he noted that there was still ample time, more than enough for them to escape. Yet, he remained wary of the bomber's potential to detonate the device, which kept him in place. With this thought, Bai Ma Song turned and asked, Matsumoto, why are you still here? Matsumoto Kiyoshi, maintaining a serious demeanor that accentuated the scars on his face, replied, You are the inspector of my investigation unit. The escalation of this situation partly stems from my reckless decision to bring officers for rescue without thorough investigation. Others may leave, but I shall not. If you succeed, we will escape together. Otherwise, I shall bear the consequences of my errors. Matsumoto's earnest words stirred an indescribable feeling within Bai Ma Song. Rest assured, Bai Ma Song replied softly. With that, Bai Ma Song retrieved his phone, pressed a few buttons, and then sat in silence before the bomb, occasionally engaging in light conversation with the bomber. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour passed. Inspector Bai, are you still undecided? The bomber inquired with genuine concern. Indeed, his tone conveyed a genuine interest in Bai Ma Song, perhaps out of curiosity regarding the outcome he would produce. At that moment, Bai Ma Song's phone vibrated. He glanced at it before closing it again. I've made my decision, Bai Ma Song stated coldly. Oh, the bomber asked impatiently, which one? Bai Ma Song produced the pliers and decisively cut the blue wire. The blue one, he announced as he severed the wire. Ah, the bomber exhaled a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Congratulations, Inspector Bai. 50-50, and you chose without hesitation. Your courage commands my respect, and your luck is enviable. It seems I have found a friend in you. Upon hearing the bomber's praise, Bai Ma Song did not exhibit joy. Instead, a cold smile crept upon his face. I too am pleased to befriend you, Professor Moriya Teiji. Professor Moriya Teiji. The bomber, or rather Moriya Teiji, momentarily stunned, burst into hearty laughter. Inspector Bai, you are truly remarkable. When did you deduce my identity? Bai Ma Song set down the pliers, picked up the phone, and stood to respond. The police have already discovered the circular bomb set at the Sumida River Transport Bridge. Along with the Kurikawa family and the current Mahana City Hall. It was not difficult to piece together. Impressive. Indeed, it is you, Inspector Bai. Moriya Teiji seemed genuinely pleased, even applauding Bai Ma Song, though there remained some ambiguities. It was possible that resentment against Moriya Teiji's actions played a part. However, as a successful architect, Moriya Teiji had always focused solely on results, just as his creations, such as the Sumida River Transport Bridge and Mahana City Hall, had garnered him numerous accolades and honors. They were ultimately asymmetrical structures, signifying their flawed outcomes, deserving of destruction. But aren't you concerned that I might have hidden more bombs in this building? Moriya Teiji queried curiously. Not at all. I've already instructed Matsumoto to have his team search thoroughly. Bai Ma Song replied nonchalantly. Quite meticulous. Moriya Teiji nodded before asking, Are you not worried that I might escape? You cannot flee. I've had Matsumoto inform Inspector Megure and the others to head to your residence. They should be arriving shortly. Bai Ma Song answered, unfazed by Moriya Teiji's inquiry, fully prepared for the situation. But what you might not know, Inspector Bai, is that Moriya Teiji began with a light chuckle, but Bai Ma Song interrupted. Your residence also has bombs you planted. Ha. Mori Itachi exhaled, laughing again, though this time with a hint of relief. I didn't expect you to have considered that too. It seems I have lost this round, and not unfairly. Rest assured, I will surrender shortly. However, it appears the opportunity to befriend you will have to wait until the interrogation room. With that, Mori Itachi hung up, perceiving that the destruction of his flawed creation marked a success. He relished the intellectual duel with Bai Ma-song, even if he could not outsmart Kudo Shinichi. As for Bai Ma-song, he did not emerge from this encounter as effortlessly victorious as Mori Itachi might have perceived. The moment he heard Mori Itachi mention the first test, he recalled the plot of the first movie. Although he could not discern why the other details did not align, he recognized the connection to the explosions. Thus, foreseeing everything allowed him to prepare accordingly by obstructing Sato Miwako and her team. He ensured that while others faced a 50-50 chance, he possessed the knowledge to avert sacrifice. Thus, the case concluded with Mori Itachi's surrender and the organization's retreat. On the day following the bombing incident, Bai Ma-song, appearing as if nothing had transpired, donned a black suit, carrying his briefcase as he arrived at the police headquarters. Though he still exuded an aura that discouraged approach, his colleagues in the office seemed unusually warm today. Upon entering, every colleague who encountered him greeted him with broad smiles. Takagi Wataru, ever diligent, assisted him throughout the day. Shiratori Rinsaburo, a wealthy scion and member of the professional unit, even invited Bai Ma-song to dine together sometime. Narizawa Osamu, a seasoned detective, presented Bai Ma-song with a gift as a token of gratitude. In truth, Bai Ma-song hailed from a prestigious lineage, being a top-tier second-generation officer within the police headquarters. Logically, he should have been the object of many's admiration. Yet, perhaps due to his innate disposition or other factors, Bai Ma-song had few friends within the 3rd Division or the entire investigative unit. Well, it seemed that Sato Miwako was his only friend. Outside of the office, unless in the midst of an investigation, he seldom encountered anyone. Inspector Bai, as she spoke, Sato Miwako approached Hakuba Matsume's table, balancing a cup of coffee in her hands. Your coffee, she said. Thank you. Hakuba Matsume replied casually, accepting the coffee and placing it on the table. However, Sato Miwako did not leave. Instead, she gently added, please don't take risks alone anymore. All right? Hakuba Matsume nodded, taking a casual sip of his coffee. Sato Miwako then returned to her seat, continuing to speak to herself. To be honest, I was really scared the day before yesterday. Scared that I might end up like Officer Matsuda 3 years ago? Hakuba Matsume set down his coffee and countered her concern. Sato Miwako's face flushed, and she fell silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Although he did not look at her expression, Hakuba Matsume made a rare attempt to console her, saying, don't overthink it. At least I'm still here. The sorrowful expression she wore was far from the usual confident demeanor of Officer Sato. Listening to him, she nodded and gradually revealed a smile once more. At that moment, Officer Megure emerged again, calling out the familiar words. There has been a murder. Everyone, prepare to deploy. Following Officer Megure, the group arrived at the crime scene, where the routine was all too familiar. Takagi Wataru and Sato Miwako led the search and inquiries, while Hakuba Matsume enjoyed the privilege of conducting his investigation independently. However, a newcomer had joined their ranks, Shiratori Matsuki, having recently joined the 3rd Division. He was naturally engaged in the same investigative work as Sato Miwako and the others. This was Shiratori Matsuki's first collaboration with Hakuba Matsume, and he had long admired the latter's reputation. The explosion incident from the day before had only heightened his regard for Hakuba Matsume. After all, as someone from a prestigious background himself, he could comprehend and empathize with Matsume's current situation. What was that situation? It was the understanding that as long as one sought not to achieve merit but merely to avoid fault, one could steadily climb the ranks. Not to mention, Hakuba Matsume was a renowned rising star in the police force. Having solved countless cases. In situations like the one from the day before, he could have easily opted out without anyone blaming him, as the perpetrator had stated there was no coercion. Yet, Hakuba Matsume still stepped up. Shiratori Matsuki was unaware that Matsume held the answers. In his eyes, Hakuba Matsume's stature loomed impressively, justifying the cherry blossom badge he wore. Returning to the crime scene, Officer Megure, after arranging everyone, entered the victim's bathroom alongside Hakuba Matsume. Takagi, introduce the victim, Officer Megure instructed. Certainly, Takagi Wataru replied, pulling out his police notebook to read. The victim's name is Aoshima Mika. Age 24. The cause of death was excessive blood loss due to a wound on her arm. The one who discovered the body was her sister, Miss Aoshima Kazuyo, along with Detective Muri's family. Upon hearing this, Officer Megure couldn't help but glance at Muri Kaguru, quipping, Muri, what brings you here this time? Ah, It's me, Officer Megure, Mori Kagura chuckled. We were invited by Miss Kazuyo to this house to fetch her sister, but upon our arrival, we found something amiss in the bathroom. By something amiss. Do you mean the fact that this bathroom is sealed with tape? Shiratori Ninsaburo, carrying some evidence bags, interjected. Oh, yes, Mori Kagura instinctively replied, then turned to the unfamiliar officer and asked, and who might this officer be? This is Officer Shiratori. He was transferred from Osaka, but since there have been no cases. You haven't met him until now, Officer Megure explained, leaning closer to Mori Kagura to whisper, he is the heir of the Shiratori conglomerate, a promising talent in our profession. Mori Kagura's eyes widened at this revelation. And he quickly shook Shiratori Ninsaburo's hand enthusiastically. Ah, so you're Officer Shiratori. A pleasure to meet you. Shiratori Ninsaburo, hailing from a wealthy family, was evidently well-versed in such formalities. After exchanging pleasantries, they returned to discussing the case. The front door had been completely sealed with tape from the inside, and even the windows were covered. Clearly, this was a locked room, indicating that the victim was undoubtedly a suicide. Mori Kagura analyzed the bathroom space and concluded thus. Conan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking, Uncle Mori is still consistent in his deductions. Officer Megure also nodded in agreement, stating, it appears this bathroom is indeed a locked room. Therefore, the only option left for the victim is suicide. However, at that moment, Shiratori Ninsaburo presented a contrasting perspective. No, this room is fraught with inconsistencies. Oh, Officer Shiratori, what is your viewpoint? Officer Megure inquired with astonishment, wondering if this Shiratori was also a master of deduction, potentially adding another capable ally to his team. Shiratori Ninsaburo straightened his attire confidently, stating, firstly, the wounds on the victim's arm are inconsistent. He donned white gloves and lifted Aoshima Mika's wrist, gesturing for everyone to take a look. Observe, the cuts on the victim's wrist are very erratic, unlike the clean lines typically associated with self-inflicted wounds. The others examined Aoshima Mika's wrist, and Takagi Wataru asked, puzzled, what is wrong with these wounds? Generally, the wounds from a suicide tend to be straight lines. It's rare to see such diagonal cuts, Shiratori Ninsaburo explained. However, the victim was reportedly suffering from mental issues before her death, so if she were to slash randomly, that could also be a possibility, Mori Kagura countered. That does seem plausible, Officer Megure agreed with Mori Kagura, nodding in affirmation. About that, Shiratori Ninsaburo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to counter the argument. He had rarely encountered real-life homicide cases. Much of his knowledge regarding such matters and forensic science had been gleaned from textbooks, which only briefly mentioned these topics, perhaps accompanied by a single image. Without extensive elaboration, the reality diverged from the pages of books, facing off against the two argumentative figures, Mori Kagura and Officer Megure. Shiratori Ninsaburo felt rather flustered. At that moment, Hakuba Matsum stepped in to support Shiratori Ninsaburo. What Officer Shiratori is indicating is that the pattern of the wounds is indeed peculiar and chaotic. If the victim were mentally disturbed, it might result in slashing motions, but they would predominantly be from left to right. As the victim was right-handed, Hakuba Matsum took Aoshima Mika's wrist from Shiratori Ninsaburo and gestured again for everyone to observe. The wounds on the victim's arm are not solely from left to right. They also extend from right to left. A person attempting to commit suicide would likely aim for efficiency, perhaps slashing at an angle or even vertically. However, it is highly improbable that they would reverse the direction of the blade or forcibly twist their wrist to inflict wounds from right to left. Following Hakuba Matsum's explanation, both Mori Kagura and Officer Megure appeared enlightened. They accepted Hakuba Matsum's reasoning. So, does this imply that someone was behind Miss Mika, holding her hand and wielding the knife to inflict those wounds? Officer Mumu summarized and inquired. Bai Ma Song nodded, acknowledging the situation. Bai Niao Ren Sanlang cast a grateful and slightly reverent glance towards Bai Ma Song. Initially, Bai Niao Ren Sanlang harbored a bit of arrogance, as he too belonged to the professional ranks and hailed from a prestigious background, considering his deductive abilities to be outstanding. His consistent exemplary performance in various examinations further fueled this belief. Thus, he held the notion that what Bai Ma police chief could achieve, he too was capable of. This time, he sought to prove himself, yet it was evident he had much to learn. However, Bai Niao Ren Sanlang subdued his pride and began to reflect on his own shortcomings. Bai Ma Song, on the other hand, was genuinely optimistic about this new colleague. After all, such observational prowess was something neither Sato nor Takagi had managed prior to Bai Niao's arrival. Currently, Sato still relied on the Kishiwei methodology he had imparted to her. It was akin to a gaming scenario where, after enduring several inept teammates, A competent player finally emerged, who wouldn't feel elated. Thus, Bai Ma Song continued to encourage Bai Niaoren Sanlang, inviting him to share any further observations. Hearing encouragement from his idol invigorated Bai Niaoren Sanlang, restoring his confidence as he remarked, "There is another point of suspicion concerning the bloodstains." He approached the bathtub in the bathroom and pointed to the bloodstains on the fish tank. Addressing everyone, "Please observe these bloodstains. Do they not seem problematic?" Next to the bathtub lay the deceased Ouching Meikai, her body sprawled over it, with a few scattered droplets of blood nearby. These bloodstains. Muri Kagoro wore a puzzled expression. And Officer Mumu, a close friend of Muri, immediately posed the question, "What issues do these bloodstains present?" "I understand now." After much training under Bai Ma Song, Sato Miwako also discerned the problem. The edges of the bloodstains were too neat. Indeed, Bai Niaoren Sanlang nodded, affirming that the edges of the bloodstains were overly orderly. Normally, blood expelled in such a manner could not possibly appear so uniform unless something obstructed it. Bai Ma Song echoed Bai Niaoren Sanlang's thoughts. Excellent. Bai Ma Song felt increasingly satisfied. With the discovery of just these 2 points of suspicion, Bai Niaoren Sanlang could easily surpass 80% of the police force at the Metropolitan Police Department. Such a talent, if nurtured properly, would undoubtedly become a formidable ally. However, there was also the possibility that the tape had simply been placed there. Muri Kagoro once again offered his perspective. That does seem somewhat plausible. Officer Mumu quickly chimed in, adding that if the tape were positioned there, it was conceivable that after the victim injured her arm out of despair, her body might have inadvertently dislodged the tape. Well, the naive rookie detective Bai Niaoren Sanlang found himself at a loss for words. It need not be so convoluted. Bai Ma Song, finding Muri Kagoro and Officer Mumu's banner increasingly intolerable, turned to Sato Miwako and asked, "Sato, what kind of problem is this?" "What problem?" The newcomer Bai Niaoren Sanlang, along with Ouching Kwandai, looked bewildered. What kind of problem? Meanwhile, Muri Kagoro and the others were already quite familiar with the routine. Inside Conan's mind, he thought, "Here we go again, the chaotic Bai Ma deduction method. What problem indeed?" Sato Miwako pondered for a moment before stating, "If we follow the theory, this would be a proof problem." "Correct." Bai Ma Song nodded, furrowing his brow. "Since it's a proof problem, what are you waiting for? Search her. Use the luminol reagent." Sato Miwako hesitated for a moment before promptly responding, "Yes." With that, she approached Ouching Kwandai, earnestly asking, "Miss Kwandai, may we kindly search you?" At that moment, Ouching Kwandai appeared perplexed, unsure why Bai Ma Song's question had suddenly turned the focus onto her, though she believed she bore no incriminating evidence. Being treated as a suspect was quite uncomfortable. "Fine, you may proceed, officer." Ouching Kwandai had no choice but to acquiesce, lest she inadvertently implicate herself. Sato Miwako exchanged a glance with Officer Mumu and Bai Ma Song before leading Ouching Kwandai outside. After all, it was inappropriate to conduct a search in front of everyone, considering she was a woman. Once they left, Bai Niaoren Sanlang hurriedly inquired of Bai Ma Song, "Police Chief Bai, what does this mean? Have you and Officer Sato discovered some clues?" Clues? That question was quite intricate and would require a thorough explanation of Kishiwei. However, given the seriousness of the crime scene, they could hardly claim to have discovered something esoteric. Therefore, Bai Ma Song straightened his expression and spoke coolly, "This involves the application of criminal psychology, which cannot be explained in a moment. We shall elaborate once we return to the Metropolitan Police Department." All right." Bai Niaoren Sanlang nodded with difficulty, contemplating whether the police chief's solemnity signified a closely guarded secret of the Bai Ma family that could not be divulged lightly. Yet, Officer Sato was also aware. Could it be that Officer Sato and Police Chief Bai Niaoren Sanlang's mind raced with terrifying possibilities he dared not contemplate? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. Observing Bai Ma Song's vague statements and Bai Niao's seemingly misled demeanor, Conan couldn't help but smirk. Here we go again with the criminal psychology. Bai Ma Song had previously tried to convince him with this, nearly leading him to believe it. Later, he tested it out and discovered it was utterly ineffective. He soon realized that it was Bai Ma Song's prowess that was strong, not some peculiar methods. Before long, 3 to 5 minutes passed, and Sato Miwako returned with Ouching Kwandai. Ouching Chuandai's expression remained calm, showing no signs of issues. Sato Miwako shook her head at Bai Ma Song, indicating that nothing had been found during the search. Bai Ma Song, however, remained unperturbed, casually stating, "Then let us use the luminol reagent." Upon recalling the forensic team, he wondered if they had brought any along. Thus, he turned to the coldly focused detective Timmy, asking, "Do you have the luminol reagent?" "Yes, we do." Detective Timi quickly replied, knowing full well the authority of Police Chief Bai Ma. Good. Upon hearing Detective Timi's confirmation, Bai Ma Song gestured towards Ouchin Kwandai, saying, spray her. Spray her all over. Detective Timi timidly questioned, wondering if this would be a bit inappropriate. Bai Ma Song assessed Ouchin Kwandai from head to toe, finally focusing on her headscarf and keychain. Instead of addressing Detective Timi's inquiry, he first asked Ouchin Kwandai, Miss Kwandai, are your keychain and headscarf a matching set? Yes, indeed. Ouchin Kwandai replied uneasily. The mention of the headscarf excited Murikagoro, recalling that it was the headscarf and keychain gifted to fans by Miss Yoko during her first solo single release. I see. Bai Ma Song nodded thoughtfully before instructing Detective Timi, just spray that headscarf. Yes, Detective Timi acknowledged. Approaching Ouchin Kwandai, he took out the luminol reagent and sprayed it on the headscarf. The headscarf bore the inscription Yoko in pink. Soon, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd and Ouchin Kwandai's growing anxiety, a fluorescent spot began to emerge above the letter O. What is this? The officers, including Inspector Megure, could not suppress their questions. Only Conan, recalling the words of Hakuba Siko, glanced at the keychain belonging to Aoi Kwandai. He smiled, thinking, indeed, Inspector Hakuba is remarkable. Even such a minute detail has not escaped his keen observation. I truly feel inadequate in comparison. What's wrong? Aoi Kwandai asked in a flustered manner, noticing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces. Primarily, she was oblivious to what the luminol reagent actually was. And therefore, she was uncertain about the implications of Tammy's spray. Take a look at yourself in the mirror, Hakuba Siko remarked with a cold smirk, addressing Aoi Kwandai. Let me enlighten you. When luminol reagent is sprayed on bloodstains, it emits a fluorescent glow. Aoi Kwandai swiftly turned her head, skeptical about the existence of such a spray akin to a truth-revealing mirror. She was determined to witness what they could uncover. Upon catching sight of the mirror, she could not restrain a scream. Hastily, she retrieved her keychain for another look, finally grasping Hakuba Siko's intent. It turned out that the scarf she wore bore the inscription Yoko, with a small accent mark above the first O. However, when the crime occurred, the bloodstain had obscured that tiny detail, and now, due to the luminol reagent, it had re-emerged, since the scarf and keychain matched. Logically, the pattern on the keychain should reflect that of the scarf. Hakuba Siko had precisely noted the missing accent on the scarf compared to the keychain, prompting Tammy to spray the scarf directly. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Aoi Kwandai still clung to the hope of a desperate struggle. Stiffly, she turned her head and insisted, but what about the locked room? How do you explain this locked room? Her words doused the previously excited mood of Inspector Megure and the others with cold water, extinguishing the flame of their discovery of the murderer. Indeed, the locked room remained pivotal. If they could not unravel the mystery of this locked room, then even in court, it would provide Aoi Kwandai's lawyer ample room for argument. Seeing the sudden drop in everyone's spirits, Aoi Kwandai seized the moment to press on, asserting, this bathroom was securely locked from the inside with tape. Isn't that a locked room? No matter how many doubts arise at the scene, a locked room remains a locked room. Misa could only have committed suicide in there. Aoi Kwandai exclaimed desperately, frantically striving to distance herself from suspicion. Although she was the perpetrator, she had orchestrated so many designs and preparations to avoid imprisonment. Upon hearing Aoi Kwandai's words, the crowd turned their gaze toward Hakuba Siko, who had been the first to identify the murderer. Everyone placed their hopes of solving the locked room mystery upon him. However, Hakuba Siko merely responded to Aoi Kwandai's claims with a derisive sneer. A locked room? Do you truly believe such a clumsy design could be considered a locked room? What do you mean? Aoi Kwandai retorted, forcing herself to remain composed. Ha! Hakuba Siko chuckled lightly and directed his attention to the closest person to the door. Sato Miwako. Sato, please close the door. Understood. Sato Miwako replied, stepping forward to shut the door. At this point, due to the series of searches, body checks, and the spraying of the luminol reagent, everyone was standing in the washroom outside the bathroom door. Once Sato Miwako closed the door, everyone instinctively turned to look at it. Although the tape had lost its effectiveness, it remained adhered to the door, giving the bathroom door an appearance of being sealed. Upon seeing the state of the door, everyone felt a jolt of realization, a singular thought emerging. Aoi Kwandai's expression, however, grew increasingly grim. At this moment, Hakuba Siko began his final summation. I believe everyone has surmised the truth. Miss Kwandai employed a rather ordinary psychological trap. She locked the doors and windows of the bathroom with tape from the inside and forcibly pulled open the bathroom door. Consequently, the tape remained attached to the door, creating an illusion of being sealed. The crucial part was finding someone to assist her in opening the door. This is why she needed Mr. Muri to come, hearing that he had been unwittingly used. Muri Kagoro scratched his head in embarrassment. Yet, he found it strange that despite his frequent appearances on television and in newspapers recently, it seemed as though everyone did not recognize him. Did these criminals possess theatrical personalities? Eager to showcase their criminal masterpieces before the renowned detective, it was indeed perplexing. Hakubasiko continued, Mr. Muri stated that they noticed the bathroom due to Miss Juandai's cries. Therefore, it stands to reason that Miss Kwandai, through her exceptional acting, led Mr. Muri and his companions to believe that the bathroom door was sealed. Then, she asked everyone to push against the door. At that moment, if she timed it correctly, she could twist the doorknob and open it just as they collided with it. Thus, a seemingly locked room was fabricated. You might question why the tape inside the bathroom bore only Misa's fingerprints. This is simple. By asking Misa to assist with packing, she would naturally peel off the tape. Then, all you need to do is incapacitate her and, wearing gloves, affix the tape to the bathroom doors and windows. Miss Kwandai, do you have anything else to say? After Hakubasiko concluded his reasoning, an extended silence enveloped the room. Aoi Kwandai exhaled deeply. She displayed an expression of resignation, stating, nothing more. Your deduction, officer, is truly remarkable. The facts are as you described. I did kill Misa.my's sister. Everyone has always said that we got along well, that we were inseparable from childhood. Aoi Kwandai began to recount her relationship with her sister, along with her motive for murder. It turned out that her sister had long been troubled, always mirroring her elder sibling in pursuits. Whatever her sister admired, she would follow suit, whether it be a favorite idol or a trendy item. Initially, this was harmless until her sister set her sights on Aoi Kwandai's boyfriend of 5 years, ultimately stealing him away and even planning to marry him. As the elder sister, Aoi Kwandai could not bear it. How could it be that her boyfriend of 5 years would end up marrying her sister and expect her to vacate their shared home? Fueled by rage, Aoi Kwandai resolved to eliminate Misa. After listening to Aoi Kwandai's account, everyone was left speechless. It seemed that while the sister had erred, Aoi Kwandai's possessive mindset was undoubtedly abnormal. The man too bore some blame. After 5 years of dating, he chose the sister. Was it merely a fickle heart? Or was he inclined to claim both sisters? Surely it could not be for love. As for Aoi Kwandai, there were undeniable issues. No matter the circumstances, she had taken a life, which was indefensible. Alternatively, to take a life and sacrifice oneself is rather undesirable. However, everything has already been decided. Officer Mumu has instructed Takagi to cuff Aoyama and bring him back to the Metropolitan Police Headquarters. At 11:30 that night, in the 4th district of Mihua Town, a body was discovered in a rather fine hotel. Upon the discovery of the corpse, the hotel manager immediately dialed the emergency services. Officer Mumu, having received the call, promptly rushed to the scene, while Haki Matsumoto and others, who were resting at home, were also summoned to work overtime that night. Soon, the group arrived at the hotel entrance. Given the late hour, everyone appeared rather listless, but for the sake of the case, they had no choice but to muster their spirits. That said, fatigue was indeed overwhelming. Sato Miwako yawned and complained about the timing of such a case, particularly one of the locked room variety, which was truly vexing. Is today's case really a locked room murder? Takagi inquired, perplexed. Indeed. Did you not know? Sato Miwako replied. If it were otherwise, Officer Mumu would not be so reluctant to involve Haku, that swift steed of a detective. Shiratori Ninsaburo jested. Both Sato Miwako and Takagi chuckled, but Sato Miwako seemed to ponder something and remarked, speaking of which, there seemed to be quite a few locked room murder cases lately. Upon hearing her words, the others nodded in agreement. In truth, there weren't many, but having just dealt with a locked room case in a bathroom a few days prior had made them somewhat sensitive to the topic. At that moment, Haka Matsumoto spoke up. All right, let us head inside first. This case may not be as straightforward as the last. The group quickly ascended to the scene of the incident on the hotel's upper floor. The crime scene was located in a luxurious suite on the top floor, consisting of 2 rooms, a living room and a bedroom. Upon entering, one would find themselves in the living room, furnished with a sofa and coffee table, while to the left, along the wall of the living room, there was a door leading to the bedroom. The deceased was found in the bedroom, lying close to the door. Facing it directly. A long knife, approximately 30 centimeters in length, was still embedded in the corpse, seemingly piercing through the victim and into the floor beneath. When Haki Matsumoto and the others arrived, Officer Mumu had already been there and conducted initial questioning, and suspect Miwako Sato inquired, contemplating another possibility. Could it be that the manager's key had been stolen? However, the manager shook his head. I have carried my key with me all day today. Is it conceivable that someone stole the key several days in advance, made a copy, and then returned it, suggested Shiratori Matsuki, positing a hypothesis. Yet again, the manager shook his head, asserting that is unlikely. These 4 guests only checked in today, hence. His words conveyed a clear understanding among the group. Since the deceased had only just checked in, no one would know which room he occupied. After all, our hotel has 5 or 6 suites of identical design. With this statement, the manager effectively extinguished any lingering thoughts about the existence of an extra key. However, if there was indeed no additional key, how could the murderer have locked the door from the outside after exiting? This question now resided in the minds of all present. Yet, Baimatsu seemed invigorated by the intrigue of this quintessential locked room murder case. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on the bottle containing the keys. Merely this aspect rendered the case more complex than that of the bathroom murder mystery. With this in mind, Baimatsu commenced his investigation. His first focus was the window. Aside from the door, windows often served as the classic means of breaching a locked room. In this instance, the living room lacked windows, with only a sliding window in the bedroom. The window was large, extending from the floor to the ceiling, fortuitously aligning in a straight line with the bedroom door, and the body sprawled on the floor. However, despite its size, the window was composed of small panes, each too diminutive for a key to pass through. As Baimatsu scrutinized the window, and then glanced at the keys within the bottle, he pondered. There was no need to deliberate further. The panes were smaller than the key. Thus the key could not traverse the window. The short-haired woman seemed to discern Baimatsu's line of thought and spoke first. Upon hearing her, Baimatsu turned his attention to her. The woman smiled at him, stating, "Before the police arrived, I compared the manager's spare key with the window, and it was futile." She added, "The manager's spare key is identical to the original." After hearing the woman's words, Baimatsu abandoned his contemplation of the window and moved to the front door of the living room. He bent down, peering beneath the door. However, before he observed the area under the door, Baimatsu first assessed the surrounding carpet. The hotel floor was entirely carpeted, with the carpet demarcating the boundary between the room and the corridor. The corridor carpet was quite thick, approximately 7 centimeters high, while the carpet in the room was much lower, barely a centimeter in height. After appraising the carpet, Baimatsu examined the area beneath the door and indeed spotted a slender gap. Gazing at the gap before him, he recalled the plastic bottle in the bedroom and wondered if it could fit through the opening, prompting him to consider retrieving the plastic bottle for a test. At that moment, the short-haired woman called out to him, "No need to test it. The bottle is sold at the hotel, and I tried a similar one before you arrived. It's quite difficult, if not nearly impossible to insert the bottle." Baimatsu's train of thought was interrupted, leading him to consider an alternative direction. He pondered for a moment before inquiring of the short-haired woman, "Have you considered placing the key inside the bottle from the outside?" The woman shrugged, expressing her resignation. "I have thought about that. While it is feasible to place the key inside the bottle using something like thread, it would be impossible to secure the cap afterward." Baimatsu concurred with her assessment. "Indeed," the woman responded. Baimatsu then turned his attention inward, inspecting the door's lock, stating matter-of-factly, "The lock from the inside also requires a key to be secured." The short-haired woman quickly followed Baimatsu's reasoning, adding, "Thus, it would be impossible to first place the key inside the plastic bottle and then use a thread-like mechanism to lock it from within." Indeed, Baimatsu nodded in agreement. The two engaged in a dialogue, seemingly oblivious to the other individuals present, who were unable to keep pace with their line of thought. For reasons unknown, Miwako Sato observed them with a twinge of jealousy and turned to the short-haired woman, asking, "Excuse me, madam, may I inquire your name?" The woman chuckled softly, scratching her head in embarrassment. "I completely forgot to introduce myself to the officers. My name is Nanaki Uesue, from Fukuoka. Miss Uesue. A pleasure to meet you." "I am Miwako Sato," she replied, extending her hand. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the name Uesue Nanaki. Uesue smiled, shaking Miwako's hand, and remarked, "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Officer Sato." Nearby, Shiratori Matsuki, upon hearing the name Uesue Nanaki, muttered it under his breath, as if recalling something. Soon, he connected the dots about Uesue Nanaki and spoke up. "You are the detective from Fukuoka who solved the Lavender Villa case, aren't you?" Upon hearing Shiratori's words, all present turned their attention to Uesue Nanaki. The others remained indifferent, but the police officers regarded her with newfound respect. After all, the Lavender Villa case had an air of scandal surrounding it. Originally, it was a straightforward matter. The young lady of the villa had locked her room and committed suicide. Due to the locked room nature of the case, the police hastily ruled it a suicide. However, a month later, a detective passing through the area heard of the case and, out of curiosity, went to inspect the scene. As he examined the site, he uncovered several inconsistencies. Leveraging his modest fame as a high school detective, he approached the local police, ultimately overturning the case. According to his findings, the perpetrator had preemptively cut the screws of the window and used glue to disguise it as if the window had been locked, thus creating a locked room scenario. The police, having too readily believed his assertions, quickly named a dubious suspect, the villa's maid, Mizuko Kane. Although Kane was not the murderer, she found herself unable to defend herself under the relentless questioning of both the police and the famed detective. Uesue Nanaki, being a close friend of Mizuko Kane, could not accept the notion that her dear friend was a murderer and rushed to the scene. She swiftly noticed the discrepancies, particularly in the varying degrees of rust on the cut screws of the window. Consequently, she sought the assistance of the Shikoku police, but, for reasons unknown, they dismissed her recommendations. They clung stubbornly to their accusations against Mizuko Kane, and despair began to engulf Uesue Nanaki. Yet, shortly thereafter, Baimatsu, who had just returned to Japan, arrived in Shikoku. Upon his arrival, Baimatsu heard of the highly publicized incident and fortuitously crossed paths with Uesue Nanaki, who was at her wit's end. Although Baimatsu typically preferred to avoid meddling in others' affairs, upon hearing Ueshue's account, he quickly realized that the Shikoku police were in the wrong. If it were merely an ordinary murder case, he might have turned a blind eye. Even matters concerning the black market were of little concern to him unless they directly interfered with him. However, this situation was different. He understood that his fate was intertwined with that of the police system. If the Shikoku police continued to mismanage matters, it would only be a problem for their precinct. Yet, if a more significant case were to arise later, it would not just be a local issue. It could escalate into a nationwide scandal. Thus, Baimatsu took action as a distinguished second-generation police officer. The words of Baimatsu must be taken into account by the local police department. Furthermore, given the nature of this case, it was bound to be investigated thoroughly, leading to the swift revelation of the truth. Ultimately, the police forces of four nations collectively issued an apology and restored the innocence of the maid. Mizuko Kanai. As for the careless high school detective, he found himself mired in infamy. Initially, this incident may have garnered little external attention. However, within the police community, it stirred considerable uproar. At that time, the entire police system issued a notice, emphasizing that detectives should not be unconditionally trusted, asserting that police officers ought to maintain their authority. Consequently, whenever this matter was mentioned, the glances from several officers towards her became somewhat askew. Uesue Chichi bashfully scratched her head and remarked, "Hee, the events of that time were indeed largely thanks to Inspector Bai. I cannot truly claim credit for solving the case." Sato Miwako suddenly came to a realization, understanding that the subtle rapport between the two stemmed from their prior acquaintance. No, if they had already known each other, that made things even more complicated. For reasons unbeknownst to her, alarm bells rang incessantly in Sato Miwako's mind, rendering her incapable of focusing on the case at hand. Though, truth be told, she had not been contemplating it much to begin with. Observing that everyone had begun discussing the matter, Baimatsu exchanged a few pleasantries with Uesue Chichi, reproaching her lightly for not informing him of her sudden arrival in Tokyo. Uesue Chichi laughed awkwardly, explaining, "I came chasing after that fellow. It was rather abrupt, and I had intended to mention it to you tomorrow." That fellow, curiosity flickered in the minds of the others. Inspector Bai. Who does that fellow refer to? Sato Miwako inquired. Just a cowardly fly that dares not show its face, Baimatsu replied coldly. While others remained puzzled, Uesue Chichi clearly preferred to avoid elaboration, redirecting the conversation back to the case at hand. All right, let us set aside those matters for now and focus on solving today's locked room mystery. Upon hearing Uesue Chichi's words, everyone redirected their attention accordingly. Indeed, unraveling today's case took precedence. Other issues could be addressed later. At this juncture, Baimatsu stepped outside once more, heading to the corridor to inspect the surveillance camera mounted on the ceiling not far ahead. This camera was positioned directly in front of the elevator, providing a perfect view of the area in front of it. In other words, it could clearly capture who ascended and who descended. Manager, could you please bring up this surveillance footage? Baimatsu turned to the hotel manager and requested. Certainly, the manager replied, wiping his brow with urgency. He promptly descended to retrieve the others and led them to the monitoring room to review the surveillance footage. Officer Megure and I will check the footage. You all stay here, Baimatsu instructed the others. With that, Baimatsu and Officer Megure followed the hotel manager to the monitoring room. Upon arrival, the manager inquired, Officers, which time frame of the footage would you like to examine? When did the deceased check into the hotel? By Masong asked. The 4 guests on the top floor checked in around the evening and, as far as I know, have not left since their arrival. The hotel manager pondered before responding. Then please access the footage from the moment the deceased entered the hotel until you went upstairs to open the door, By Masong instructed the manager. Following By Masong's directive, the hotel manager immediately requested the security personnel in the monitoring room to retrieve the footage from that evening until the time By Masong ascended. All right, officers, here it is. The manager gestured towards the surveillance screen. As the footage was displayed, By Masong and Officer Megure leaned in to scrutinize it. In truth, By Masong felt a sense of elation. After all, having surveillance footage was a rare privilege. It is well known that surveillance cameras in this country are scarcer than diamonds. If there were more cameras, not to mention Jin's notorious habit of never concealing his face, he would have long been a national fugitive. However, upon viewing the footage, By Masong's satisfaction quickly turned to disappointment, for there was nothing, absolutely nothing, captured on the recording. Indeed, from the moment the deceased checked in until the manager ascended, only 3 individuals had exited the elevator: fellow guest Kinoshita, Hanai, and Shinichi. Officer Megure stared blankly at By Masong, stammering. So, does this mean the murderer must be one of these 3? It certainly appeared so. By Masong nodded in affirmation of Officer Megure's deduction. Internally, he marveled. Excellent, true to the nature of a case in the world of Conan. Yet again, we face a classic scenario of choosing among 3 suspects. After reviewing the footage, By Masong, Officer Megure, and the hotel manager returned to the top floor. Upon their return, Officer Megure cleared his throat and announced to everyone, "Now, my colleague By Masong and I have made a significant discovery, from the moment the guest checked into the hotel until the discovery of the deceased. No one ascended to this floor." Hearing Officer Megure's statement, Shiratori Matsuki immediately grasped the implication, exclaiming, "So, the murderer must be one of the guests on this floor?" "It certainly appears that way," Officer Megure confirmed. Their assertions were indeed accurate. However, they sparked discontent among some present. "We keep talking about a murderer. How can we be sure there is one? What if this uncle simply took his own life and staged this locked room to provoke us?" Kimura interjected impatiently. Most attendees internally disagreed with Kimura's assertion, recognizing that no one could be so foolish. Nevertheless, his words served to remind Officer Megure and the others that the locked room mystery itself posed a significant challenge. It is essential to note that in this country, the presumption of innocence prevails, meaning that unless a person has been judicially condemned, they remain innocent. The prevalence of locked room cases indicates a trend wherein suspects attempt to use such scenarios to persuade the police to conclude that the deceased committed suicide. While no locked room case has ever reached trial without being resolved, should one indeed make it to court, given the judicial processes here, if a skilled lawyer were involved, the outcome remains uncertain. After absorbing Kimura's remarks, By Masong narrowed his eyes and proceeded towards the deceased room. The other officers instinctively followed, not necessarily believing they could solve the locked room enigma but hoping to assist By Masong in some way. They could hardly allow him to take the lead while they merely observed. Meanwhile, the 3 suspects stood in place, remaining motionless. Shinichi, intrigued by the locked room mystery, could only watch as she was, unfortunately, a suspect. By Masong re-entered the deceased room, making his way directly to the bedroom, the location where the deceased had met their end and where the locked room scenario had likely been orchestrated. As By Masong surveyed the surroundings, he gradually sensed something amiss. The first anomaly was the knife embedded in the deceased's body, approximately 30 centimeters in length. Such a length is considerable, far exceeding that of a dagger. A knife of this size is, by all accounts, rather unwieldy. It is easily spotted, challenging to conceal, and lacks discretion. If so, why would the murderer choose to employ such a weapon? Another point of suspicion lay in the presence of the tape recorder. Indeed, the very existence of the tape recorder is a matter of suspicion. It is essential to recognize that there are various types of secret chambers. In a certain sense, they can be classified into 2 categories: those that require discovery and those that do not. The latter category includes instances like the secret chamber of the Sani Temple. Once the secret chamber within Sani Temple was constructed, it was already a sealed space, akin to the situation 2 years ago with Monk Zhongyan, where despite the passage of several days before the discovery, it could only be deemed a suicide, as reason could not account for it. In contrast, there are those that necessitate discovery, such as the recent murder case in the bathroom. The space crafted by the Qingdao Quanai was not a sealed environment at all. However, it could exploit others' illusions to transform this bathroom into a secret chamber. The present case evokes similar sentiments in Beimasong, Were it not for this tape recorder, once they checked out tomorrow or when the staff came to clean, the deceased would still be found, rendering this additional step unnecessary. With this thought, Bae-ma-song approached the body, crouched down, and once again examined the key point that constituted the secret chamber, the plastic bottle containing the key. This time, Bae-ma-song donned white gloves, picked up the plastic bottle, and scrutinized it meticulously. Soon, he discerned that the plastic bottle appeared to have been struck. Its surface bore signs of frequent movement. Initially, Bae-ma-song believed, as Shinichi had mentioned, that this bottle was available for purchase at the hotel, thinking the perpetrators simply intended to source materials on site. However, it seemed otherwise now that an unusual long knife, a tape recorder, and a compressed bottle. Bae-ma-song seemed to have an epiphany, turning to observe the door connecting the living room and bedroom, as well as the opened lattice window. Additionally, the body was aligned with the door and the lattice window. Bae-ma-song summoned Takagi Wataru, instructing him, "Takagi, go beneath this window and see if there are any heavy objects like stones or weights. There is a rubber band attached above it." Bae-ma-song pointed towards the lattice window in the bedroom as he spoke to Takagi. "Understood, Inspector Bae-ma," Takagi replied, although he did not fully grasp Bae-ma-song's reasoning. He knew that following the lead of the esteemed Bae-ma-song was the right course of action. After giving his instructions to Takagi, Bae-ma-song took the plastic bottle and exited the bedroom. Returning to the corridor, he compared the plastic bottle with the carpet in the corridor and found that it perfectly validated his hypothesis. At that moment, Bae-ma-song awaited news from Takagi. Soon, Takagi returned, holding a weight. Notably, this weight was not of the usual type. It resembled a slender iron block with a small ring on top, to which a rubber band was tied. "Inspector Bae-ma, is this the item?" Takagi inquired. Indeed, Bae-ma-song nodded, taking the weight from Takagi's hand for a thorough examination. After inspecting it, Bae-ma-song addressed Officer Muro, saying, "Officer Muro, please bring them all over. I have unraveled the enigma of the secret chamber." "What?" Officer Muro exclaimed in surprise, realizing once again that Bae-ma was always trustworthy. "All right, I will promptly gather everyone." Shortly thereafter, Officer Muro led the group to another suite. The layout of this suite was identical to that of the deceased's room. After consulting with the manager, Bae-ma-song decided to use this room for demonstration purposes. At Bae-ma-song's request, Officer Muro guided everyone directly to the bedroom of the suite. Upon entering, they found that Bae-ma-song had utilized a cushion as a stand-in for the deceased, with a 30-centimeter long knife inserted into the cushion. Once everyone was assembled, Bae-ma-song commenced his explanation. "Before discussing the method behind the secret chamber, let me first clarify the clues for everyone. First, the long knife found on the deceased. Second, the plastic bottle with a circular ring containing the key. Third, the open lattice window. Fourth, the position of the deceased between the lattice window and the bedroom door. Fifth, the tape recorder playing a scream. Sixth, the 1-centimeter carpet inside. Seventh, the 7-centimeter carpet in the corridor. Eighth, the gap beneath the suite door. Ninth, the lights were off inside the suite." Bae-ma-song gestured with his fingers, methodically presenting the clues to those present. Then continued, "Let us first address the fifth point, the tape recorder emitting a scream. This is of paramount importance. Have any of you considered why you were so eager to open the door?" His inquiry prompted the manager, Hanai, Kimura, and Shinichi, who had been at the door, to lower their heads in contemplation. It was precisely because of the scream. Shinichi exclaimed. "The scream led us to believe that danger was occurring inside, compelling us to urgently request the manager's assistance in opening the door." Indeed, Bae-ma-song nodded, proceeding, "This was the perpetrator's intent." He then turned to the police present and asked, "Do you all recall the recent bathroom murder case?" At that time, Miss Jingdo Kwanai had Detective Maori come to her home, manipulating him to create the illusion that the bathroom door had been sealed with tape. Thus, in this case, Sato Miwako remarked thoughtfully, "Precisely. In this case, the perpetrator also exploited this element," Bae-ma-song affirmed. "Before you opened the door, though it was locked, it was not yet a secret chamber. However, once you opened it, it transformed into one." Upon hearing Bae-ma-song's words, Shinichi began to ponder deeply. She was quite intelligent and capable. She simply required a bit of guidance at this moment. While Shinichi contemplated, Officer Muro, who had already reached middle age, realized he had no time for reflection. Fully utilizing his role as a foil, he impatiently urged, "Bae-ma, stop teasing us, and quickly reveal the method." Observing the situation, Bae-ma-song refrained from prolonging the suspense any further. He produced a rubber band and the weight that Takagi had brought back, explaining, The method for this secret chamber is as follows. First, we need a long and elastic rubber band that we begin by threading the slender weight through the lattice window. With one hand holding the weight, we take the other hand to pass one end of the rubber band through the lattice, then through the small ring on the weight, making sure to loop it around tightly to secure it. Next, we pass the rubber band through the adjacent lattice. After that, we take hold of the other end of the rubber band and thread it through the small ring on the plastic bottle. This time, without wrapping it, just passing it through. As he spoke, Baemasong picked up a plastic bottle identical to the one from the secret chamber and continued to explain, pulling the two ends of the rubber band together and tying them securely. Next, we simply need to stretch the rubber band that has formed a loop, placing it over the long knife inserted into the cushion, ensuring that the knife does not touch it. Then, we continue to stretch the rubber band that is crossed over the long knife, pulling it out of the bedroom door and extending it outside the suite door. As Baemasong elaborated, he demonstrated, pulling the plastic bottle along with him as he exited the room. Due to the gap in the suite door, the rubber band connected to the plastic bottle could easily pass through. Once everyone had exited, Baemasong held the plastic bottle in one hand and closed the suite door with the other. Finally, after closing the door, the plastic bottle becomes wedged outside the suite door. We then retrieve the key, lock the door, place the key inside the plastic bottle, and cover it with the carpet from the corridor. Thus, the setup is complete. But, Officer Muro still appeared perplexed, questioning, how does the plastic bottle get inside? Without further elaboration, Baemasong calmly addressed the manager, saying, please open the room door. Certainly. The manager replied, producing a key and inserting it into the lock, twisting it with a deliberate motion. This key was the genuine article. For convenience, the previous key had merely belonged to another door. Although the keys differed, their dimensions were identical. With a resounding click, the manager unlocked the door. And in an instant, the plastic bottle that had been trapped by the door was yanked back with astonishing speed, propelled by the immense elastic energy of the rubber band. The bottle was drawn back so swiftly that the onlookers could scarcely comprehend the motion. All they perceived was a fleeting white glimmer, and the plastic bottle vanished without a trace. Officer Mumu stood in stunned silence, and he hurried into the bedroom, followed anxiously by the others eager to witness the outcome. Upon entering the bedroom, they indeed found a plastic bottle containing keys, quietly resting beside a pillow impaled by a long knife. However, Hakuba-san had already anticipated the result and approached with calm composure. At that moment, the onlookers regarded Hakuba-san with admiration. Weshue Chiji, in particular, was even more impressed. She had deduced the entire method while Hakuba-san was still halfway through his explanation. Yet, the more she pondered, the more she found the method exquisitely clever, deepening her respect for Hakuba-san. Had she been in his position, she might have arrived at a similar conclusion, but certainly not with such swiftness. In that moment, Hakuba-san spoke with quiet assurance, detailing the first clue, the long knife found on the deceased, which had severed the rubber band that held the plastic bottle aloft. The second clue was the plastic bottle with a circular ring, designed to increase the complexity of the locked room, allowing the bottle to return. The third clue was the open lattice window, enabling the rubber band and weights to traverse, carrying the clues away from the room. The fourth clue lay in the position of the deceased, situated between the lattice window and the bedroom door, ensuring that the rubber band would not be severed by the knife during its mid-flight stretch. The fifth clue was the sound of a recording of screams, intended to capture the attention of those nearby, compelling them to open the door. Simultaneously, the screams masked the noise of the plastic bottle scraping against the carpet and the sound of the weights hitting the floor. The sixth clue was the 1 centimeter thick carpet indoors, designed to muffle the sound of the plastic bottle, making it difficult for those entering to detect it. The seventh clue was the 7 centimeter carpet in the corridor, which concealed the plastic bottle hidden just outside the door. The eighth clue was the gap beneath the suite's door, allowing the rubber band to escape. The ninth clue was the light inside the suite, contrasting with the illuminated corridor, which obscured the movement of the plastic bottle from view upon entry. This was also why the perpetrator had to commit the crime under the cover of night. During the day, the room would be awash with light, rendering the bottle's movements visible and exposing the ruse. Hakuba-san meticulously analyzed the 9 clues he had outlined, and the audience nodded in understanding. After this elaborate explanation, the room had grasped the intricacies of the method. At that moment, Officer Mumu posed another question. Hakuba, we have unraveled the locked room mystery, but who is the culprit? In response to Officer Mumu's inquiry, Hakuba-san smiled, casting his gaze upon the suspects, Hanai, Kimura, and Ueshua Ichiji, all residing on the same floor. The culprit had to ensure that the door to President Murakami's room was opened that night. And the screams were not an absolute guarantee of success. Thus, the perpetrator would have had to call the hotel front desk to request the door be opened. Therefore, the culprit is Mr. Hanai. Everyone turned their gaze in unison towards Hanai. In that moment, Hanai's face drained of color, and he stammered in protest. No, it wasn't me. You. What proof do you have? Proof, you say? Hakuba-san interrupted coldly. The rubber band is quite thin. Threading it through the lattice and tying knots is an intricate task. One cannot do so while wearing gloves. Even if you remembered to wipe them afterwards, given the lattice's size, you would inevitably leave fingerprints on the weights outside. So, what do you say? Care for a fingerprint test? At the moment Hakuba-san revealed that Hanai had not worn gloves, despair washed over him. For indeed, he had not donned gloves, nor had he been meticulous enough. Not only had he failed to wipe away the evidence on the weights, but he also left his fingerprints on the knots of the rubber band. Ultimately, Hanai could bear it no longer, collapsing to the floor in tears as he confessed. I am President Murakami's secretary. Initially, I was utterly devoted to him. However, the president, here, 1,000 words are omitted, as the author is simply too lazy to devise a motive for the crime. Hakuba-san and the others silently endured Hanai's lamentations, and once he had finished, Officer Mumu turned to Takagi Wataru, instructing, Takagi, cuff him and take him away. Understood, Takagi responded promptly, approaching Hanai to apply the handcuffs. Wait, officer. After being cuffed, Hanai suddenly began shouting at Hakuba-san. Hakuba-san's expression turned icy as he approached, his right hand slightly clenched into a fist. What, do you wish to resist? Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Hakuba-san, Hanai hastily shook his head. No. I meant to say, this locked room method was not my own creation. Someone informed me. What? Officer Mumu exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Is that true? Quickly, tell us who told you. Hanai hesitated, then inquired. Officer, if I disclose this, will it lead to a reduced sentence? Consider it a confession. Hakuba-san replied coldly. Hanai, no longer wavering, stated, I wanted to kill the president, so I sought advice from someone. Ultimately finding a person who calls himself a crime planner. A crime planner? Hakuba-san and Ueshiuei exchanged glances. Indeed, he is a crime planner. It was he who informed me of this locked room method. He told me to book this hotel and simply follow his instructions. Hanai spoke candidly. Upon hearing Hanai's revelation, Ueshiuei chuckled lightly. I thought this locked room scenario seemed familiar. It turns out it was indeed that man's handiwork. I pursued him here. And it seems he must have previously stayed at this hotel, exploiting its unique features to create a locked room. She then turned to Hakuba-san, warning, Hakuba, you must be cautious. His visit to Tokyo may be aimed at you. Hakuba-san's lips curled into an icy smile as he disdainfully remarked. He is nothing more than a wretched cockroach. Others exchanged puzzled glances, sensing that these two were already well aware of the identity of the crime planner. Sato Miwako directly pressed, who exactly is this person you're referring to? Ueshiuei explained. He is the high school detective that Hakuba and I exposed. After his disgrace, he took pleasure in orchestrating crimes, calling himself a crime planner, since all his schemes involve locked room murders. He is also known as the locked room planner. As dust fell, an abandoned factory came into view. A red sedan pulled in and stopped, from which a long-haired woman emerged. After glancing around, she entered the factory. Moments later, a black Porsche 356A with the license plate Shinjuku 54 miles 43 to 68 arrived. Gin and vodka stepped out of the vehicle. Gin, cigarette dangling from his lips and left hand casually tucked in his pocket, led vodka into the factory. Hearing their footsteps, the long-haired woman turned to look. Upon seeing her, Gin spoke first. Mayano Akemi, have your people prepared? Mayano Akemi evaded the question, retorting, Gin, if I complete this task for the organization, will you release me and my sister? Upon hearing her words, both Gin and vodka exchanged cold smiles. Were they mocking Akemi for her naivety or for her ignorance of her sister's importance to the organization? Jin's voice turned icy as he replied, you have no option to refuse. Until you truly place 1 billion yen before me, let us speak no further. Indeed, she had no room for refusal, regardless of the circumstances. She was determined to extricate her sister from the organization, thus she had no choice but to acquiesce to Jin's demands. Mayano Akemi clenched her teeth and implored, could I possibly have just one more chance to see my sister? Just once, is that permissible? Mayano Akemi, do not overthink this, Jin reprimanded coldly. Once you fulfill the organization's task, you and your sister will have ample time to meet. Brother is right, vodka chimed in from the side. Jin's refusal intensified the ominous premonition brewing within Mayano Akemi. She contemplated saying more, but Jin offered her no further opportunity for discourse. His time was exceedingly precious, and today he had only come here due to the allure of 1 billion yen. Jin turned to leave, with vodka promptly following suit. Upon reaching the factory's entrance, Jin glanced back and cautioned, "Once the task is complete, make sure to tidy up any loose ends." With that, he did not wait for Mayano Akemi's response before stepping into his Porsche 356A. At that moment, Mayano Akemi's emotions were tumultuous. Jin's demeanor left her increasingly uncertain about her ability to escape the organization with her sister. Memories of their last meeting surfaced in her mind. Recalling her sister's words, "Sister, I heard that recently, Tequila and Kiani fell into the hands of a police officer. It has been a long time since the organization has been in such disarray." Perhaps it was possible for her to escape, but her sister's safety was paramount. 3 days later, in the morning at Meatside Bank, Conan sat in the bank's hall, visibly bored, as he perused a small yellow book in his hands. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Conan," a voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw Ran and Kaguro Muri approaching. "Has the detective fee been deposited?" Conan asked with a smile. Hearing his words, Kaguro waved the passbook in his hand, exclaiming, "Of course, and quite a sum at that. It's nearly filled to the brim." That is splendid. Let us find a place to have lunch," Conan said cheerfully. His suggestion resonated with Kaguro, who grinned widely and replied, "Absolutely. It's been ages since I've had a hearty lunch." In Kaguro's mind, dining had become synonymous with drinking. "Dad," Ran interjected discontentedly, "we are still discussing lunch." Ahem, Kaguro coughed twice, redirecting the topic. "I need to exchange this passbook for a new one." With that, he made his way toward a bank counter. As he walked, he glanced around and finally spotted a seemingly fresh-faced window attendant. Approaching her, he brushed his hair back, adopting a gentlemanly smile, and saying, "Excuse me, could you please assist me in exchanging this passbook for a new one?" "Thank you." To his surprise, the lady behind the counter pointed to the adjacent queue and replied, "I'm terribly sorry, sir, but you must first take a number from the line over there. Only once your number is called can we proceed. Must one queue to be served?" Kaguro scratched his head and asked. Yet before he could inquire further, he was pulled away by Ran, who hurriedly said, "Well then, see you later." Though Kaguro was whisked away, Conan remained free. He approached the counter staff and greeted, "Sister Yamato, what's wrong?" Yamato Hirota looked up. "Oh, Conan, what do you mean? I noticed you've been checking your watch repeatedly. Is there something urgent?" Conan asked innocently. His question caused a pang of anxiety within Yamato, yet she maintained her composure, responding, "It's just that business has been busy lately, and I wanted to keep track of when I could take a break." After speaking, she glanced at her watch again, seemingly realizing it was time, and announced, "It seems time is up. Well then, goodbye, little Conan." With that, she left the counter. Once Yamato departed, Conan continued pondering, and at that moment, Ran crouched down beside him, smiling. "Conan, do you know her?" "Yes." Conan nodded adorably. "Her name is Yamato Hirota. She just started working at this bank recently, and she is always very friendly." After saying this, Conan still felt that something was amiss, prompting him to tell Ran, "There is nothing more for me here. So I think I'll step outside for some fresh air." "All right, be safe, Conan," Ran agreed with a smile. Just a few steps outside, Conan heard Kaguro's lament from behind. "Why is that lady off duty already?" Conan couldn't help but grimace at the sound, and at that moment, he heard a faint bang. A sense of urgency gripped him. Could it be? He dashed toward the source of the sound, which led him to the bank's parking lot. Upon entering, Conan was met with a shocking sight. An armored truck was being robbed. A small car was parked behind the truck, and two masked assailants wielding firearms threatened the guards, who were in the midst of unloading cash. Additionally, two guards seated in the front had already collapsed, bleeding profusely. Just as Conan was absorbed in the scene, Kaguro and Ran emerged from the bank. "Hey, kid, what are you doing over there?" Kaguro called out. Conan stiffly turned, thinking, "This is bad." At that moment, the robbers had finished collecting their loot, jumped into their car, and sped away. Conan, utilizing his high-tech skateboard, attempted to pursue them, but was outpaced as the criminals took advantage of a train crossing. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived at the scene, with Officer Megure and his team beginning their investigation and inquiries, quickly uncovering several leads. Not long after, the police discovered the robbers' abandoned vehicle by the riverside, significantly advancing the case's progress. That evening, due to the heinous nature of the armored truck robbery and the substantial amount stolen, the Criminal Investigation Division convened an urgent meeting, led by Chief Matsumoto Kiyoshi. The meeting included key personnel from the 2nd Violent Crimes Unit and the 6th Robbery Unit, along with other senior officers. Sitting at the head of the table, Matsumoto spoke gravely. "This bank robbery case is exceptionally egregious. The higher-ups have mandated that we resolve it within 72 hours. Time is of the essence. Let us now review the evidence collected today. Upon concluding his opening remarks, Matsumoto turned to Officer Megure and said, "Megure, present," Megure replied. "Today, your 3 units conducted the on-site investigation. Please proceed with your report." "Yes," Megure responded, pulling out several prepared evidence bags and stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, the bank that was robbed is the Meatside Bank, located in the Megure branch.